Volume 1, Chapter 1. Ding. Your system is now activated. Welcome to the ancient continent. Female, the jungle is perilous, do not run recklessly. Behind her, a beastly orc transformed from its humanoid form into a magnificent lion. Its head was broad and rounded, with piercing eyes that radiated a sharp and commanding light. The creature's stature was more than twice that of an ordinary lion. Seeing Guo Xiaoxiao heedlessly flee into the distance, the colossal lion let out a thunderous roar, reverberating through the entire forest. Golden curls on its body shook off droplets of water as it swiftly pursued her. Guo Xiaoxiao glanced back, tears welling in her eyes. I do not wish to run. The task assigned by the system was clear. She must not converse with or touch any male orc within 3 days. With no other choice, she fled aimlessly, uncertain of her whereabouts. The rugged mountain path was muddy and treacherous, making swift movement nearly impossible. At that moment, a voice resonated in her mind. Host, your two-wheel drive is unlikely to outpace his four-wheel drive. I shall grant you a buff. Invisibility. What? Oh, this wretched system, assigning such bizarre tasks. I wish to return to a day prior. She had packed everything necessary without omission. This was her first trip abroad, and to be honest, she felt a tinge of nervousness. She opened her phone, gazing at a video of her destination, the Serengeti in Africa. IT was an opportunity for close encounters with wild lions, hyenas, and hippos, a harmonious blend of humanity and nature. What should have been a splendid experience had morphed into something bewildering in her mind's eye. She envisioned herself observing lions and tigers in the Serengeti, and if time permitted, perhaps even climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, Africa's highest peak. Now, however, where was she? What was this place? Guo Xiaoxiao, burdened by a hefty backpack and dragging a suitcase, looked up to the heavens in sheer disbelief. She had been at the boarding gate, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in a desolate, primordial jungle. She had never encountered trees of such towering heights. The bizarre plants were robust and imposing, adorned with vibrant and exotic flowers. Everything appeared extraordinarily unusual. In the depths of the mountains, ancient trees loomed, casting shadows that obscured the sun, while piercing cries echoed intermittently, sounds not of humanity, but rather the mournful wails of some unknown beast. Scratching her head, she had no time for fear. Confused, she surveyed her surroundings. Could it be that she had fallen victim to the fabled amnesia? Was she truly in the Serengeti now? Ding. The system is now activated. A voice echoed in her mind. Who was speaking? Greetings, host. Congratulations on your transcendence. What? Guo Xiaoxiao turned in place, pulling her suitcase, only to discover she was utterly alone, save for the occasional sounds emanating from the jungle. May I inquire if you require a beginner's guide, or shall we proceed to free mode? The clarity of the voice in her mind made her acutely aware that the situation was far from ordinary. She was, after all, a writer of system-based novels. Had she somehow written herself into a realm of unity with the heavens? Once more, I ask, do you require a beginner's guide, or shall we proceed to free mode? Although she found herself utterly bewildered by the situation, after a brief pause, she chose to respond to the voice in her mind. The system, newbie guide. Greetings, host. I am your exclusive system, Iron Great. You currently reside in the northwestern region of the Beast Continent, on the outskirts of the Lenari Forest. The world you have traversed into is an Orcish realm. Wait a moment. Yes, Guo Xiaoxiao swiftly conjectured. Could it be? She cautiously inquired. Have I truly crossed over? Indeed, host, you have indeed crossed over. The voice in Guo Xiaoxiao's mind was strikingly clear, entirely unlike mere figments of imagination. She clutched her chest, a hint of excitement in her voice as she said, All right, please continue. In the orc world, unlike humanity on Earth, they can effortlessly transform into animals. They are referred to as half-beasts or orcs, categorized into males and females. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoxiao interrupted the system, responding with earnestness. So, animals can transform into humans. The males are strikingly handsome, inciting envy and resentment, while the females are so unattractive that they shatter all standards. Is it a world where several males lavish attention on a single female? The system fell silent for a moment. Yes, wow. Oh my goodness, it has arrived. Guo Xiaoxiao raised her arms in exuberance, exclaiming that she would need to find several men to attend to her every whim. Host, do you still require me to explain the world background? If she had indeed traversed a beastly world, the system had certainly found an expert. Guo Xiaoxiao thought to herself, I could have guessed the background without your help. I have read dozens of novels set in beastly realms. Farming, raising offspring, and charming beastly husbands are just the beginning. You need not elaborate after all. You are a system, and I happen to be an author of system-themed novels as well. What a delightful coincidence. The system remained silent for a moment. You seem to be quite open-minded. Very well. I shall activate the free mode for you. You may take your time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. A word of caution. The jungle is perilous, so exercise utmost caution. Free mode it is, Guo Xiaoxiao acknowledged, aware of the dangers lurking in the jungle. She imagined the possibility of encountering spiders larger than she could fathom or wild beasts attacking her. As a vulnerable female, if captured, she would merely become a meal. For her safety, she resolved to stay put. While retrieving a sun protective garment from her suitcase, she muttered, "It'll just sit here for a while. After all, according to the usual tropes, it won't be long before a lion, tiger, or snake capable of transformation comes to rescue me." Guo Xiaoxiao optimistically mused, yet as each moment passed, there was neither beast nor male nothing at all. Volume 1, Chapter 2. The system fears I am not beautiful enough, so it even changed my appearance to that of a beauty. In the vast expanse of the forest, the occasional roar of an animal startled Guo Xiaoxiao, but served no other purpose. She called out, "Iron Great, I am here. Why has no one come to rescue me yet?" Other female protagonists attract a male within 5 minutes of their arrival. Yet here I am, sitting for so long without a soul in sight. Perhaps your luck is simply lacking. I advise you to cease sitting idly. Nightfall approaches, and many wild beasts will emerge. Seek shelter in a cave. A dignified protagonist who has traversed realms. Guo Xiaoxiao could hardly fathom the arduous days that lay ahead. It was not her desire to have a male companion like other female leads, but at the very least, she wished for a guide that in this unfamiliar wilderness, devoid of any special skills, she feared the fate of being devoured whole. "Host, there's a cave just ahead, merely a few meters away. Enter it, and I shall bestow upon you your novice rewards." Mention of rewards dispelled her earlier despondency. Guo Xiaoxiao adjusted her cumbersome suitcase and slung her travel bag over her shoulder, making her way to the cave indicated by the system. The cave was quite orderly, appearing as if it had been tidied by human hands. It measured a modest size of several square meters, just enough for one person. Beside it lay a tattered beast hide, but the dust upon it suggested it had been abandoned. Guo Xiaoxiao placed her belongings in a corner and promptly summoned the system to claim her novice rewards. The novice reward notification is now being issued. This reward is somewhat unique during its distribution. You will enter a dormant state. To receive it, please lie flat. What kind of reward requires slumber for collection? Guo Xiaoxiao was too weary to inquire further. The current circumstances did not allow for picky choices, only a lingering concern for her safety. In this desolate wilderness. You expect me to sleep here? What if I'm bitten by a snake? It would be disastrous. Host, the novice reward is time sensitive. If it is not claimed, it will be forfeited. Please lie down, so I may grant you your reward. Otherwise, it will be considered a voluntary renunciation. A blatant imposition, she mused, yet had no alternative. She retrieved a cloak from her suitcase and laid it down to recline upon. Reward distribution in progress. As the system's voice resonated, Guo Xiaoxiao felt her consciousness gradually blur, the sounds and sensations around her receding, until she succumbed to a profound slumber. "Brother, do you smell that? I detect the scent of a female." Mikkel was drenched in blood. Though it was not his own, it was that of the animals he had hunted. They had captured an abundant haul today, coinciding with the breeding season. The tribe's unique geographical location attracted wild beasts, significantly easing the hunt, but also introducing considerable complications. While an abundance of prey signified plentiful food, it also meant that these creatures occasionally intruded upon the tribe, causing disturbances. Several robust beastmen secured their catch with vines and branches, ensuring that those still clinging to life were swiftly deprived of their breath. The once formidable prey now appeared as fragile as kittens in their grasp. The muscular forms are systematically adorned across their limbs, each individual strikingly beautiful. Setting aside the splattered blood and the fierce, predatory glances in their eyes, they would be considered the epitome of attractiveness in contemporary society. Where is the female? The term female is among the most exhilarating words for the orcs, for in their world, discovering a female and procreating is tantamount to achieving life's greatest victory. Where would there be a female in the wilderness? The sun is setting, we should pack up the prey, Mixon murmured. The orcs, eager for further inquiries, hesitated upon his command and swiftly resumed their previous actions. As dusk approached, the crimson sun, edged in gold, descended between the mountains. The last rays of sunlight illuminated the tousled hair on Mixon's forehead, and a flicker of emotion graced his otherwise handsome visage. The glimmer in his eyes hinted at a depth not to be underestimated as he gazed at the sinking sun. Searching for something elusive, he caught a whiff of a female's scent, which vanished in an instant. Initially doubting his senses, he dismissed it as a mistake. It was sweet and markedly different from the females of his tribe. Truly, it was delightful. Uncertain of how long she had slumbered, Guo Xiaoxiao opened her eyes to a weary body, feeling as if she had endured a beating. A mere movement sent creaks echoing through her bones. All right, let me see what my novice reward is, Guo Xiaoxiao thought joyfully, glancing around. The pitch-black cave was illuminated solely by moonlight. It must be said that this cave was quite impressive. The moonlight streamed directly into the entrance. Had her eyes opened to complete darkness, Guo Xiaoxiao would have been thoroughly frightened. There was nothing there. Guo Xiaoxiao confirmed that her hands and the ground around her remained unchanged from before her slumber. Could it be a ruse? Taida, where's my novice gift? I have already sent it to you. Quickly, go look in a mirror. Look in a mirror? Guo Xiaoxiao, bewildered, retrieved a compact mirror from her belongings. Upon seeing her reflection, she nearly shattered the glass in shock. This is my face. So beautiful, breathtakingly so. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at her reflection in all. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing freely down to her waist. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled with an endless sheen, while her lips resembled cherries, and her nose boasted a perfect contour. Her brows were delicate as autumn waters, her skin radiant as if caressed by a gentle breeze, flawless in every aspect. Is the person in the mirror truly me? Guo Xiaoxiao tilted the mirror to glimpse her profile, and then lowered it to inspect the back of her head, striking various odd poses. Once assured of her newfound beauty, she found herself quite agitated. While gaining such beauty was wonderful, it bore no practical use. Why did you give me a beautiful appearance if I can't eat? What good is being pretty in the wilderness? I need something useful. Host, this is a novice gift. It is what it is. If you seek practicality, you may go hunting. Does this system overestimate her capabilities? She had no experience in surviving in the wild. How could she hunt? Guo Xiaoxiao replied. If I could hunt, I wouldn't be in a panic. What if I encounter a wild beast? Did you encounter him in combat? The system seemed to be deliberately provoking her. Guo Xiaoxiao was on the verge of an eruption when the system immediately interjected. Host, accept the task. Tomorrow, procure prey or sustenance by any means, and you will be rewarded with a basic healing skill, useful for treating external injuries. Well, that sounds rather appealing. The surging anger subsided, and Guo Xiaoxiao patted her chest to calm her emotions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she pondered while the reward was enticing. Sourcing food from the forest presented a considerable challenge. She glanced toward the depths of the jungle outside the cave, where the moonlight could not penetrate the oppressive darkness. The nocturnal forest was far from tranquil. It was rife with unsettling noises. Humans fear not the known, but rather the lurking dangers of the unknown. A shiver coursed through Guo Xiaoxiao, prompting her to huddle deeper into the cave. She retrieved her thermal clothing from her suitcase and donned it, taking a few bites of 2 small loaves of bread. Fortunately, she had brought both the suitcase and a backpack, which she counted as her only stroke of luck. Volume 1, Chapter 3. Encountering the rugged orc and being rescued. Haha. In her current environment, Guo Xiaoxiao found it impossible to sleep. She played with her phone until it ran out of battery, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and curling up in a corner to doze off. The following morning, she was awakened by the sharp cries of birds. Outside the cave, she gathered dew left on the rock face, managing to wash up somewhat. Determined to succeed for the sake of her task, Guo Xiaoxiao steeled herself, intent on earning the system's reward through her own efforts. Healing skills sounded impressive. It was as if she was stepping into a fantastical realm. Bring it on, she thought, ready to embrace the challenge. Guo Xiaoxiao changed into lightweight attire suited for movement. Here, the temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night. In sunlit areas, the ultraviolet rays were intense and scorching, while the shaded spots were chillingly cold. She placed her luggage in a sunless corner of the cave and took out a small fruit knife for self-defense, consuming the last piece of bread before embarking on her quest for food. Surprisingly, the path was well-trodden and easy to traverse, devoid of rugged peaks. The winding mountain trail had become a flat route due to frequent passage. After half an hour, Guo Xiaoxiao finally spotted her first living creature since arriving, a rabbit, or so she presumed. That it was an enormous rabbit, seemingly a meter long, with a body as white as snow and red ears, resembling a giant version of a rabbit. The colossal rabbit was curled up, savoring a purple fruit on the ground, and the system promptly issued a warning. Host, you might want to gather some fruits to complete your task. This rabbit is vastly different from those in your world, and you cannot defeat it. I will provide you with an additional scent cover, but you should leave quickly. And no wonder there had been no beast troubling her since yesterday. Guo Xiaoxiao swallowed hard and replied in her mind. I knew that without you telling me, I certainly want seek. Unnecessary trouble. As the giant rabbit remained unaware of her presence, Guo Xiaoxiao silently slipped away. Host, since you have nothing to do, I shall assign you an additional task. For 3 days, avoid any contact with the beastmen, and you shall directly acquire the skill heart of a lion. Do you accept? Why not? I accept that in comparison to the task of foraging for food, this seemed exceedingly simple. In a vast wilderness, where could one possibly encounter a beastman? Guo Xiaoxiao wandered aimlessly through the forest, utilizing the scent concealment provided by the system, allowing her to traverse unhindered. However, the primitive forest was vast, and as a mere human newcomer, she was utterly unfamiliar with the terrain. It took only a few turns for her to lose her way. Alas, what a plight she found herself in. Exhausted, Guo Xiaoxiao sighed. How delightful! The sweet aroma of fruit, akin to peaches rather than apples, tantalized her senses. Guo Xiaoxiao was truly hungry, and the peculiar fragrance of the exotic fruit caught her attention, prompting her to eagerly follow the scent, completely oblivious to the dangers lurking in this world. After all, her current predicament merely involved wandering through the wild in search of sustenance. Following the enticing aroma, Guo Xiaoxiao soon discerned the voices of several individuals engaged in conversation. Today has been quite fruitful, she overheard. Startled, Guo Xiaoxiao halted in her tracks. Concealing herself behind a majestic tree, peering out cautiously while holding her breath, a group of blood-soaked men, clad in animal hides, were busy wiping themselves down. More accurately, they were a band of savages, their naked forms revealing every detail of their anatomy. Each one of them possessed an extraordinary beauty, their well-defined muscles contrasting starkly with the grime and blood that coated their bodies, evoking a sense of dread. Their eyes, too, were not like those of ordinary men. They exuded a primal ferocity. As the fruity fragrance dissipated, an acrid scent of blood wafted through the air, a nauseating stench that compelled Guo Xiaoxiao to cover her mouth and nose, retreating swiftly behind the tree. These were the legendary beastmen, handsome, indeed. Yet their imposing physiques and postures were overwhelming. Upon her arrival, Guo Xiaoxiao had entertained the fanciful thought of bringing one of these beastmen home for closer observation. However, witnessing them up close, she finally comprehended why the heroines in novels would flee in terror upon encountering them. Whether it was their physique, their bloodthirsty aura, or the shocking sight of their nakedness, each aspect was enough to instill fear. Resigned, she decided it was best to make her escape. Grateful that she had not been detected. In the past, while reading stories set in beastly worlds, she had come across depictions of ferocious beastmen, wandering beasts, likely akin to these individuals, drenched in blood and far from virtuous. Having finished their task, they bound their prey, preparing to carry it away, declaring, "That should suffice for today. No need to hunt this afternoon." A voice, deep and resonant, echoed with authority, warning, "Scent masking will dissipate in 5 minutes." Frustrated, Guo Xiaoxiao muttered, "What a ridiculous system." Just as she was about to flee, she caught sight of a half-destroyed fruit nearby, resembling a snow pear but vividly crimson. Time to go. I must return with this fresh-tail fruit, she resolved. Guo Xiaoxiao remained composed, standing quietly in place until several orcs, burdened with a bundle of vines, departed with their catch. Only then did she cautiously emerge to retrieve the broken fruit, cradling it in her hands. Ding. Task completed. Host has acquired the skill, Basic Healing. The golden finger may arrive late, but it never truly fades away. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself enveloped in a sphere of green light, a peculiar magic circle materializing beneath her feet, which absorbed into her being a moment later. Usage Guide. The host need only raise one hand and utter the words Healing Art to cast the spell. Skill cooldown time, 15 minutes. At last, a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps the system is not so inept after all. Just as Guo Xiaoxiao, elated with her broken fruit, basked in her triumph, the sunlight that had graced her suddenly dimmed. Before her stood a colossal figure, obscuring her view. Sensing something amiss, Guo Xiaoxiao glanced up, the fruit slipping from her grasp and tumbling to the ground. Similarly, the man was taken aback by her beauty, his eyebrows arching in disbelief, his straight nose reminiscent of distant mountains, and his pale lips parted slightly in astonishment. How exquisite! Such a sweet fragrance, he mused, reminiscent of a scent he had encountered the day prior. In Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes, the man appeared as another world. He was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence that was both intimidating and captivating. Though she acknowledged his striking looks, his physique and demeanor instilled a sense of fear. Accentuated by his non-human proportions, the man gazed at her with an intensity that suggested he yearned to devour her whole. Guo Xiaoxiao, regaining her composure, pointed to the fruit. I no longer want it. It's yours. I'll take my leave now. Farewell." Without waiting for the man to respond, she sprang to her feet and fled. The man watched her retreating figure, regaining his senses after a few moments. "Female," he called out, "the jungle is perilous. Do not wander aimlessly." "You are the one who is more dangerous," she retorted silently. "Furthermore, the system has tasked me to avoid contact with any orcs for 3 days. Even if you are a well-meaning orc, I cannot engage with you." Guo Xiaoxiao, gripped by fear, dared not look back and continued to sprint forward. A sudden gust of wind threatened to topple her, prompting a fleeting glance over her shoulder. To her horror, a lion, towering at over a meter in height, charged towards her with its gaping maw wide open, simultaneously urging her not to flee. "Host," it called out, "you are unlikely to outpace it with your 2-wheel drive against its 4-wheel drive. Allow me to grant you a buff. Invisibility." Guo Xiaoxiao lost her balance and stumbled to the ground, pain coursing through her. The system notified her. Due to the intense impact, the invisibility spell had failed, and her recent interaction with the orc had resulted in an additional mission failure. Her elbow was scraped, and as she turned over to sit on the ground, her lion companion transformed back into human form, shedding its beastly disguise, now appearing as a bear man. Guo Xiaoxiao hardly had time to avert her gaze from his vulnerable state. "What do you intend to do?" She feigned composure while clutching her injured wrist, her mind racing with the possibility that in this world, orcs might be cannibalistic. She scrutinized the man with caution, striving to maintain her dignity despite her mounting fear. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Rescued by the tribe, the man noticed Guo Xiaoxiao's injury and crouched down, his gaze fixated on her as if she were a prized catch. "Since you are injured, come with me to my tribe. I shall take good care of you." Guo Xiaoxiao instinctively felt a sense of discomfort enveloping her. She shook her head and said, "No need, you may leave. I can survive on my own." "What of your kin? How could they leave such a beautiful female alone in the woods?" The man inquired, glancing around in search of other beastmen. "I have become separated from my tribe and cannot find my way back. I have forgotten where my kin originated from," she replied, offering a standard response. After all, the mission had failed, and escape seemed futile. Guo Xiaoxiao mused despondently. "Without kin? How delightful." The man's expression brightened, a charming smile playing at the corners of his lips. "That is splendid. I see you bear no marks of a mate, which means you are mine now, female. I am Meixin, the chief of the Yushan tribe. From this day forth, I shall be your male." Meixin's demeanor was serious as he uttered the last few words, leaving no room for jest. He was not joking. Guo Xiaoxiao silently called for the system, "Taida, help me." "System, help whom? Aren't you eager to be rescued by a powerful beast and enjoy a life of comfort?" "No need to search. It has appeared automatically, just as you wished." While her thoughts were conflicted, the disparity between imagination and reality loomed large. It was not as simple as merely being together. Before Guo Xiaoxiao could further negotiate with the system, Meixin lifted her effortlessly into the air, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair. "So delightful. You must be a gift sent by the beast god. I shall take you back to the tribe. And once you are healed, we shall mate." Guo Xiaoxiao's heart was stirred like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. "No, no," she protested, confronted by the perfection of his handsome visage. The emblem between the man's thighs was indeed beyond what one could endure. Yet she was not foolish. One must not forsake their life for the sake of indulgence. Guo Xiaoxiao began to struggle, exclaiming, "Release me. I refuse. I cannot engage with you. Seek another." Meixin frowned. "Refuse to engage with me? Then with whom do you wish to engage? I've already claimed you. You belong to me." Guo Xiaoxiao's struggles against Mikkel were as negligible as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Twisting and turning, Mikkel felt his body gradually warm with temptation. This female was irresistibly sweet, and he considered himself fortunate to have her. He must possess her, for no one could take her away. Should anyone dare to approach, he would drive them away. "Do not move," Mikkel warned. Feeling the peculiar sensation beneath her, Guo Xiaoxiao quickly ceased her resistance, adhering to the principle of avoiding immediate conflict. She replied, "I can return with you, but my belongings are still in that cave, and we must retrieve them together." Michael's heart soared at her willingness to accompany him. "I will first take you back to the tribe, and then return to help you gather your things." With that, fearing that Guo Xiaoxiao might change her mind, Mikkel transformed into a fierce lion. Witnessing this remarkable transformation, Guo Xiaoxiao's heart raced, hoping that her excitement would not lead to her being swallowed whole. Mikkel lifted Guo Xiaoxiao onto his back and began to sprint through the jungle with astonishing speed, far surpassing his pace while pursuing her earlier. At that time, he had been cautious not to frighten her, but now he ran swiftly to ensure that no other males would discover her. He intended to hide her from the eyes of other beastmen. After all, he was the chieftain, and who would dare oppose him? He would subdue any descenders without hesitation. Guan Xiaoxiao was jostled on Mixin's back, feeling disoriented from the bumpy ride. Having eaten little, she nearly felt nauseous and urgently urged Mixin to slow down. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Although he briefly reduced his speed, it was not long before he accelerated again. After a wild sprint through the primal jungle for over 20 minutes, she was brought to the outskirts of a tribe. Mixin transformed into his human form, towering like a sunshade where he stood. He then gently squeezed Guan Xiaoxiao into a crevice between two large trees. Just as she was about to inquire further, Mixin vanished in a flash, only to return shortly with an enormous piece of animal hide. He wrapped it tightly around her, making it impervious to sight. This precaution was understandable given the oppressive heat of the sun, and the thick hide made it stifling. Only her large eyes remained visible, and she complained, "It's so hot. I don't want to wear this." Mixin, occasionally glancing at the tribe's entrance to ensure they were not noticed, replied, "You must wear it. You are too beautiful, and many will covet you. Do you wish to tempt other males? Who wants to tempt anyone?" She retorted, "But it's so hot." Guo Xiaoxiao, indifferent, thought to herself that she could hardly handle one, let alone several. "That is fine. If you truly wish to entice me, then do so. Just refrain from casting your attention elsewhere." Guo Xiaoxiao dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Mixin observed the surroundings, deeming it sufficiently discreet, and with a swift motion, he lifted Guo Xiaoxiao in one hand, stealthily retreating into his den. The great tribe nestled in the northern mountains of the Yushan clan was frequented by orcs, and it was inevitable that some would take notice. Occasionally, orcs fetching water would spot Mixin cradling a figure resembling a sphere, and with mere speculation, they could discern that it was a female, an inference drawn not only from her physique, but also from the unique scent that females exude, instantly recognizable amidst a pride of lions. Guo Xiaoxiao was released by Mickelson and immediately shed the animal hide draped over her. The cave was a modest space of approximately 20 square meters, with a sparse layer of dry grass serving as a makeshift floor. The animal hides, repurposed as bedding, lay carelessly upon the grass mat, while scattered nearby were chunks of meat and a few bone knives, an embodiment of simplicity in both design and lifestyle. With nothing more to be found, "Female," she said, "your hand is injured. Allow me to examine it." Guo Xiaoxiao gazed up at the uneven stones of the cave ceiling, waving her hand dismissively to indicate that it was of no consequence, and continued to explore the cave's formations. "It's merely a scratch, nothing to worry about. You may call me Guo Xiaoxiao. Referring to me as female feels rather awkward." In Mixin's memory, females were exceedingly fragile, that could not endure cold or heat, and absolutely must not be harmed, for such injuries could prove fatal. "Now, Xiaoxiao, allow me to take a look," Mixin said as he lifted the sleeve of Guo Xiaoxiao's garment. On her pristine arm, a minor abrasion marred her skin, the bloodstain starkly contrasting against her fair complexion. Mixin fixated on her arm, swallowing hard, yearning to possess this female at that very moment. Confronted by his intense gaze, Guo Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand and tugged down her sleeve. "Perhaps I should don the hide again for added protection." Mixin touched the tip of his nose, mistakenly believing that Guo Xiaoxiao was merely feeling shy. "I will fetch some herbs and dry firewood. You can rest for a while. Upon my return, I shall prepare roasted meat for you." Mixin rarely indulged in roasted meat himself. He only partook during the rainy season when the fire was lit, sharing the feast with other warriors. Normally, he consumed raw flesh, but now that he had a female, he felt compelled to offer her the roasted delicacies. For a male with a female would always ensure that she received the best of his provisions. Guo Xiaoxiao sat upon a haymat, her little head resting in boredom as she pondered the days ahead. Idly waiting for death was not in her nature. She needed to devise a plan to return. After all, her manuscript remained unfinished. Was there a time difference between the beast world and her own? Would it affect her attendance? "Xiaoxiao, I have returned," Mixin announced, his left hand laden with a large bundle of firewood while his right grasped a handful of grass-like plants. He inhaled the air, reassured by the absence of other beastmen's scents. "So soon? Did you fly?" Guo Xiaoxiao felt somewhat fatigued and let out a yawn, setting down the firewood. Mixin knelt on one knee before her, chewing on some grass for a moment. Understanding his intent, Guo Xiaoxiao instinctively rolled up her sleeves, allowing Mixin to apply the herbs. With gentle movements, Mixin meticulously smeared the herbal remedy onto her wounds, his reluctance to see her in pain softening her defenses. He harbored no ill will towards me. In fact, he seemed quite amiable. Upon closer inspection, he was undeniably handsome, a striking figure with golden hair that framed his exquisitely handsome face. In modern times, such a man would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers, yet he remained humble. After tending to Guo Xiaoxiao's injuries, Mixon nodded, affirming that they were not severe. He then flashed a charming smile, revealing his adorable canine teeth, and remarked, "Your wounds are trivial. Let us mate tonight." Chapter 5 of Volume 1 suggests that a female would typically attract around 6 to 7 handsome suitors. "They say you are a good person," he continued, offering a compliment that elicited an eye roll from Guo Xiaoxiao. "I'm still in pain. That is not an option." Mating is a significant commitment between female and male, symbolizing the formation of a lifelong partnership. It was essential to expedite this matter to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Mixon's demeanor shifted to one of resolve. "Rest assured, I will be cautious and ensure you remain unharmed. Besides, it is I who discovered you in this jungle. I have the right to mate with you." If the female displays strong resistance, she may refuse, yet Mixon was determined to give Guo Xiaoxiao no opportunity to decline. Guo Xiaoxiao hastily diverted the topic. "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? I left my belongings in that cave over there and need to retrieve them. My suitcase and travel backpack contain many clothes, toiletries, and most importantly, my phone. It would be a shame to lose them." Mixon nodded. "I'll go get them for you tonight. There are too many beasts outside right now. I'll wait until they fall asleep. Regardless, remember to remind me." Mixon began to stack firewood by the entrance. The female mentioned her hunger, prompting him to hasten the preparation of the roasted meat. His movements quickened as he eagerly anticipated his first night with Guo Xiaoxiao. This excitement surpassed even that of his ascent to the position of clan chief. Before long, trouble was brewing even before the meat began to roast. "Mixon, I heard you brought back a female." A group of young orcs rushed in to confirm the news. They were a spirited bunch of young males, brimming with vigor and at the height of their youth. The number of females in the clan was scarce and exceedingly precious. Harboring a female was strictly forbidden. Upon hearing that the chief had brought one back, they became increasingly restless. Mixon blocked the entrance to prevent them from peering inside. Though he had been cautious upon entering the clan, he had still been discovered. He braced himself for the confrontation. This female was his, and no one could take her from him. "Yes, I brought her back. What do you want?" "There are plenty of unmated males in our clan. According to the rules, a new female should at least choose 3. As the chief, you should uphold clan customs." Usually, no one dared to provoke Mixon in his cave. But who could resist the allure of a female? The young males hoped to seize the opportunity, as being chosen by the new female might lead to them having offspring the following year. "Exactly, let the female choose. Why should she be hidden away?" A chorus of voices urged Mixon to relent, quickly attracting the attention of other orcs. Even the females waiting at home for dinner emerged to join the commotion. The news spread rapidly. Mixon had rejected the clan's most beautiful female, but had brought another to hide in the cave. The explosive rumor drew many eager orcs, and soon, the previously quiet area became bustling with activity. Inside the cave, Guo Xiaoxiao could hear the clamor outside, feeling flustered. "I can't even handle one. And now I'm supposed to choose 3? I'd surely perish in this beastly world. I can't escape, and I can't survive in the wild. It seems Mixon is my only hope." Mixon, as the chief, you know that harboring a female violates clan rules. A stout, dark-haired female, with her hands on her hips and head held high, confronted Mixon without a hint of fear, flanked by a dozen males. "I truly want to see what this female looks like." Another female, slightly more slender, yet still surrounded by several males, stood defiantly before the group. A few other females, possessing more amiable dispositions, whispered among themselves, avoiding confrontation. Guo Xiaoxiao crouched in the corner of the cave, feeling that she could not leave without making her presence known. Mixon, growing impatient, transformed into his beast form and let out a roar that resonated through the gathering. His forelimbs were adorned with dark, luminescent circular patterns for in total, arranged in an orderly fashion, an emblem of his formidable power. The overwhelming aura he exuded transformed into a chilling wind that swept toward all the onlooking orcs. Startled, the females hurriedly sought refuge in the embrace of their male counterparts. The males, although reluctant to approach, emitted warning growls reminiscent of lions, asserting, "If you wish to see the females, you must defeat me. You have gone too far, Mixon." Not a single member of the tribe dared to step forward. Only the females felt emboldened to speak freely, having been cherished and pampered throughout their lives. An elder male finally spoke up, stating, "Let us wait until Mikkel and the elders return tomorrow. They will settle this matter for us." The other orcs murmured their agreement. Yet Mixon's oppressive presence kept them rooted in place, their courage faltering. With no recourse, they lingered for a moment before gradually dispersing back to their respective caves. They understood that challenging a 4-star ring orc was a futile endeavor. Everyone knew that confronting Mikeson was tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, they placed their only hope in Mikkel and the elders. Mikeson, having driven off the orcs, resumed his position by the cave entrance, striking flint to ignite the firewood and prepare a meal. Guo Xiaoxiao lowered her head in silence, gazing at Mixon while contemplating. Brother, you must hold on. I cannot endure 3 more. Mixon busied himself with his task, meeting Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes with boundless tenderness. Xiaoxiao, please wait a moment. The meat will be ready shortly. A profound sense of guilt surged within Guo Xiaoxiao. As long as she refrained from incessantly discussing mating, others appeared content, while she felt like an undeserving beneficiary. Eager to assist, she rose and seated herself beside Mixon. Allow me to help you, she offered. Mixon turned to her and replied, no need. You should remain inside and not emerge, lest they see you. It is customary for males to handle the roasting. Observing his partner's thoughtfulness, Mixon felt a warmth in his heart, reflecting on his fortune in having found her after a successful hunt and territorial patrol. The enchanting allure of her beauty, a consequence of the system's transformation, left her feeling adrift. Could it be that the females here are inherently beautiful? Guo Xiaoxiao pondered. She nodded, recognizing the disparity between novels and reality as mere figments of imagination. With such striking males, it seemed unreasonable for the females to lack charm. Were they not all birthed from the same mother? Perhaps a genetic anomaly? Yet, Mixon consistently remarked on her attractiveness. Curious. Guo Xiaoxiao inquired, Mixon, are the females in your clan beautiful? Mixon solemnly contemplated the question before responding. Our tribe has one exceptionally beautiful female. The others are rather average. Of course, in comparison to you, they would be deemed unattractive. Ah, so it is not as exaggerated as depicted in novels. They likely possess an ordinary standard of beauty. Guo Xiaoxiao remarked, continuing her inquiries. How many females are there in your tribe? There are 8, including you, making 9 in total. Our clan boasts the highest number of females, as other tribes typically have no more than 6. Thus, our Yushan tribe is quite formidable. You need not worry about being bullied, Mixon proudly declared, showcasing the strength of their tribe. As the leader, he felt a sense of worthiness beside a beautiful female. And how many males are there? Mixon hesitated, pausing for several seconds before answering. Over 600. What? There are 600 males and merely 9 females. It is indeed a matter of urgency. If one hesitates, the possibility of marriage might vanish entirely. You seem quite agitated. Do you wish to select 3 more males? The skewer in Mixon's hand tightened as he felt a shadow of despair, acutely aware that his actions were misguided. As the chieftain, he ought to set an example. Courting females was strictly forbidden within the tribe. The mere thought of sharing such exquisite females with other orcs was intolerable to him. He had made his choice at first glance. Are you joking? I refuse to do so, Guo Xiaoxiao retorted. You want me to choose 3? I would prefer if you chose none and became exclusively mine. I shall treat you well. Mixon blurted this out, revealing his selfishness. Confident that that ragtag bunch could not match him. I don't wish to be anyone's female, Guo Xiaoxiao declared. One must bow when under a roof, though. She added. You need to protect me well. I have no desire for many males. 1 is sufficient. Is that truly the case? Mixon could scarcely believe that Guo Xiaoxiao would express a desire for only 1 male. It was astounding. In the Orcish realm, the beauty and worth of a female were determined by the quality and quantity of her males. Being a 3-soul orc, he belonged to a tribe where even 2-soul orcs were formidable. As long as he was the only male, she would willingly accept him. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Do you genuinely only desire me as your male? Please do not deceive me. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling a twinge of guilt, furtively cast her gaze elsewhere. You seek to mate. But I am unable to satisfy your desires. Mixon's gaze was exceedingly sincere, his movements pausing as he awaited Guo Xiaoxiao's response. With no choice but to respond with nonchalance, Guo Xiaoxiao declared, I have thought this way since childhood. It is quite ostentatious to see a string of males trailing behind a single female. How distasteful. 1 should suffice. Volume 1, Chapter 6, The Male's Fantasies, the System's Failings, and the Struggle for Chastity. I trust you, Mixon mused, feeling reassured by Guo Xiaoxiao's promise. He found it difficult to connect with the remaining females of his tribe, despite the fact that the most beautiful female, renowned as the tribe's first beauty, persistently attempted to entice him, yet he felt no attraction whatsoever. In summary, he simply could not bring himself to like her. The meat is ready. Let us eat. Guo Xiaoxiao took the piece of meat, blew on it twice, and took a bite. Perhaps due to her prolonged fasting, This unseasoned meat surprisingly tasted quite delectable. The tenderness and flavor reminiscent of the exquisite quality of meat from the 21st century. However, it was slightly marred by a faint fishy odor. Given the current circumstances, Guo Xiaoxiao could not afford to be finicky. She took hearty bites from the portion provided by Mixin, but soon found herself satiated after just a couple of bites. Mixin quietly observed her as she consumed the meat. She set down her piece and asked, "Why aren't you eating? It will get cold. You eat. I will finish what you leave behind. I am already full. There is too much meat for me to finish alone." Upon receiving the meat, Guo Xiaoxiao indulged a bit hastily. Coupled with her meager intake over the past 2 days, it did not take long for her stomach to feel quite full. You've barely eaten enough to satisfy your hunger. You must consume more, or you will lack energy this evening. Compared to the females of our tribe, you are far too slender. Henceforth, each time you partake in meat, ensure that you eat a little more, Mixin remarked. Selecting a delectable piece of roasted meat from the fire and offering it to Guo Xiaoxiao, his face radiating anticipation for the night ahead. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the brilliant flames illuminated Mixin's visage, transforming it into a captivating portrait, rich in artistic value. His features, typically wild from the hunt, now appeared soft and gentle. Oh dear, it seemed he had firmly resolved to captivate her this evening, causing a flutter of unease within Guo Xiaoxiao, who found her appetite waning. How could she possibly dispel this man's intentions? Engaging in a romantic relationship invariably follows a certain progression. How could one commit for a lifetime upon merely meeting? In defense of her virtue, Guo Xiaoxiao resolved to make an earnest effort. Mixin, must we engage in mating this evening? Oh dear, such embarrassment. The mere utterance of the word mating caused her cheeks to flush. Of course, you are my female counterpart. Our union necessitates the consummation of our bond. Since we are together now, there is no need to rush. My hand still aches, and I assure you, it is genuine discomfort. For the sake of my well-being, could we not postpone this for a few days? No need to delay. Once tonight passes, I shall devise a means of escape by tomorrow. Mixin cannot monitor me around the clock. As soon as he retrieves his luggage, I shall plan my getaway. Do you not wish to mate with me? Mixin's tone shifted dramatically. The initial softness was replaced by a chilling intensity. His gaze upon Guo Xiaoxiao transformed into that of a predator. I truly do not wish to. She stammered internally, afraid to voice her reluctance, fearing his wrath might compel him to force his desires upon her. Guo Xiaoxiao felt the weight of Mixin's authority, his piercing eyes seeming to penetrate her very soul. How terrifying. Help. I shall be cautious not to cause you any harm. Tonight, I intend to unite with you, ensuring that you are not taken away by another. As he spoke, Mixin grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's hand, who, fearing that he meant to execute her on the spot, struggled vigorously to break free. What are you doing? I called for someone, but Mike's remained silent, effortlessly pressing down. He removed the herbs that covered Guo Xiaoxiao's hand. The wound had healed. It was merely a superficial abrasion, and at this moment, the injured skin had returned to its original state. Guo Xiaoxiao utilized the finest herbs from the tribe to treat her wounds, their efficacy surpassing that of ordinary remedies by several multiples. Although such resources were scarce, he specially procured some for her swift recovery. See, the injury has vanished. The sole reason to deter Mixin could not impede their union. How swiftly you have healed, Guo Xiaoxiao remarked, swallowing hard and offering a bemused smile. Well, let the chips fall where they may. The priority now is to coax him into retrieving my belongings. I can concoct an excuse later tonight. I have had my fill. You may take your time, Mixin suggested, gesturing toward the grass mat. Where will you sleep while waiting for me? I shall sit for a while. With determination, she refused to lie down. Grasping a handful of hay from the mat and placing it in a corner of the cave, squatting on the ground, she curled slightly, tightening every nerve in her body. Mixin, hastening his pace, devoured the meat at an astonishing rate. The meager portions of roasted meat were insufficient to satiate his hunger. He transformed into his beastly form and consumed the remaining chunks on the ground with remarkable voracity. Impressive appetite, Guo Xiaoxiao marveled. Thankful he was male. Had he been female, who could afford to sustain such hunger? In mere moments, he devoured everything with his cavernous maw, showcasing a certain prowess from a specific perspective. Mixin extinguished the fire, plunging the room into darkness. A large tree outside the cave's entrance obscured the moonlight, rendering Guo Xiaoxiao unable to discern her surroundings. Xiaoxiao. Yes. Before she could respond, Mixin swept her up, cradling her waist as he made his way toward the grass mat, gently placing her upon it. Guo Xiaoxiao's taut nerves finally snapped. She called out to the system, Taida, save me. Ding. The system activated. Host is present. This is urgent. No time for jesting. I might die. Guo Xiaoxiao found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Rest assured, host. A single night's sacrifice will yield a steadfast male companion. You stand to gain immensely. What gain? She retorted. I have traversed into another realm. I cannot afford to lose my integrity. In this beastly world, the customs dictate that partners must follow a specific courtship process. You must exercise patience. Escape is not an option. What use are you if you cannot assist? I am indeed of use, but your level is too low. The number of tasks you have completed is insufficient, and your skills are lacking, rendering me unable to provide assistance. That is equivalent to saying nothing. I summoned you to aid me, not to placate me. Cursed system, devoid of any golden finger. At critical moments, it falters. Guo Xiaoxiao, undeterred, inquired. Can the healing arts I have learned mend his tainted soul? The healing arts restore physical functions to a state of health. The skill necessary to heal a soul is the heart of the Lion King. However, you have not completed the task of abstaining from contact with the beastmen for 3 days, so assistance is unattainable. Guo Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with a myriad of traditional sentiments, yet her tongue had not finished its scathing remarks when her sun-protective attire was suddenly torn asunder. Mikeson grasped the tattered fabric in his hand, his deep voice resonating with an alluring timbre and other implicit meanings. The hide you wear is most peculiar. I have never encountered such a skin in any tribe. Tomorrow, I shall craft you a new garment, and you must refrain from donning such attention-grabbing attire. Mikeson mistakenly believed that Guo Xiaoxiao's choice of hide was a symbol of courtship, where strength among males was determined by force, and status among females was dictated by beauty. It was akin to the way attractive females garnered the favor of powerful males, receiving greater privileges in return. My clothing is ruined, Guo Xiaoxiao lamented. Though this was not the moment for sorrow, as the man had her pinned down. Mikeson leaned closer, directly pressing her beneath him. And warmth surged through her lower abdomen, though it was not her own. With her arms crossed defiantly, she could no longer suppress the fury bubbling within her. Get off me. Why? Mikeson maintained a demeanor of unwavering entitlement, and Guo Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her frustration. I am too small. I simply cannot accept you. Perhaps you should seek a more robust female. Upon their first encounter, Guo Xiaoxiao had been taken aback for quite some time. For Mikeson was far from the standard of humanity. If this continued, it would spell her demise. Prepared to fight for her dignity and life. She resolved that if worse came to worst, she would be reborn 100 years hence as a valiant warrior. Volume 1, Chapter 7, I am too small. Our sizes are incompatible. You should find a sturdier female. You are small? Mikeson's expression turned grave as he genuinely pondered a question he had long overlooked. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, far too small. We would not find happiness together. As if struck by a revelation. Mikeson rose from atop Guo Xiaoxiao, scrutinizing her as she curled defensively into a ball. Guo Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, noticing that Mikerson's gaze remained fixated upon her form. Feeling slightly more at ease yet still anxious, she proposed, Mikeson, why not simply consider me your little sister? From now on, you shall be my true brother. I consume little, so caring for me would not be a burden. Alternatively, if you truly do not wish to take on this responsibility, you may simply return me. Mikeson shook his head. How could I ever do such a thing? No matter your age, I will always care for you. Then why do you keep staring at me? Guo Xiaoxiao, lying on the grass mat, clutched her garment tightly at her chest and trembled as she spoke. If that is the case, please step back a bit. I am genuinely frightened. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Even if I have feelings for you, we can discuss it when you are older, Mikeson replied, his tone betraying a hint of disappointment as he slumped by the edge of the bed. Is she set in her ways? Is it a second maturation? Do orcs lack a certain intelligence? Do they grow in size over time, even after reaching adulthood? Guo Xiaoxiao pondered in exasperation. Stop thinking about it. You won't grow any taller. Go find someone else and forget about me. I will ensure you eat more. Perhaps that will help you grow faster. You are far too frail. No matter how much I consume, it remains the same. You should give up. I will hunt more, and you shall eat plenty. Enough. Guo Xiaoxiao sprang up from the bed, her anger flaring. I have already said that we are not suited for one another. It is not about how much I eat. Look at yourself, and then at me. Do we truly match? Mikeson, attempting to maintain a gentle demeanor despite his suppressed emotions, replied, I will wait. Once you come of age, you will have matured. Do you not understand human speech? I have never felt so at a loss my entire life. You can wait forever. When will I truly become an adult? Mikeson leaned in a little closer, inhaling Guo Xiaoxiao's sweet fragrance, struggling to suppress his burgeoning desires as he said, "Indeed. I will wait until you reach adulthood, and then we shall find our way together." Guo Xiaoxiao had never encountered a female from the beastly world. The average height of these females reached an impressive 175 centimeters, their statures not only tall but also remarkably robust and plump. In contrast, Guo Xiaoxiao stood at merely 165 centimeters, appearing particularly slender when compared to the formidable females of that realm. Mixin, feeling bashful, scratched his head and confessed, "I completely overlooked this aspect. It is all your fault for being so strikingly beautiful. I was too captivated by your visage and fragrance to realize your youthfulness. You likely still have 2 more years to grow." With a moment of divine inspiration, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She stood momentarily in a daze, lost in thought for 5 seconds, before a mischievous grin crept across her face as she looked down, only to return to her usual expression a moment later. "I truly desire to mate with you," she admitted candidly, "but I am not yet of age." "Such a pity. I apologize, Mixin." "Not to worry," he replied reassuringly. "I shall care for you and help you gain some weight until you reach maturity." Guo Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming joy, finally releasing the anxiety that had weighed upon her heart. "You should rest first. I will retrieve your belongings." Mixin was eager to depart from this place, fearing he might succumb to his discomfort, which had become unbearable in the oppressive heat. He was clinging to his willpower, forged over many years. For the sake of the female, he could endure. "Do you know where my belongings are?" "Indeed. The place I brought you back to will carry your scent. Locating your possessions should not pose a challenge." Without further ado, Mixin set off, but before leaving, he gathered numerous dry branches to barricade the entrance of the cave, obscuring the outside view and extinguishing the faint light that had been present within. Guo Xiaoxiao lay upon the grass mat, cloaked in the animal skins above her. After Mixin departed, she rose to retrieve the torn sun-protective garment he had shredded, pondering whether she might mend it later. Resources in this primal world were scarce compared to the modern era, and every scrap was exceedingly precious. By the end of the day, Guo Xiaoxiao felt utterly exhausted. She cradled the torn clothing close to her heart and soon drifted into slumber. The cave that Mixin had provided was tranquil, a stark contrast to the cacophony outside her previous dwelling, where she had been beset by fears of serpents, insects, and wild beasts, preventing her from achieving a restful night's sleep. The environment, while not perfect, at least offered a sense of security, allowing her to sleep soundly. When Mixin returned, Guo Xiaoxiao was already deep in dreamland. He entered the cave quietly, carrying her peculiar suitcase and fabric bag, gazing at her serene sleeping face. He lingered for a moment until a sense of unease prompted him to step outside for a brisk cold shower. Upon his return, dawn had already broken, and Guo Xiaoxiao woke refreshed. She opened her eyes to find her suitcase and travel backpack had been brought back by Mixin. "You're awake. Here, have some meat," he offered, careful not to disturb her slumber, as the meat had been roasting outside. Guo Xiaoxiao graciously accepted the food. "Thank you. I'm beginning to truly love it here," she admitted, feeling somewhat guilty towards Mixin. "I'm sorry for being so inconsiderate. I will repay you properly in the future." "You needn't thank me. It is only what is expected," Mixin replied. On one hand, Guo Xiaoxiao was quite understanding, while on the other, Mixin found the formality of gratitude somewhat alienating. To him, family members should not maintain such distances. He and Mikkel had never exchanged thanks. The meat was indeed delectable, yet the prospect of consuming it daily weighed on Guo Xiaoxiao's stomach, raising concerns of potential discomfort. "Mixin, is there anything other than meat? Perhaps vegetables?" she inquired. "Yes. There are edible plants that the beastmen consume," he responded. Guo Xiaoxiao, in a playful manner reminiscent of a storyline from a beastly fantasy novel, inquired if there were indeed vegetables available that the female protagonist had purchased from the sheep-like beastmen. If so, there would be no need to venture out in search of produce. "Indeed, there are some," came the response. "Adjacent to the Sishui tribe, there reside kangaroo rats, who favor a particular plant, an exquisite white substance encased in stone vessels." "Rice?" Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled at the mention. "Do we have any here?" Mixin, noticing Guo Xiaoxiao's apparent desire for the kangaroo rat's delicacy, pondered whether she belonged to a herbivorous beastman tribe. "If you desire it, I could assist you in exchanging for some. By the way, which tribe do you belong to? Are your kin herbivorous beastmen?" Guo Xiaoxiao intended to mention the human tribe, but in the beast realm, there was no such option. She fabricated a response, claiming to be from the fox tribe. "Oh, the fox tribe? That is quite distant. Isn't it? One to the west and the other to the east? There is no fear of them seeking her out later. However, a sense of confusion lingered. The Fox tribe was far removed from the Yushan tribe, and how could she, a female, have traversed the mountains alone without a male's protection? Mixon kept his doubts unvoiced, burying them deep within. As long as Guo Xiaoxiao belonged to him, he would not pursue the matter further. Brother, he heard Mikkel's voice, prompting Mixon to rush out and intercept Mikkel outside the cave. Brother, the people in the tribe say you've hidden a female. Is that true? Mikkel had just returned from exchanging goods with the Sisui tribe, still settling into his seat when news arrived, warning that the tribe leader was violating clan rules by harboring a female and refusing to hand her over. Initially, he thought it was a false rumor. After all, who did not know his brother, famously cold-hearted? The tribe's most beautiful female, Kasha, had made advances toward him repeatedly, yet he had not even acknowledged her. How could he possibly be hiding a female? To be safe, he decided to inquire further. However, on the way back, he encountered similar rumors circulating, even among the tribe's females, lending a degree of credibility to the claims. If it were true, it would undoubtedly mean the female was spoiled by favoritism, refusing to let Mixon release her. Females, by nature, were accustomed to being pampered, demanding excessive attention and threatening if their wishes were not met, leaving males with no choice but to comply. Indeed, I have hidden her, and I do not intend to relinquish her, she asserted. Really? Mikkel could hardly believe it. There was only one reason left. Is the female pressuring you? Let me speak with her. Otherwise, she may become too unruly. Mikkel, my affairs do not require your concern. I need to use the restroom, Guo Xiaoxiao interjected, setting down the roasted meat. Mikkel's voice was loud, and Guo Xiaoxiao heard him calling Mixon brother. There was no need for apprehension. She jogged over to the cave entrance. Before her stood a youthful blonde male, with delicate features, exuding confidence and a sunny disposition. He bore a resemblance to Mixon, yet their temperaments differed vastly. One was mature and reserved, while the other was a vibrant young man, though their physiques were alike. The younger's face bore a hint of youthful innocence, suggesting he had just recently come of age at 19 or 20. Another handsome figure. Together, they resembled two models standing side by side. Brother, as the tribe leader, you must adhere to the tribe's customs, Mikkel said, his respect for Mixon unwavering. It was not solely due to his strength, but also the bond forged through their shared childhood, where they relied on each other. In Michael's heart, nothing could surpass the importance of his brother, not even the female he would eventually choose to mate with. Hello there. Guo Xiaoxiao waved her small hand to greet Mikkel. Just as she was about to reprimand the female, Mikkel turned to face Guo Xiaoxiao, his tone fierce. Female you. The remainder of his words lingered unspoken. In that instant, Mikkel experienced the same sensation he had when he first encountered Guo Xiaoxiao, an exquisite gift from the beast god, breathtakingly beautiful, rendering all other females in her presence utterly inferior. Volume 1, Chapter 8, How could such an unattractive female have several blind white horses? Mikkelsen noticed Michael's distraction as he gazed at his female, feeling a tinge of discontent. Even a brother's gaze upon his sibling's female was a behavior Mikkelsen found slightly intolerable. Hello, I am Guo Xiaoxiao, she introduced herself. Mikkel, momentarily speechless, was entranced by Guo Xiaoxiao's flawless beauty, lost in a reverie where only the praise of the beast god could adequately convey his emotions. Mikkel, Mikkelsen called out loudly, startling Mikkel into lifting his brow in surprise. He quickly shifted his gaze back to Mikkelsen before returning to Guo Xiaoxiao. Brother, this is your female. Indeed, she is Guo Xiaoxiao, my female partner. Mikkel comprehended Mikkelsen's desire to keep Guo Xiaoxiao hidden. Her beauty was so striking that it would undoubtedly attract many males, not just from the Yushan tribe, but even outsiders eager to compete for her affection, which was certainly not ideal. Mikkel forced himself to regain composure. No, as the chief of the tribe, his brother must adhere to the rules. Hey, female, are you planning to choose several males? Mikkelsen gently tapped Mikkel on the head. She is not yet of age. Mikkel replied, rubbing the back of his head where he had been struck, and upon taking a closer look, he noted Guo Xiaoxiao's petite stature. Indeed, she had not yet reached maturity. Xiaoxiao, please go into the cave and do not come out. Guo Xiaoxiao pressed her abdomen, exclaiming, I cannot hold it any longer. I must use the restroom. Remaining immobile within the confines of the cave had become a dilemma for her regarding basic needs. In her desperation, she even sought a toilet within the cave, but the stark interior revealed nothing but a few furnishings and bare animal skins, certainly no restroom to be found. Ultimately, she could no longer endure and stepped outside. What is a restroom? Mixon inquired, puzzled. Guo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before responding, it refers to a place for excretion. Surely that is comprehensible. Understanding dawned upon Mixon. He realized that their tribe had designated pits for females. I shall escort you, he declared, then turned to Michael, saying, Michael, you should return to rest. We shall discuss matters later. You need not partake in today's hunt. Brother, you cannot keep her hidden indefinitely. Our tribe comprises over 600 orcs. Do not forget your position as chieftain, Michael cautioned. Though Michael grasped the situation, he recognized that rules were rules. Moreover, Guoxiaoxiao was still not of age, posing no threat to Mixon's status as the primary consort. It might be wiser to acknowledge the situation outright. Guoxiaoxiao, having gleaned a rough understanding of the events from yesterday, concurred with Michael's assertion that she must eventually make an appearance. With so many individuals coming and going in the tribe, could she truly spend her entire life concealed within a cave? Mixon, allow me to meet everyone. My youth is no hindrance, she implored. Mixon was acutely aware that his actions would not be embraced by the tribe. Yet he was driven by a fear that someone might attempt to seize Guoxiaoxiao, whose beauty was breathtaking, and he was particularly concerned about her safety. Wait a moment. Xiao, allow me to fetch some animal skins for you, he said. Mikhail lingered for a while, his gaze frequently drifting towards Guoxiaoxiao. Once Mixon draped a large animal skin around her, he received a fierce glare from Mixon before he departed. Under the sweltering midday sun, Guoxiaoxiao understood that Mixon's intentions were to protect her. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Even an unattractive daughter-in-law must eventually face her in-laws. She could not remain swathed in coverings perpetually. One must not allow the exquisite beauty bestowed by the system to be concealed, seizing the opportunity when no one was around. Mixon led Guoxiaoxiao to a muddy area, a rudimentary toilet that embodied the essence of ancient architecture. The walls were constructed from branches, and within were merely 2 wooden planks, exuding an unbearable stench that was difficult to endure. As Guoxiaoxiao lifted the animal skin that concealed her, she nearly fainted from the foul odor. Clearly, no one had tended to this place. She hastily resolved her needs and fled with great speed. Guoxiaoxiao pinched her nose and approached Mixon. Let us depart, she said. Mixon lifted Guoxiaoxiao into his arms. But before they could take more than a couple of steps, she interrupted. Wait, Mixon. Guoxiaoxiao peered through the animal hide, her gaze drawn to a creature standing defiantly with its hands on its hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Is it female or male? Guoxiaoxiao found it impossible to discern. The creature was remarkably grotesque, barely resembling a human. Its eyes were squinty, its broad nose riddled with blackheads, and its skin bore a texture akin to the surface of the moon. Its mouth jutted out in an overbite, and its face was as large as a basin, while its stout physique was accentuated by a sagging chest and a protruding belly. Was this a beast man? More precisely, could it be human? One would be inclined to think so, as it had just spoken in human language, suggesting it was not a mere wild animal. If it were female, its imposing stature seemed unconvincing, and if male, one might question the bulk of its chest. Xiao Guo lowered her head and quietly inquired, is it male or female? Or is it one of the peculiar creatures you keep? Mixon's expression darkened as he replied, it is our tribe's female, Qilua. Oh dear, Guoxiaoxiao gasped, it's over. My dear girl, you might as well resign yourself to a life of solitude. Don't force it. You are holding the hidden female, aren't you? Put her down so I may see, Qilua commanded imperiously, without a hint of politeness. Naturally, Mixon was unwilling to comply, yet the truth had already been revealed, leaving little room for further discussion. Step aside. This is none of your concern, Mixon retorted grimly, his demeanor not softened by Qilua's gender. Instead, he adopted a more aggressive stance, his countenance fearsome enough to make Qilua retreat slightly. Though she did not believe Mixon would resort to violence, she nevertheless blocked his path. You, as the chieftain, cannot conceal a female. Quickly release her. I said to get lost. Mixon, losing patience, reached out to push Qilua aside, but did not make contact. A few males, alerted by the commotion, approached. What is happening, Qilua? Haven't you relieved yourself yet? Seeing her males arrive, Qilua felt emboldened and, in a moment of glee, pointed at Mixon, proclaiming, Look, Mixon is holding a female. Realizing that concealment was no longer possible, Mixon contemplated whether to transform and flee with Guoxiaoxiao from this place. However, Guoxiaoxiao, in stark contrast to Mixon, believed that they would inevitably meet again, creating an impression as if they were 2 individuals about to elope. Why? Several exceptionally handsome men approached, blocking the way. One, exuding more authority than the others, declared, Mixon, come with us to the tribe's gathering place. The new female must be introduced to everyone. Mixon was poised to counter, but Guoxiaoxiao interjected, All right, let us go and meet everyone. Guoxiaoxiao's voice, compared to the females present, was relatively higher, resonating with a melodious charm akin to that of silver bells. The males and females paused momentarily, peering curiously to discern the source. However, Guo Xiaoxiao was so thoroughly rapt that only her eyes were visible, obscuring everything else. Yet, a mere exchange of glances was sufficient for several males to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This female was no ordinary being. You must not, my son admonished, unwilling for anyone to harbor thoughts of Guo Xiaoxiao's offspring. The female consented, retorting, "You have no right to impose restrictions, my son. If you continue to bully females in such a manner, the elders shall not forgive you. You have no desire to maintain your position as chief, do you?" Qiluo pouted in dissatisfaction, remarking, "You were already a lost cause, and now your arrogance is nearly reaching your nose. If I do not wish to, then so be it. Do you think I desire this chieftaincy?" My son replied, his strength too formidable. His selection as chief was merely a strategy to instill fear in the other tribes. After all, how could someone so young be chosen for such a prestigious role? Guo Xiaoxiao found herself cradled in the embrace of Meixin, who held her tenderly with one arm. She grasped his shoulder and leaned closer to his ear, soothing him with gentle words. "Do not worry. Your tribe has traditions and matters are conducted according to established customs. I am not yet of age, and thus not required to choose a partner. As the chieftain, you have the authority to deter any unruly behavior. Consider this. I will be living in the tribe, and I cannot simply remain confined within a cave day after day. However, there are no buts about it. You must trust me." Guo Xiaoxiao grasped Mixin's shoulders, compelling him to relent and convey to Qiluo and her male companions, "You may summon the others to the arena." Mixin acquiesced, and Qiluo, brimming with pride, lifted her chin. Indeed, her eloquence proved effective. Despite the multitude of beasts who failed to persuade Mixin yesterday, look at her prowess. "Let us proceed," she declared, as several males encircled her, laughing and bantering as they departed. Such intimacy, Guo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but inquire. What is their relationship? Are they siblings of Qiluo? Mixin shook his head. They are Qiluo's male partners. What? Partners? Are they blind fools? Guo Xiaoxiao was utterly astounded. Qiluo had several dashing gentlemen as husbands. Alas, it seemed that these handsome men had committed sins in their past lives. Upon reflection, one might consider that Qiluo possessed extraordinary qualities, perhaps a commendable temperament. Volume 1. Chapter 9. A sight most tragic and unbearable. These females were exceedingly unattractive. "What is the matter?" Noticing something amiss with Guo Xiaoxiao, Meixin inquired. Guo Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "No, not at all. Hee, I wish them well." Mixin, with a reluctant heart, led Guo Xiaoxiao to the arena, a vast open space within the tribe. This area typically becomes a gathering point for the tribe's females during bonfire celebrations, particularly to commemorate the birth of the beast god, where they revel in festivities and indulge in roasted meats. It was said that news of the newly arrived female spread like wildfire. Having Mixin as a male companion was inconsequential, for there was only one male, and numerous opportunities awaited them. The single males, eager and enthusiastic upon hearing the news, promptly set aside their tasks and rushed to the arena, anxious not to miss a prime position to showcase themselves. The Yushan tribe boasted 600 males, making it one of the larger tribes. The arena was filled to capacity with orcs, presenting a truly magnificent spectacle. As Mixin and Guo Xiaoxiao arrived at the so-called arena, all eyes among the orcs were fixed upon them, a blend of anticipation and excitement swirling in the air. Upon her first encounter in the realm of beasts, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of insecurity amidst the multitude of orcs. The male orcs scrutinized her with a gaze that was anything but innocent, their eyes gleaming with intent. Some bolder souls began to promote themselves right there. "Greetings, female. I am Thor, a one-soaring orc. Would you consider me? Choose me, female. I am an exceptional hunter and will ensure you are not left hungry during the winter. And there's me. Select me. For I have gathered an abundance of furs just for you." A glance around revealed a sea of dark figures clad in animal hides, their athletic forms deliberately showcasing their prowess. The air was thick with a potent scent of hormones, a testament to their primal nature, an essence that human males lacked. The term "lamb to the slaughter" flickered through Guo Xiaoxiao's mind as she found solace in the embrace of Mixin, which provided her with a sense of security. Without his presence, she would have found it impossible to traverse towards them amidst their collective gaze. However, how could one refer to these exquisite beings as mere orcs? They resembled a cadre of models. A low, threatening growl emanated from Mixin's throat, a clear warning that resonated deeply. Several times, he nearly transformed to carry Guo Xiaoxiao away from this place. The orcish expressions of affection were well understood. Yet he could not bear the thought of them coveting Guo Xiaoxiao. Thus, he stifled the urge to flee with a modicum of rationality. The males, previously clamoring for her attention, gradually fell silent under Mixin's intimidating presence. "Put her down, Mixin," spoke a kindly elder, his hair streaked with gray, and 2 wisps of beard dangling beneath his nose, exuding an air of sage-like wisdom. His attire set him apart from the other orcs. He donned a flowing satin cloak that draped elegantly from head to toe, a clear indication of his elevated status. In stark contrast, the other orcs merely draped animal hides over their essential areas, yet this elder's attire was notably refined. Upon encountering the elderly man, Guo Xiaoxiao felt an urge to draw closer to him. Unlike other beastmen, he bore a striking resemblance to humans, exuding an ethereal charm. Mixin, however, remained vigilant, his watchful gaze scanning the surroundings without a moment's respite. The old man chuckled softly as he stroked his white, flowing beard. "Little one," he said, "I am Monet, the elder of the Rain Mountain tribe. Do not be afraid. Once you join our tribe, we shall become one family." Guo Xiaoxiao politely responded, "Thank you." Monet paused for a moment and said, "Please unveil the beast's skin, so everyone can see what you look like." Upon hearing that Guo Xiaoxiao's beast's skin was to be opened, Mixin resolutely objected. Guo Xiaoxiao immediately sensed Mixin's intention to intervene and placed a hand on Mixin's chest to calm him, continuing to address Monet, "I am still underage. I cannot choose a few males, so there is no need for everyone to see." "Still underage?" Monet stroked his beard, revealing a hint of concern. The original intention was to allow the newcomer to select a few males. Their tribe had an abundance of females, but the surplus of males posed a challenge. Many weaker tribes had long harbored ambitions towards the Star Ring orcs of the Yushan tribe. If they did not secure a few rising Star Ring beasts, they risked having their females lured away by other tribes. An unapologetic female, standing at the front of the circle, interjected, "Even if you are underage, everyone should get a glimpse. Are you ashamed?" The males, preoccupied, had failed to notice the few females standing there. It was a scene that could only be described as tragic, utterly unbearable. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head inwardly. It was rare to encounter someone so unattractive in modern times. The female was not only dark-skinned, but also appeared as though she had been struck at birth, grotesquely deformed and excessively plump. Was that excrement clinging to her hair? Had she not washed it? It was a chaotic nest of tangles, flaunted with misplaced pride. In stark contrast, the males and females presented a new dichotomy. What merit did they possess? Their greatest advantage seemed to be the ability to bear children, which, in a certain sense, was rather tragic. If I were male, I would prefer to engage in construction. At least that would be visually pleasing. I am curious to see how beautiful you truly are to warrant being hidden away by Mixin. I suspect it is nothing exceptional. Indeed, Kasha is the most beautiful of them all, praised by a male nearby, as Kasha habitually brushed aside her unruly locks. In her tribe, she was considered the most exquisite female, while the others spoke with a confrontational tone, having been raised without any understanding of manners. Accustomed to being catered to by the males, her speech was laced with sarcasm, often veiling her true sentiments. Had she indulged in a few drinks? How dare she utter such words? Not to boast, but I do not need the skin of a beauty. I am still 100 times more attractive than you. To speak frankly, Kasha's appearance was indeed outstanding among that crowd. At least her eyes, nose, and mouth were properly placed. Her bosom was more ample. While the others merely sported a couple of pounds of flesh upon their chests, she, however, remained remarkably firm. What does it mean to say nothing exceptional? Anyone can make such claims, but you cannot. You lack the standing to do so. Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, dismissing her. Kasha noticed the slight gesture. For no one in the tribe dared to show her disrespect. She was the daughter of the former chieftain. After her father's sacrifice for the tribe, her status naturally afforded her privileges. With her stunning beauty, even the females spoke to her with utmost deference. Could she tolerate such insolence from a newcomer? How dare I speak the truth? If one is unattractive and not yet of age, they are deemed useless to the tribe, unable to bear offspring and wasting resources. Isn't it true that you wasted years of resources before you came of age? Guo Xiaoxiao retorted. The Yushan tribe does not accept immature females. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Listen, this female has a voice as melodious as a songbird. She must be beautiful as well. The orc's curiosity about Guo Xiaoxiao's appearance intensified. Ahem. Guo Xiaoxiao coughed deliberately. My irresistible charm is simply overwhelming. Kasha, taken aback by the unexpected confrontation, something no one dared to do, found herself momentarily speechless. Monet stepped forward, eager to mediate. Little female, please don't be upset. Not being of age is not a problem. We would never cast you aside. How audacious for a newcomer to speak so boldly. Kasha's jealousy intensified, especially knowing that Mixin preferred an immature female over her, the tribe's most beautiful female. Kasha grumbled, "Then why don't you shed that animal hide? Let us compare." Kasha puffed out her chest, her excess flesh quivering, revealing what she believed to be her advantage. Mixin had never given up on her. The newcomer was so thoroughly covered. It was hard to imagine her as anything but unattractive. Mikkel, observing from the shadows, smirked in derision. Such arrogance. Yet she is not even worthy of a single finger. Volume 1, Chapter 10. I am so beautiful, I am being snatched away. In ancient times, the absence of mirrors was understandable, with technology underdeveloped. Surely there were puddles to gaze into. How could one live without ever seeing oneself? Had their aesthetic sense become so distorted? Guo Xiaoxiao boldly proclaimed. "If you want me to remove it, I shall. Do you think I fear you?" As she began to peel off her animal hide, Mixin grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's hand, shaking his head in a silent plea for restraint. Guo Xiaoxiao broke free from his grasp, insisting, "I refuse to live forever swathed in animal skins." Kasha, fixated, was determined to see what tricks Guo Xiaoxiao would employ. Under the intense scrutiny of the orcs, Guo Xiaoxiao shed her animal skins, revealing her true form. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those present, she twirled gracefully and playfully remarked, "What do you think? I'm 100,000 times better than Kasha, aren't I?" Guo Xiaoxiao, with an air of pride, raised her head and awaited a response. Silence enveloped the room, save for the round, curious eyes that fixated on her. After a moment, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that they found her unremarkable, perhaps even unattractive? Was her appearance, which conformed to contemporary standards of beauty, deemed ordinary in their eyes? In the midst of this stillness, Guo Xiaoxiao, undeterred, quietly inquired of the reticent Mixin, "Am I considered unattractive among you?" Mixin replied, "No. You are truly beautiful." He remained vigilant, wary of any potential disruptions from the males. "Then why the silence?" She pressed. "Females, you should don your furs," Mixin advised. It was Monet who first shattered the silence, not from a lack of words, but rather struck dumb by Guo Xiaoxiao's breathtaking beauty, a sight beyond verbal expression. The other males, witnessing such exquisite femininity for the first time, found themselves at a loss for words, eager to offer compliments but rendered speechless. Monet's words ignited a fervor among the males, who, disregarding Mixin's authority, surged forward to encircle Guo Xiaoxiao. "Lovely female, you are truly beautiful. I am Monroe, of the Star Circle tribe," one exclaimed. "I am Andre, beautiful one. Come back to my cave with me." Guo Xiaoxiao found herself engulfed by their towering forms, leaving her immobilized in their midst. Kasha, along with the other females, was pushed to the outer circle, and had it not been for the protective presence of the males, they might have tumbled to the ground. "Female, the elder has shown me your beauty. I shall soon ascend to the second tier, and our offspring will surely be strong." Another boasted. Even more audacious, one of the shorter males rushed forth, cradling a small wild boar. "Look, female, a great black beast, a delicacy you would adore. I will catch one for you every day," he declared. "Sam, you are not yet of age. What business do you have here?" A male reprimanded him. Sam, youthful and exuberant, beamed with a charming smile, his small fangs adding to his endearing appearance as he held the wild boar, unfazed by the other's remarks. He was determined to seize the opportunity to win the heart of the stunning female before him, hoping for a fair chance at her affection. Guo Xiaoxiao was utterly enchanted by him, unable to suppress a giggle. "Pfft, ha! Hurry and chase Sam away." Upon witnessing Guo Xiaoxiao's laughter, the male's sense of crisis surged. He could not afford to be overshadowed by an inexperienced young male beast. As he spoke, some of the male beasts began to take action, and Sam, reluctant, resisted. Although still young, he had already acquired the ability to transform, and if it came to a confrontation, he would seize the opportunity to demonstrate his strength to the female. Monet studied the situation, waving his hand to disperse the males slightly. Mixin anxiously positioned himself beside Guo Xiaoxiao, having been pushed out during the earlier commotion. He had been reluctant to let her out for fear of such occurrences. "Calm down, everyone. The female is not yet of age and cannot form a bond. According to our customs, immature females are not permitted to reside with males." Thus, it implied that even the chieftain, Mixin, could not monopolize Guo Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, the heated atmosphere cooled significantly, and the male beast reluctantly took a few steps back. Kasha, regaining her composure, seized the moment as the situation stabilized. "Indeed, chieftain. She is not of age and cannot live with males." Kasha's peripheral vision swept over Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with jealousy and resentment, brimming with negativity. She had to concede that Guo Xiaoxiao possessed an ethereal beauty, radiating a sanctified and untouchable glow. Before her arrival, Kasha had been hailed as the most beautiful female, a title that conferred dignity, which was now utterly trampled upon. The pride of the other females had diminished considerably. Previously, they all resembled one another. And with the males surrounding them and showering them with compliments, they had developed an inexplicable confidence, believing themselves to be the most beautiful. Now, upon gazing at Guo Xiaoxiao, they seemed to grasp the true essence of beauty. I discovered her. Meixin declared ownership, having found the female in the jungle, unattended and without a clan. The male had the priority of choice, and the female could not refuse. However, there was another aspect to the rules, to protect the female from premature contact with males. Immature females were, in principle, not allowed to cohabit with adult males, as unchecked animal instincts could pose a grave risk to the female's well-being, potentially jeopardizing her ability to bear offspring. But the female is still young, Monai interjected. Having heard rumors of Meixin's secretive possession of the female upon returning to the tribe, he had intended to admonish Meixin, but instead, Meixin willingly brought the female forward, rendering the accusations of possession baseless. The predicament lay in the female's youth. Chieftain, I suggest we assign her to be raised by older females until she matures. Before considering any bonding matters, Monai turned to inquire, by the way, young female, what is your name? Guo Xiaoxiao replied, my name is Guo Xiaoxiao. She then addressed the assembly, saying, Eudora, Abby, Kelly, you three are the eldest females of our tribe. What do you think? Perhaps one of you could take Guo Xiaoxiao under your wing. Guo Xiaoxiao secretly rejoiced, feeling fortunate to reside with the females, which was certainly preferable to living with Mixin, who resembled a ticking time bomb. Simultaneously, the three elder females raised their hands, displaying their compassion and willingness to nurture orphans. It appeared that, aside from their lack of beauty, they were not devoid of virtues. Guo Xiaoxiao thought with satisfaction, feeling an unexpected fondness for the three elder females. Then, she heard, Mother, you must allow her to live in our cave. We brothers are relying on you. Several orcs clamored around their respective mothers, their plans audible to all present. The chieftain has designated her for me. I have experience raising female cubs. The chieftain must not show favoritism. I, as a male beast, will not let her go hungry. Chieftain, I will take care of her. My cubs are strong. Be quiet. Who doesn't he know your cubs are weak? Eudora, what did you say? What difference does it make? From the outset, the males had been vying for Guo Xiaoxiao, but now the females were competing for her. As many of their offspring were still single and naturally wished to consider their own children as prospects, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense once more. Guo Xiaoxiao adorned her face with several streaks of black, proving to be rather unreliable. Mixin, unable to contain his anger, thought it unjust that he had not yet consented. Yet they were considering not allowing him to reside with her. He resolved to take Guo Xiaoxiao away, even if it meant severing ties with the tribe and finding a new place to dwell. With his abilities, he would ensure that Guo Xiaoxiao would not go hungry. Monet interjected, raising her voice, urging everyone to cease their quarrel and to inquire where Guo Xiaoxiao wished to reside, allowing her the final say. The bickering females fell silent, each harboring hopes and expectations, yearning to be chosen. Guo Xiaoxiao resolutely refused to join them, exclaiming that she would reside with Mixin. In the first volume, Chapter 11, she decided to live with Mixin, much to Kasha's chagrin. Mixin's previously tumultuous emotions settled instantly, while Monet was taken aback, having assumed that Guo Xiaoxiao, with her extraordinary beauty, possessed a haughty demeanor and would not yield to the customs of the beasts, even after being located by Mixin in the jungle. However, the absence of an adult female in a male's den posed a significant danger. Monet subtly implied that Guo Xiaoxiao should not cohabit with Mixin, considering his dignity, and cautioned her, Guo Xiaoxiao, you are still underage. Are you not afraid of the peril? Aside from Mixin, all other beastmen are hazardous. It is a grave misconception to believe that living with a female guarantees safety. He sighed, acknowledging that at least Mixin was aware of her youth and had ceased his advances. But what if other beastmen succumbed to their primal instincts? Weighing the situation, Mixin seemed the preferable choice. Guo Xiaoxiao insisted, no, I will live with Mixin. You need not arrange a den for me. It is not necessary. The other males exchanged glances, dissatisfied with such an outcome. Had it not been a futile commotion? After all the fuss, the female still chose to reside with Mixin. Kasha was the most discontented, for even though Guo Xiaoxiao was an underage female, her allure made it difficult for Mixin to resist her charms. Mixin was hers, and she would not relinquish him. Kasha declared, this is unacceptable. An underage female cannot dwell with a male. As a newcomer, you must understand the rules. Guo Xiaoxiao retorted. You are neither the clan leader nor the one making the decisions. I will reside with Mixin. If that is not permissible, I shall depart. Kasha's furious visage was etched with deep lines, exuding a ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. The clan leader will not acquiesce to your unreasonable demands. Abandon that thought. Mixin is not a possession for someone of your lack of status to claim. Guo Xiaoxiao let out a cold laugh. Indeed. Such a possession is not meant for a female as dark and unattractive as you. As the words left her lips, a wave of uproar ensued, causing the entire assembly of females to lose their composure. Mixin gently nudged Guo Xiaoxiao's arm. Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao realized she had misspoken. After all, nearly all the females were robust and imposing. To insult Kasha was tantamount to disparaging all the females. It would be quite peculiar if they were to enjoy good days ahead after such an affront. Guo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and then declared, You ought to reflect on your own character. Among the females, you are the most unappealing, yet you still have the audacity to speak. If I were in your position, I would not dare to step forward, feeling so inferior in the presence of the others. Sacrificing one for the benefit of us all, Guo Xiaoxiao felt compelled to respond. As it was Kasha who had instigated the conflict. Prior to Guo Xiaoxiao's arrival, Kasha was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful female in the tribe. Kasha could not endure such derision. What did you say, you wretched creature? The tribe leader expelled her, suspecting the unknown female might be a spy sent by rival tribes. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a chill in her heart. Kasha was truly furious, almost resembling a wrathful dragon, her expression fierce, as if she intended to tear Guo Xiaoxiao to pieces. One might think there was a deep-seated grudge between them. Fortunately, Monet intervened in a timely manner, saying, All right, everyone, please calm down. Kasha, temper your anger. Guo Xiaoxiao's words were spoken in haste and not from the heart. You remain the beauty of the tribe, and your charm is widely acknowledged. Unable to contain herself, Guo Xiaoxiao blurted out, Are you all right? Your eyes seem off. Monet, with a look of exasperation, turned away, pondering how to help this child find her footing. Kasha's rage not only remained unchecked, but intensified. Ignoring her male counterpart's attempts to restrain her, she charged forward, intending to teach Guo Xiaoxiao a lesson. In the nick of time, Mike's son intervened, positioning himself between Guo Xiaoxiao and Kasha, knowing well that Guo Xiaoxiao could not withstand Kasha's blow. Guo Xiaoxiao hid behind Mike's son, thinking, Goodness, she actually wants to fight. Kasha, witnessing Mixin's defense of Guo Xiaoxiao, felt her spirits plummet to an all-time low. She had never endured such humiliation, having been cherished since childhood. The conflict between the two females was already a delicate matter for the males to navigate. But Mixin's stance prompted Kasha's male companion to rush to her side, ready to protect her should the situation escalate. Kasha, ungratefully pushing them away, shouted, My son, it was my father who sacrificed himself to save you and your brother. How can you treat me this way? Do you honor my father? Mike's son replied calmly, Every time we divide the spoils, your share has always been the largest. What more do you desire? Kasha, suppressing her anger, declared, I want you to be my male. Her tone carried an air of command. Indeed, she had always been so imperious. I refuse, Mike's son retorted without a second thought, asserting that he would wait for Guo Xiaoxiao to come of age, indifferent to the passage of years. You, how can you refuse me for an unknown, underage female? Kasha exclaimed incredulously, continuing to threaten, I will give you one more chance. Retract what you just said, or you shall regret it. Guo Xiaoxiao inwardly laughed, exclaiming in disbelief at the blindness of the male before her. Mixin's gaze was sharp and discerning. It was not his appearance that mattered, but rather his unpleasant disposition. Regretful, she thought it best to keep her distance, stifling her laughter. Mixin declared, I will not regret my decision. Do not hold on to false hopes, Kasha. Monet interjected, Kasha, step aside. Your matters with Mixin can be discussed later. Deep down, Monet was inclined toward Kasha, who was the sole female heir left by the former clan leader. The former leader and Monet shared a profound bond, akin to that of comrades forged in the fires of battle. He had perished during the last invasion while valiantly defending the tribe, and despite Mixin now being the clan leader, Kasha's father had made invaluable contributions to their community. This legacy allowed Kasha to retain the favor of both Mixin and Monet. In a public setting, the most beautiful female of the Yushan tribe faced rejections. A humiliation anyone would find difficult to bear, especially with the other females watching and barely concealing their mockery. Kasha, who had always been arrogant and self-assured, had finally met her match. Determined not to reveal her embarrassment, She raised her chin defiantly and warned, "You will regret this, Mixin," while shooting Guo Xiaoxiao a scornful glare. Guo Xiaoxiao remained unperturbed, perceiving Kasia as nothing more than an ill-mannered woman. "Guo Xiaoxiao, are you certain you wish to reside with Mixin? This is not customary, even beyond our tribe. Are you not afraid of the dangers?" Monet cautioned. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded resolutely. "I am unafraid. I will stay with Mixin." Mixin felt a sense of gratitude for her unwavering trust, and Monet ceased his attempts at persuasion, acknowledging that the will of the female was paramount. "Very well, then. Let us disperse," he announced. The males, initially filled with anticipation, left feeling somewhat dejected. Yet the arrival of such a beautiful female like Guo Xiaoxiao was a source of pride for the tribe. They were certain that the Yushan tribe would grow stronger because of her presence. Mixin tenderly wrapped a hide around Guo Xiaoxiao, as they had all met and no longer needed to hide. However, the way the orcs gazed at her with fervent eyes displeased him, so he deemed it best to keep her covered. Volume 1, Chapter 12. Alone with Mikkel. Mikkel gazed contemplatively at the two individuals before him, an inexplicable emotion swelling within him, though he could not articulate its nature. "Let us disperse," he suggested, and the crowd reluctantly began to part. The females departed in clusters, with Kasia being the most incensed, unable to lay a finger on Guo Xiaoxiao. She was determined not to let such a significant embarrassment go unpunished. "Elders, we shall return," she said. "Wait a moment. Mikkel, please take Guo Xiaoxiao back to Mixin's cave. I have matters to discuss with him." Monet and Mikkel had intended to return later that evening, but an urgent situation compelled them to hasten back. Monet had discovered several unusual orcs in the Sui Shui tribe. They were not members of that clan. Mikkel nodded at Mixin and Monet, not bothering to consult Guo Xiaoxiao, and swiftly lifted her off the ground. She was about to speak, but thought better of it. "Elders, what is happening?" Monet sighed. "Come with me into the cave. I will explain everything." Mikkel carried Guo Xiaoxiao back to Mixin's cave, jostling her as he moved at an alarming speed. "Why rush? Are we racing to the afterlife?" she wondered. "Learn from Mixin. Though he transforms into a beast quickly, he maintains a steady pace in human form." Mikkel seemed oblivious to her discomfort. "Where will you sleep tonight, female?" he inquired. "Isn't it obvious?" Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, pointing to the grassy mat on the ground. "Here, of course. This is your brother's territory. Have you never been here before?" It appears they truly spent the night together. Observing Guo Xiaoxiao's petite figure, Mikkel remarked, "You are underage, aren't you afraid?" To which she replied, "What is there to fear? Can he really devour me?" Mikkel plopped down, seemingly with no intention of leaving. Guo Xiaoxiao, unaware of Michael's true intentions, decided to categorize him as a temporary ally, given his status as Mixin's brother, and thus placed him within her circle of safety. Guo Xiaoxiao sat upon the grass mat, shedding the animal skin that adorned her, revealing her original attire. Mikkel, intrigued by the garment she wore, inquired with a sense of wonder, having never encountered such a type of animal hide in all his recollections. "Which tribe's animal skin are you wearing? It is truly peculiar," he asked. Guo Xiaoxiao patted her clothes and declared, "You do not possess my specially crafted beast skin. Even if I told you, you would not recognize it." With a dismissive air, Mikkel regarded Guo Xiaoxiao's pride with indifference, retorting, "Humph, quite the handful you are. Do not impose excessive demands on my brother. As the clan leader, he has numerous responsibilities. Do not let your favored status lead to arrogance or seek trouble. Maintain harmonious relations with the villagers. If I hear my brother utter anything that puts you in a difficult position, I shall not treat you with kindness." Rare species indeed. Guo Xiaoxiao mused, taken aback by Mikkel's demeanor, which was devoid of the condescension typically displayed by the male she had encountered. A familiar sensation washed over her. She provocatively remarked, "What if I were to make unreasonable demands? How would you treat me then?" As anticipated, Michael's true colors began to show. The notorious difficulty of dealing with females was evident, especially one as strikingly beautiful as Guo Xiaoxiao. Defensively, Mikkel asserted, "If you dare, I will abandon you in the jungle to fend for yourself." Unfazed, Guo Xiaoxiao replied, "Then throw me out now. I can assure you, I would be quite a challenge to manage. Do not hesitate, cast me away." Mikkel was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he struggled to form a response. Truly, she embodied the spoiled nature of a favored female, clearly aware of her unique status. "Not throwing you out? Very well then, I shall wait here alone for Mixin," Guo Xiaoxiao stated. Mikkel glanced at the sky outside the cave and noticed a few orcs loitering with ill intent. A surge of concern for Guo Xiaoxiao's safety sweeping through him, though he feigned nonchalance, saying, "You say I should leave, so I shall. I can remain here in my brother's cave for as long as I wish. You have no authority over me." Such spirit, Guo Xiaoxiao replied, "Very well. Do as you please. It is still early. Having been on edge since arriving in this beastly world without any real exploration, I propose we venture out for some enjoyment." With that thought, Guo Xiaoxiao called out to the system, "Taida, are you there?" "Yes, host. What instructions do you have?" came the reply from Taida. "Guo Xiaoxiao, are there any tasks I can undertake?" "Taida, acquire 50 clam pearls to unlock the skill, Heart of the Lion King." Guo Xiaoxiao, the Heart of the Lion King. Wow, it's evident that it's a remarkable treasure. Taida, certainly, it is an immensely beneficial skill for the host. I highly recommend acquiring it immediately upon completing the task. Guo Xiaoxiao, without delay, resolved to seek her brother. "Wait patiently for my brother's return. Do not venture anywhere." Mikhail instructed. Guo Xiaoxiao, unperturbed, retorted, "Will you accompany me? If not, I shall depart alone." "You are not permitted to leave," Mikhail asserted, positioning his towering frame at the mouth of the cave, effectively blocking her exit. Frowning, Guo Xiaoxiao declared, "If I cannot manage you, then you should not linger here. Step aside. If you do not, I shall refuse to reside with Mike's son. When he returns, I will tell him you have been bullying me, and I shall seek refuge with other females." "Do not be willful," Mikhail murmured, caught in a dilemma. He wished to voice many thoughts, but, upon gazing at Guo Xiaoxiao's exquisite visage, hesitated to speak too harshly. Guo Xiaoxiao's demeanor softened slightly as she said, "Come with me, for I am new to your tribe and unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. Your brother is so busy. Once he becomes occupied, he will hardly have time for me. Since we both find ourselves with idle moments, it would not be a bother to venture out for a stroll." In the first volume, Chapter 13, they set out together to search for river clams to fulfill their task. "Mikhail, do not allow Guo Xiaoxiao to venture out alone. Females can be quite troublesome, and it would be better for her to obediently wait. I cannot allow you to go unless my brother returns and grants his consent." Guo Xiaoxiao was reluctant to accompany Mixin, who emanated a stifling aura, perhaps due to his overly protective demeanor that felt both meticulous and constraining. While women generally relish being cared for, Mixin's attentiveness bordered on excess. "Why don't you simply join me? Your brother will be occupied for a while, and I truly have pressing matters to attend to." The Heart of the Lion skill, what could possibly eclipse its significance? By the way, does the clam pearl referred to by the system resemble a river clam? Could it be a pearl? In the 21st century, clam pearls seem to also be referred to as pearls. I wonder if the clam pearls in this world are identical to those in reality. What pressing matters could you possibly have? You've only been in our tribe for a few days, scarcely recognizing a handful of beasts. Is there truly something of great importance? Or do you genuinely intend to seduce a few male orcs? Mikhail was alert. It was an undeniable truth that females could possess multiple male orcs, a common occurrence in the beast realm. Regardless of the male's willingness, as long as the female consented, they could not intervene. No one relished the thought of sharing a female, and accepting another male into their fold was a challenging endeavor that required a long period of adjustment to form a cohesive family unit. The dissatisfaction held within but unvoiced could be somewhat irksome. However, over time, everyone grew accustomed to it, maintaining an unspoken understanding to conceal their discontent in front of the females. If tensions escalated and displeased the female, leading her to withhold mating or refuse to bear offspring during her heat, one would essentially find themselves on the periphery of the family. To provide an analogy, akin to the influential officials of the Republic or ancient times, who took secondary wives, the first wife might feign indifference, yet outwardly she must display a facade of tolerance. The beast world operated similarly. No matter how much dissatisfaction brewed within, one had to swallow their grievances silently. "I merely wish to venture out to seek something. Why do you constantly assume the worst?" A disagreement often translated to her desire to entice male orcs, as if her thirst were insatiable. "There are handsome men everywhere here. Surely I wouldn't be yearning for a man daily," Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, exasperated. "What could you possibly seek? Does our tribe not possess what you desire? Beyond the abundance of male orcs, is there truly anything else you wish to find? Just tell me whether you will take me out or not. If not, others will obstruct me, and I'd rather be left alone." How vexing it is to be barred from exiting while also being obstructed. You insist you aren't trying to entice the orcs, yet here you are, going out without even concealing your face with fur. What else could it be if not seduction? In Mixin's eyes, Guo Xiaoxiao's mere presence before the orcs was tantamount to blatant allure. Goodness, what madness! Guo Xiaoxiao gazed speechlessly at the heavens, feeling utterly unwell. A profound sense of malaise enveloping her. She retreated, settling upon a grass mat, contemplating her course of action. After a moment of reflection, she expressed, "I am parched. I desire some water." Mikhail, this time, refrained from any retort. He approached a secluded corner of the cave, lifting a stone slab to peer inside. There lay a hidden stone pit, specifically designated for water, a location Guo Xiaoxiao had overlooked, unaware of the concealed wonders it harbored. "Just a moment," Mikkel said, turning his back to Guo Xiaoxiao as he retrieved a large leaf to collect water. As Guo Xiaoxiao beheld the cave's entrance ajar for him, he harbored mischievous thoughts. Stealthily slipping out with the intent to procure a pearl from an oyster before returning, believing there was nothing to it. In a moment of imminent peril, Guo Xiaoxiao sprang to his feet and dashed towards the exit. Mikkel, an orc with heightened senses, could detect even the faintest rustle of the wind. By the time he turned at the sound, Guo Xiaoxiao had already burst forth from the cave. "Where do you think you're running off to, female?" Mikkel called out as he chased after her, swiftly capturing Guo Xiaoxiao. "You audacious female! How dare you plot against me while disregarding my commands?" Guo Xiaoxiao, relentless in her determination, sought to break free. "Who has conspired against you? Why am I not permitted even a brief outing? Surely, your tribe does not confine females to caves, restricting their movements. Who forbids your departure? You must at least wait for my brother's return. Until when? I wish to go wherever I please without waiting for him. Can I still flee? And moreover, can I even escape? With mere speed and physical prowess. How could she possibly contend with them? Wherever she ran, she would surely be captured and brought back. Why are you being unreasonable? You are the maid of my brother. I brought you back to ensure your safety until he returns. Then accompany me. If you fear you cannot safeguard my safety, are you not as capable as your brother?" Mikhail, upon hearing this, grew displeased. Questioning his masculine prowess felt like an affront. "Of course, I can protect you. That is splendid. Let us go then. I wish to search for river clams. Take me to the riverside or the creek." Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at Mikkel with eager anticipation, her radiant smile warming the heart. Mikkel, on the other hand, had had minimal interactions with females. He was not fond of those who were spoiled and arrogant, nor did he appreciate being commanded by others. This marked his first close encounter with a female, who was the most beautiful, enchanting, and captivating he had ever seen. Volume 1. Chapter 14. Mikkel had an abundance of pearls, and the task was effortlessly accomplished. Let us proceed. Guo Xiaoxiao grasped Michael's arm, tugging him forward, fearful that he might hesitate. The local geography was best understood by the inhabitants, and her aimless searching was a mere waste of precious time. "Hey, don't be like this," Mikkel replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Generally, before a pair of male and female had formed a bond, their interactions remained as pure as unblemished paper, devoid of any physical contact. Other males, witnessing this, might misconstrue his intentions towards the young female. "Come on, hurry up. We must return before Mikeson gets back. First, take me to the lakeside." With such persistent pulling, Mikkel had no choice but to acquiesce, leading Guo Xiaoxiao to a secluded riverbank. The ordinary beastfolk preferred to gather water upstream, but Mikkel wished to avoid encountering the predatory glances of other males, so he guided her downstream instead. Truly, the natural environment of the beast realm was breathtaking. The river glimmered with a jade-like clarity, a sight rarely seen in the modern world. Guo Xiaoxiao, however, had no time to revel in the beautiful scenery, as she was eager to investigate further. The system had mentioned the clam pearls, which referred to freshwater mussels, and she estimated that such treasures must surely reside within these waters. Guo Xiaoxiao swiftly removed her shoes, preparing to leap into the water. "Stop!" Mikkel exclaimed in alarm, grasping her arm. How peculiar this female was. Having proclaimed her intention to enjoy herself, she now seemed intent on plunging into the river. Drowning would be an unacceptable outcome, for he could not afford to bear the consequences of losing such a peculiar female like her. Guo Xiaoxiao experienced pain in her arm, although she possessed considerable strength. Was someone attempting to crush her? With patience, she explained, "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to search for river clams. The water is so crystal clear. There must be treasures beneath the surface. Allow me to dive in and take a look, and please refrain from causing any disturbances." Guo Xiaoxiao elucidated the concept of pearls with the vernacular of the 21st century, leaving Mikkel bewildered. He knew only that he must prevent the female from plunging into the lake before him. On land, she could run freely, but should she encounter peril in the water? He was no merfolk and could not guarantee her rescue. Typically, the clan members used the water upstream, while the pools downstream were notoriously deep, causing all to hesitate before venturing in. "What clams? You cannot go in. It is perilous," he warned. "The water appears crystal clear and devoid of monsters. My swimming skills are impeccable, so fear not. If you guide me to the lake's edge, I shall be grateful, and you need not trouble yourself further. Simply observe." As Guo Xiaoxiao prepared to leap into the water again, Mikkel felt a surge of frustration. She was indeed beautiful, yet her intellect seemed lacking. The clearer the water, the deeper the lake. No female would dare approach carelessly, let alone dive in. Was this not sheer folly? Stop your antics and return with me. Had I known, I would not have brought you here. I am not being frivolous. I genuinely seek clams, for they hold significant value to me. Do you think I desire to jump in? With so few garments, if I were to plunge in, I would be soaked through. I have no other choice. Guo Xiaoxiao understood that Mikkel was concerned about her, and she patiently explained to him. What do you mean by river clam? It is something akin to a pearl. Round and white, shimmering with a translucent luster, varying in size. After a moment of contemplation, Mikkel replied, Are you referring to clam pearls? Yes, clam pearls. So, they were aware all along. I should have simply asked them, Guo Xiaoxiao thought to herself, chiding her own foolishness. Indeed, do you possess any clam pearls? Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at Mikkel with hopeful anticipation, and Mikkel confidently nodded. Indeed, there are plenty. The pearls are indeed found in the water. However, their clan does not venture into the depths to retrieve them, as their collective swimming abilities are rather poor. Therefore, the pearls are exchanged for prey with the merfolk or other adventurous species willing to brave the waters. The pearls are undeniably precious, functioning as currency in the beast realm. Universally accepted as a medium of exchange. Females are particularly fond of such treasures. Mikkel does not look down upon Guo Xiaoxiao. If she desires them, he shall grant her wish. He had rarely utilized the pearls he collected, merely hoarding them for unforeseen circumstances. The Yushan tribe is the most formidable in the vicinity, so powerful that they do not resort to trading pearls for anything. Only weaker tribes, unable to gather sufficient food, would exchange pearls for sustenance. Consequently, within the clan, no one has utilized the pearls unless in dire circumstances when food is scarce, necessitating the use of a significant quantity of pearls for nourishment. In recent years, the situation of food scarcity has not arisen, and the tribe possesses an abundance of pearls, rendering the matter seldom discussed. Had Guo Xiaoxiao not mentioned it today, he might have forgotten about the pearls hidden within the cave. How many do you require? Guo Xiaoxiao remarked. 50 is manageable. I have kept them hidden away for quite some time, and there may be several hundred. If you desire them, feel free to take as many as you wish. They serve no purpose for me. In Volume 1, Chapter 15, the discovery of secrets unfolds. Otherwise, do you think I am a male? Truly. Are you asking for all of them? Guo Xiaoxiao's task indicated that merely 50 would suffice to exchange for the skill heart of the Lion King. However, it is always advantageous to acquire more. The next task requires clam pearls, thus sparing us the arduous search. Follow me, and I shall procure them for you. Mikkel felt a flicker of joy in his heart as Guo Xiaoxiao accepted his offering, suggesting she harbored no aversion towards him and perhaps even a fondness. Alas, she was the sister of his brother, and as a friend, he could not indulge in the same foolish fantasies as the other males. Furthermore, she seemed unimpressed. Upon arriving at the cave, Mikkel passed by Meixin's dwelling, keeping a watchful eye for his return. He pondered that the issues of the Sui tribe would likely occupy Mike's son and the elders for quite some time. Their visit to the Sui tribe was far from pleasant. Mikkel lifted the fur mat on the ground, retrieving a wooden bowl filled with clam pearls from a small pit beneath the mat. Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as Mikkel handed her the wooden bowl, saying, Take it. Guo Xiaoxiao took the wooden bowl with excitement and exclaimed, Where did you find so many? I can exchange some more if this is not enough. Mikkel replied nonchalantly. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded, expressing her satisfaction. That's enough, truly sufficient. Mikkel nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with admiration as he beheld Guo Xiaoxiao's smiling visage. A chime resonated as the system activated, announcing, Congratulations, Master. Task completed. You have located 50 clam pearls. Reward, skill, Heart of the Lion King. The voice of the system echoed in Guo Xiaoxiao's mind. It was remarkably simple, merely obtaining a handful of items bestowed upon her a new skill. Let us depart, Mikkel remarked, while Guo Xiaoxiao remained immersed in her joy, cradling the wooden bowl in her hands. What are you doing? Are we not to eat? Do you wish to go hungry? Noon had long passed, and after such an ordeal, not to mention that even he was famished, Guo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and realized that she was indeed a bit hungry. She poured the clam pearls from the wooden bowl into her pocket for easy access. Upon witnessing this, Michael's lips curled slightly in amusement. Could she really be that fond of them? Perhaps he should find her some more next time. Then, an unexpected event unfolded. 50 clam pearls, task completion confirmed. Host rewards are being issued. Accepting reward, Heart of the Lion. What? How does one accept this? Before Guo Xiaoxiao could fully comprehend the situation, the clam pearls in her hand began to vanish at an astonishing rate, seemingly summoned by an unseen force, evaporating into the air one by one until they disappeared completely. Guo Xiaoxiao's body emanated a wisp of azure smoke, and within the palm of her hand, a red gemstone radiating a soft, elusive glow materialized, suspended in midair before Mikkel and Guo Xiaoxiao. Mikkel was taken aback by this sudden anomaly. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle, Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at the gem suspended in midair, utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events. "Dog system, how could you distribute rewards without informing me?" she exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the situation. The red gem, shaped like a diamond, emanated a gentle, lustrous glow. At its center, a faint red star shimmered, while 4 characters were engraved beside the gem, part of the Lion King. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for how to express her emotions. She had never anticipated that this peculiar system would ensnare her in such a manner. Moments later, a gem entered her body, surrounding her with a soft crimson glow. Beneath her feet, a complex magical array materialized, which soon absorbed the radiant energy entirely into her being. At that moment, both the gem and 50 pearl-like shells vanished, leaving Mikkel gazing at Guo Xiaoxiao with eyes wide in astonishment. What could this possibly mean? The gem was evidently no ordinary stone, for it had chosen a host. Mikkel had heard whispers in the beast realm about gems capable of selecting their hosts. Tales recounted by elder beastmen, suggesting that such gems should have long ceased to exist. Yet, what had just transpired? The inexplicable disappearance of the pearls, the sudden emergence of the gem that flew into Guo Xiaoxiao's body, and the bizarre totem that had appeared beneath her, all of it hinted at something extraordinary. She was not merely a female, she was something altogether exceptional. Guo Xiaoxiao shrugged, a sense of unease creeping into her heart as she feigned calmness and helplessly replied, "I really don't know." Mikkel gazed at Guo Xiaoxiao in sheer disbelief. Guo Xiaoxiao dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head in a moment of shyness. Mikkel, skeptical and vigilant, inquired with gravity, "Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing his probing question, Guo Xiaoxiao abruptly raised her head, her eyes widening in astonishment. She gazed at Mikkel, bewildered. "What does that mean? Did I not introduce myself today? I got lost in the jungle and was rescued by your brother." Mikkel shook his head, resolutely denying her statement. "You are not an ordinary female. What purpose do you have in the Yushan tribe?" I, Guo Xiaoxiao stammered, uncertain of how to respond. However, observing Michael's expression, it was evident that he was quite certain he would not easily let her go without eliciting a conclusion. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed into Michael's eyes and expressed that the system within him was beyond comprehension, leaving her to resort to metaphysics. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Have you ever heard of spells?" Mikkel furrowed his brow and replied, "I have not." Guo Xiaoxiao continued, "It pertains to mysterious arts such as Qimen Duanjia and the Book of Changes. I possess some knowledge of certain spells." "What does this mean?" Mikkel was perplexed. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at Mikkel, speechless. She remarked, "What I just demonstrated was my magic, capable of rendering objects non-existent, conjuring treasures from thin air, and wielding abilities that others lack. In summary, it is simply a significant enhancement over the ordinary prowess of orcs." Mikkel listened, somewhat bewildered. What exactly was magic? He had never encountered such a concept before. Nevertheless, the spectacle he had just witnessed assured him that Guo Xiaoxiao possessed some extraordinary power, regardless of her abilities. The most pressing question remained. Why had she appeared in the Yushan tribe? Mikkel inquired, "What brings you to the Yushan tribe?" Guo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and replied, "I found myself lost in the jungle, and your brother came to my rescue." Michael's only conjecture at that moment pointed towards the hostile Sui Water tribe, for he could conceive of no other rationale. "You cannot possibly be the great shaman of the Sui Water tribe, sent to our tribe with malicious intent, seeking to entice my brother into a trap. You speak nonsense. How could I be that?" Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, realizing that the accusation of being a spy from an enemy nation would make it impossible for her to remain here unscathed. Mikkel persisted, "Tell me, how did you come to the Yushan tribe?" Guo Xiaoxiao remained silent. Regardless of her words, Mikkel was resolute in his belief that her origins were dubious. After a moment of hesitation, she asserted, "I am absolutely not sent by any other tribe. Do not slander me. My abilities are innate, and I would never harm anyone." From Mikkel's perspective, Guo Xiaoxiao indeed appeared suspicious. Firstly, how could such a beautiful young female become lost in the jungle? It seemed rather fortuitous that she was found by Mikkelsen, the chieftain of the Yushan tribe. This situation raised numerous unsettling questions. "I will not allow anyone to scheme against my brother," Mikkel declared, moving to seize Guo Xiaoxiao. What do you intend to do? Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, struggling fiercely as Mikkel grasped her arms, urging, come with me. Guo Xiaoxiao struggled desperately, cursing the system, lamenting its ineffectiveness. If you're of any use, then show your power. Release me. Mikkel, silent as ever, pulled Guo Xiaoxiao away, leading her to a secluded corner of the tribe, far from the bustling crowd. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed around her, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that they intended to silence her permanently? System, host, do not worry. This orc harbors no murderous intent, so there is no need for fear. Guo Xiaoxiao responded, what should we do then? You need to think of a solution. System, in the animal kingdom, the male beasts are particularly protective of the females. You should first accompany him, and then take some unexpected actions. Guo Xiaoxiao, what do you mean by catching someone off guard? System, apply a little pressure, compelling him to refrain from his nonsensical antics. For instance, take the initiative and pretend that you did not notice what just transpired, in exchange for my assuming the role of your female counterpart. Guo Xiaoxiao, Pa, how could you even conceive such a despicable tactic? System, this is the most effective approach. Otherwise, consider this. If you were writing a novel in the present world, how would you navigate the plot in such a situation? Reflect on it carefully. Guo Xiaoxiao, truly, it is you, utterly inept as you are, who leaves me with no choice but to take matters into my own hands. System, this is intended to enhance the host's genuine engagement and flexibility. Relying solely on me would render the human-machine interaction ineffective. Guo Xiaoxiao was profoundly disillusioned with the system. Forget it. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. She paused and added, no need to pull. I'll tell you. Upon hearing her words, Mikkel immediately ceased his tugging. His deep-set eyes fixed intently upon her. Go on, he urged. Guo Xiaoxiao shifted her expression and spoke sincerely. I possess extraordinary abilities. I was confined in a cave for a long time, prevented from venturing outside. A few days ago, my captor, an orc, fell asleep, and I seized the opportunity to escape. Mikkel furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, which tribe did the orc belong to? I am uncertain, she replied. From childhood to adulthood. I was imprisoned within the cave, with food delivered to me. I have no knowledge of any tribe. Regardless, I managed to flee and traveled a considerable distance, encountering Mikeson as dawn broke. Being strikingly beautiful and endowed with unique abilities, it is understandable that you were confined, Mikkel contemplated, feeling a flicker of doubt. He had initially intended to take Guo Xiaoxiao to consult Mikeson and the elders for a decision. Upon witnessing the situation, Guo Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to articulate her thoughts. However, she began, I once heard from a former orc that I must not indiscriminately reveal my abilities, for it could place me in peril. They mentioned that confining me was for my own welfare and warned that if my existence were discovered in the beast realm, others might attempt to seize me. Yet, I am overwhelmed by a desire to explore the world outside. Thus, I ventured forth, only to find myself at a loss for the way back. Mikkel, with his agile reasoning, pondered her words and found a semblance of truth in them. She was both beautiful and extraordinary, and the likelihood of her being kept in confinement was substantial. Being underage and unable to bond with a mate, the Yushan tribe would hardly be foolish enough to send such a female to monitor Mikeson. If Guo Xiaoxiao were indeed this female, they would surely be inclined to keep her hidden from view rather than allow her to roam freely. Are your words truly sincere? He inquired. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded emphatically, affirming the truth of her words. If I intended to harm your brother, why would I reveal my abilities in front of you? I am not foolish. It is all the fault of the system, she mused inwardly, pondering the identity of the one who devised such a troublesome system. Mikkel, the sole individual privy to her secret, felt a slight sense of relief, yet his thoughts drifted back to the earlier incident. He spoke in a low voice. Is your brother aware of your appearance just now? No, she replied. Previously, the beastmen warned me never to let anyone know about my abilities. I lost control and inadvertently revealed it to you. Michael's suspicions began to wane significantly, largely due to Guo Xiaoxiao's reasonable explanation. However, he remained cautious, for the shock she had brought upon him was too profound to allow complete trust. You will eventually become my brother's partner. You must ensure he is informed, Mikkel stated. Guo Xiaoxiao pondered to herself, following Michael's words. Indeed, it must be addressed eventually. However, I truly wish for it to remain a secret. You are the first to uncover it. Why not consider me as your male counterpart? From now on, I shall reside with you. Volume 1, Chapter 16, Michael's Unusual Sensation. Guo Xiaoxiao's imaginative thinking left Mikkel utterly astonished, rendering him speechless for a while. After a moment, Michael's heart raced fervently, his body temperature began to rise, yet he proclaimed, "I shall never compete with my brother for a mate." Guo Xiaoxiao mused, "Ah, how eloquent his words are." Yet, his flushed face betrays him, revealing a Na'vi youthfulness. Ultimately, he is simply too young. Guo Xiaoxiao, shedding her previous reserve, intentionally leaned closer to Mikkel and declared, "I shall reside in your cave today. When Mikeson returns, I shall proclaim my affection for you. What say you, beast god?" Michael's heart raced perilously close to bursting. This female, so audacious, dared to express her love for him publicly despite having a brother. Caught entirely off guard, he felt as though his very blood was boiling, rendered spellbound in that moment. Guo Xiaoxiao observed him standing there in a daze and smiled. "Do you truly not wish to?" Mikkel felt a tightening in his throat. He was at a loss for words, his mind a chaotic tangle. Guo Xiaoxiao, observing Mikkel's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With a twist of fate, she remarked, "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall not impose upon you." Guo Xiaoxiao feigned disappointment, preparing to turn away when, inexplicably, her foot was caught, sending her tumbling forward, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama. Mikkel, startled, hurriedly reached out to catch her, pulling her close into his embrace. The distance between them diminished significantly, and Mikkel could sense the fragrant allure of Guo Xiaoxiao's breath, causing his heart to race even more intensely. Guo Xiaoxiao composed herself, assuring him, "You must believe me. This is truly the first time I have stumbled like this." Mikkel gazed down at the delicate figure in his arms, his heart stirred. And as he touched Guo Xiaoxiao, a wave of warmth surged through his entire being. Unfamiliar with such feelings, Mikkel could not comprehend the innate impulse that coursed through him. Yet he felt an undeniable urge to hold her tightly. Guo Xiaoxiao pushed Mikkel away, yet his grip was too tight for her to break free. What was wrong with the child? She gently suggested, "You can let go of me now." "Ah, oh." Mikkel quickly released her, perplexed. Was he perhaps enchanted by her beauty? Indeed, such loveliness could stir admiration in any heart. "Let us go. Since all is well, we should return to the cave. I am quite hungry." Mikkel led Guo Xiaoxiao back to the cave. The tribe was indeed vast, filled with numerous nooks and crannies where secluded paths could always be discovered. Upon reaching the Mike's Son cave, Mikkel skillfully gathered the necessary items for cooking meat. Females tended to prefer their food well cooked, and Mikkel, being astute, immediately set a fire to roast the meat, all the while observing Guo Xiaoxiao's expressions without a second thought. Guo Xiaoxiao possesses skin that is remarkably fair and delicate. With exquisite features, her eyes shimmer like stars, her lips are beautifully shaped, and her petite nose is charmingly refined. Her small mouth resembles a cherry, complemented by her tender neck. One cannot help but feel that she appears even more alluring. The aroma of meat wafts through the air, and my stomach responds with a harmonious growl. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling a touch of embarrassment, instinctively placed her hand over her stomach. It was not intentional, rather. She was simply hungry. In this primal world, the essentials of life are to be well-fed, well-hydrated, and well-rested. Mikkel hastened his movements, deliberately avoiding Guo Xiaoxiao's gaze, yet stealing glances at her when he thought she wouldn't notice. When he observed that her expression remained unchanged, he felt reassured. Mikkel then roasted a substantial piece of meat to perfection and handed it to Guo Xiaoxiao. She accepted it and took a hearty bite. Instantly savoring the delectable juice that filled her mouth, the flavor was exquisite, truly worthy of being called pure, wild meat. Guo Xiaoxiao praised. And a surge of joy welled up in Mikkel's heart. He picked up another piece of meat and offered it to Guo Xiaoxiao, who accepted it without hesitation. However, Mikkel did not touch his own. Guo Xiaoxiao inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Please do." Mikkel lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze again. Fearing that his eyes might linger too long upon her face, Guo Xiaoxiao was puzzled. What was the matter? Mikkel appeared deflated, focusing solely on grilling his meat, consuming very little. Guo Xiaoxiao, disinclined to disturb him, focused intently on savoring the grilled meat. Just 2 more bites would suffice to satiate her appetite. It seemed unlikely she would partake in any further nourishment today. As the meat sizzled, Mikkel fell into a contemplative silence, suddenly appearing to resolve with great determination. He raised his head and inquired, "Do you wish to part ways with my brother?" Guo Xiaoxiao's movement of eating meat froze, nearly choking her. She gazed at Mikkel, bewildered. Michael's heart tightened, and he said with a hint of apprehension, "Actually, a female can have multiple males. Although your male is my brother. If you are willing to embrace more males, he cannot refuse." Guo Xiaoxiao swallowed the morsel of meat in her mouth and gazed at Mikkel, contemplating the complexities of emotions. Just as she finished speaking, asserting that she would not vie with her brother for feminine affection, she was simultaneously engaged in her own subtle pursuits. Guo Was Xiaoxiao, contemplating this thought, smiled gently. Mikhail, gazing at her smile, felt his cheeks flush, reminiscent of a young lad experiencing his first love. Mikhail remarked, "If you wish for me to be your masculine counterpart, I could reluctantly acquiesce to your request." With a chuckle, Michael's words amused Gua Xiaoxiao, and she found herself unable to suppress her laughter. Noticing her reaction, Mikhail became somewhat flustered. "What are you laughing at?" Gua Xiaoxiao inwardly sighed, realizing that the child was quite innocent. She had merely spoken casually, yet he took her words to heart. "No worries. Firstly, I must confess that I genuinely like you. However, I have promised your brother not to pursue any other beastmen, so it is perhaps best we refrain from this." Mikhail was taken aback by Gua Xiaoxiao's response and asked, "But you just said you wanted to live with me." "Indeed, I did say that," she replied. "But I cannot jeopardize the bond between you and your brother. If I were to be with you, your brother would undoubtedly be upset." Wu Xiaoxiao spoke earnestly about the implications, leaving Mikhail momentarily speechless. She was right. He would undoubtedly feel a surge of anger. The reason Mikeson, despite his favorable circumstances, had yet to find a female companion was partly due to possessiveness, an unspoken struggle that lies within every male beast. However, such feelings are untenable to seek a partner. One must learn to accept that females may have multiple males. This is simply a natural order. As Mikeson's brother, he should not harbor such thoughts. His heart was a tumultuous blend of excitement and indignation, yearning for a female to call his own, someone who could enchant him. Gua Xiaoxiao's visage, so strikingly beautiful and charming, felt painfully out of reach, engendering within him a sense of inexplicable defeat. Perhaps it would be best to let go. It seemed prudent for them not to be together after all. Gua Xiaoxiao stood up, brushed off her hands, set down the meat bone, and took a few steps before pausing. "Let me tidy up my clothes first. You may do as you please." Mikeson remained silent, chewing the meat with little enthusiasm. Deep down, he recognized that his thoughts were misguided, mere fantasies. There was an inherent conflict within him. He yearned to grow closer to Gua Xiaoxiao, yet feared his brother's discovery would bring displeasure. Unsure of how to navigate these conflicting emotions, he ultimately resolved to dismiss such chaotic thoughts and focus on replenishing the provisions accumulated over the past days, preparing for the imminent assault of the Sui Shui tribe. The complexities of romantic affections were best kept hidden away. Meanwhile, the wheel of Gua Xiaoxiao's suitcase had broken, and she crouched down to inventory the items available for use. "Xiaoxiao, I'm back." Mikeson's voice carried a hint of the chill from the snowstorm, suggesting that his conversation with the elder had not been pleasant. Upon meeting Gua Xiaoxiao's gaze, his expression softened slightly, though he remained stern as he glanced at Mikhail, who was enjoying his roasted meat. "Have you all finished eating?" "Yes. We've eaten. Mikhail has grilled plenty of meat. You should hurry and eat," she replied. Volume 1, Chapter 17, The Arrival of Menstruation, No Escape from the Chase. Mikhail thoughtfully handed the roasted meat to Mikeson, who nodded in acknowledgement but did not partake. Instead, he addressed Mikhail. "You may return to rest now." "All right." Mikhail responded without hesitation as he stood up and turned to leave, saying nothing further. Once Mikhail departed, Mikeson approached Gua Xiaoxiao. "Would you like to have some more meat?" Gua Xiaoxiao meticulously organized her suitcase, the contents jumbled and scattered, undoubtedly due to Mikeson's swift handling of the bag, which caused its contents to be dislodged. "No need. I am already full," she remarked, just tidying up a bit. Gua Xiaoxiao was meticulous, carefully laying out each item one by one, emptying the contents of the box and arranging everything neatly to one side. She selected a white tracksuit from the clothes, remarking that it would suffice for a change of attire, as it offered convenience. "What peculiar clothing," Mixon noted. "Today, I shall craft a few pieces from animal hides for you. There is no need for you to retrieve your own. That won't be necessary. We can postpone that for later. I doubt I would feel comfortable in your animal hides at this moment. I shall wear what I currently have, so there is no need for concern." Mixon, respecting her wishes, made a mental note to create a piece from his own craftsmanship for Gua Xiaoxiao, as it was the duty of every male. After finishing his roasted meat, Mixon picked up a makeshift broom fashioned from leaves and tidied up the cave. Gua Xiaoxiao reclined upon a hide mat, exuding an air of nonchalance, requiring little more than to observe. Her infatuation blossomed as she beheld the diligent figure of Mixon tending to the cave. It was indeed extraordinary, utterly impeccable, akin to the stars. His visage seemed sculpted, with a nose chiseled as if by a master artisan. One might wonder how, in this modern age, such a man remains elusive, both compassionate and adept in domestic tasks. "What captivates your gaze?" Gua Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I merely think you are exceptionally impressive. Capable of thriving in both the banquet hall and the kitchen, Such a remarkable person as yourself. Mixon only heard Guo Xiaoxiao praising his prowess. The subsequent words eluded his comprehension. Yet they must surely be compliments. Naturally, he relished the flattery, revealing his pearly white teeth. For you, these endeavors are but trifles, he replied with a chuckle. Thank you. Thank you very much. Gao Xiaoxiao lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. What if she departed in the future, leaving him with nothing but a fleeting joy? She couldn't shake the feeling of having wronged him. Mixon observed Gao Xiaoxiao and mistakenly believed her demeanor was one of shyness, which prompted a soft chuckle from him. His laughter seemed to carry an enchanting quality, compelling Gao Xiaoxiao to lift her gaze. Their eyes met, and in that instant, an intricate web of connection enveloped them. Gao Xiaoxiao felt the warmth of his gentle gaze, as if it could drown her, leaving her with no means of escape. Mixon reached out, placing his hand atop Gao Xiaoxiao's head, drawing her close to his chest. In that seemingly trivial gesture, she felt her body tense instantly. Do not fear. I shall not act inappropriately. I can wait until you come of age, Mixon spoke softly. Guo Xiaoxiao fell silent, leaning quietly against Mixon's embrace. Attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat, she found herself at a loss for words. Her emotions tinged with a sense of trepidation, not stemming from any other reason but her inability to reciprocate such profound affection. Mixon's arms, enveloping her with increasing intensity, drew them even closer together, his breath a warm whisper against Guo Xiaoxiao's ear. A wave of heat surged through her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Guo Xiaoxiao pushed aside Mixon and, steering the conversation in a different direction, inquired about the deliberations with the elders. What took you so long? Is there anything significant happening? Nothing much, merely the usual frictions and conflicts between tribes, Mixon replied, his tone devoid of enthusiasm yet laced with palpable dissatisfaction. This time, the elders and Mikel visited the Si Shui tribe. Their chieftain, Songju, wishes for us to delineate a piece of land for them. So they intend to seize our territory? Who would agree to that? Guo Xiaoxiao responded, her voice firm. Why not just state outright that we refuse? Of course. We shall not yield to them. Do they think the Yushan tribe is easily intimidated, that they can simply demand land as if it were their right? Such delusions. Mixon scoffed, completely dismissing the Si Shui tribe. If they dare to encroach upon us, I shall ensure Songju regrets it. In this manner, Guo Xiaoxiao spent her days in the beast world, carefree and at ease, indulging in a life of leisure, where meals were prepared for her. And Mixon would hand everything she desired directly into her hands. Guo Xiaoxiao harbored a fondness for fruits, prompting Mixon to gather the finest produce from their beastly realm for her enjoyment, with a desire for a bath. Mixon even excavated a stone pit within the cave specifically for Guo Xiaoxiao. In essence, their existence together was nothing short of idyllic. Provided Mixon refrained from uttering any terms related to mating, she could envision a lifetime spent in this manner. However, fate often unveils unforeseen challenges, and inevitably, a day arrived when a notification echoed within Guo Xiaoxiao's mind. Host, you have deceived Mixon by claiming to be an underage female. Given the passage of time, your menstrual cycle is approaching, and in the beastly world, this signifies something of great importance that requires no further elaboration. Guo Xiaoxiao responded, what can I do? I shall take it one day at a time. I have calculated the days, and the day after tomorrow, I must flee. The system interjected. There is now a special task available for you. Will you accept it? Guo Xiaoxiao, why aren't you answering? I was just contemplating how to occupy my time. The skills you provided are currently of no use to me. Do you possess any more practical systems? Some hosts, if they accomplish the task this time, can grant you a resurrection opportunity. Guo Xiaoxiao, all right. Tell me what the task is. System, establishing a partnership with a male counterpart. Guo Xiaoxiao decisively exclaimed. Let us change it. Let us change it. Are there any other tasks available? This one is unacceptable. The system replied, you are in a beast realm, and your heat period has arrived. You cannot conceal it. Seize this opportunity to acquire a male for your use. Think of it as finding an attendant. What nonsense is this? Is it common to find an attendant so soon? Am I to barter my integrity? Firstly, Guo Xiaoxiao is not being overly sentimental. Rather, the men in this world are fundamentally different from those in the real world, with distinct physical structures. She cannot come to terms with their dimensions. It would be more merciful to end her life than to endure this. Guo Xiaoxiao, is there another option? System, acquired 50 varieties of plant leaves. A bottle of energizing potion can be gifted. Guo Xiaoxiao, what is this reliable energy potion? System, it is a potion that promotes rapid plant growth. Highly beneficial in the beast realm. Well, that settles it. Guo Xiaoxiao accepted the task, which was rather straightforward, requiring no effort on her part. All she needed to do was inform Mikeson to procure leaves from 50 different plants, and he would undoubtedly assist her. With this thought in mind, Guo Xiaoxiao settled onto the cushioned mat, patiently awaiting Mikeson's return. The area designated by Mikeson was not to stray too far from the cave, ostensibly for safety reasons. But in reality, it was to prevent others from harboring ulterior motives. Guo Xiaoxiao is certainly no fool. She comprehends the machinations of Mixon quite well. Each time Mixon departs, she stealthily ventures out to familiarize herself with the terrain and meticulously plots her escape route. By the time Mixon returns, she too has made her way back, thus feigning her presence in the cave day after day. Guo Xiaoxiao has set the date for her escape, leaving only one pressing issue, her suitcase. Carrying it would be too burdensome, yet she cannot leave behind the essential belongings contained within. Volume 1, Chapter 18, The Arrival of Her Period, The Discovery of the Escape. Guo Xiaoxiao had always presumed that her menstrual period would be delayed by a few days. Typically, in the days leading up to her menstruation, she would experience a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen. However, this time, the absence of any sensation indicated yet another postponement of her cycle. For her, this was fortuitous, as it afforded her additional time to devise her escape from this wretched place. The system had entrusted her with the task of collecting 50 distinct leaves from various plants, a responsibility she delegated to Mixon. Although Mixon was oblivious to her true intentions behind this leaf collection, he remained steadfast in his commitment to fulfill any task assigned by her. Upon the completion of this collection, he would receive a vial of energizing elixir, which was splendid for Guo Xiaoxiao, as it allowed her to benefit without direct cost. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt. Mixon harbored certain feelings for her, and she was merely leading him on. At times, Guo Xiaoxiao grappled with her conscience, recognizing that she was leaving Mixon with nothing but disappointment and unfulfilled expectations. Guo Xiaoxiao sat in the hollow of a tree, resting her chin on her hand, as she watched Mixon kindle a small fire for her. The weather had turned chilly today, and he was concerned that she might feel cold in the hollow, so he had created the fire to provide warmth. Once upon a time, Guo Xiaoxiao often pondered the idea of how splendid it would be if Mikosin were a modern man. It was a pity that such a warm-hearted individual was so rare, akin to a mythical creature not encountered in 8 centuries. Alas, the orcs were fated never to unite with humans. Driven solely by the instinct to procreate, this was indeed a perilous affair. Just as Guo Xiaoxiao was savoring the pleasures of life, she suddenly felt a warmth between her legs, a dampness that sent a shiver down her spine. Her heart raced, and every hair on her body stood on end. Could it be? Could fate truly be this ironic? Was it really happening? Upon glancing down, Guo Xiaoxiao noticed that her trousers were stained with a deep hue, accompanied by a pungent metallic scent that lingered in the air. All indications suggested that her menstrual cycle had commenced. Guo Xiaoxiao swiftly reacted, decisively extracting a large sanitary pad from her suitcase and changing out of her soiled garments. The orc's sense of smell was remarkably acute. Even the slightest rustle or hint of blood could be detected almost instantly. Furthermore, the scent of a female in estrus was distinctly different from other sanguine odors. For male orcs, this aroma bore an alluring quality akin to an enchanting aphrodisiac, a tantalizing temptation that lingered in the air. Even from a considerable distance, they could catch a whiff, and upon returning from a hunt, several male orcs detected the scent of a female in estrus from their tribe. The terms associated with estrus in their language were limited, typically linked to winter, a time when such occurrences were expected. The unusual timing of this scent, however, raised questions. Winter had not yet arrived, and they speculated about which female was responsible for this enticing aroma. Their curiosity inevitably converged on Guo Xiaoxiao. Initially, when she claimed to be underage, they had refrained from any advances. Yet, if she had reached maturity, they could pursue her freely, even without the chief Mixon's intervention. The maturation of an underage female was indeed a momentous occasion. "Can you smell that? It is utterly delightful," they exclaimed. "Our females typically enter estrus in winter. So how could it be happening now? Is it possible that the underage female is experiencing her first cycle?" In a fervent discussion, they resolved to venture to Mixon's cave to ascertain the truth. With Mixon absent, if it were indeed Guo Xiaoxiao and estrus, they would have the opportunity to demonstrate their worthiness, hoping to win her favor and avoid remaining bachelors. Guo Xiaoxiao possessed a remarkably developed sixth sense, foreboding the imminent occurrence of undesirable events. To reiterate, she was an author, well-versed in the genre of beastly realms, familiar with its fundamental tropes. While the presence of adult females was advantageous for others, it was unequivocally detrimental for her. She yearned to escape to a place where no one recognized her. Thus, She hastily packed her suitcase and stealthily meandered along her intended route. Mixon had yet to return home, making this the opportune moment for her flight. Should others discover her state of arousal, chaos would surely ensue, leaving her no time to flee. "Oh, where are you taking that large box?" She heard a voice. Feeling as if her dread had manifested, she had meticulously researched this route, believing it to be devoid of other souls, yet today it seemed otherwise. Turning towards the source of the voice, she replied, "I'm merely taking a stroll to exercise. You needn't concern yourself with me." The speaker was none other than Rickson's brother, Mikkel, who had just returned from a hunt and was now on his way home via the same path. Mixon, still wandering the forest in search of 50 different types of plant leaves for Guoxiaoxiao, had instructed Mikkel to check if any males were harassing her. Coincidentally, he stumbled upon Guoxiaoxiao, who was in a frantic hurry, dragging a large box. "A stroll, you say? Taking a leisurely walk with a beast hide box?" Mikkel approached Guoxiaoxiao and instantly sensed something amiss. A delightful aroma flooded his nostrils, intoxicating his senses and stirring an impulse to seize Guoxiaoxiao. Realizing something was awry, he drew closer, inhaling the scent wafting from her shoulder, and was utterly astonished. "You are in heat. My goodness, you truly have a keen sense of smell." Guoxiaoxiao attempted to defend herself. "Oh, no. No, I'm not of age. How could I possibly be in heat? You must be mistaken. Please, go on with your business. I'll continue my exercise and return shortly." Before she could escape, Mikkel interjected, positioning himself directly in her path. "You're not attempting to flee, are you?" His suspicions regarding Guoxiaoxiao's true identity resurfaced. She seemed shrouded in secrets. The sight of her dragging the beast hide along the path unmistakably suggested her intent to escape. "Is it not evident?" "Oh no, that is not it. I have no intention of fleeing. You've misunderstood me." Guoxiaoxiao, confronted by Michael's inquiry, felt a pang of anxiety, her words faltering as she genuinely feared being captured again. Suddenly, the system chimed in. "Host, if you insist on fleeing, you might consider subverting Mikkel. Fabricate a few lies to deceive him. He is rather fond of you. Seize this opportunity." The ease with which one might deceive him belied the reality that simply tricking him would not guarantee my release. The males, upon perceiving a female attempting to escape, would undoubtedly rush to confine me with layers of vigilance. Volume 1, Chapter 19. Once again encircled, the youthful Sam found himself unable to maintain composure. Mikkel regarded Guoxiaoxiao. Although his expression remained relatively calm, his eyes betrayed a profound tension and fear, reminiscent of a thief caught in the act. Had this been earlier, he would have undoubtedly believed her, but now, skepticism clouded his judgment. Mikkel, with an air of arrogance, declared, "If you do not wish to flee, then accompany me." What? Guoxiaoxiao was taken aback. This fellow actually wished to accompany her. Wasn't this akin to leading a lamb into a tiger's den? Mikkel seemed to perceive her unspoken thoughts, letting out a cold snort. "What? Are you unwilling?" "Ah, no, not at all." Guoxiaoxiao hurriedly denied it, thinking it wiser not to provoke him. "System, host. It would be best to return. There is no escape. What if you encounter a malicious orc outside? They may not be as accommodating as Mixon. You just started your menstrual cycle and have 7 days left. Why the haste?" Guoxiaoxiao suddenly realized, indeed, even during the mating season, he must wait until her physiological period has concluded before engaging in copulation. At this moment, she is in a safe zone, preserving her integrity. Look at her mind. As soon as she sees her physiological period arriving, she panics, forgetting that there is still a buffer period. "Shall we go? Isn't this exercise? I will accompany you." Observing Guoxiaoxiao standing still, Mikkel urged her on, his arms crossed, appearing as if he were watching a performance, eager to see how Guoxiaoxiao would respond. Guoxiaoxiao composed herself, no longer in a state of agitation, and directly stated, "I suddenly do not wish to exercise. I would prefer to return and rest." "Why not?" Mikkel replied nonchalantly, "You may do as you please." He paused momentarily before articulating his menacing words. "However, should I discover any intention of escape on your part, know that it is not solely I who will deal with you. My brother will not spare you either. You would do well to tread carefully, little female." Ever since Mikkel became aware of her extraordinary abilities, his demeanor during their conversations had shifted, growing less courteous. Perhaps he was genuinely wary, suspecting her to be a covert agent from an enemy state. Guoxiaoxiao was, in truth, utterly terrified. Her two-wheel drive could not possibly contend with their four-wheel drive. Even if she attempted to flee, she would not get far, for their keen sense of smell and rapid speed were formidable. She was confronted with a harsh reality. The disparity in physical capability and agility was staggering. "I have chosen your brother, which makes you his counterpart." How could I possibly run away? How absurd your words are. It's disheartening to witness such a lack of trust among people. It is merely an opportunity for some exercise. Where could I possibly escape to? How utterly vexing. Guo Xiaoxiao muttered softly, unable to meet Michael's gaze as she dragged her suitcase back. Observing Guo Xiaoxiao's clumsy struggle with the luggage and considering her current frailty, Mikhail reached out and effortlessly hoisted the suitcase onto his shoulder, casually remarking, "Let us return to the cave." Guo Xiaoxiao let out a huff and continued on her way, returning to find numerous males waiting outside the cave. They exchanged glances as if awaiting the triumphant return of Guo Xiaoxiao. Typically, the area outside the cave was deserted. What occasion could be so special today? Had a festival been declared? Approaching the crowd, Guo Xiaoxiao inquired, "What brings you all to gather at the entrance of my cave?" Guo Xiaoxiao remains blissfully unaware of her allure amidst the throng of orcs. To them, she is akin to a prized delicacy. As her words linger in the air, a multitude of orcs promptly presents their spoils before her. "Esteemed female, this is my catch. Do accept it," proclaims a tall, strikingly handsome male as he lays a wild boar, an exquisite treat for her, at her feet, his countenance radiating a charming smile. Another male, unwilling to concede, pushes aside the orc obstructing his path and declares, "Step aside, little female. I've observed Mixon bringing you fruits daily. Yet I have ventured into the forest to gather some for you as well. With winter approaching and yields diminishing, I hope this will suffice. Dear female, I have prepared animal pelts in my cave to shield you from the winter chill. Would you care to take a look? Behold my strength. I am on the verge of ascending in status." In an instant, a cacophony of voices envelopes the modest clearing. Given that Mixon's cave is somewhat remote and not centrally located, the gathering of orcs, albeit small, creates a significant presence. The din of their chatter draws even more orcs to the scene. Guo Xiaoxiao could not help but exclaim, "I am still a minor. Surely you are aware of this." Behind her, Mikhail was pulling a suitcase, and he could surmise the nature of the situation. The scent emanating from the females would undoubtedly attract a multitude of beast men. There were only a handful of females in the village, and they typically entered heat during the winter. Thus, identifying those currently in heat would not be a difficult task. Mikhail felt a tinge of regret, realizing he should not have allowed Guo Xiaoxiao to return to the cave alone. Young beastman Sam held a woven trinket in his hands. Though it appeared rather unrefined, he had exerted every effort to create it. During their first encounter, he had presented her with a large black beast, which seemed to displease Guo Xiaoxiao. This time, he endeavored to craft something that would appeal to females. His youthful visage was both adorable and handsome. Beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, even causing his breath to quicken. Ultimately, he was simply too young to restrain himself. The intoxicating scent overwhelmed him, pushing him toward a state of near frenzy. "I wish to mate with you," he blurted out, immediately covering his mouth in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had intended to say, "I made this for you. It would look lovely on you," but instinctively, the truth escaped him, leading to this unexpected declaration. Guo Xiaoxiao wore a look of exasperation. Compared to her, Sam was considerably tall, yet still quite diminutive when juxtaposed with other orcs. The youthful innocence etched on his face revealed his tender age, suggesting he was at most a mere 15 or 16 years old. Such a transgression seemed almost criminal. Embarrassed, Guo Xiaoxiao tactfully declined, striving to spare Sam's fragile emotions. "Perhaps you should grow a bit more before we discuss this further. Why is Sam back again?" "Someone escort him out," came the chorus of voices. One by one, they pressed him out of the gathering, while Sam attempted to offer a few explanations, only to be engulfed by the crowd. Mikhail, standing behind, struggled to contain his anger. He was incensed, disliking how these individuals surrounded Guo Xiaoxiao, especially after Sam had voiced the sentiments that resided in every male's heart. He felt his primal instincts beginning to surface. "My brother hasn't returned yet. Are you all too hasty? You should leave at once." "Why not? It is only natural that we keep our distance while the female is still maturing. Now that she has reached maturity and is in heat, there is nothing wrong with competing for her affections based on merit," one voice argued, prompting dissent among the others. "Mikhail, you are merely Mixon's younger brother. You are not the clan leader, so cease this pretense of authority." Another chimed in. "Indeed, these brothers merely wish to monopolize this beautiful female, which is utterly against our customs. If this continues, we shall report to the elders." "Exactly. Let us seek the elders to arbitrate, allowing the female to choose her preferred male right then and there. Rules are rules." Mikhail was acutely aware of this. What he was doing was in violation of their customs. During the courtship of the female, it was imperative that no male obstruct her in selecting from the others. Yet, He found himself unwilling to see Guo Xiaoxiao choose from this rabble, who were utterly unworthy of her beauty. He began to comprehend his brother's perspective. As Mixin's mate, she had always resided within Mixin's den. It was only right to wait for his return before making any decisions. Volume 1, Chapter 20, Mixin's Fury. A challenge to all orcs, a few males whispered among themselves, cognizant of their own strengths. When Mixin returned, would they still have a chance? However, the majority felt it prudent to await Mixin's arrival to discuss this matter. After all, he was still the clan leader. When do you think Mixin will return? One inquired. Who knows? He should be back soon. Everyone who went hunting today has returned. I heard he was off searching for some leaves in the forest. As they prepared to continue their debate, Mixin suddenly leaped down from a tree, landing in the midst of the crowd. How had he appeared so abruptly? When had he even climbed the tree? Most significantly, his face now bears an expression of rage, as if he were contemplating murder. Could it be that their covetousness towards the female has stirred discontent within him? It is evident, even without conjecture, that they are indeed displeased. I surmise that you would rather not see my return. The males averted their gazes. A portion of them harbored such thoughts, yet they could not reveal them. For it was an unspoken understanding. Just a few days had passed, and they could hardly contain themselves, clearly dismissing my presence. An overwhelming aura of authority and pressure permeated the air, as Mixin's low growl from his throat indicated an imminent offensive stance. I declare to you, she is my female, and none of you are permitted to lay a finger on her. This proclamation fell upon the males like a bucket of cold water, awakening them to reality. When Mixin uttered those words, it was indeed a grave mistake. After all, it is impossible for a singular female to belong to just one male. Ultimately, they are not at fault. The error lies with Mixin. Guo Xiaoxiao was somewhat agitated. Indeed, that imposing presence was enough to instill fear in them, compelling them to flee. Humph! Mixin truly provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. A bolder male spoke up. Mixin, you cannot treat us this way. We have committed no wrongdoing. On what grounds do you impose punishment upon us? Another echoed. Yes, we have done nothing wrong. We merely wish to assert ourselves. The females were in heat. You cannot confine them within the cave any longer. Indeed, the chorus continued. Mixin clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously, and coldly responded, Have you all finished speaking? The multitude of males fell silent. Guo Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously, feeling not just a hint of fear, but an intense, chilling presence that seemed capable of tearing one apart. Now that you have finished speaking, it is my turn. Since none of you are being honest, I shall teach each of you a lesson. Mixin, you are excessively domineering. How can you expect to monopolize a female in heat all by yourself? Finally, a male could no longer contain himself. Despite the fear coursing through him, he maintained his composure. What if I do monopolize her? Wait a moment. In heat, Mixin immediately recognized the oversight. Consumed by anger, he had completely forgotten this crucial detail. Bewildered, he turned to the group and inquired, Who are you saying is in heat? The other males exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, amused that Mixin was unaware. You've been together all this time and didn't notice she was in heat? Seriously? Who would believe that? Mixin, stop making excuses. Your partner is clearly in heat, and you can't smell her enticing fragrance? Guo Xiaoxiao felt a wave of despair wash over her. It was over. She had thought a savior had arrived, but now a formidable presence loomed. What should she do? Was it still possible to escape? Mixin stared blankly at Guo Xiaoxiao for a moment, then suddenly wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. He inhaled deeply. As an intoxicating fragrance enveloped his senses, a scent so alluring it seemed to ensnare the very soul, rendering one utterly captivated. What was happening? Could it be that he intended to embrace her, kiss her, and then execute her on the spot? No, absolutely not. Such a thing must not occur. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Guo Xiaoxiao forcefully pushed Mixin away and pointed at the group of orcs, pulling Mixin back to reality. Stop sniffing me. You need to drive them away. If Mixin dared to act in such a manner, she vowed to flee at once. Yes, first drive them away. Michael chimed in. Why should we leave? We refuse to go today. The males were resolute. They had been waiting far too long for a resolution. And with the arrival of a new female, they could not be denied an opportunity. Mixin gazed into their eyes for a long while. He had been anticipating this day and was prepared to face the challenge posed by the orcs. Finally, he spoke. Very well, since you insist, I shall oblige. Mixin's gaze darkened ominously, sending chills down Guo Xiaoxiao's spine. What was he planning? A sense of foreboding stirred within her. Slowly, Mixin raised his right hand, rapidly transforming into a colossal lion. A roar erupted, scattering the birds in flight. The pressure of the star-ringed orc caused them to take a step back. Mixen, now in lion form, spoke in a low growl. Didn't you say you wished to duel with me? Let us begin. The remaining orcs, undeterred, stepped forward defiantly. They could not retreat in the presence of a female, even if it meant risking their lives for the sake of honor and paying the highest tribute to the beast god. Michael, however, was filled with concern, fearing for Mixen's life in this grand duel. The system activated. Host, please say something. This is urgent. There are nearly 20 male beasts here. No matter how strong Mixen is, facing 20 alone could lead to his downfall. Hearing the system's call, Guo Xiaoxiao quickly responded, "What should I do? How can I stop this? Should I take Mixen's place in the duel? I lack such abilities," she remarked. The system responded, "Why not confront them? After all, those males dare not insult or harm you. Even if you choose not to participate, they would not dare to act against you." That seems to be true, she conceded. The system sighed, "Truly foolish. You are the most inept host I have ever encountered." With no time to debate with the system, Guo Xiaoxiao sprinted forward, swiftly positioning herself before a group of orcs, effectively separating them from Mixen. The orcs, who were in the midst of transforming, reverted back to their human forms. Noticing Guo Xiaoxiao entering the arena of their duel, Mixen also transformed back into his human shape to avoid harming her. All eyes were fixed upon Guo Xiaoxiao. Summoning her courage, she declared loudly, "I shall not choose anyone today. All of you, return." Her words, blunt and straightforward, left the group of males in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they stared at her. Guo Xiaoxiao awkwardly scratched her head, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Dismissing her thoughts, she spoke candidly, urging, "So please refrain from fighting. It serves no purpose. I will not choose any of you. Even if you were to perish here, it would be in vain. However," she added, "but you are in heat." In their eyes, a female in estrus was compelled to select a male for mating, a fundamental principle of nature. Guo Xiaoxiao, in a sudden outburst, addressed the male who had just spoken, her voice resonating with indignation. "Indeed, what of it? I simply choose not to select you. Do you have a problem with that?" The male, with an expression of innocence, shook his head, clearly apprehensive about offending Guo Xiaoxiao. No, I have absolutely no objections," he replied. For he dared not provoke the female, nor challenge her authority. "Then be gone," she retorted, "if you do not leave at once. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. If you incite my anger, I shall have no use for any of you." Guo Xiaoxiao waved her petite paw in a threatening manner, cautioning them to brace themselves for solitude. In truth, she had no intention of choosing anyone later. She merely sought to utter a few words to placate them, instilling a glimmer of hope. In the first volume, chapter 21, Does it hurt? If your stomach feels unwell, allow me to soothe it. The males remained perplexed by Guo Xiaoxiao's intentions. He was already in heat and ought to seek out several male companions to tend to him. Most crucially, the period of estrus coincided perfectly with the optimal time for conception. Engaging in mating without securing multiple male partners would render the chances of pregnancy quite bleak. "Ugh, who desires to be pregnant?" Guo Xiaoxiao retorted obstinately, feigning a furious demeanor with puffed cheeks. "Mind your own business. That is my concern. You are all far too eager, crowding around the cave entrance. It's quite bothersome." The males fell silent, yet they still yearned to make a final effort. "Beautiful female, do reconsider. You will soon bear offspring. With winter approaching, it would be prudent to prepare sustenance for the young. Indeed, having a couple more males would provide better protection and care for you." Guo Xiaoxiao, weary of their incessant chatter, declared resolutely, "I shall not listen. I will not choose anyone today. You may linger here at your leisure." Turning to Mixen, she added, "Let us return to the cave and disregard them." "Very well." Mixen agreed, taking her hand and leading her away, unperturbed by the numerous males around them. Mikhail followed closely behind, yet he did not linger within the cave for long. After placing Guo Xiaoxiao's suitcase, he promptly exited, aware that like the remaining males, he lacked the qualification to stay. Outside, the males were taken aback by this turn of events, each believing that today presented their finest opportunity. A female in estrus, particularly one as beautiful and rare as Guo Xiaoxiao, was a coveted prize for every male. Ultimately, their hopes were dashed, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Many males lingered in a state of frustration, pacing restlessly outside, yearning for a mere glimpse of Guo Xiaoxiao. They wished to enter the cave and greet her. Yet Mixen stood guard at the entrance, barricading it with branches, denying them even a fleeting glance. After several hours of fruitless waiting, the crowd finally began to disperse. However, the news of Guo Xiaoxiao's menstruation would soon spread throughout the entire tribe, The coming of age of a juvenile female was a momentous occasion for every clan. Do not be misled into thinking that driving the males away had resolved the situation. Guo Xiaoxiao's nightmare was only just beginning, with the ever-watchful Mixin by her side. Guo Xiaoxiao could not comprehend why they found the scent of menstruation appealing, perceiving it as fragrant when, in her view, it was distinctly foul. Xiaoxiao, come, have some meat, Mixin said, offering her a piece of roasted meat. However, Guo Xiaoxiao refrained from reaching out to accept it. Unperturbed, Mixin continued to present it to her. His smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. You need to replenish your strength. Guo Xiaoxiao pondered, cursing under her breath, for what one fears inevitably approaches. There was something amiss with him, a subtle hint perhaps. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. Having already caught the attention of Mixin, she resolved to throw caution to the wind. Should he dare to act recklessly, she would not hesitate to display her ruthless side. With a skill known as the heart of the lion at her disposal, she regarded it as her talisman for survival. With these thoughts in mind, she reached out and accepted the piece of roasted meat, biting down and swallowing it whole to mask the turmoil within her. At that moment, Mixin unexpectedly leaned closer, the warmth of his breath brushing against her face. Instinctively, Guo Xiaoxiao felt the urge to recoil, yet she heard him say, Xiaoxiao, you have finally come of age. Guo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. And then a sudden realization dawned upon her. Indeed, he was a werewolf. She hastily asserted her stance, declaring, I am not ready for mating. Mixin, creating a bit of distance, sat down and soothingly replied, You have misunderstood. Today is certainly not the day for mating, at least not for a few more days. As he uttered the last few words with an air of ambiguity, a blissful smile graced his face. He leaned down to kiss Guo Xiaoxiao's cheek. But she promptly turned her head to evade him. Ahem, I am currently eating meat, so please refrain from being so touchy-feely. Normally, if Mixin had stolen a few kisses or caresses, she could feign indifference. However, the depth of desire in his eyes compelled her to exercise caution. Yet, Mixin did not relent, gently caressing her waist as if to alleviate her discomfort. He recalled the chieftain had once informed him that every female experiences discomfort in their lower back during estrus. Mixin murmured to himself, at last, I can mate with you and officially become partners, as if living in a dream. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed silently at the sky, her mouth feeling as if it were filled with wax. She noticed Mixin's eager anticipation, seemingly lost in the reverie of the exquisite moments that might unfold during their union. She felt a pang of reluctance to shatter his fantasies. In truth, Mixin was quite remarkable, truly unparalleled, devoid of any discernible flaws. His only shortcoming lay in his formidable dimensions, proportions that her life could scarcely endure. She was not jesting. It was a matter of life and death. One could perish. Yet the manner of demise could be far too unseemly. If the king of hell were to inquire about the cause of her death, could she possibly confess to him that she was taken by a valiant man on a liberating night and succumb thereafter? Guo Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and said, Mixin, could you please sit a little farther away? I'm not feeling well. Mixin remained still and replied, Is it your stomach that's bothering you? Come, lie down and allow me to massage it for you. With that, he reached out towards Guo Xiaoxiao's abdomen, attempting to lift her shirt. Guo Xiaoxiao protected her abdomen, one hand pushing away the grasp of Mixin. No, I simply cannot breathe. You are too close to me, and the air is rather stifling. Oh, very well. Mixin shifted slightly to the right, creating a minuscule distance between them. Nevertheless, they remained shoulder to shoulder, still uncomfortably close. In the first volume, chapter 22, she thought, I only wish to touch you, to kiss you, and nothing more. Indeed, the distance between them had hardly increased. Guo Xiaoxiao made an effort to move aside, wishing to avoid proximity with Mixin, yet he followed her every movement, insisting on remaining close no matter what. Mixin, do not come any closer, she implored. Mixin replied, I yearn to inhale your fragrance. She truly was exasperated. Guo Xiaoxiao set aside the skewered meat, stood up, and sat by the fire, coldly stating, Keep your distance. A frenzied female, irritable indeed, Mixin mused, opting not to follow her to the fire, though he couldn't help but notice how enticing her scent was. What shall she do tonight? She must remain vigilant against Mixin's potential mischief. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed into the inky darkness outside, her heart heavy with concern. Would a male intruder venture forth in the night? Noticing her anxious glance towards the outside, Mixin, despite the branches obscuring the view, recognized the oppressive darkness that surrounded them. Understanding her apprehension, he comforted her. Do not fear. I am here with you. His voice was soft, and when their eyes met, The warmth of his gaze left Guo Xiaoxiao feeling utterly disconcerted. Guo Xiaoxiao, do not be deceived by such masculine allure. Their blatant demeanor should not diminish your vigilance. It is imperative to devise a strategy. Mixin, why not spend the night in the Mikel cave? Guo Xiaoxiao clutched her collar and spoke, while Mike Sun, perplexed, sat down beside her once more. He could distinctly sense that Guo Xiaoxiao's body had tensed slightly. Understanding her apprehension, he reassured her. Are you afraid that I might mate with you now? Rest assured, tonight, aside from affectionate gestures such as kisses and gentle touches, I will not go further. Mike Sun earnestly vowed, his expression one of earnest integrity. You're still going to kiss me and touch me? Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief, fearing his intentions, yet he openly confessed. Anxiously, she replied, No, you must not touch me tonight. No kissing, no touching. Mike Sun, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion, inquired, Why not? Just a few nights ago, you didn't refuse when I kissed you. Times have changed, Guo Xiaoxiao explained with a forced smile. Previously, I could overlook such trivialities, but now, during this perilous period, what if I cannot control myself? I wish to save those moments for when we officially become partners. Please, endure for a few days. There's a saying in our culture, the best things are saved for last. Besides, I feel uncomfortable being too close to others. Mike Sun rested his chin on his hand, contemplating her words seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, I shall heed your wishes. That's more like it. Being obedient is a fine trait in a male. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief, her spirits lifting. However, she still underestimated Mike Sun's restraint. As night fell, the circumstances shifted. Guo Xiaoxiao insisted that Mike Sun sleep on the ground instead of beside her on the fur mat, claiming that she needed more space due to her discomfort. Mike Sun indulged her whim, transforming into a protective creature, curling up beside her fur mat. The first half of the night passed peacefully and normally. Yet, in the latter half of the night, Guo Xiaoxiao, half asleep, sensed something moving on her body. Each time she turned, the sensation would vanish. But soon as she was on the verge of slumber, the movement would return. With her eyes half open, she suddenly found herself staring into a pair of gleaming eyes, as if they could see right through her soul. Guo Xiaoxiao was utterly terrified, her voice rising in a shriek, only to be silenced by a large hand covering her mouth. Xiaoxiao is me. I am Mixin. Mixin spoke softly, his voice deep and melodious, bringing a sense of calm to Guo Xiaoxiao's heart. Thankfully, it was not another male attempting to ambush her in the dead of night, yet fear still gripped her. Why had he come to her bed? She pried Mixin's hand away and asked, What are you doing here? Mixin remained silent, his hand gently resting on Guo Xiaoxiao's waist, lifting her effortlessly into the air with a fluid motion. He settled her onto his lap, his arms encircling her tightly. Guo Xiaoxiao could feel the warmth radiating from his chest, the firmness of his muscles, and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The position was unbearably embarrassing. She attempted to break free, but found it impossible to escape Mixin's grasp. She felt immobilized, too afraid to make another sound, primarily concerned that any disturbance might provoke Mixin, leading to unforeseen consequences. Do not worry, I will not harm you, he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to Guo Xiaoxiao's earlobe and then to her cheek. Each touch as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, exuding an exquisite tenderness. Guo Xiaoxiao sat there rigidly, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and panic. She thought to herself, I cannot trust anyone. Has he succumbed to his primal instincts? What do you truly desire? She stammered. Sleep, Mixin replied before closing his eyes, gently tightening his grip around Guo Xiaoxiao, drawing her closer to him. His towering and robust physique was evident even without clothing, highlighting the stark contrast in their sizes. Guo Xiaoxiao nestled in Mixin's embrace, resembling a docile little kitten, primarily paralyzed by fear. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed blankly ahead, causing Mixin to stifle a laugh. He leaned his head towards the nape of Guo Xiaoxiao's neck, inhaling deeply, greedily savoring the essence of his perfect female. Guo Xiaoxiao felt an incessant itch on her neck, instinctively shrinking away, her heart fervently pleading, Oh God, rescue me. What am I to do? Mixin opened his eyes, a tumult of reason and uncontrollable desire swirling within their depths. He gazed up at the rugged stones of the cave ceiling, resolute in his decision to refrain from touching Guo Xiaoxiao again. Failure to do so might lead to a complete loss of control, a state he had painstakingly suppressed for far too long. Each encounter with her had ignited an irresistible impulse within him. Only a few more days remained, just a short wait until they would officially become partners. Mixin turned his gaze towards Guo Xiaoxiao's exquisitely pale profile, her bewildered fingers entwined in a chaotic embrace, radiating an air of anxious confusion. Slowly, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips, a kiss imbued with tentative exploration and yearning, reminiscent of two fish frolicking and entwining within each other's mouths, merging and evolving until they transformed entirely. Deep within their souls, a profound resonance emerged as they drew upon one another's sweetness, ensnared in an inescapable allure. Guoxiaoxiao was rendered weak and dazed by Mixin's kiss, her mind a blank slate, even forgetting how to respond. As Mixin released Guoxiaoxiao, he observed the bewildered expression on her face, his gaze darkening slightly. He reached out to caress her forehead, chuckling softly, "Xiao Xiao, your essence is delightfully sweet." Guoxiaoxiao finally regained her senses, abruptly pushing Mixin away while not forgetting to strike his chest with her small fists. "Have you lost your mind? Who gave you permission to touch me? Who allowed you to come near? Who permitted you to kiss me?" Her entire face flushed crimson. Even the roots of her ears burning with embarrassment, yet overshadowing it all was a sense of dread. Mixin was taken aback. And then a bitter smile crept across his lips. "Indeed, I have gone mad. I am on the brink of insanity." He lowered his head, concealing the pain and desolation in his eyes. It was excruciating, to behold yet not possess, and it was so enticing. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Volume 1, Chapter 23. I hold no interest in females, yet for you, I find myself quite intrigued. Guoxiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. "I told you. Trust no one. This beast's physiological cycle is not yet over, and he dares to entertain such thoughts. This cannot continue. Xiao, keep your distance. I shall take a shower. You should rest for now." Mixin, struggling to suppress his true nature, understood that any contact with Guoxiaoxiao at this moment would only bring her harm. Thus, regardless of how unbearable it felt, he had to endure it resolutely. Transforming into his beast form, he let out a howl and dashed out of the cave, leaving only a gust of wind that sent the branches outside into a frenzy. After Mixin's departure, Guoxiaoxiao felt a slight sense of safety. At least the singular threat had vanished. However, evading danger for a fleeting moment does not equate to a lifetime of security. Once his physiological cycle concludes, what excuse could she possibly conjure? The most pressing issue was her suitcase. She could not flee quickly, and should they transform into lions, they would catch her in a mere 3 seconds. A series of daunting challenges weighed heavily upon Guoxiaoxiao's heart, inciting restlessness and anxiety. Sleep eluded her in the dead of night, and soon, a discomfort in her abdomen began to manifest. Her constitution was somewhat peculiar. While others experienced pain during their physiological cycle, she typically felt slight abdominal cramps beforehand, with no sensation in the middle. This time, however, she felt nothing until the onset of her cycle, perhaps due to some discomfort with the environment. Now, with her aching belly, Guoxiaoxiao curled up on the grass mat as the system activated. "System, host, are you alright?" Guoxiaoxiao responded. "Fine, what a joke. I'm done for. Just wait to collect my remains. After my menstrual period ends, when I confront Mix, I will undoubtedly perish in bed, no doubt about it." System, host, do not be so pessimistic. The orcs are meant to be somewhat formidable, but they would not go so far as to end your life. You are worrying excessively. Guoxiaoxiao, oh dear, are you even speaking humanly? It's not you who will suffer by being with him. It is I who bears the burden. System, host, have you forgotten? We still have a mission. If you bond with a male partner, you will be granted the opportunity for resurrection. Guoxiaoxiao, I haven't forgotten. I shall not accept this task. System, you might as well proceed. If you truly fear being eliminated by Mixin, the resurrection bonus ensures that even if you perish, you will be fully revived the following day. Guoxiaoxiao was amused by the system's peculiar reasoning. Clearly, it is unfathomable for a person to utter such shameless words. Being eliminated only to rise again, it is remarkable that such a thought could even cross his mind. Guoxiaoxiao, I truly consider myself unfortunate to have encountered a system such as yours. System, reflect carefully. I speak the truth. One must always be prepared for contingencies. By accepting this task, you are equipping yourself for unforeseen circumstances. Should the beastly nature of Mixin manifest, and you find yourself unable to contend with it, you would face dire consequences. Reviving the next day would ultimately serve your own interests. Guoxiaoxiao rolled her eyes. The task sounded utterly ridiculous. She might as well leap off a building. However, if she were to truly perish, it would be an irrefutable loss, decidedly unwise. Guoxiaoxiao, undeterred, inquired, System, do you possess a means to help me avoid such an occurrence? System, indeed, you could seek another male partner of a smaller size to assist you in thwarting Mixin. Ah, I knew it. The system harbors ulterior motives. Guoxiaoxiao chose to disregard the system's words. She closed her eyes to rest, seeking tranquility while pondering other possible solutions. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the cave entrance, startling her into an immediate alertness. She swiftly rose from the grass mat and cautiously gazed towards the cave's mouth. Someone was approaching. Who could it be? Guo Xiaoxiao shouted loudly. And there was a brief pause before a deep male voice resonated from the direction. I never anticipated that a secluded cave would harbor a female. This voice, though slightly husky, exuded a robust masculinity, captivating and alluring, reminiscent of a man imbued with mature charm. Guo Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Her gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance, apprehensive of anyone approaching. Since you are aware that there are females within the cave, you should depart quickly. Are there no males by your side? It is quite foolish of the Sui Shui tribe to leave a solitary female in such a remote cavern. Guo Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless. Mixin, where have you gone? Come back quickly. His words seemed to suggest he was not a member of this tribe, raising the unsettling possibility that he might be a villain. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and Guo Xiaoxiao could even detect the distinct, primal scent of male pheromones. As the footsteps drew nearer, a tall and handsome orc entered the scene, his strikingly handsome face adorned with a wicked curve, the corners of his mouth lifting to reveal a row of pristine, even teeth. Upon his chest rested a black tattoo, a totem that appeared to symbolize his status. Her heart raced violently, pounding against her chest as if it might burst forth. This male was different. While other males would typically temper their ferocity in the presence of a female to avoid instilling fear, he seemed to relish in intimidating Guo Xiaoxiao, exuding a formidable aura. Who was this man? Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at him in astonishment. Clad in leather shorts that showcased his powerful legs, his body was a chiseled marvel of explosive beauty, muscles taut and defined, his expression betraying a hint of indifference. With a slight smirk, he uttered, "Heh, are you afraid? Rest assured, I have no interest in females." Upon hearing his words, Guo Xiaoxiao dared not relax her guard. Though he expressed no interest in the feminine, he certainly could not be deemed a good man. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, the man discerned the features of Guo Xiaoxiao's face and uncovered something remarkable. His pupils shimmered with an astonishing brilliance as he suddenly drew near, bending down to grasp her chin and lift it. His profound gaze fixated upon her exquisite beauty as he declared, "I am Song Ju, hailing from the Si Shui tribe." Guo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this about? Why was she being informed of this? Wasn't the Sui Shui tribe the same one that Mixin sought land from? Why venture into their territory in the dead of night? An ambush, perhaps? Song Ju scrutinized Guo Xiaoxiao's face and form with the keen interest of one who has discovered a treasure, and continued, "However, I find you quite intriguing." Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Help? The man harbors ill intentions." Song Ju extended his tongue to lick his lips, exuding a sinister charm. "You possess a striking beauty. I have never encountered such an exquisite female before. How absurd." Guo Xiaoxiao swiftly recoiled to the corner of the fur mat, declaring, "You must leave at once. I am the mate of Mike's son, and you will surely meet your demise upon his return. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, there are only a handful of females in the Yushan tribe, yet I have never heard of one as beautiful as you. It seems that Mikeson has kept you well hidden." With that, he leaned closer, a deadly smile gracing his face as he attempted to draw Guo Xiaoxiao into his embrace, intending to whisk her away before Mikeson's return to savor her slowly back in his tribe. Initially, he had come merely to gather intelligence about the Yushan tribe, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a delightful prize. Volume 1, Chapter 24, a young male on the brink of death in his quest to protect the female he cherishes. Guo Xiaoxiao silently lamented her predicament. If this man truly intended to capture her, she would possess neither the strength nor the will to resist. She recalled the skills bestowed by the system. While the healing abilities seemed futile, the heart of the lion sounded remarkably formidable, perhaps capable of instilling a degree of intimidation. Before Chao Ju could even lay a hand on Guo Xiaoxiao, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, instantly invigorating him. Initially, he had merely intended to play. Yet he found himself unexpectedly fortunate. This female exuded an enchanting allure. Taking advantage of Song Ju's brief moment of distraction, Guo Xiaoxiao swiftly rose from the ground and dashed towards the entrance of the cave. "Humph, you little female, where do you think you're going?" Song Ju snorted coldly, his figure rapidly pursuing her. His speed far surpassed that of Guo Xiaoxiao, and in the blink of an eye, he had effectively cornered her. Guo Xiaoxiao glared at Song Ju, suppressing her fear. "I will not go with you, so give up." Song Ju chuckled lightly, as if you could escape. As he spoke, he reached out to caress Guo Xiaoxiao's face, savoring the delicate, smooth skin beneath his fingers. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and planted a kiss at the corner of her lips before lifting his gaze to meet hers. "Come with me, you bear no mate mark. It would be far better to have a more powerful male by your side." "What?" Guo Xiaoxiao stood transfixed, gazing at Song Ju. Once I bring you back to my tribe, we shall become mates. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself utterly bewildered by the situation. Why was it that all the orcs could think of was this matter? Upon seeing a female, their thoughts seemed solely fixated on forming a bond. Little one, stay with me, and I assure you, I will bring you joy, Song Ju declared, leaning down once more to kiss her, his expression frivolous. As if he regarded her merely as a source of amusement, Guo Xiaoxiao evaded, saying, "No, I refuse." Song Ju shrugged indifferently, thinking that he could gradually cultivate feelings later. For now, he needed to take her back without wasting any more time. Song Ju intended to transform into his original beast form to carry Guo Xiaoxiao back to the tribe. Just as he was about to act, another voice emerged. "Who are you?" Guo Xiaoxiao's heart leapt with joy, believing it to be Mikeson returning. Song Ju frowned, visibly displeased, and turned to see a male orc who was not Mikeson. Through the gap, Guo Xiaoxiao recognized the newcomer. "Sam, how did he get here?" Song Ju assessed the sudden intruder. Although still young, he displayed a remarkable presence. Judging by his stature, this youth had yet to reach adulthood. Yet his handsome features were marred by fury. "Why are you bullying her?" Sam demanded, his eyes gleaming with menace, evidently harboring murderous intent. However, in the dim light of night, he failed to realize that Song Ju was not a member of their tribe. "Her? She is my prey. And who might you be?" Song Ju retorted disdainfully, considering this young cub unworthy of even being his meal, let alone questioning him. "I warn you to leave at once. Otherwise, I shall not show you mercy," Sam declared, forgoing further dialogue as he lunged at Song Ju with his sharp claws. Song Ju deftly dodged, delivering a powerful strike to Sam's chest that sent him hurtling backward. Sam crashed into a nearby tree and fell to the ground, struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In a state of astonishment, Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her concern for Sam, unwilling to see the young man perish in his attempt to save her. "Sam, are you all right?" she implored. "Do not worry about me. You must flee and seek Mixon." Song Ju interjected, noting the recent commotion had been rather loud. "We must depart, otherwise we will be in trouble when those orcs arrive." As he spoke, Song Ju grasped Guo Xiaoxiao and prepared to retreat. "Don't run," Sam protested, struggling to rise. Protecting the safety of the female was the solemn duty of every male beast, and he was willing to sacrifice his life if necessary. "Release her." "Humph, and who are you to command?" Sam disregarded his injuries, forcibly transforming into the form of a lion. Although his size was considerable, he was still smaller than Mixon and the other adult orcs. A mighty roar erupted from him, causing the surrounding flora to sway. Many within the vicinity of the pineapple had already sensed the disturbance. Song Ju released Guo Xiaoxiao, his gaze towards Sam now imbued with a grave seriousness. He too underwent transformation, but his form was that of a colossal eagle, soaring above, casting a shadow that darkened the area as though a tempest were imminent. With each flap of his wings, a fierce wind howled around him, instilling terror in all present. Sam's throat emitted a deep growl. "You are from the Sui Shui tribe." The cacophony of their preparations for battle had attracted numerous orcs, converging towards them. Even Mixon, who had been submerged in water, was alerted by the noise, though he remained unaware of the situation unfolding above the surface. Song Ju, feeling increasingly displeased, contemplated whether to take Guo Xiaoxiao with him, realizing that trouble would ensue once the orcs arrived. Before he could further ponder, his keen eyesight caught sight of Mixon, transformed and racing towards them with fervor. Guo Xiaoxiao, absent from the fray, retreated to a corner of the cave to evade the chaos. Her transformation into a formidable eagle beast rendered her too large to enter the cavern. Song Ju remained unwavering, declaring with certainty, "This female shall be mine in due time." Before unfurling his wings and soaring away, the majestic eagle glided above the approaching male and Mikeson. Gazing upward at the soaring figure imbued with Guo Xiaoxiao's essence yet devoid of her presence, hastened his pace, racing towards the cave and disregarding the trembling Sam beside him. Upon witnessing Guo Xiaoxiao, disheveled and seated on the ground, a surge of fury ignited within him. He had been careless, even neglecting to don his animal hide before charging in. "Xiaoxiao," Mikeson called out, enveloping her in his embrace. "Xiaoxiao, how are you? Are you injured? Where does it hurt?" Mikeson anxiously examined her from head to toe, fretting over any potential wounds. Fortunately, she bore no scars, merely feeling a bit cold. "I am fine, thank you," she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao nestled in Mikeson's embrace, the familiar scent emanating from him providing a sense of comfort. Mikeson swiftly laid her down and covered her with a fur blanket, then turned to gaze at Sam, who lay on the ground, coughing incessantly as he reverted to his human form. a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. Sam? Sam managed a nod, clutching his chest with evident difficulty. My son, he uttered, his voice tinged with pain, noticing something amiss. Mike's son approached and crouched beside him to examine his body. Upon discovering the internal injuries, his expression turned grave. In the beast realm, such a degree of injury was exceedingly challenging to heal. Sam, what has happened? Guo Xiaoxiao was also concerned as she hurried over to Sam's side. The young man had been injured while trying to protect her, receiving a harsh blow from that wicked man. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a short rest, Sam replied, struggling to lift his head, but his condition appeared dire. Guo Xiaoxiao was unconvinced. Blood was spilling from his mouth, clearly indicative of internal injuries. You are deceiving me. How could you be fine? Are you truly all right? She asked with worry. Mixon frowned upon seeing Sam's injuries. I will take him for treatment. You should rest for now. Xiaoxiao, I'll have Mikkel come over. No. Guo Xiaoxiao grasped Mixon's arm, disregarding his vulnerability. She spoke with deep concern. I will accompany you. Mixon wanted her to obey. But Guo Xiaoxiao resolutely insisted, I cannot stay behind. Volume 1, Chapter 25. Utilizing healing magic to save Sam. With Sam on the brink of death, how could she stand idly by? She possessed a healing spell and would go with Mixon. If it failed, she would have no choice but to reveal her abilities. Very well, Mixon reluctantly transformed into his beast form, carefully placing Sam upon his back, which could comfortably accommodate both a human and a creature. Sam, barely conscious and with a dazed gaze, inhaled Guo Xiaoxiao's delicate fragrance, feeling a warmth in his heart. At least he was perishing while protecting the female he cherished. And he had no regrets. Guo Xiaoxiao rested her hand upon Sam's shoulder, sensing that his breath had grown faint. Sam struggled to open his eyes, seemingly aware that he could not hold on much longer. He wished to imprint Guo Xiaoxiao's visage in his memory. You are truly beautiful, so wonderful, he murmured. Just sleep a little longer. They will be here soon. Guo Xiaoxiao gently patted Sam's back. He could no longer endure. Dark crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he succumbed to a heavy slumber. Mixon carried them with remarkable speed. And soon they arrived before the entrance of the Monet cave. The earlier commotion had already disturbed many orcs, who now stood anxiously at the periphery, bewildered by the unfolding events. Monet, Monet, Mixon called out a few times. The curtain was lifted, revealing a pair of golden, shimmering eyes. Upon seeing them, Monet paused momentarily. What happened? She inquired, her brow furrowing. Sam is injured. We need to treat him urgently, Mixon and Guo Xiaoxiao said as they entered. Gently placing Sam upon the leather mat, Monet quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Sam had been attacked. Without further inquiry, she hurried to assess Sam's injuries. Upon noticing a large, ominous mark on his chest, her expression turned grave. This is dire. Our tribe lacks the medicinal resources to treat internal injuries, she lamented. Guo Xiaoxiao, in a state of utter bewilderment, clutched Sam's hand tightly, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, exuding a poignant vulnerability. Is he on the brink of death? Xiaoxiao, my dear, you must tend to Sam first. The chieftain and I shall venture into the forest in search of medicinal herbs. All right. With that, Mixon and Monet hurriedly exited. But it was imperative to take Monet along, for his extensive knowledge would enable him to identify the healing plants. Guo Xiaoxiao discovered a beast skin cloth in a small pit. Gently clasping the cloth, she meticulously wiped away the dirt and grime from Sam's frail and pallid face, her heart aching with profound sorrow. The Monet household was filled with an abundance of various herbs and tools, yet the space on the fur mat was limited, leaving no room to maneuver. She enveloped Sam in the beast skin blanket to provide warmth and then settled down across from him, gazing intently. You must not perish. If you do, I shall find no solace in sleep. Outside the cave, the orcs gathered, with the female orcs typically averse to meddling in affairs not their own. Upon hearing that unfamiliar orcs had arrived in the tribe, they were even more hesitant to emerge. The orcs were aware that Sam and Guo Xiaoxiao were together, but out of respect for his injuries, they refrained from intruding. Cough, cough. A spurt of blood escaped his lips, sending Guo Xiaoxiao into a frenzy. Sam, how are you? Please, do not frighten me. With that, Sam succumbed to another fit of violent coughing before drifting back into unconsciousness, leaving her in a state of deep concern. Sam, hold on. With no one else in the cave, it was a fortuitous moment. She decided to employ her healing magic, hoping against hope that it might rouse Sam from his slumber. Guo Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, attempting to invoke her magical prowess. As her thoughts began to take effect, a sphere of green light gradually emerged from her forehead. She could only endeavor to try her best. The green array swirled around Sam, expanding in concentric circles, gradually enveloping him as if shrouding him within. Guo Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief as the array ceased its operation, the verdant formation slowly dissipating. And Sam's cheeks regained a semblance of rosy hue. Guo Xiaoxiao believed her efforts had borne fruit. However, as soon as the formation dissipated, Sam began to convulse. Dark blood gushing from his mouth. His entire body writhed violently, and before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Guo Xiaoxiao, trembling with fear, found herself at a loss. Is it useless? Has it malfunctioned? Sam, don't frighten me. System. Guo Xiaoxiao called out, please, come forth. The system responded, system activated. Good evening, host. Guo Xiaoxiao, the healing spell is ineffective. The person is on the brink of death. System. Currently, you possess only the basic healing spell, which is ineffective against severe injuries. However, it has at least preserved his life, so there is no need for you to worry. Guo Xiaoxiao, save his life. He has lost a great deal of blood. You act as I do. System. Observe a little longer. Although his severe injuries cannot be healed, there is still a possibility of recovery. Guo Xiaoxiao fixated her gaze intently on Sam. Indeed, a faint green luminescence emanated from him, as if mending his internal wounds. The marks on his chest, previously bruised from the blows, seemed to fade at a visibly remarkable pace. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld this scene. Gradually, Sam's stammering consciousness began to return. In that moment, Guo Xiaoxiao genuinely believed that Sam had revived, for he had opened his eyes. Guo Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed over and threw herself onto him. Sam, taken aback by her sudden movement, was momentarily stunned. Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed with fervor, thank heavens, you have finally returned to us. As Sam opened his eyes, still disoriented, he beheld Guo Xiaoxiao's beautiful face magnified before him, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Sam, Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, why have you fallen asleep again? Is there anything wrong? This is truly exasperating. The orc stationed outside dared not enter, merely observing the scene from a distance. Do you think Sam will survive? One inquired. Surely, he must be all right. Another replied, though the lament of the female was hauntingly poignant, suggesting peril was near. The gathered orcs, hesitant to approach the chieftain's cave, could only linger around its perimeter. There were regulations in place. The chieftain's dwelling housed precious items, and orcs were forbidden from entering without permission. Time passed uncertainly until Meixin and Monai finally returned, bearing a yellow fruit, a product of the yellow flower tree. Known for its healing properties, Monai held the fruit, explaining to Guo Xiaoxiao, here, take this. We will proceed with the treatment now. Meixin added, somewhat disapproving of Guo Xiaoxiao's proximity to Sam, yet acknowledging the necessity of attending to his condition. Very well, she conceded. With the healing spell, he should be out of danger. Guo Xiaoxiao stepped out of the cave and into the midst of the orcs, where Mikkel joined her, signaling her to remain calm. They stood side by side, a united front. Feeling a bit parched, Guo Xiaoxiao relaxed her nerves, only to find herself growing drowsy. Her mouth felt dry, and she murmured, does anyone have water? The attentive orcs, upon hearing her plea, immediately rushed forth, each offering to assist. I'll get it for you. I will prepare some. Allow me. Guo Xiaoxiao did not refuse. Her physiological period, combined with the chill of the beast realm at night, left her weary. She felt indifferent and said, anything is fine. I would like some water. A male beast handed her a jug of water. Guo Xiaoxiao accepted it without hesitation, cradling the gourd and tilting her head back to drink the icy water, which awakened her senses. Mikkel, either intentionally or inadvertently, dispersed the orc crowd, not wishing for them to encroach too closely. In the cave, Monet noticed something peculiar. Sam's injuries had significantly improved, the marks on his chest fading. The once terrifying wounds seemed to be healing, leaving Monet to wonder if he had merely been seeing things. Without dwelling too much on it, he and Mikkel crushed fruit and fed it to Sam. Mikkel also observed the slight improvement in Sam's condition but did not delve further. It was a relief that he had survived. Given the severity of his injuries, even the fruit might not have been sufficient for recovery. But at least his life was no longer in jeopardy. After feeding him the fruit, the two remained vigilant, monitoring Sam's condition. As time passed, Sam's complexion gradually became more vibrant, the pain in his body lessening, though he appeared to be still uncomfortable. Eventually, he lay still on the bed, his breathing deepening, signifying that he had surpassed the most perilous phase. All is well now, Mikkel sighed in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he settled down nearby. Monet, weary from the ordeal, sat on the ground to rest, relieved to see Sam improving. After a while, Sam regained consciousness, gradually opening his eyes. Initially, all he perceived was darkness, but with the faint moonlight, he could finally discern his surroundings. This was not his cave. He recalled sustaining serious injuries and being brought here by Mikkel and Guo Xiaoxiao for healing. The room was cluttered with bizarre objects. Undoubtedly the chamber of the tribe's leader, Monet. Faint voices reached his ears, urging him to listen closely, but he could only hear the sound without seeing the source. Sam furrowed his brow, feeling a dryness in his throat, as if it were scorched by fire. "I'm awake," upon hearing a familiar yet strange voice. Sam instinctively attempted to rise, a reflexive response typical of an orc. However, his limbs felt weak, and he could muster no strength, unable even to turn over. "Do not exert yourself. Your body is frail and requires a couple more days of rest." Mikkel, having tied a piece of beast hide around his waist in Monet's room, noticed Sam had awakened and approached his bedside. Seeing Mikkel brought a sense of relief to Sam. He realized he had indeed been saved. Yet, he felt a pang of embarrassment at having been defeated before a female. The thought of pursuing Guo Xiaoxiao would forever linger as a shadow in his mind. Attempting to raise his hand to feel his chest, in a daze, he sensed something pulsating there, a comforting sensation that made his breathing easier, but any contact brought pain. Was this merely an illusion? Mixon assured Monet, who was seated on the ground, that he had carried Sam back to his cave and that he would not perish. Monet nodded, expressing relief that fortune had favored them. Had they not found the kiwi in the forest shortly after their arrival, Sam would have surely met his end that day. Initially, Sam's injuries had been gruesome, blood pouring from his mouth, his insides ruptured. The kiwi was not a remedy. Merely a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. Yet, upon their return, they found that Sam's wounds had significantly healed, thus sparing his life. For phenomena beyond their comprehension, they could only attribute it to the blessings of the beast god or the deity's unwillingness to claim his life. "Ah, he is fortunate indeed. Monet, you should rest now." "I shall take him back," Mixon said. "Go on. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." Mixon hoisted the limp Sam onto his shoulder and exited the cave. Outside, a gathering of people swiftly surrounded them, including Guo Xiaoxiao, who anxiously inquired, "Is he all right? Has he passed away?" Sam appeared utterly exhausted, finding it a challenge even to muster a smile in greeting, thus allowing Mixon to carry him without resistance. "Those who consume the kiwi will not die, Xiaoxiao. We should return now and escort Sam back to his cave," Mixon replied. "Thank goodness. He is still so young. It would be a grave sin if he were to die," Guo Xiaoxiao said, attempting to steady her emotions. "Very well then." As Sam drifted into a heavy slumber, Mixon bore him back to his cave. Along the way, several young males approached, eager to assist, but upon witnessing the horrifying extent of Sam's injuries, they retreated, fearful of complicating matters further. The males of the Yushan tribe were tightly bonded, often aiding one another, unless it was for the sake of a female. "I'll take over," Mikkel said, relieving Mixon of the burden of carrying Sam. "You and the female should return. I will look after Sam." Mixon patted Michael's shoulder, acknowledging him as a true brother, then turned to the slightly worried Guo Xiaoxiao. "Once he awakens, all will be well. Let him rest for the night." After watching Mixon disappear with Sam, Monet returned to the cave, meticulously checking the surroundings to ensure nothing had been overlooked before ceasing his busy tasks. Cursed be his suspicious nature. Leaning against the wall, he gazed out at the moonlit sky, sighing softly. How is it possible for such a near-fatal injury to have improved? Incredibly, Monet's emotions were tumultuous. Although Sam's injuries were healing relatively swiftly, there lingered a disquieting notion that Sam's recovery was not merely a result of natural healing, but rather something more profound. Mixon and Guo Xiaoxiao returned to the cave, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of another male, which filled him with revulsion and nausea. He began to chastise himself for his prolonged absence, for allowing Guo Xiaoxiao to fall into peril. Yet, all his concerns and regrets swiftly morphed into a seething ire. Mixon possessed an intense sense of possessiveness, firmly believing that Guo Xiaoxiao was destined to be his forever, impervious to the desires of others. His gaze shifted unnaturally as he scrutinized Guo Xiaoxiao from head to toe, searching for any sign of another male's mark upon her. Her clothing appeared intact, bearing evidence of having been tugged, yet the unmistakable scent of another male, distinct from Sam's, intermingled with hers. Guo Xiaoxiao was oblivious to Mixon's actions as she lay on the mat, preparing to sleep. Mixon, stifling his emotions while lying beside Guo Xiaoxiao, ultimately succumbed to the turmoil within him and wrapped his arms around her waist. "That man hasn't done anything inappropriate to you, has he?" Guo Xiaoxiao was already exhausted, and now she felt even more drowsy, longing to close her eyes and disregard everything around her. "Nothing," What's wrong? She inquired. Oh, that's good, Mixon replied, tightening his embrace around her arm. Sleep, he urged gently. In his lowered gaze, a mixture of reluctance and longing flickered briefly before he concealed it, drawing Guo Xiaoxiao into his embrace. She nestled obediently against him, murmuring softly. Guo Xiaoxiao responded softly with her eyes closed. Mixon, as she took a deep breath. Xiaoxiao, I always have a feeling that you will leave me. Guo Xiaoxiao, in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at Mixon, who had just uttered a perplexing phrase about leaving. Where am I going? Mixon rested his chin atop Guo Xiaoxiao's head and assured her, I know you won't. In a few days, we shall become partners, a promise for a lifetime. Indeed. She replied softly, spoke with a hint of unease, wishing to swiftly conclude the topic. Mixon, I am weary. Let us retire for the night. Indeed. Let us sleep. Mixon replied, gently caressing Spack, a smile gracing his lips, for he was determined to remain by her side forever. A sleepless night passed. The following day, Sam awoke. His body having recovered significantly, yet his spirits remained low. He understood that this was a normal reaction. He was well aware of his physical condition. After his treatment the previous night, he had been carried home by Mikkel, who placed him in his cave and advised him to rest and recuperate. Sam felt a surge of joy at being alive, able to witness the sun rise and set in the beast world once more. However, his anxiety grew as he had not yet seen, and he longed to be near her. Yet, he feared that his presence might startle her. Moreover, after the disastrous battle yesterday, how could he face her with dignity? Mikkel had cautioned him the night before against seeing, explaining that Mixon's reason for saving him was solely because he had rescued. If he failed to control himself, it would be tantamount to declaring war against Mixon. Guo Xiaoxiao sat at the entrance of the cave, savoring the roasted meat prepared by Mixon. Due to the events of yesterday, Mixon was set to meet with Monet to devise a plan. It was said that strong and vigorous males would accompany them, while 13 males remained stationed at each female's cave entrance as sentinels. Only Mikkel is watching over Guo Xiaoxiao, while the other males have no opportunity to approach. Guo Xiaoxiao was savoring her skewers of grilled meat with great delight when, all of a sudden, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. Turning her head upwards, she found nothing but emptiness. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced around once more, yet still encountered nothing out of the ordinary. Alas, it truly baffled her. Guo Xiaoxiao, in a state of distress, raked her fingers through her hair, yet she chose to relinquish her thoughts. What is the matter? Mikkel inquired. Nothing, she replied. As Guo Xiaoxiao savored the roasted meat, she remarked that Mikkel had cooked the most tender part of the large black beast today, a section particularly favored by the females. In the 27th chapter of the first volume, the boy's confession revealed a profound affection. How's the food today? It's quite delicious, Guo Xiaoxiao replied. This roast is far superior to what I had in the past few days. It is both tender and soft, without being greasy. She relished every bite. If you enjoy it, I shall continue to prepare it for you tomorrow. My brother will likely be busy for the next few days. No need, if he is occupied. You may accompany him. I can manage on my own. Guo Xiaoxiao's desire to avoid troubling Mikkel was merely a polite remark. However, Mikkel interpreted it as an indication that Guo Xiaoxiao wished for him to leave. This left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet he found himself at a loss as to how to respond. Competing with his brother for affection was out of the question. His tone grew somewhat harsh as he declared, I will leave when I choose to, without your prompting. It seems I have provoked his ire. He appears to be quite angry. Guo Xiaoxiao believed that Mikkel was in a rather low mood, so she turned and returned to the cave. Watching her depart, Mixon's gaze dimmed. He dared not approach, nor did he dare to hope, for he was filled with trepidation. Guo Xiaoxiao had replaced her sanitary pad with an oversized one. The first 2 days without such a pad were simply unbearable. Each day was filled with a delightful variety of meat and fruit, catering to her needs splendidly. The previous evening's encounter with the male Guo Xiaoxiao seemed to have been entirely forgotten, merely a fleeting episode that warranted no further consideration. Following this, Guo Xiaoxiao spent 3 days in apparent tranquility, yet beneath this facade, tumultuous emotions brewed within her. Mixon had been exceedingly occupied, focusing on strengthening defenses and coordinating the orcs with the Star Ring. While he granted Guo Xiaoxiao some respite during the day, the nights were another matter entirely. Mixon's gaze towards her grew increasingly unsettling. He would often sit up in the middle of the night, fixating on her with an intense, burning stare that made her unable to sleep. On the 4th day, Guo Xiaoxiao resolved to check on Sam's condition after his injury. Mikkel was reluctant to accompany her, so when his attention wavered, she stealthily made her way to the crowd of orcs, inquiring discreetly until she discovered Sam's whereabouts. A female orc in heat was darting about, drawing considerable attention, though all the males were preoccupied with their duties, fully alert to the potential threats from the water tribe. They either guarded the entrances of the females' dens or strategized in groups. As long as Guoxiaoxiao remained within the Rain Sound tribe, the risks were minimal, given the abundance of males around her, ensuring a high level of safety. Upon reaching Sam's cave, she found that he had nearly recovered. Over the past few days, Mixon had ensured that Sam received kiwis to aid in his healing, along with generous portions of meat. With the care of his companions and the orc's natural regenerative abilities, Sam healed remarkably quickly. Sam, are you feeling better now? Guoxiaoxiao gazed at the radiant young man before her. You have arrived, Sam exclaimed joyfully, never having anticipated that Guoxiaoxiao would come to see him. Yes, I came to check on your recovery. I am completely healed, Sam replied with a beaming smile. Feeling honored by Guoxiaoxiao's concern, Guoxiaoxiao entered the cave, which was adorned with simplicity. Apart from animal hides, the furnishings consisted solely of branches, accompanied by a large stone pot and a pile of dry grass nearby. Guoxiaoxiao sat atop a haystack, gazing at Sam. Sam, a strikingly beautiful female, appeared exceedingly timid, hesitant to either sit or move. She glanced at Guoxiaoxiao, yet refrained from meeting her gaze directly, as if any prolonged look would constitute an affront. He had never envisioned that he would genuinely fall in love with a female, especially one more exquisite than any he had ever encountered, her beauty taking his breath away. You need not refer to me as female. You may simply call me Xiao, Guoxiaoxiao. The term female feels rather awkward, she expressed. Then Xiao, Sam stammered, maintaining a demure demeanor with his gaze lowered. Guoxiaoxiao discerned Sam's unease. Despite being in her domain, he appeared quite apprehensive. Did he truly believe she would harm him? There was no need for such tension. She merely sought to check on him. Having brought nothing, she felt somewhat embarrassed for arriving empty-handed to attend to a patient. Oh. Very well, Sam replied obediently. Come sit beside me. Guoxiaoxiao felt a sense of reassurance towards Sam, perhaps due to his youthful age. It was hard to imagine that this innocent-looking lad would engage in actions akin to those of Mixon. The desire for a female was instinctual. Yet his immaturity was a stark reality. Sam gently settled beside Guoxiaoxiao, lowering his head for a moment before speaking. Xiao. Yes? May I touch you? Sam shyly glanced at her. Guoxiaoxiao blinked in astonishment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. He wanted to touch her. How old are you? What are you thinking at your tender age? Teenager? Sam replied, I'm actually 29, and I will be an adult in 3 months. That's rather soon. ISNT it? 29? With such a youthful appearance, who would believe you? You look merely 16 or 17. Is this how you plan to deceive to find a female? Guoxiaoxiao felt the urge to impart some wisdom to him. Xiao, I understand the male desire for a female, but surely, you must be more reasonable in your deception. At 29, you are older than Mixon and Mikkel, are you not? Seeing Guoxiaoxiao's disbelief, Sam hastily clarified, I am not deceiving you. I truly am 29. With only 3 months until adulthood. Mixon and Mikkel are about 33. How could I possibly be older than them? So Mixon and the others are on the brink of middle age, yet they appear to be in their early 20s. Guoxiaoxiao realized that the age reckoning in their beastly world differed from that of the 21st century. She inquired, Sam, how long does an orc typically live? That depends on their strength. The powerful can live over 200 years, while the weaker ones might not see past 150. For instance, Elder Monet is over 180 years old. Goodness. I see, Guoxiaoxiao continued, and what about females? How long do they live? Sam seemed puzzled as to why she sought this information, believing it to be common knowledge. Nevertheless, he answered, females are quite different. They usually live over 200 years. However, they are scarce. Typically, a female can only bear 1 female offspring in her lifetime, with the rest being males. Remarkable. So, those who traverse from the 21st century could also live beyond 200 years. That may not be the case, as our bodily structures differ. The females here, resembling humanoids, appear vastly different from those in the 21st century. Perhaps their appearance comes at a cost. If I have traversed here, could I too live for over 200 years? Guoxiaoxiao pondered, eager to consult the system. If such longevity were true, she would relish in exploring the breathtaking landscapes of this beastly realm. Just as she was about to inquire about her age, Sam took her hand, the warmth of his touch sending a gentle sensation through her. The lad, bashful and clumsy, expressed his affection in the only way he knew. Was this what he meant by touching? Guoxiaoxiao gazed at the warmth of her hand enveloped by his. lifting her gaze to the young man. I am aware of my frailty and my immaturity. I am not as formidable as Mixon. Yet, I shall grow stronger in time. And I will devote my life to protecting you. Could you grant me this one opportunity? The young man looked at Guo Xiaoxiao with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her affirmative response. She found it difficult to refuse him, for Sam's sincerity was palpable. His eyes seemed to speak, devoid of any impurities or deceit, embodying the finest promise. Guo Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the young man before lowering her head, a profound sense of oppression constricting her chest, akin to the sentiments experienced by Mixon. The emotions were too burdensome to articulate. She had previously flitted about aimlessly, incapable of embracing such earnest feelings. Please, remove your hand first, Sam said, gently releasing Guo Xiaoxiao's grasp. A wave of disappointment surged within her. Was she indeed rejecting him? Sam? Guo Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. A pure-hearted young boy, she thought, how utterly wrong this was. She could not deceive her own conscience, for in her era, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Nor had any man ever expressed such sincerity towards her. Guo Xiaoxiao said, Sam, I am truly sorry, but I cannot accept your feelings. You are a remarkable young man, and you deserve a better companion. Are you rejecting me? Or is it because I am too weak? Sam looked at Guo Xiaoxiao with a sense of helplessness. I do not disdain you. Rather, it is I who am unworthy of you. I do not deserve such devotion from someone like you. Awkwardly admitted. But I genuinely wish to mate with you. I truly have a fondness for you. Could you please share what kind of male you prefer? I will strive to learn and become a male that satisfies you. Sam continued earnestly, infused with a hint of excitement. However, Guo Xiaoxiao remained silent, waiting for him to finish speaking. She sighed, lamenting the plight of the poor child. The issue between us was rooted in our differences in ethnicity rather than character. Yet, it was a comfort that someone could articulate such sentiments on her behalf. It made her journey to the beast realm worthwhile. Rest well, for Mikhail will surely grow anxious in his fruitless search for me. Guo Xiaoxiao stood up, preparing to depart. Do not leave. Sam grasped the sleeve of her garment. Guo Xiaoxiao turned around, gazing at Sam with a look of confusion. Sam inquired, do you truly not consider me at all? Guo Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. She truly lacked the inclination. Sam was rather young, yet at the age of 29, he appeared quite immature. Nevertheless, age was a matter of fact in their world. One became an adult at 30, and 29 was still considered underage. I'm sorry, but are you really unwilling to give it a try with me? Sam approached her, weak and hesitant, yet surprisingly persistent on this matter. Guo Xiaoxiao replied, of course not. I must consider not just your youth but also Mixon. If I were to agree to your request after having previously told him that there would only ever be one male, wouldn't that be a contradiction? Her heart was touched by Mixon. She was genuinely grateful for all he had done for her. While she wouldn't go so far as to profess love, she had to think of herself as well. How can you know unless you try? Sam insisted, clinging to Guo Xiaoxiao, appearing resolute in his desire to mate with her. It was a rare opportunity for a female to approach him. No, it's simply not feasible. Why? Because trouble was at hand. The entrance was suddenly obscured by a towering figure. Micker stood atop a tree, observing the scene without intervening. He had followed Guo Xiaoxiao, curious about where she was sneaking off to, only to discover she was seeking out Sam. In other words, she had jumped into a river from which there was no return in the midst of her estrus, hastily trying to find Sam as her physiological period was nearing its end. Her actions were a clear signal to any beast man. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here? Mixon, with the same purpose as Guo Xiaoxiao, had come to check on Sam's condition and had even brought him a kiwi. Upon entering, he witnessed the two entangled in an intimate embrace, their postures ambiguous. Sam was grasping Guo Xiaoxiao and murmuring incessantly, their bodies pressed closely together. Mixon's expression darkened, his mood plummeting. He lunged forward and delivered a fierce punch to Sam's head, sending him sprawling into the grass. Grabbing him by the neck, Mixon lifted him and roared, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Guo Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered. How could Mixon appear at this moment? Meanwhile, Sam grasped Mixon's wrist, his gaze transforming from innocence to one of fierce determination. He understood that in his pursuit of Guo Xiaoxiao, he would inevitably confront Mixon. Defiantly, he resisted, delivering a kick that Mixon deftly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Sam broke free, creating distance between them. Mixon's expression darkened as the two faced off, the air thick with tension, as if a fierce battle were imminent. Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly intervened. Mixon, what are you doing? Sam's injuries have yet to heal. Her intervention, rather than clarifying the situation, only deepened the ambiguity of their relationship in Mixon's eyes. He began to suspect that Guo Xiaoxiao had acquiesced to some request from Sam, prompting her unusual concern for him. And a fiery rage ignited within him. "Step aside, I will kill him," Mike Sin declared, extending his claws, intent on snapping Sam's neck. Guo Xiaoxiao could scarcely comprehend Mike Sin's reckless behavior and felt a surge of anger. She blocked his advance, insisting, "Calm down. You have a grudge against him, and besides, he is not yet of age. Is this not an act of bullying?" Mike Sin was taken aback by this scene. He had never witnessed Guo Xiaoxiao defend a male so fiercely. Although their time together had been brief, he knew that she had always remained indifferent towards other males, and had never shown such intimacy, even with other females. Yet here she was, protecting Sam. "I initially intended to teach him a lesson, but today he must die," Mike Sin exclaimed, his sanity slipping. Guo Xiaoxiao pushed him back, astonished by her own actions. Turning to Sam, she urged, "You must leave now. Return once Mike Sin has calmed down." Sam shook his head defiantly, expressing his stance. "Females are not meant to be bound to a single male. It is Mike Sin's error. I will not leave. I may not be able to defeat him, but I will not retreat." Although Sam recognized that he was no match for Mike Sin, he refused to flee. He could not deny Mike Sin's qualities as a good patriarch, but in this instance, he had committed no fault. Guo Xiaoxiao could no longer bear it. Mike Sin was earnest in his intentions. One could see in his gaze not the gentleness of a tranquil stream, but rather the ferocity akin to a wild beast. If he did not intervene, Sam would be doomed to another calamity. After all the effort to rescue him, it would be utterly unacceptable to leave him maimed once more. Guo Xiaoxiao remained closely aligned with Sam, effectively placing herself between him and Li Keqian, her vigilance unwavering as she monitored Sam's every move, fearful of any potential mishap. However, to Li Keqian, this seemingly innocuous gesture unfolded into an entirely different narrative. The cherished treasure he had so meticulously safeguarded was not inclined towards him. She had unequivocally promised that he would be her sole male companion. What, then, was the meaning of her current actions? Li Keqian felt deceived. As he witnessed Guo Xiaoxiao using her body to shield Sam, an overwhelming surge of jealousy coursed through him, igniting a desire to eliminate Sam on the spot. Yet, he fought to maintain his composure, resisting the impulse to act recklessly. "Hurry up," he urged. Guo Xiaoxiao urged on, while Sam remained. His head bowed as he gazed upon her. Guo Xiaoxiao was filled with frustration, pondering why she did not heed the counsel of others. Despite her diminutive stature, she was intent on confronting Mike Sin, oblivious to her own limitations. "I shall not engage Sam any further," Mike Sin remarked nonchalantly, as he discarded a kiwi onto the ground and fixed his gaze upon Guo Xiaoxiao, penetrating her very soul. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anxiety under the scrutinizing gaze. Yet she mustered her resolve and said to Sam, "Let us meet another day. I shall return with Mike Sin." Sam glanced at Mike Sin and then back at Guo Xiaoxiao, ultimately acquiescing to her decision. In truth, given his current physical condition, engaging in a duel would be futile. Even fleeing would prove exceedingly challenging. Mike Sin grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's wrist, nearly pulling her into his embrace as they made their way back to the cave. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling a twinge of discomfort, refrained from rejecting the embrace, aware that Mike Sin was merely concerned about the closeness between him and Sam. Once Mike Sin forcibly enveloped him in his arms and returned to the cave, Guo Xiaoxiao sought to placate Mike Sin with kind words to alleviate his anger. After gently placing Guo Xiaoxiao on the firm mat, Mike Sin hurriedly gathered a substantial amount of branches to seal the cave entrance. "Why do you wish to seal the entrance?" Guo Xiaoxiao asked with a hint of confusion, while Mike Sin continued his actions, fixating on her countenance. "A life partner? Oh, so it is a life partner. I thought it was something else." Guo Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly. "Fortunately, it is a life partner and not mating." Yet, within mere seconds, she realized the implications of his words. Wasn't it essentially the same? "This is quite serious. What should I do? What should I do?" Guo Xiaoxiao sat restlessly on the firm mat, contemplating her countermeasures. Observing her demeanor, Mike Sin furrowed his brow, sensing an impending eruption. "Are you unwilling?" His voice, unlike its usual steadiness, was laced with brutality, as if he had completely cornered his prey. "No, I do not." Guo Xiaoxiao wished to refuse, yet Mike Sin provided her with no opportunity. He pressed himself against her and captured her lips with his. His breath was heavy and domineering. Guo Xiaoxiao attempted to push him away, but his strength was overwhelming. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not budge him even slightly. Instead, she found herself further pinned beneath him. Guo Xiaoxiao desperately pounded on his chest, her hands grasping at her waist, rendering her immobile. Like a barbarian, he pillaged with reckless abandon. This was no jest. Guo Xiaoxiao realized that Mixin would not easily relent. She could feel the warmth radiating from Mixin at her waist. Yet the thought of what was to come ignited her resistance. She kicked her legs frantically, but Mixin remained unmoved, continuing his domineering advance. Guo Xiaoxiao incessantly cried out, striving to fend off the onslaught of Mixin. Sensing her response, Mixin's breath quickened. Her resistance only served to further incite his fury. Guo Xiaoxiao's breathing became increasingly erratic, while Mixin began to lose control. His hands brushed against her fair skin, leaving traces upon her delicate surface. Mixin, please don't, Guo Xiaoxiao implored, yet he remained obstinately indifferent. With no other recourse, she activated her skills, silently invoking the heart of the lion. She felt a surge of power rising within her, causing Mixin to momentarily halt. You belong to me, Mixin bellowed, but Guo Xiaoxiao was no longer consumed by fear. Instead, she was infused with boundless courage. If I stay for 2 days, that makes it yours? What absurdity is this? Do you think I would live off you for free? If necessary, I can offer something in exchange. Alas, it was her own fault. She should not have deceived him for her own safety. She ought to have been forthright, simply stating that she wished to stay for a while without any intention of leaving abruptly. Was that not the reason she had promised to take on a female role? Let me go. Guo Xiaoxiao struggled with all her might, yet to no avail. With a sense of reluctance, she cast a glance at the already poised Mixin. Her garments in disarray. She opened her mouth and lunged fiercely toward Mixin, exerting all her strength. The orc's skin was remarkably tough, even with her vigorous bite. She could only draw a mere trickle of blood. At last, Mixin released her, merely seeking a change in position. Guo Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to swiftly leap away, distancing herself from Mixin. She had no intention of entangling herself with him. I shall not engage in a union nor partake in mating with you. I never intended to be with you, merely seeking to placate you. What a relief it was to finally voice these sentiments. Guo Xiaoxiao had previously never dared to utter such words. For reasons unknown, an inexhaustible force surged within her, assuring her that there was nothing to fear, at worst. She could start anew after 18 years, unafraid of death. Was it truly so? Upon hearing Guo Xiaoxiao's declaration, Mixin struck the wall with his fist, causing an indentation to form instantly. He shook his arm and then advanced toward Guo Xiaoxiao. It matters not. After all, you cannot escape. There is no refuge for you. Volume 1, Chapter 29. It turns out the protagonist is a wolf slayer. Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly retreated, step by step, until she found herself at the edge of the rocks. With no further path to escape, a glimmer of light flashed before her eyes, revealing a small bone knife lying beside her, an implement that Mixin typically used to cut meat for Guo Xiaoxiao. The knife's reflective sheen caught her gaze, illuminating her eyes. Guo Xiaoxiao, disregarding all else, grasped the knife tightly in her hand. Mixin could hardly fathom that she would resort to violence to avoid mating with him. What had he failed to do? Everything seemed to be perfect. He was resolute in his desire to possess her. Today, he would claim her and make her his partner. They stood at the precipice, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Guo Xiaoxiao continued to retreat, gripping the knife tightly in her hand, silently praying for him to spare her. Her pleas, however, bore no fruit, as he advanced step by step, leaving her with no escape. Mixin observed Guo Xiaoxiao's beast-bone knife, dismissing it as futile, incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Who says it is meant to hurt you? Guo Xiaoxiao pondered a new approach, directing the knife towards her own throat. Mixin, do not come any closer, or I shall take my own life. For the first time, she genuinely contemplated ending her own existence, with a mere flick of her wrist. Her neck would be severed, blood spilling forth. The blade rested against her throat, serving as a mere intimidation tactic, for she dared not plunge it downwards. Yet, regardless of the outcome, death awaited her, whether through a partner's betrayal or by her own hand. If she were to perish, let it be with dignity. Come on. Mixin halted in his tracks, watching in disbelief as Guo Xiaoxiao's trembling knife grazed her skin. Stop. Guo Xiaoxiao, indifferent to her surroundings, had resolved to end her life. She might as well create a commotion, allowing everyone to bear witness. Xiaoxiao doesn't want this, she thought. Suddenly, the exhilarating rush that had enveloped her dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear, and the tumult within her settled. How audacious of her to contemplate death. She had yet to explore Kilimanjaro. Why should she succumb? If death were to befall anyone, it should be the man before her, the one with the drawn bow. What was she to do? How could she respond? The tumult of her emotions surged, and she could no longer contain herself, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Mixin, drawn back to reality by Guo Xiaoxiao's tears, began to comprehend the extent of the fright he had instilled in her. Guo Xiaoxiao sobbed quietly. tears streaming down her face as she clutched the beast bone knife in a state of utter confusion. Please stop crying. I won't touch you, Mixon offered awkwardly, leaning in gently to wipe away her tears. However, before he could reach her, she shouted, Don't come any closer. Mixon raised his hands to the sky, hoping to calm Guo Xiaoxiao down. You mustn't cry. Hold it together, be strong, united, harmonious. Guo Xiaoxiao sniffled, her resolve waning, and she pitifully pleaded, Stay away from me. Seeing her with tears glistening like dew on a pear blossom, Mixon's heart softened, causing him to forget her previous words. All right, he said, obediently remaining in place while keeping a watchful eye on her. Just moments ago, he had been filled with fervor, willing to shatter like jade rather than remain intact. But now that fervor had dissipated, Guo Xiaoxiao couldn't comprehend why her feelings had shifted so rapidly, yet she resolved to keep this fellow calm for the time being. She thought to herself, perhaps she could find an opportunity to escape later. The beast bone knife felt heavier than expected, her arms growing weary from holding it. Damn. She had always thought Mixon wielded it with such ease. She hadn't realized it was this cumbersome. Xiaoxiao, hand me the beast bone knife, Mixon said, extending his hand toward her. Guo Xiaoxiao quickly shielded her knife. No, give it to me. I promise I won't touch you. Really, I swear. Upon witnessing the sincerity in Mixon's eyes, Guo Xiaoxiao resignedly tossed the knife to him. I've given it to you, but you mustn't act like you did before. Mixon grasped the beast bone knife, appreciating its fine quality and sharpness. Crafted from the bone of a pterosaur, it was far superior to ordinary bones. He was fond of it and realized that today, due to his actions, he had nearly caused Guo Xiaoxiao harm. Henceforth, he decided it should not be kept in the cave anymore. Guo Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her body becoming limp and devoid of strength. Mixon quickly supported her, his face etched with concern as he anxiously inquired, What is wrong? You must not touch me, she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao tightened her collar. Rest assured, I shall not lay a finger on you. Now, please take your time to recover and refrain from speaking. Observing the gentleness in his eyes, the former Mixon seemed to have returned. Guo Xiaoxiao lowered her guard, allowing Mixon to place her upon the fur, where she closed her eyes and embraced tranquility. Guo Xiaoxiao succumbed to slumber, and before long, she was deeply asleep. Mixon stood vigil beside her, lost in contemplation of the past. How had it come to this? Was Guo Xiaoxiao's declaration of not wanting to be his partner truly sincere? He could not confront her directly. Observing her flushed cheeks, Mixon felt an irresistible urge to lean in and bestow a gentle kiss, savoring the warmth that radiated from her lips. She was in such a profound sleep. As time inexorably ticked by, it seemed as though Guo Xiaoxiao had been asleep for an eternity. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Come, let's have something to eat. Mixon gazed at the awakening Guo Xiaoxiao, a tender smile gracing his lips. His smile was exquisite, illuminated by the warm hues of sunlight that enveloped him, enhancing his overall gentle demeanor. Guo Xiaoxiao sat up, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. She had unexpectedly fallen asleep, her prior mental strain so intense that the sudden relaxation had lulled her into a deep slumber. Wake up and savor the food I have specially prepared. Mixon offered her a piece of meat, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Guo Xiaoxiao did not respond, staring blankly at Mixon, as if just emerging from a dream. Mixon handed a piece of meat to Guo Xiaoxiao for her to hold, then moved to tend to the fire. After that, there was a profound silence. Guo Xiaoxiao recalled the sudden surge of memories. It was certainly not a dream. Mixon, with his back turned to her as he tended to the fire, rendered his expression indiscernible. He said, While you were asleep, I tidied up the cave. However, the outside world has been perilous of late. You mustn't wander too far. Therefore, it is best if you remain here with me. Guo Xiaoxiao, holding a skewer of grilled meat, exclaimed, All right. Volume 1, Chapter 30, The Silence of Mixon. Let us go fishing with Mikkel. Guo Xiaoxiao was not hungry. She took a couple of bites of the barbecue that Mixon had offered, then set it aside. Due to the earlier incident, Guo Xiaoxiao hesitated to act impulsively. Yet her intuition hinted that something was amiss with Mixon. She could not articulate the feeling, but it was undeniably peculiar. Mixon remained with his back to her, engrossed in his tasks, avoiding direct eye contact. For nearly the entire afternoon, Mixon hardly acknowledged Guo Xiaoxiao, aside from thoughtfully providing her with fruit and water. And he had not uttered more than a few words. They occupied the same space, resembling familiar strangers. It was not until dinner that Mixon finally spoke. Are you all right? His voice was calm, yet imbued with concern. I'm fine, she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao responded courteously, revealing that Mixon harbored no ill intentions towards her. Mixon then remarked, in truth, I have reflected on my actions. I was indeed excessive. If you have a fondness for Sam, I shall not stand in your way. Guo Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she tentatively inquired, "You no longer mind?" Upon hearing her words, Mixon offered a faint, reluctant smile and replied, "I no longer mind." He turned to gaze at Guo Xiaoxiao and continued, "Today, I was too impulsive and harsh towards you. I apologize. Please forgive me." "Well, do not take it to heart," she responded. Guo Xiaoxiao lowered her head and softly replied, understanding that Mixon had come to terms with the situation. Yet, she still felt uneasy, a peculiar sensation lingering within her, a blend of indifference and detachment, coupled with an underlying fear. Throughout their conversation, he consistently observed her expression. She too bore some responsibility. Her previous promises had been overly optimistic, and ultimately, she had failed to fulfill them, deceiving him in the process. "Thank you for still being willing to speak with me." Mixon's words were tinged with loneliness, as if he were a frostbitten eggplant. "Please, do not blame yourself too harshly. We can simply return to how we were before." Guo Xiaoxiao raised her head, striving to ease the atmosphere, hoping he might forget the unpleasantness and rediscover the feelings of yore. Meanwhile, Mixon managed a slight smile and nodded, though his expression remained somewhat rigid. The silence that ensued grew oppressive, prompting Guo Xiaoxiao to contemplate leaving the cave. Later that night, as she lay upon the firm mat, Mixon, in his beastly form, kept his distance from the edge of the bed. In the past, he would have eagerly pressed close, even as a great lion. He would have remained near the first shop. What had changed today? Perhaps the sight of the beast bone knife had frightened Mixon, causing him to shy away from her. But was that truly the case? Mixon felt a pang of sadness. Was she mistaken? Or was it merely an illusion? The light in his eyes had dimmed. Guo Xiaoxiao could no longer find solace in sleep. She sat upon the plush fur cushion, calling out for Mixon, 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 with a soft growl. The majestic lion turned its head, locking eyes with Guo Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao spoke solemnly. "Regarding today's incident, I bear some responsibility. If you are truly upset, I can leave and find accommodation elsewhere to spare you from my presence. Moreover, if she does not choose to partner with Mixon, there would be no reason for her to remain. After all, it would be improper to take without giving anything in return. Please do not leave." The lion, with its head drooping and eyes cast down, uttered in a low, mournful tone, as if pleading with a sense of sorrow. Guo Xiaoxiao received that pitiful voice and pondered for a moment. After rubbing her palm together, she said, "Well, I shall stay then. Rest early." The great lion wagged its tail, lay down on the ground, and closed its eyes, seemingly utterly exhausted. Guo Xiaoxiao let out a helpless sigh, ceasing her attempts at persuasion. She turned onto her side, gazing vacantly at the sky. As the night deepened, the surroundings gradually fell silent, and Guo Xiaoxiao slowly succumbed to slumber. In her drowsy state, she seemed to perceive Mixon beckoning her closer, yet upon opening her eyes, she found nothing but emptiness. At the break of dawn the following day, Guo Xiaoxiao rose early. After freshening up and donning her attire, she prepared to venture outside to explore and gather some plants. She had decided to forego the 50 different types of leaves that Mixon had previously assisted her in finding. Instead, she resolved to accomplish the task through her own efforts. On the fire pit, roasted meat and fruits lay waiting, indicating that Mixon had risen even earlier than Guo Xiaoxiao, likely headed towards Monet's place. Outside the cave, Mikkel approached Guo Xiaoxiao with curiosity as she emerged. "So, did you two become a couple last night?" he inquired, scrutinizing her for any signs of Mixon's beastly mark. After a thorough examination yielded no results, he felt a mix of disappointment and joy. Guo Xiaoxiao awkwardly shook her head, finding it hard to articulate her feelings. Mikkel sighed deeply, appearing rather forlorn, which left Guo Xiaoxiao feeling quite helpless. Finally, she could not help but exclaim, "Why are you sighing? I should be the one sighing." Mikkel lifted his gaze, fixating on Guo Xiaoxiao's abdomen, and inquired, "Your menstrual cycle is nearing its end. Are you not considering having a child this year?" Unable to provide a response, Guo Xiaoxiao decided to divert the conversation. "I wish to explore the vicinity of the valley." "Oh, very well," Mikkel nodded in acknowledgement, pausing for a moment before shaking his head. "No, it would be better not to venture out," Mikkel suggested. "Given the current tense situation between the Sui Shui tribe and the Yushan tribe, should an unforeseen event arise with 4 or 5 orcs appearing, I cannot guarantee your safe return." He elaborated, "The valley is rife with the sin of wild beasts, and as a female, should anything go awry, my brother would undoubtedly hold me responsible." Michael's reasoning was sound, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Guo Xiaoxiao ultimately abandoned her plan. "Then let us stroll nearby." avoiding the deeper areas. Indeed, Mikkel affirmed, acknowledging that it would be prudent for her to remain close to home. After all, unfamiliar males had previously approached their doorstep, and one could never be certain where they might be lurking. Thus, the two of them meandered around the vicinity of the tribe. Guo Xiaoxiao initially intended to gather some wildflowers, grasses, or branches from trees, but unexpectedly encountered several fish in the crystal-clear brook. Wow, there are fish. How big they are. Guo Xiaoxiao excitedly dashed to Michael's side, pointing at the water and exclaimed, "Do you know about the water creatures?" "Of course I do," Mikkel replied. "Who doesn't recognize fish?" Guo Xiaoxiao picked up several stones from the ground and hurled them towards the fish, although she did not hit her target. Her efforts proved fruitful as the school of fish was startled and began to flee. Observing their reaction, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy and collected more stones to pursue them, intent on catching a couple of fish to bring home. She usually consumed meat, and it had been quite a while since she had savored fish soup. "Be careful, don't fall," Mikkel hurriedly cautioned her. Guo Xiaoxiao, undeterred, continued to merrily wave her stone while pursuing the school of fish. Occasionally, a fish would slip through the net, and she truly managed to stun one with her stone. "Mikkel, quickly catch it." Suddenly, Guo Xiaoxiao called out to them. Mikkel paused, turning to look at her, and beheld her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her cheeks flushed. Radiantly charming, a striking sight indeed. Michael's heart tightened abruptly, his throat parched. He swallowed hard and waded into the water to catch 2 fish. For days on end, he had remained cooped up in that cave or wandering nearby to study the routes, and it had been a long time since he had felt such unrestrained joy. Guo Xiaoxiao picked up a stone, cradling it in her hand as she patiently observed the fish swimming in the water. At last, seizing the opportune moment, she hurled the stone, stunning one of the fish. Without hesitation, she plunged into the crystalline river, swimming swiftly to grasp her catch, exclaiming with glee, "Ha ha ha! I have caught one." Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with exuberance, shouted joyfully in the water, creating ripples that danced across the surface as if liberating something within her. Entirely unconcerned about her drenched clothes, Mikkel stood on the shore, transfixed by the sight of Guo Xiaoxiao, momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to articulate his thoughts about the girl before him, her radiant smile resembled the sun's warm embrace on a winter's day, captivating him entirely. In an attempt to emulate her, Mikkel leapt into the water, clumsily trying to catch the school of fish. Though his movements were awkward, they were heartfelt, each splash sending droplets flying into the air. Before long, Guo Xiaoxiao had already caught 3 or 4 fish, while Mikkel set aside the remaining ones on the bank. "Is this enough?" he inquired. "Enough? You've never fished before, have you? We could catch far more than this," she replied. "These creatures dwell in the water, but once you bite into them, they are nothing but spines, foul and pungent. Who would want to eat them?" Mikkel shook his head. "We never consume aquatic beasts, so we have never bothered." "Do you enjoy eating them?" In Volume 1, Chapter 31, she remarked, "With chili powder, lao gan ma, and delicious ingredients, a simple preparation suffices." What a waste. Just eating meat without varying the menu is a pity. "Fish soup is delightful," Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "I particularly love fish," she continued, "and yes, I adore aquatic beasts." Mikkel struggled to envision the appearance of these aquatic creatures, cautioning her, "Be careful when you eat. They have numerous spines and a strong odor. Let us take them back. I will find a way to prepare them." The only method Mikkel could conceive was to meticulously pick out the spines one by one. Yet he completely underestimated the density of the spines adorning the fish. Guo Xiaoxiao, brimming with excitement, returned to the cave while clutching a fish, completely disregarding the pressing matters at hand. Mikkel followed closely behind, feeling a warm glow in his heart as he observed her joy. Upon entering the cave, they found Meixen busy preparing lunch over a fire. The two of them, filled with cheer and laughter, stumbled upon him. "Brother, you're back," Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Mikkel noticed Meixen was cooking meat and, upon seeing the two, Meixen's expression remained unchanged as he rose to his feet. "Mikkel, I went out to organize a hunt. You keep Xiaoxiao entertained," he said before walking past them and leaving the cave directly. "Brother," Mikkel called after him, but Meixen did not respond. Turning to Guo Xiaoxiao, Mikkel inquired, "Is my brother feeling a bit down today?" Guo Xiaoxiao gazed in the direction where Meixen had departed and remarked, "Since yesterday, he has been unwilling to speak to me, unwilling to converse with you." "What a joke," Mikkel replied. "Why is that? Is it my fault? Please, do not inquire further." Guo Xiaoxiao weakly set down the fish, falling into a contemplative silence. Observing her demeanor, Mikkel refrained from further inquiries, suspecting that Guo Xiaoxiao's abilities had somehow come to the attention of Enkizen. After all, The two had been under his watchful gaze all along, and discerning the situation would be quite effortless. Let us first indulge in some meat, he suggested. Indeed, Guo Xiaoxiao nodded with a sense of gloom. Feeling a bit down for a while, but her spirits were soon uplifted by the joy of anticipating a fish meal. She retrieved a packet of dried chili peppers from her suitcase, having prepared for her journey to Africa by bringing along some spices to acclimate to the local cuisine, including a jar of lao gan ma. Mikhail placed several still quivering fish into a puddle, then seized the plumpest among them, readying himself to scale it with a knife crafted from animal bone. Upon observing his incorrect methods, Guo Xiaoxiao thought to herself that such an approach would surely lead to chaos. She directed from the side, instructing him to strike the fish's tail scales with the back of the knife, scraping in a clockwise motion, advising him to take his time. When you feel it's sufficiently prepared, then proceed to gut it, she elaborated with meticulous patience. Listening to Guo Xiaoxiao's detailed guidance, Mikhail followed her instructions, and to his surprise, the process turned out to be quite enjoyable. He quickly mastered the technique, and within a few moments, he had skillfully cleaned a fish. Holding the filleted fish in his hands, he observed, "There's hardly any meat on this. How do we eat it?" "Female, are you certain we can consume this aquatic creature?" Mikhail questioned skeptically. "Absolutely. It's quite delectable. Now, fetch that stone pot over there and set it on the fire. I shall prepare it for cooking," she replied confidently. Guo Xiaoxiao volunteered to cook, reminiscing about the tantalizing aroma of spicy fish that made her mouth water. It was simply delectable. Unfortunately, the seasoning was scant, consisting only of dried chili peppers and lao gan ma. If only there were some salt. However, the chili flakes mingled with the dried peppers could serve as a substitute for salt, which was certainly better than having nothing at all. Mikhail, following Guo Xiaoxiao's method, cut the fish into small pieces and placed them into a stone pot, adding water to the mix. As the water reached a rolling boil, Guo Xiaoxiao added dried chili peppers and lao gan ma, for without sufficient seasoning, the fishy odor would prevail. However, the moment the chili and lao gan ma hit the pot, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air. Mikhail inhaled deeply, marveling at the wonder of it all. Realizing he had never imagined that the aquatic creature could be prepared in such a delectable manner. Guo Xiaoxiao harbors numerous secrets. Just a moment ago, she scattered something fragrant within, transforming the atmosphere into something delightful. Mikhail observed Guo Xiaoxiao quietly, pondering for a while before averting his gaze. Guo Xiaoxiao was wholly immersed in the fish soup, her hands clenched in anticipation for it to be ready. With merely simple seasonings and uncomplicated cooking methods, it bore the essence of the 21st century. While it may not rival the delectable dishes she usually prepared, it was nonetheless a rare delight. As it simmered, the steaming fish soup rose, its rich aroma enveloping the air, intoxicating her senses. How fragrant it was, truly exquisite. Guo Xiaoxiao licked her lips, a craving overwhelming her senses, and she could not help but swallow. The only flaw in her anticipation was the absence of a stone bowl. She resolved to craft a set of utensils exclusively for her use in the future. Observing Guo Xiaoxiao's insatiable desire, Mikhail cautioned her, "Be careful, there are thorns inside." Guo Xiaoxiao retrieved 2 large leaves from her bag, freshly gathered from the jungle, and handed one to Mikhail. She then skewered the fish with a stick and placed it upon both Michael's leaf and her own. The aroma wafting from the fish was enticing, yet Mikhail hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. Many years ago, during a harsh winter of scarcity, an orc had caught a water beast, only to be met with dire consequences. Guo Xiaoxiao personally demonstrated to Mikhail, taking a decisive bite and extracting the large bone from within the fish, setting it aside. Mikhail, imitating her, also bit into the fish, and as the tender, delicate flesh danced upon his palate, it evoked an irresistible desire to swallow it whole. How delightful! He eagerly picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth, reveling in its succulent, tender texture and exquisite flavor. Guo Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes in delight as she savored the exquisite flavors of the dish. "Isn't it delicious?" Mikhail observed her enjoyment, a broad smile gracing his face. In that moment, he suddenly realized that having a companion was indeed a wonderful thing. Unlike other females, Guo Xiaoxiao was unique. Which female would personally prepare a meal for a male? In their eyes, such a request from a male was often deemed disrespectful, sometimes even warranting reprimand. It truly was delectable. Guo Xiaoxiao savored the fish, continuously exclaiming its deliciousness. She had completely forgotten the exquisite flavors she had previously tasted, her heart now wholly consumed by the fish. Mikhail, seated across from Guo Xiaoxiao, watched her in rapture, sharing in her joy. Unbeknownst to them, they had effortlessly devoured an entire pot of fish. Guo Xiaoxiao caressed her round belly, exclaiming, There's nothing quite as delightful as feeling full. Mikhail also touched his abdomen. Reflecting on how long it had been since he had indulged in such a feast, it was indeed a rare occasion. He merely enjoyed the flavors, yet did not feel satiated, as the fish was insufficient to satisfy his appetite. He resolved to indulge in another meal soon. Oh dear, Guo Xiaoxiao suddenly lamented inwardly. I ought to have saved some for Mikhail. How could I have consumed it all? Noticing her furrowed brow, Mikhail inquired with genuine concern, What troubles you? It's nothing. Really, just a trivial matter, she replied, dismissing her worries. Guo Xiaoxiao hesitantly replied, Sister, my brother is quite occupied. If you and Mixon have a quarrel, please do not provoke him. He has been weary lately. After saying this, Michael took it upon himself to clean the stone pot thoroughly and return it to its rightful place. Volume 1, Chapter 32, Reconciliation with Mixon, who was subsequently taken by Cangqiu. Guo Xiaoxiao counted the fish left in the puddle after the two had consumed 3 for remained. This evening, she planned to prepare a few fish for Mixon to savor. With time still on her side, Guo Xiaoxiao decided to search the surrounding area for more leaves, while Mikhail followed closely behind, assisting her in reaching the leaves that were beyond her grasp. Why are you searching on your own? I recall my brother was helping you collect leaves, Mikhail inquired, observing the lush trees around them. I wish to gather a bit more, to spare Mixon any inconvenience. Guo Xiaoxiao crouched down earnestly to search, while Mikhail stood by her side, occasionally pointing out the distinct leaves and warning her to avoid the poisonous plants. Oh, what is this? Guo Xiaoxiao discovered a vibrant yellow wild chrysanthemum at the base of a grand tree. Although she had never encountered such a flower before, she could surmise that it must be a rare and precious plant. She reminded herself not to touch it, for in the wild, the more beautiful the plant, the more perilous it may be. As Guo Xiaoxiao was about to reach out to pluck a leaf, upon hearing mixed words, she hesitated, retracting her hand in apprehension. In this primitive world, medical advancements were scarce, and should she truly succumb to poisoning, there would be no remedy available. Counting carefully, she realized she had gathered over 20 different types of leaves, making it possible to complete the task in less than 3 days. As dusk descended, Mick led Guo Xiaoxiao back to the cave. When Mixon returned, Mick took the initiative to leave, allowing Guo Xiaoxiao to lie on the fur mat, counting the leaves she had collected that day. Seeing the plants in her hand reminded Mixon of the many he had gathered for her as well. He rummaged through a pile of furs and found a small leather pouch, which he handed to Guo Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, this is what I collected. If you need it, feel free to take it, Mixon said, his gaze avoiding hers. Thank you, Mixon, she replied, though she had initially been reluctant to accept it. However, witnessing the forlorn expression on Mixon's face, she felt compelled to accept the pouch. Are you quite busy lately? She inquired, mostly keeping an eye out for the Floodwater tribe. Mixon replied, sitting by the fire, his hair cascading smoothly, his features sharp yet not harsh, a strikingly handsome figure who, at that moment, appeared profoundly desolate. Guo Xiaoxiao placed all the leaves into her bag, intending to distribute them again tomorrow. Mixon had gathered more than she had, and he might already have everything he needed. After securing her bag, Guo Xiaoxiao steeled herself. She was ready. She wished to have an earnest conversation with Mixon, as honesty was paramount. She approached the fire and sat beside him, observing the melancholy in his gaze. The moonlight outside is exquisite. Shall we go and take a look? She inquired. Do you want to see the moon? Let us go together, he replied. With that, Mixon took Guo Xiaoxiao's hand and led her out of the cave, guiding her to the highest point of the tribe. They gazed up at the sky, where a silvery crescent moon hung against the night's canvas, its luminous glow cascading over the earth, illuminating the valley. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, refreshing and pleasant. The temperature was just right, a rare warmth before the onset of winter. Standing beside Guo Xiaoxiao, Mixon still bore a somber expression. She understood that he was troubled by the events of the previous day. Taking the initiative, she leaned against his arm. Mixon, I didn't mean it yesterday. My words were not sincere. You are truly wonderful, but when you suddenly proposed to be my mate, I was genuinely taken aback. I am not angry, Xiaoxiao. Do you not like me anymore? A knot formed within Mixon. He believed the issue lay with him. Despite his reluctance to accept any other male, he was willing to compromise to remain by Guo Xiaoxiao's side. It's not that I do not like you. It's just that I do not feel ready to become your mate. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head in denial. Mixon had indeed treated her exceptionally well. Aside from witnessing a glimpse of cruelty in his eyes yesterday, she could hardly find fault with him. Moreover, his appearance was undeniably appealing. She was not blind. Yet, did that not still signify a lack of affection? In the realm of beasts, such feelings equated to rejection, leaving Mixon's heart heavy with disappointment. "I never said I didn't like you," she asserted. "At the very least, you should prepare me for such thoughts. Rest assured, if I were to seek a mate, it would be no other male but you." Having stated her intentions so clearly, she thought to herself, "Please, stop this half-heartedness. Are you truly certain you wouldn't pursue another male?" Mixon inquired cautiously, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He was genuinely afraid that Guo Xiaoxiao might feel unhappy and choose to leave him. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded resolutely. "I assure you, although I am not inclined to choose a partner at this moment, should I seek a union with an orc, you would undoubtedly be my first choice." She was not a saint, willing to compromise herself for the sake of so-called gratitude. She needed to assess the situation. After all, Mixon, as an orc, had certain traits that were rather unsuitable. Mixon still could not comprehend her stance. In their upbringing, the prevailing belief was that the most significant rite of passage between a favored female and male was the establishment of a partnership. This notion had been instilled in them since childhood, making it difficult to alter their perspectives in a short span of time. Guo Xiaoxiao continued, "So, please do not be disheartened. We shall continue to interact as we always have. If we find that we are well suited to one another, we can contemplate becoming partners." Mixon felt a tinge of disappointment. He truly wished to be united with Guo Xiaoxiao, as only through such a bond could their connection be solidified. Moreover, he cherished the moments spent in her company. Even if it ultimately meant sharing her with other males, he hoped it would be alongside Xiaoxiao. However, with Guo Xiaoxiao expressing her sentiments, Mixon, although his mindset had yet to shift, felt a change in his attitude. At the very least, he was reassured that she had no intentions of leaving him. The previous day, Guo Xiaoxiao had claimed she had never liked him, suggesting that the idea of partnership was merely a means to keep him in check. This had genuinely frightened him, rendering him hesitant to engage in conversation with her, fearing that he might inadvertently provoke her departure. Mixon declared, "I promise you, I will not pressure you. As long as you do not leave, I will accept whatever comes." "I will not leave. Do not overthink," he added with a smile, confident that Xiaoxiao could not bear to part from him. He embraced Guo Xiaoxiao tightly and softly murmured, "Understood. Well then, mission accomplished." Guo Xiaoxiao reclined upon Mixon's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and suddenly marveled at how effortlessly she could soothe this man. "Mike-son, it's a bit chilly. Let us descend," he said, tightening his embrace around her waist. With a powerful push of his feet, he swiftly returned to the cave, gently placing Guo Xiaoxiao on the ground. "Let me tell you, I caught some fish today, and they are exceptionally delicious." Before he could finish his sentence, Guo Xiaoxiao soared into the air with remarkable speed, leaving Mixon unable to catch her. Guo Xiaoxiao was lifted into the sky by a colossal eagle, its talons gripping her body, rendering the groundbound Mixon insignificantly small. He yearned to rescue her, but the distance was insurmountable. Moments later, the entire tribe erupted in gasps. It was the orcs of the Sui Shui tribe. Volume 1, Chapter 33, The Mocking of the Azure Abyss. Mixon, cursed to be the prey of this ill-fated situation, was warned, "Quickly hide the females." That damn foul bird. Chaos ensued within the tribe as all the clansfolk scrambled. The herbs they had painstakingly gathered that day remained unprotected. And if an attack were to occur now, the devastation would be catastrophic. In this primal world, herbs were far more precious than game. Go alert the chieftain. Nearly all the younglings and females dashed into their homes to evade the impending peril. Mixon transformed into his beastly form and raced through the jungle, his gaze fixed upon the eagle, filled with an intense desire to rend that accursed creature to shreds. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself in a state of bewilderment, ensnared beneath the talons of a mighty eagle. A sensation of suffocation coursed through her entire being, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. My goodness, how high we are! The forest, the earth, and the tribe lay beneath her feet, offering a thrill far surpassing that of a roller coaster or a free-fall ride. From afar, colossal avian beasts soared towards her, their massive wings outstretched. Clutched in their claws were stones and branches, which they hurled down upon the surging pride of lions below. It was evident that these winged creatures had devised a meticulous plan. They dispatched several beasts to divert attention, prompting the capable male defenders of the tribe to emerge and confront them. Seizing the opportunity, the eagle flock swooped into the tribe while the defenders were unprepared. Mixon pursued the wretched males with fervor, yet the distance between them continued to widen, for those on the ground could not match the swift flight of those above. Upon encountering such an unprecedented situation for the first time, Guo Xiaoxiao's heart raced fiercely, with a singular thought consuming her. She must not succumb to death. Suddenly, the eagle beast released its grip, and Guo Xiaoxiao began to plummet, tumbling through the air. She beheld a chaotic swirl of dense trees. The sky and ground spinning in disarray, the certainty of a catastrophic fall loomed over her. Just at the brink of despair, the sensation of falling vanished, and she landed solidly upon the back of the eagle beast. The creature emitted a low murmur, acknowledging her presence. Once again, we meet, female. The eagle then unfurled its magnificent wings, soaring away with Guo Xiaoxiao, swiftly accelerating to evade the pursuing Mixin below. Gao Xiaoxiao found herself unable to open her eyes against the relentless gust of wind, which roared in her ears, while the sharp air stung her face with an almost unbearable intensity, making her feel as though her stomach might turn inside out. Yet, she dared not cry out. In truth, she could not. For the moment she opened her mouth, the wind rushed in. The eagle-like creature carried Gao Xiaoxiao through the skies for what felt like an eternity, nearly an hour of bewildering turbulence. At last, they came to a halt. And by this time, Gao Xiaoxiao was utterly disoriented from the tumultuous winds. They landed beside a tranquil lake, surrounded by dense thickets of grass, providing an excellent concealment. Guo Xiaoxiao stifled her nausea and surveyed her surroundings. The environment was exquisite, with the melodious chirping of birds, seemingly devoid of any ferocious beasts. However, that was not the crux of the matter. She felt on the verge of vomiting. Guo Xiaoxiao leaned against the broad shoulder of the eagle beast, retching uncontrollably. She expelled a considerable amount of bile, yet the eagle beast showed no disdain. Transforming into human form, it gently patted her back, aiding her in regaining her composure. After a series of coughs, she felt significantly better. Guo Xiaoxiao raised her hand to wipe her mouth, gazing upon the man who had taken her away. It was he. The man from a few nights prior. What was his name again? Guo Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, retreating step by step, fearful that he might seize her. It's you, she stammered. Songju was elated that the female still remembered him. He had made a special effort to comfort her today. Otherwise, he would have been disinclined to take such action. It is I, dear female. Have you thought of me these past few days? Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at the man with a bewildered expression, thinking to herself, what on earth is this place? Where have you brought me? Songju, with a charming smile, looked at Guo Xiaoxiao, exuding an aura of allure. The man possessed an enchanting yet arrogant appearance, his phoenix-like eyes slightly raised, imbued with a hint of cynicism. His features were exquisitely crafted, with a prominent nose that suggested a sense of superiority, as if nothing in this world could ever trouble his mind. Is he mixed race? Of course, this is my territory. Welcome to the Sui Water Tribe. What? Your territory? Guo Xiaoxiao thought to herself. This flamboyant individual clearly harbors ill intentions. The last time, he had attempted to take advantage of her, and now you shall henceforth be my companion. The Sui tribe will be your new abode. Oh my goodness. I knew it, Guo Xiaoxiao lamented, utterly speechless. Nonsense. Who would want to be your partner? Regardless of your consent, you are now my female, he declared, forcefully enveloping her in his embrace. Guo Xiaoxiao struggled to break free, only to discover that his arms possessed a strength that bound her. No matter how hard she pushed, she could not escape. Dismayed, Guo Xiaoxiao felt tears welling up. She had no desire to succumb to this man. Please, release me, and we can discuss this further. What is there to discuss? He replied. Perhaps we could talk about your choice of partner? Why on earth do you insist on me? With a raised eyebrow, he answered nonchalantly, because you are extraordinarily beautiful, and it ignites a longing within me. He tenderly caressed her face, marveling at its softness and smoothness. Captivated by its exquisite touch, Guo Xiaoxiao was filled with a sense of dread as the rogue's hand brushed against her. With a swift motion, she declared, though I am of the female gender, my temperament is far from agreeable. Furthermore, I am already committed to a partner and do not seek the company of others. We are simply incompatible. I urge you to relinquish your pursuit. Guo Xiaoxiao endeavored to persuade the man, yet Songju was resolute in his intentions. He assured her, fear not, for I shall take care of you. I will eliminate your partner. With that, Songju lifted Guo Xiaoxiao, transforming into an eagle beast, and continued his flight. They remained within the confines of the Sui Water Tribe, still en route to their destination. The tribe was situated atop a towering stone mountain, devoid of any vegetation, with no paths leading to it, rising straight into the clouds. Majestic eagles soared around the summit, occasionally emitting piercing cries that echoed sharply. The open space at the top served as the habitat for the eagle beasts. Hey, put me down, let me down. Guo Xiaoxiao struggled upon the back of the eagle, cautious not to move too vigorously for fear of falling. Songju chuckled softly, attempting to soothe her. Be good. Do not resist, conserve your strength. We shall engage in mating shortly. Mating? My foot. Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, her irritation palpable. I am a bona fide new era individual of the 21st century, unfamiliar with your antics. If you have any sense, release me at once. You seem quite spirited. I hope you can endure a bit longer tonight. I am eagerly looking forward to it, Songju teased, deliberately elongating his words. Guo Xiaoxiao felt faint, exclaiming, "This is too vulgar. You must set me down immediately, or I shall jump." Guo Xiaoxiao, unbeknownst to her, found a surge of courage. Perhaps stemming from an overwhelming fear of mating. Hiki, such a mischievous little creature. Songju, adopting a tone reminiscent of one who toys with respectable women, hastened his pace and soared to the heart of the Sui Shui tribe. Songju had returned, accompanied by a female. The other eagle beasts also arrived. And as Songju descended amidst the astonished and envious gazes of his kin, he instantly transformed into human form. He shielded Guo Xiaoxiao with his hand, creating a slight distance. The male beasts, upon catching sight of the female in Songju's embrace, were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in admiration. This female was truly exquisite. Her delicate features enchanting, her skin fair and smooth, akin to translucent milk. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, and particularly captivating were her long, straight legs. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a sense of discomfort under the scrutinizing gaze of those around her. However, having witnessed the grand spectacles of the Yushan tribe, she was no longer fazed by being encircled by men. In Volume 1, Chapter 34, during the process of courtship, she found herself the subject of public observation, as her skills once again failed to activate. The males of the Sui Shui tribe possessed features reminiscent of foreigners, with a blend of both Western and Eastern traits, handsome, robust, and exuding an air of mischief. They were indeed their hallmark. Charming foreigners, indeed. But wait, what am I thinking? Hey, look at this female. She bears no beast marks. Little female, cast her gaze upon me, and I assure you satisfaction. I wish to claim her once. It would be utterly delightful. Just look at her waist. I've never seen such beauty before. Surely, it is a gift from the beast god. The crude language of the individuals here starkly contrasted with the refined manner of speech in Yushan, and each male wore a smirk, their gazes laden with ulterior motives. Songju tightened his embrace around Guo Xiaoxiao, asserting his claim over her, and coldly addressed his kin. This is my mate. You would do well to temper your behavior lest you provoke my ire. With that singular statement, silence enveloped the crowd, as none dared to utter a word, resignedly casting glances at Guo Xiaoxiao, lamenting their lost opportunities. Guo Xiaoxiao chanced upon a group of females within the crowd, each strikingly similar to those of the Yushan tribe, each uniquely unattractive in their own peculiar ways. They exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves, while the males standing beside them were presumably their partners. A total of 4 females, was that all? Tonight, I shall mate with her. Do not disturb me. The orcs whistled and cheered. Yet a few of the females remained silent, their expressions betraying a mix of anger and disdainful mockery. After speaking, Songju took Guo Xiaoxiao by the hand and led her toward a wooden dwelling nestled in the trees. Guo Xiaoxiao resisted vehemently, shaking her head in refusal. Her strength felt insignificant against his. Songju grasped her arm firmly and declared, "Hey, do not evade. Do you hear me? Tonight, I shall mate with you. And from now on, I shall be your male. Be obedient." Guo Xiaoxiao was suddenly filled with a chill, truly having had enough. Songju, with a princess carry, lifted her and leaped towards a tree, effortlessly climbing up with a few strides. Upon entering the wooden cabin, Songju tossed Guo Xiaoxiao onto the bed, then pressed down upon her, gazing down from his lofty position. "My little female, let us commence," he declared, opening his mouth to kiss Guo Xiaoxiao. Startled, she hurriedly covered her mouth to prevent the kiss. Songju observed her, furrowing his brow, then gently grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's chin, removing her small hands, compelling her to part her lips as his tongue slipped inside. Resisted with a writhing body, unwilling to surrender her virtue to this fierce predator. She would not accept her fate. At the entrance of the wooden cabin, footsteps could be heard, as if someone was leaning against the door, listening intently. Songju, indifferent, remarked, "Do not worry, it is merely an unbonded male from the tribe." With that, Songju resumed his actions. Guo Xiaoxiao's fingernails dug painfully into her flesh, the agony radiating throughout her entire being, and to her astonishment, there were onlookers present. This kiss was far more profound than the previous one, gradually enveloping Guo Xiaoxiao in a haze of confusion. Suddenly, a chill swept over her chest, and upon glancing down, she discovered that Songju had brazenly torn her clothing open. In a flurry of panic, she instinctively raised her hands to shield herself. "No." Songju observed her with a mischievous grin, urging her to relax as he leaned in closer. Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in fear, realizing she could not escape this calamity. In her heart, she began to silently invoke the heart of the Lion King, hoping to activate her skill, yet once again, she was met with utter futility. Nothing emerged. The skill was utterly ineffective, failing her time and time again. Inside Guo Xiaoxiao, an endless surge of fury was rising, continuously flowing to the top of her head. Relying on oneself is far more reliable than seeking help from others. Why should he treat her this way? She had neither provoked nor offended anyone. Why should she be subjected to such treatment? Song Ju's tongue had already ventured to the back of Guo Xiaoxiao's neck, savoring every inch the warm, moist contact sending shivers of discomfort through her sensitive skin. Ignoring the strange sensations bubbling within her, she thought that death would be preferable to such violation. With a sudden determination, Guo Xiaoxiao bit down on her tongue, letting droplets of crimson liquid cascade onto Song Ju's lips. The metallic tang of blood ignited his taste buds, causing him to momentarily halt. Observing the blood seeping from her pressed lips, he was taken aback, never expecting such a turn of events. Song Ju inhaled sharply, shocked that she had injured herself with her own teeth. He quickly cupped her face, fearing that she might choke on her own blood. Quick, spit it out. Guo Xiaoxiao stubbornly sealed her lips, only to be shaken by Song Ju, forcing her to spit out the blood from her mouth. She glared at him with such intensity that it seemed she wished to slay him with her gaze. With a fierce expression, she spat a mouthful of blood onto Song Ju's face and indignantly declared, "I would rather perish than become your partner. You might as well consort with a corpse." With that, Guo Xiaoxiao summoned all her strength to push Song Ju away, rolling over to the other side of the bed. Draping herself with fur to shield her exposed skin from the air, embodying a defiant spirit of unwavering resistance. "I've never encountered a female so fierce," Song Ju exclaimed, forcefully wiping the blood from his face, his voice filled with fury. "Have you gone mad?" "Indeed. I have lost my sanity. Do you have any authority over me?" she retorted. Guo Xiaoxiao, in a fit of pique, turned her head away, unwilling to cast another glance at Song Ju. Outside the door, a group of males whispered among themselves, remarking on the fierce demeanor of the female. "She is exceedingly beautiful, yet her temper is quite tempestuous. I would accept any mood swings if I could be her mate. Only if she deigns to acknowledge you," Song Ju growled in response to the door. The males, huddled at the threshold, swiftly retreated, for they lacked the courage to provoke Song Ju. Guo Xiaoxiao clutched the animal hide, trembling uncontrollably, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Countless currents surged within her, propelling her emotions to a heightened state. Her pupils quivered, and her complexion turned ashen. The sensation was akin to a vigorous release of adrenaline. Song Ju immediately sensed Guo Xiaoxiao's unusual state and dared not approach her. Instead, he softened his voice to comfort her, saying, "My dear, if you do not wish to bond today, we can postpone it until you are ready." Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head, a flicker of struggle evident in her eyes, which soon transformed into determination. She had no desire to linger in this wretched place for even a minute. Song Ju, feeling somewhat anxious, noticed that despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, she was quite obstinate. He attempted to soothe her, saying, "How about this? I shall escort you back tomorrow. My vision fails me in the night, making it impossible to return you safely. Please, take a moment to calm yourself. As soon as dawn breaks, I will ensure your return to the Yushan tribe." Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoxiao, with a bewildered expression, inquired, "Shall I return?" Song Ju nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I shall escort you back. I merely intended to startle you. I never truly wished to become your partner. If you genuinely wish to return, once you have rested well tomorrow, I will personally see you home." Guo Xiaoxiao, in a state of confusion, blinked and gazed at Song Ju. "Is this for real? Are you truly so kind-hearted?" She stared at him in puzzlement and after a moment, added, "You need not deceive me. I shall not be easily fooled." Song Ju, taken aback by her suspicion, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, his intentions were deceptive, yet he continued to fabricate tales to placate her. "Why would I deceive you? The Yushan tribe is aware of your abduction and will strike tomorrow. I merely wish to bring you to my kin to showcase your beauty. I had every intention of returning you afterward." Ding! A voice flashed through Guo Xiaoxiao's mind, causing her emotions to plummet from a fervent high to a somber low. The energy within her gradually dissipated. The overwhelming sensations had become too much for her to bear. Unable to restrain herself, Guo Xiaoxiao burst into tears. In chapter 35 of the first volume, she lamented, "Why do I cry as if I've lost my mother? Oh, heavens, my mouth is in agony. Why did I bite myself instead of him?" The pain was unbearable, piercing through her heart, and she continued to weep uncontrollably. Seeing her sudden outburst, Song Ju was perplexed, unsure of how to respond to her distress. Her cries grew louder and more sorrowful, leaving her breathless. She did not wish to weep, Yet she could not contain her emotions any longer, feeling as if she were on the brink of a mental breakdown. Songju, unable to endure her suffering any longer, rushed to embrace Guo Xiaoxiao, nervously murmuring, "Please, don't cry. I was wrong. I promise I will never force you again. Can you stop crying for me?" Despite his reassurances, the effect was far from satisfactory, for Guo Xiaoxiao had completely lost control. "I don't want to cry either. My mouth hurts, my eyes ache. My head is pounding. Not a single part of me feels well," she lamented. "Don't be so harsh on her. She is female." A discontented male voice echoed from beneath the tree as more males gathered to scrutinize Songju's behavior. "Is this how one courts a partner? Females are precious in the beast realm. Which male wouldn't treat them with utmost care, fearing they might suffer even the slightest harm? Look at her. Crying as if she has lost her mother. It's unbearable. I haven't done anything." Songju lamented in frustration, feeling utterly dejected. Guo Xiaoxiao was crying as if she could hardly breathe, blood trickling from her bitten lip, startling Songju into a flurry of concern. "Please, female, stop crying. Take care of your health. If you dislike this, I can take you home right now," he urged, hastily wiping away her tears. "My mouth, it hurts," she cried. Tears glistened at the corners of Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes as she sobbed, her distress palpable. She pointed to her bitten lip, imploring him for assistance. "Does it hurt?" Songju inquired, promptly lifting Guo Xiaoxiao into his arms and hurrying towards the veterinarian's wooden cabin. Beneath the tree, several male beasts cast a glance at Guo Xiaoxiao. Their faces marked by blood and tears, Songju found himself in a predicament from which he could not escape. "Did you actually hit her, Songju? How could you be so brutal? Have you no desire to remain the clan leader?" Ignoring the accusatory remarks of the onlookers, Songju rushed Guo Xiaoxiao to seek the veterinarian's aid. The veterinarian was a highly esteemed figure within the beast community, and receiving his protection and treatment was indeed a rare privilege. Knowledgeable in the art of healing, such Orcish healers were few and far between. Thus, their presence commanded great respect among the tribes, as it is often said that maintaining logistics during tumultuous times holds significant importance. The veterinarian of the Eagle clan was a middle-aged man, his face lined with wrinkles that could not obscure the remnants of his former allure. He was considerably younger than Monet of the Yushan tribe. In the dead of night, Songju burst into the clinic, cradling a female, disrupting the veterinarian's peace. Under normal circumstances, he would have refused treatment unless the injuries were life-threatening. Females, inherently frail, required immediate medical attention at the first sign of trouble. "Oh dear. Whose little female has had her mouth mangled?" the veterinarian remarked, extending his hands to take Guo Xiaoxiao. Songju frowned and swiftly blocked the veterinarian's approach. "Aloe, she is my partner. Please attend to her and help stop the bleeding." "Your partner?" The veterinarian was taken aback. Songju was notorious for his foul temper and unyielding nature, rarely making an effort to please females. Yet, despite his demeanor, many females flocked to him. Primarily due to his formidable strength as a 4-star ring orc, unmatched except by Mixin of the Yushan tribe. Given his haughty disposition, he looked down upon females outside his clan and even those within it. Thus, the emergence of a partner was unexpected. Guo Xiaoxiao lay there, gently convulsing, her consciousness fading away. Cradled in the arms of Songju, she could hear the sounds of their conversation, yet her mind struggled to focus. A veterinarian named Aloe stoked the fire, illuminating the room with its glow. When he beheld Guo Xiaoxiao's visage, his eyes widened in astonishment. What tribe did this stunning female belong to? Despite her face being marred with dirt, it did nothing to diminish her beauty, even shrouded in animal hides. Her alluring curves were undeniably evident, her skin a delicate shade of white. "Are you certain she is your mate?" Aloe mused, suspecting that such a breathtaking female would likely possess a haughty demeanor, making her reluctant to accept Songju's claim. "She is my mate," Songju replied, his chin raised. His answer straightforward and resolute, for he had made his choice. "Then how did she come to be injured? Did you bite her because she refused to be your mate?" the veterinarian inquired, all the while tending to Guo Xiaoxiao's wounds. As he pried her mouth open, he discovered a gaping tear on her lip, still oozing blood. Guo Xiaoxiao has already fainted. After shedding tears, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. How could I bear to see her like this? It was she who bit herself. Songju sat upon a hide mat, holding Guo Xiaoxiao tightly, unwilling to release her. Aluo cast a disdainful glance in his direction, filled with profound skepticism, remarking, "Females fear fatigue and pain. Could she truly have bitten herself? You have encountered such a rare female, treat her well. Otherwise, if the tribe discovers you are mistreating her, you will forfeit your right to partner with a female." "It was indeed she who bit herself. I am not so cruel-hearted," Songju replied. Aluo disregarded him. extracting a herb and crushing it with a stone knife to extract its juice, which he then applied to Guo Xiaoxiao's lips, saving the remainder in a stone bowl. Very well, let her rest for tonight. This remedy will assist her. Upon awakening tomorrow, apply it to her lips, and she will gradually recover. Songju nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Aluo. Be cautious. Do not allow her to be harmed again, Aluo cautioned, evidently still unconvinced. After leaving Aluo's wooden dwelling, Songju noticed that the males had yet to disperse. He issued a few intimidating words, driving them all away. After all, no matter how he explained, they would remain disbelieving. It was better to focus on himself and care for the female. Songju swiftly returned to the wooden house with Guo Xiaoxiao, gently placing her upon the hide mat. Guo Xiaoxiao slumbered deeply, showing no signs of waking. He unwrapped the animal hide that enveloped her, revealing her snow-white skin beneath. The garments he had torn mere moments ago lay in tatters, exposing large swathes of her delicate form. Songju swallowed hard, the scene igniting a fervor within him that enveloped his entire being. He contemplated how it would be impossible to let her return, even if he were to eliminate Meixin. She would not be permitted to leave. Suppressing the tumult within his heart, Changju retrieved a longer piece of animal hide from nearby, carefully wrapping Guo Xiaoxiao and placing her upon the bed. He then settled down beside her, guarding her through the night. As dawn approached, Guo Xiaoxiao gradually awoke, her eyes fluttering open to reveal an unfamiliar wooden house and ceiling. A fleeting moment of confusion enveloped her mind, but memories of the previous day's events surged back, igniting a blend of shame and anger within her. Without a second thought, she descended from the fur-covered bed. In Volume 1, Chapter 36, titled The Heart of the Lion King, this skill is primarily designed to bolster your courage. Suddenly rising, a wave of bitterness washed over her, accompanied by a sharp, tearing pain, a reminder of her own bite from the previous day, an agony that pierced her to the core. There remained one crucial question. System, activate. System, host. I have a name. I prefer to be called Ironda. Guo Xiaoxiao, I ask you, the skill you bestowed upon me is of no use. The heart of the lion has failed. System, how can that be? You have activated the heart of the lion twice, and both times were successful. Guo Xiaoxiao, nonsense. I have practiced the skill, yet nothing has emerged. It is utterly useless. System, it is indeed useful. Do you not feel that your courage has increased? Guo Xiaoxiao, System, usually submissive and timid, how dare you threaten with a knife? How dare you bite your lip in such a desperate manner? Without the heart of a lion, where do you find your courage? Guo Xiaoxiao, wait a moment. So this is about boosting courage? System, the correct expression is to evoke emotions, stimulate adrenaline, and unleash one's boundless potential. Guo Xiaoxiao, the system has deceived me once again. System, I did not deceive you. I clearly stated from the beginning that this skill heals the soul. Guo Xiaoxiao, is this method of healing any different from deceiving me? System, it has also helped you evade 2 calamities. Guo Xiaoxiao, meeting you has truly brought me misfortune. System, do not be upset. Songju is quite remarkable, powerful, and reliable. Completing the bond grants a resurrection spell. You are deserving of it. So what do you say? Shall we embark on this quest? Guo Xiaoxiao, closed, farewell. Guo Xiaoxiao shut down the system, her mouth still aching and bitter. Are you awake? A magnetic male voice emanated from behind her, startling Guo Xiaoxiao to the brink of falling. Fortunately, Songju steadied her. Be careful. Guo Xiaoxiao clutched the animal hide to her chest, her expression one of wariness as she observed the man before her. It is broad daylight. Surely you wouldn't, she exclaimed. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Songju chuckled softly. There is no need to be so tense. I merely came to check if you were hungry now that you have awoken. Fear not. I have no intention of mating with you at this moment. Let me go. My mouth is in agony. It feels as if it has been torn apart, Guo Xiaoxiao protested, one hand clutching the hide while the other pressed against her mouth. Her brow furrowed tightly. Noticing her distress, Songju's heart softened. Do not move around too much. I shall apply some medicine for you. With that, he retrieved a stone bowl containing what appeared to be crushed herbs mixed with a green liquid, stirring it gently with his hand. Seeing that Songju bore no malice, and feeling the throbbing pain in her mouth, Guo Xiaoxiao nodded. Songju carefully prepared the herbs, then gently dipped his fingers in them, intending to tend to the wounds in Guo Xiaoxiao's mouth. Guo Xiaoxiao stepped back and shook her head, refusing, stating that she could manage on her own. She had no desire for Songju to insert his hand into her mouth. She dipped her fingers into the bowl, coating them with the medicinal liquid before placing them into her mouth. The cool sensation enveloped her, the substance melting away, leaving her uncertain of its composition. It began with a sweetness that gradually transformed into a bitter aftertaste, reminiscent of the flavor lingering in her throat upon waking. Observing Guo Xiaoxiao obediently taking the medicine, Songju felt a sense of satisfaction. He lifted the herbal concoction while using his other hand to wipe away the remnants of the medicinal liquid from the corner of her mouth, then gestured for her to finish every last drop of the potion. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head in evasion. Songju observed her swollen lips, which had not been so severe the previous night. "You must drink it to recover swiftly," he remarked, his eyes glinting with a hidden meaning as he shifted to a teasing tone. "You may not refuse, otherwise I would not hesitate to feed you with my own lips. After all, the herbal medicine is bitter, while you are sweet." Upon hearing these words, Guo Xiaoxiao immediately ceased her movements. With no other options, she accepted the bowl and quietly consumed the medicinal herbs he had provided, her expression one of fearless resignation. She downed it in a single gulp, the initial sweetness soon giving way to a pronounced bitterness, which was intensified by her excessive intake. Songju recalled something and retrieved a stone bowl, meticulously sealed with animal hide, from the corner of the wooden cabin. He opened it and presented it to Guo Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the bowl before her, which contained a viscous substance of a dark yellow hue, exuding a rich aroma. In an instant, she recognized it as honey. Did honey exist even in this beastly realm? Take a sip. The females of our tribe have an undeniable fondness for the excrement of the spiked beasts. I had set some aside previously but forgot about it. You must try it. It's incredibly sweet. Excrement. It is clearly honey, Guo Xiaoxiao thought, pondering the peculiarity of its nomenclature. Despite her inclination to refuse, she found herself unable to resist the allure of sweets. Dipping her fingers into the bowl, she tasted it, and the pure, sweet flavor spread across her palate, natural and unadulterated. A taste unattainable in her own world, leaving an indelible aftertaste that warmed her heart. She dipped her fingers again, savoring more. Seeing her indulge, Songju realized that females had the least resistance to sweetness. He merely needed to cater to her preferences, and eventually, she would accept him. However, there was an urgent matter at hand. The peculiar beast's skin she wore had been torn, leaving her exposed. He had to procure a suitable hide for her. He handed the bowl back to Guo Xiaoxiao. "Continue eating. I shall return shortly." With that, he ventured out in search of a beast's skin that would fit her. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Xiaoxiao employed her healing technique to mend the wounds inside her mouth. The moment she activated the skill, the pain dissipated instantly. Truly, this skill was the most reliable. Songju did not tarry long. He soon found a suitable beast skin skirt and made his way back to the wooden hut. He placed the skirt at her feet and, crouching before her, spoke gently, "Put this on. It is a garment worn by the females of our tribe before they reach maturity. It should fit you. Your beast's skin is damaged. Remove it to avoid catching a chill." Guo Xiaoxiao glanced at her loose-fitting attire and her exposed shoulders, realizing it was indeed his fault for insisting on such behavior last night. "You go out. I can dress myself," she said, wary of his intentions. "How shameless of you to say, feel free to dress. I will merely observe without intervening. I assure you, I will not lay a finger on you." Guo Xiaoxiao cast him a sharp glance and remarked, "Is this really a matter of resorting to physicality? If you're here, I shall refrain from wearing it." Guo Xiaoxiao maintained her posture, avoiding his gaze. Seeing her defensive demeanor, Songju sighed, stood up, and exited the cave, murmuring his complaints about not even being able to indulge in a fleeting glimpse. Guo Xiaoxiao heard his muttering and felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and give him a good beating. Indeed, a person devoid of shame is truly invincible. One must not underestimate this fellow, for one can never predict when his primal instincts might surge forth. Guo Xiaoxiao hastily donned the leather skirt, which was somewhat oversized yet still manageable. Accustomed to wearing trousers, this skirt accentuated the length and elegance of her legs, rendering them even more slender and elongated. Guo Xiaoxiao tidied up the torn garments and donned her shoes. Upon hearing the commotion, Songju entered and inquired, "Have you finished dressing?" "Yes," she replied. "Let us proceed to the garden. Everyone is eagerly awaiting us for a feast." Songju approached and took Guo Xiaoxiao's hand, but she attempted to pull away. However, he grasped her hand firmly, which displeased her. "Hey, let go," she insisted. "What is the matter?" he queried. "Let go," she urged. "Why? Am I not allowed to hold my partner's hand?" Songju halted, regarding her with utmost seriousness, as if their bond was already established. Guo Xiaoxiao was left speechless, exclaiming, "Who is your partner? Do not speak carelessly. I would never be your companion." However, Songju disregarded Guo Xiaoxiao's reluctance and swept her into his arms, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Should I then propose that we become partners at this very moment?" exclaimed. "How dare you? If you wish to seek another female, do not cast your ambitions upon me." It is futile, he retorted, for I am drawn to you, longing for you to be my mate. What shall we do about it? Songju's tone was frivolous and persistent. In Volume 1, Chapter 37, Amantha, a distinctive female. Amidst the gathering of beast men around the bonfire roasting meat, she resolutely responded, I absolutely refuse. You should abandon all hope. Even Mikeson has not consented. So why should I entertain your advances? It is as if your mind has been clouded. As Guo Xiaoxiao shifted her body, seemingly attempting to descend, Songju's tone tightened as he teasingly remarked, You are moving about. It appears you desire to mate. As Guo Xiaoxiao's body tensed in trepidation, Songju, no longer teasing her, declared, I shall take you to dine on meat. Come. He lifted Guo Xiaoxiao and leaped from the tree hollow, landing gracefully on the ground. Numerous beast men had already gathered in anticipation. Upon seeing the girl cradled in his arms, the eyes of the assembled males turned envious, her skin, radiant and supple, rendered her akin to a celestial being. In the sunlight, she appeared even more enchanting than by night, her figure clad in a leather skirt, standing in stark contrast to the other females. Some timid young males could not contain their admiration, their imaginations igniting at the sight of such beauty. Ignoring the fervent gazes of the crowd, Songju strode forward, holding Guo Xiaoxiao with purpose. Noticing they had reached the ground, Guo Xiaoxiao gracefully dismounted from Songju, who made no effort to impede her descent. They arrived at what was referred to as the arena, a vibrant square bustling with beastmen engaged in cooking. Around each fire pit, several beastmen gathered, presumably to avoid the risk of cooking fires igniting the wooden shelters. The atmosphere was lively, reminiscent of a grand bonfire gathering. At the center, a massive bonfire roasted 3 lamb legs, their golden skin glistening as fat dripped enticingly. Nearby, 2 freshly caught snakes lay ready for cooking, while a grill sizzled, releasing an aroma that tantalized the senses and provoked salivation. Songju, you have arrived, called several males, drawing closer to him. Songju responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement and guided Guo Xiaoxiao toward the group. Guo Xiaoxiao, enticed by the savory aroma of meat in the air, felt a pang of hunger. Did they add more spices? The scent of the grilled meat seemed far more delectable than that of the McKesson. Let us take a seat over there, she suggested. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded and took a seat beside him in the nearest available spot. The crowd was so densely packed that they were seated in close proximity. Songju instinctively pulled Guo Xiaoxiao into his embrace, protectively shielding her, wary of any unwelcome intrusions. This gesture elicited envious glances from the surrounding males, many of whom were still single, yearning for a mate of their own. Guo Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable and voiced her discontent, questioning, Why are you behaving this way? It unsettles me. To which he retorted, Is it wrong for me to embrace you? Are you attempting to gain favor with others? Surrounding them were numerous orcs who, out of respect for Songju, dared not approach or offer their goodwill. In the Sishui tribe, Songju's every word indeed held paramount significance, and all were unwaveringly loyal to him. In truth, no one dared to challenge his authority. To provoke Songju was to court certain doom. Thus, even the male orcs who harbored affections for Guo Xiaoxiao refrained from expressing their feelings. However, a select few among the orcs stood apart, those who were recently matured and brimming with youthful vigor. They unabashedly scrutinized Guo Xiaoxiao, seeking opportunities to approach her. For the first time, Guo Xiaoxiao found herself dining in the presence of so many people. Previously, she had only dined alone in the confines of her cave. Surrounded by a crowd, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, making it difficult to partake in her meal. However, Songju appeared indifferent to the number of onlookers. Instead, he embraced Guo Xiaoxiao with a proud expression, as if showcasing the beauty of his female companion. Unbeknownst to him, Guo Xiaoxiao was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions within, while he continued to tease her, his hands unreservedly caressing her waist. Guo Xiaoxiao endured and endured, but finally reached her limit. With a warning, she declared, If you touch me again, I shall not be courteous. However, Songju halted his actions momentarily, only to resume once more, insisting, No, I merely wish to touch. Guo Xiaoxiao, are you being mischievous? Do you insist on causing a ruckus? Songju naturally whispered in Guo Xiaoxiao's ear, If you do not agree to become partners, a little intimacy cannot be considered mischief, can it? It merely serves to strengthen our bond. Guo Xiaoxiao could no longer endure it. She reached out to grasp the waist of Songju, gently caressing it. Songju, feeling the delightful touch of her little hand, assumed that Guo Xiaoxiao had finally awakened to her feelings and was about to praise her. However, to his astonishment, Guo Xiaoxiao twisted his waist with great force, executing a full 360-degree turn. Hiss! Songju gasped in pain, his brows furrowing tightly. Guo Xiaoxiao having succeeded in her mischief. smiled triumphantly and quickly distanced herself from Songju's embrace, sitting a bit farther away. Songju rubbed his pained waist, feeling a mix of indignation and disbelief at her cruelty. Guo Xiaoxiao, with a haughty demeanor, turned her face away, pretending to be utterly indifferent. Songju, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved a perfectly grilled lamb leg from the barbecue rack, which had been expertly sliced for easier consumption by females. "All right, let us not bicker. Let us eat," he said as he handed it to Guo Xiaoxiao. In that moment, she naturally accepted it, taking a bite. The delectable morsel was fragrant and delightfully crispy, boasting a savory flavor that was quite delightful. Guo Xiaoxiao savored her meal with great satisfaction, while Songju leisurely enjoyed his food beside her, taking the opportunity to admire Guo Xiaoxiao's beauty. "Is your mouth no longer in pain?" Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head, declaring that she was already well. Aloe truly possessed remarkable skills. With just 2 mouthfuls, she was completely healed. Impressive indeed. Song was undoubtedly in greater admiration of Aloe's medical prowess. The other orcs, witnessing their display, felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Guo Xiaoxiao, after savoring a leg of lamb, eagerly seized a piece of roasted meat, devouring it voraciously. She possessed a remarkable ability to relish any food, her palate unselective, thriving in diverse environments. A female, she inquired, "What is your name?" as she sat by their campfire. This delicate creature, though somewhat petite, bore facial features that could be deemed passable, her hair flowing smoothly, sufficient to earn the title of beauty in the realm of beasts. Guo Xiaoxiao set down her grilled meat and replied, "I am Guo Xiaoxiao." The sharp-eared Songju took note of this, while the other males discreetly committed it to memory. The females exchanged a glance with Songju. "I am Almansha," she declared, a hint of pride lacing her tone, yet it was not off-putting. "I admire Songju, and having witnessed your beauty today, I wish to make your acquaintance." Guo Xiaoxiao remained unperturbed. She cherished Songju, and her affections were of no concern to her. She remarked, "Very well, we are acquainted now." Amansa maintained her smile while covertly glancing at Songju, who was nonchalantly consuming meat, seemingly indifferent to her presence. This irked her somewhat, yet recalling her mother bee's stunning instructions to avoid provoking Songju, Amansa tempered her temper and continued to gaze at Guo Xiaoxiao with a cheerful demeanor. "Have you bonded with Songju? Do you harbor feelings for him?" Such provocative inquiries caused the other 3 distant females to erupt in hushed whispers. After all, there was another female nearby, and yet she dared to ask such questions. "Indeed. Amansa is always clinging to Songju," one murmured. "Speak softly, lest she overhears." The females remained wary of Amansa, for in their society, males were ranked by strength, while female status was determined by beauty. Amansa was the most exquisite female of the Sui Shui tribe. Humorously, there were only 4 females, which was quite laughable. Despite having no mate, she attracted numerous suitors, yet she remained aloof towards them, her heart solely devoted to Songju. "I will not bond with him. I have no feelings for him whatsoever." Guo Xiaoxiao, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out that she had yet to form a bond with Meixin, questioning how she could possibly be with him after knowing him for merely a day or 2. The surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, not in derision, but in sheer astonishment. Songju nearly choked on his own words. After all, he too valued his dignity. Guo Xiaoxiao's candor was too stark, leaving him at a loss in front of all the beast men. The atmosphere grew tense and peculiar, regardless of Songju's acknowledgement. It was undeniable that Guo Xiaoxiao was indeed the female he had chosen, even if they had not yet reached that stage. It was merely a matter of time. "Xiaoxiao, how could you utter such hurtful words? Songju is truly remarkable. He is the chieftain of the Si Shui tribe and the only 4-star beast. How could you not have formed a union yesterday?" Amantha feigned concern as she spoke. In Chapter 38 of Volume 1, Songju watched with a cold gaze as Amantha put on her act. He was unperturbed by Guo Xiaoxiao's refusal. He possessed a thick skin and was emboldened by challenges. Yet, one must still maintain a semblance of dignity. Guo Xiaoxiao discerned the situation. It became evident that Amanda had approached with ulterior motives. It seemed that not all women were straightforward in their expressions. Some, like Amanda, possessed a subtle and intricate charm. Guo Xiaoxiao inquired, "Do you have feelings for him? Why has he not yet committed to a partnership with you?" Guo Xiaoxiao spoke with a tone of reproach, and indeed, Amanda's expression darkened before swiftly returning to normal. A tender smile graced Songju's face as he cleverly interjected, "I am uncertain. I simply sense that you harbor no affection for Songju. Therefore, do not hinder him." Amanda's visage was one of profound sorrow, as if she had borne great injustice. This statement irked Guo Xiaoxiao. She found it displeasing. "Hinder him? How absurd. I was nearly compromised last night after being captured. What nonsense." She shot a fierce glare at Songju. "Very well, I shall cease to impede him." Since you are fond of him, here, take him. He is yours now. Guo Xiaoxiao rose and pushed Song Ju towards Amansa, who was seated on one side, allowing them to converse undisturbed. Amansa was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated Guo Xiaoxiao's intervention. Song Ju furrowed his brow, yet remained silent. He had no fondness for Amansa and found her proximity quite bothersome. A two-star male beast named Karl exclaimed loudly, Song Ju, the beautiful female has rejected you. Do we have a chance now? The male beast stirred with eager anticipation. Since Guo Xiaoxiao clearly did not favor Song Ju, it was evident that opportunity favored the capable. Those who seized the moment would enhance their prospects, prompting everyone to vie for the chance. Song Ju's expression darkened ominously, had it not been for Guo Xiaoxiao's presence. He would have erupted in fury. Nevertheless, he could not afford to display his anger. He cast a cold glance at the male beast and commanded, silence. Seizing the moment, Amansa pressed on, so, Xiaoxiao, what kind of male do you prefer? Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes thoughtfully, conceiving a plan as she feigned indifference while gazing at the campfire. The male I admire must undoubtedly be the strongest, capable of safeguarding me. Song Ju had something to say. He leaned closer, draping an arm around Guo Xiaoxiao's shoulders. Indeed. I am the mightiest in the tribe, he declared, lowering his head to whisper near her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Guo Xiaoxiao shuddered. Goosebumps erupting all over her body. This fellow. You are not. Guo Xiaoxiao pushed him away and continued, you are the strongest, so why did you sneak me out? Why not directly confront Mixin in a duel at Yushan tribe to prove your strength? Upon hearing the name Mixin, Song Ju's expression turned icy. They were lifelong adversaries, perpetually at odds with one another. Thus, despite the peace that had settled after last year's hostilities, an undercurrent of tension persisted. The interactions between their two tribes were solely conducted through Monet and Aloe, as the two chieftains never engaged in trade or dialogue of that nature. Song Ju inquired, is Mixin your mate? Yet I see no mark of Mixin upon you. Guo Xiaoxiao, having forgotten, still insisted, we are on the verge of forming a union. Did you not steal this opportunity from us? No one would doubt Guo Xiaoxiao's words. Mixin is indeed the most formidable male of the Yushan tribe. It is only natural that the beautiful females are drawn to Mixin. It is not surprising, especially since their Sui Shui tribe has always been overshadowed by the Yushan tribe. Song Ju indeed spoke to the tribe about suppressing the Yushan tribe and initiating an attack, but his ulterior motive was primarily to win Guo Xiaoxiao's affection. It was not out of fear. Rather, in the event of a conflict between the two tribes, countless lives would be lost, and a temporary delay would be preferable. Being rejected by the females is a humiliation for every male, and Song Ju is no exception. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Very well. I shall challenge Mixin to a duel. If I emerge victorious, you will mate with me. What say you? He had intended to confront Mixin eventually, hoping to postpone the encounter until after winter, but now he was compelled to accept Guo Xiaoxiao's proposal. Seeing the sharp glint in Song Ju's eyes made Guo Xiaoxiao feel a twinge of unease, as if she had unwittingly sold herself. Mixin is a lion. While he is but an eagle, surely Mixin would not be defeated. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself in a predicament, yet she resolved to muster her spirit. If you triumph over Mixin, we shall become mates, she exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. A throng of orcs erupted into a fervor, their roars echoing in encouragement, utterly indifferent to the outcome of the duel. For the females, such a contest was a sacred affair, one in which no male could intervene. It was not uncommon for fatalities to occur during these battles. I shall hold nothing back. I am destined to be the first male to mate with you, declared Song Ju, his blood surging with anticipation as he yearned to vanquish Mixin. Amantha observed the two with a tangled heart, as events unfolded in an unforeseen direction. Song Ju strode to the center of the orc gathering, raising his arms and clenching his fists. A totem materialized upon his chest, dominating his torso with an imposing presence. Let us engage in a grand battle, he proclaimed, reveling in the cheers that resonated from the orc crowd, all rallying for the duel. The system activated. System, host. Do you wish to mate with Song Ju? Guo Xiaoxiao, I do not wish to. System, Song Ju is a uniquely inherited beastman. It is unlikely that Mixin can surpass him. Guo Xiaoxiao, what? A lion cannot defeat an eagle? System, observe the totem on his chest. Orcs adorned with such symbols often possess unique abilities. Guo Xiaoxiao, what does it mean? Please clarify. System, it is akin to awakening the power of our ancestors. The extent of the difference will ultimately depend on practical experience. Guo Xiaoxiao, are the ancestors manifesting? Does that mean my doom is imminent? System, not necessarily. Mixin is quite formidable as well. What if he achieves a great victory? Guo Xiaoxiao, I hope Mixin emerges victorious. System, host, it's time to complete the partner task. Regardless of who wins, you shall be bound to a partner. Guo Xiaoxiao, why is it that if Mixin wins, I no longer need to seek a mate? System, 2 males compete for a female, and the victor earns the right to mate. You should refrain from constantly attempting to bully Mixin. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt. Mixin would not coerce me. System, he loves you and cares for you. Consider his feelings as well. Over time, the orcs of Yushan tribe may mock Mixin for his ineffectiveness. Guo Xiaoxiao, let us discuss it later. System, remember to take on tasks regularly. Your workload is insufficient. If you wish to accept a task, simply focus on opening the task interface and seek suitable ones yourself. There is no need to call upon me. System shut down. Everything before Guo Xiaoxiao is shrouded in uncertainty, whether good or bad. As the bonfire concluded, Songju led Guo Xiaoxiao back to the wooden cabin. How about I take you to the sandpit for a while? It must be rather dull for you to just rest up there. Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with curiosity, agreed, sure. I have yet to witness it. Songju led Guo Xiaoxiao to a small sandpit within the tribe, where fine, pristine white grains of sand lay scattered. Guo Xiaoxiao removed her shoes, and her feet sank into the silky texture beneath. A few young eagles peeked out, flapping their wings and rolling playfully. Guo Xiaoxiao hopped joyfully across the small sandpit, and upon seeing her, the eaglets chirped excitedly and flocked around her. Guo Xiaoxiao nearly lost her balance, but Songju, quick and attentive, steadied her with a single hand, ensuring she remained upright. The eaglets meant no harm. They simply yearned for closeness with Guo Xiaoxiao. They were truly endearing. Guo Xiaoxiao crouched down to stroke their heads, and they appeared to revel in the affection. Songju smiled indulgently. They were the young males of the tribe, still too small to undergo their beast transformation. Volume 1, Chapter 39. Songju heads to the Yushan tribe, while Mixin seethes with anger. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. What are their names? Some possess names, while others do not. Typically, it is the females that are named. Songju casually picked up a small eagle, allowing it to perch on his arm, resembling a falconer in every way. Guo Xiaoxiao felt the softness of the sand, a slight itch tickling each of her toes. Songju gently set down the little eagle and said to them, "Play by yourselves. I shall bring you meat shortly." With cheerful chirps, they scattered and began to tumble and frolic in the sandpit. The view from the sandpit was splendid, allowing a full panorama of the surrounding landscape. Guo Xiaoxiao spotted a distant forest and a great river, where fish occasionally leaped above the surface. A chill swept over her. "So cold," she murmured, drawing her neck in. Guo Xiaoxiao rubbed her arms. Winter was approaching, and the temperature fluctuated greatly. After noon, the air turned brisk, and she thought to prepare winter furs for them. Guo Xiaoxiao was slender, adorned in the animal skin once worn by Amantha during her youth, a garment unbefitting an ordinary female. Songju believed that Guo Xiaoxiao ought to take better care of herself. Her frail physique rendered her vulnerable in the perilous world of beasts, where maladies could easily befall the unwell. "You mentioned sending me back yesterday, and I have not forgotten," she remarked. "My animal skin is at the Yushan tribe, and I shall retrieve it." She preferred the convenience of her own clothes over a suitcase. Guo Xiaoxiao merely inquired, not expecting a prompt acquiescence from Songju. Upon hearing her words, Songju was struck by the clarity with which Guo Xiaoxiao remembered his assurances from the previous day. Her determination was remarkable. Yet, the thought that she might be forcibly reclaimed if he were to lose the duel gnawed at him, stirring an unexpected concern within the powerful beast man. Songju, feeling a tinge of shame for his own weakness, reassured her, "Do not panic. During the duel, there will be an opportunity for you to return." "That is what you said," she replied, to which Songju softly affirmed, contemplating where she might return to, for the Sui Shui tribe would become her home henceforth. He resolved to win the duel, to vanquish Mixin and extinguish Guo Xiaoxiao's hopes. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his mind as he grasped her hand, and together they strolled along the sandy path, gazing over the magnificent landscape, sunlight casting their shadows in a harmonious embrace. Meanwhile, Mixin, in a fit of rage, struck a tree with his fist, the trunk creaking ominously under the impact. Several males nearby inquired about the situation at the Sui Shui tribe. Breathing heavily, Mixin's eyes were fixed forward, while Michael's expression turned grave. The duo had stealthily evaded the gaze of the Sui Shui tribe's beast men to gather intelligence. This group of foul creatures is ruthless. They have collapsed the path leading to the summit, leaving no passage but for those with wings. Clearly, they anticipated our retaliation and knew we would seek to reclaim what is ours. The theft of a female, a symbol of tribal status in the beast world, would provoke ridicule from other tribes questioning the prowess of the male beasts. More critically, it posed a significant threat to the tribe's future. One female could bear 5 to 10 offspring annually, making her an invaluable asset. Thus, the abduction of a female was a severe provocation, fraught with consequences. They shall pay for this. I will not rest until I have vanquished them. Mikeson seethed, his face contorted with fury, losing his usual composure. The other males echoed his sentiments, their voices rising in a chorus of indignation. Indeed, they must be exterminated. I have long harbored a disdain for them. Mikkel, still clinging to reason, remarked, those birds can fly, yet we remain powerless beneath the goby. Mikkelsen pondered momentarily, directing his gaze towards the small river. A spark of insight illuminating his thoughts. The terrain where Songjue resides is perilously steep, rendering it inaccessible. However, it possesses a fatal weakness. There is no source of water above, compelling them to descend for sustenance. They lack water up there, he said. Mikkel, understanding immediately, proposed. Let us take turns dispatching orcs to their vicinity, upstream and downstream, to lie in wait. Capturing one would suffice. Mikkelsen nodded in satisfaction, and the others concurred. Surely, they cannot be so unprepared as to neglect their water supply. They must come down to fetch it. This is a splendid strategy. We must act swiftly. Let us assign 10 individuals to rotate and keep watch over there tonight. Mikkel declared. Seek the one-star ring orc. Should there be any commotion, let them signal. As dusk fell, the sounds of chirping filled the air. The younglings of the Zishui tribe frolicked about, led by a male orc, creating a lively scene. Songjue looked up towards the heavens, where countless stars twinkled, and although the moon had risen, his heart remained restless for an extended period. Guoxiaxiao lay upon the animal hide, her back turned at Songju, who presumed her to be asleep and chose not to disturb her. However, Guoxiaxiao was quite alert. She was examining the task interface provided by the system. Beginner tasks. 1. Obtain 50 varieties of plant leaves. Reward, a potion for energy restoration. Status, incomplete. 2. Grow corn. Reward, a complete kitchen set. Status, unclaimed. 3. Acquire a male partner and form a bond. Reward, a resurrection spell. Status, unclaimed. 4. 5. There was another task. Upgrade healing skills to intermediate healing. Reward, a skill that requires no consumption. Status, unclaimed. What on earth are these absurdities? A skill that requires no consumption. What purpose does that serve? Guoxiaxiao's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She concentrated and elaborated. By stacking usage frequency, she could enhance her healing skill proficiency. Once proficiency was maxed out, it would upgrade to intermediate healing, granting her a new skill that required no consumption. But what did this no consumption entail? It was not sufficiently explained. The task of gathering 50 types of plant leaves was straightforward. She could simply separate them in the bag back in the cave, which meant she was nearing completion. She would slowly work on 2 more tasks: planting corn and upgrading her healing skill. Songju observed Guoxiaxiao for a moment before transforming into a majestic eagle, soaring toward the luminous moonlight from the branch outside the wooden hut. Mixon, Mikkel, Monet, and several other 2-star beastmen were present, deliberating in the garden. They were on the brink of a fierce battle with the Zishui tribe, having tirelessly hoarded food and prepared jerky day and night to survive the winter. Despite the fact that initiating a conflict in early winter would bring nothing but harm to the tribe, as the strongest tribe in the region, it was a humiliation to have their females taken. Since Guoxiaxiao was abducted, the females in the tribe had not dared to leave the cave. Fearful of being snatched by an unfamiliar male, conflict seemed inevitable. Mixon sensed an unusual scent and looked up, spotting that familiar and loathed figure high above. Songju hovered in the air, pausing for a moment before plummeting down. The eagle let out a piercing cry, circling in the sky before diving towards the ground, its razor-sharp wings stirring up countless stones and dust. With a resounding crash, several large trees were shattered, and a few beastmen stood up in astonishment, transforming into their beast forms to remain alert. Songju landed gracefully, standing tall on the trunk of a tree, gazing down imperiously at the crowd, a palpable aura of authority emanating from him. Long time no see, Mixon. How dare you come here? Mixon's voice was a low growl, his chest heaving with furious rage, wishing to tear Songju apart. Where have you hidden the females? Mikkel demanded angrily, his deep-set eyes fixed on Songju, as if he could rend him to pieces with a mere gaze. I came to see you, and to observe how wretched your tribe has become. Volume 1, Chapter 40. Songju challenged Mixon again, a domineering kiss in the air. A sardonic smile graced Songju's lips, his indifferent tone inciting the beastman's disdain. You scoundrel. Today I shall skin you alive. Mixon, filled with rage, roared fiercely and sprinted towards Songju. One arm swung violently, lunging at Songju like a ferocious tiger, while the other hand clawed towards his neck. The clash between tiger and eagle ensued. Bang! Both combatants staggered back momentarily. Songju's icy gaze swept over Mixon, who refused to show weakness, their eyes locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with anticipation, concern for Mixon's safety. Mikkel and others leapt into action to attack Songju. With a disdainful snort, Songju transformed into a majestic eagle, unfolding his wings to meet them. After a brief entanglement, he ascended into the sky, leaving the beastly tigers below unable to reach him, their frustration manifesting in desperate howls. The commotion attracted numerous beastmen, who, upon witnessing Songju, immediately assumed defensive stances without a word. Songju regarded them with contempt, his wings unfurling as a tempest arose, swirling dust and sand that obscured the beastmen's vision. Mixon, I challenge you to a duel. His voice resonated throughout the arena. Their enmity had long since reached a point of no return. A duel? I gladly accept. Mixon bellowed at the airborne beastman, seizing the opportunity to vent his fury. However, he could not resist inquiring, what have you done with my female? Rest assured, she is in good health. Songju, with a dismissive air, ceased any further dialogue and soared through the skies with increased velocity, swiftly alighting above Mixon, where he transformed into human form, standing resolutely before him. The orcs rushed forward, preparing to strike, but Mixon raised both hands in a commanding gesture, ordering them to halt. Reluctantly, the warriors complied, yet remained vigilant. Songju extended his palm, a luminous azure sphere materializing within it, while the totem upon his chest shimmered with an eerie blue glow, instilling trepidation in the other orcs. I have stated my intention to duel with you, but not at this moment, he declared. Mixon narrowed his eyes, recognizing the azure orbed Songju's palm with no surprise, for Songju was a legacy orc, and the blue sphere represented his innate ability. A cruel, bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corners of Songju's mouth as the orb coalesced with immense power, crashing down with ferocity. Mixon reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping the assault without a hint of fear. With a thunderous roar, a tree, thick as a basin, erupted into splinters. Songju, devoid of murderous intent, slowly exhaled. Guo Xiaoxiao has forbidden the utterance of her name. Mixon, exasperated, interrupted him, for even mentioning Guo Xiaoxiao was an affront to the female. Songju replied unhurriedly. She stated her preference for a formidable male. The victor shall earn the right to mate. Thus, I have come to inform you. 3 days hence, a duel at the Mingbei. What say you? It was commonplace for males to duel for the favor of a female. Yet for two leaders of different tribes to engage in combat over a single female was unprecedented. The Mingbei resembled an ancient arena, a sacred ground for legitimate male confrontations. Although most orcs preferred to spar in situ, it had been ages since the name Mingbei had been uttered. Ha ha ha, the Mingbei, I accept your challenge. Mixon laughed heartily, relishing the prospect of personally claiming Songju's life, adhering to Orcish tradition, and proving his worth before Guo Xiaoxiao. 3 days hence, at the Mingbei. With that, Songju took to the skies once more, leaving Mixon to contemplate his departure. What does the Mingbei signify, Father Beast? Inquired a young orc, puzzled. The Mingbei is a colossal stone tablet, adorned with various beastly engravings, each line representing a male. Every victor etches their mark upon it. This monument has stood in the depths of the jungle for over a century, impervious to any beast might, its hardness transcending the ordinary, holding extraordinary significance in the eyes of the male orcs. Songju returned to the wooden cabin, where Guo Xiaoxiao, wrapped in animal hides, lay half asleep, observing as he casually wiped his body with the furs. Where have you been? She inquired. Guo Xiaoxiao mumbled, I've gone to find Mixon, so you should sleep now. Guo Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and continued to sleep, only to sit up abruptly. You went to find Mixon. Why didn't you inform me? Songju did not deem it necessary to report this matter to Guo Xiaoxiao. Do not be anxious. In a few days, we shall meet. I will defeat him before you, and then we will officially become partners. His tone was resolute, and he indeed possessed the strength and confidence to back it up. Guo Xiaoxiao fell into a moment of silence, her heart heavy with concern for Mixon and Songju, fearing for their safety. Are you truly going to duel? She inquired. Songju, having rid himself of the Tiger clan's aura, approached and tenderly tousled Guo Xiaoxiao's soft, flowing black hair, his playful demeanor replaced with earnestness. I shall prove myself worthy of you, he declared, his gaze imbued with deep affection and sincerity, rendering refusal an impossibility. Guo Xiaoxiao bit her lip and averted her gaze, beginning to succumb to her emotions. Songju turned over and lay beside Guo Xiaoxiao, not taking advantage of her in any way, but rather behaving with sincerity. He resolved to allow the female to see his true strength before fully entrusting herself to him. Guo Xiaoxiao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Her mind was plagued by vivid images of two individuals locked in a fierce struggle. Regret washed over her. What if one of them were to perish? She would become the infamous femme fatale of legend. Resolutely, she contemplated returning to witness the outcome. Yet, the lofty mountains and distant roads rendered her return impossible. Guo Xiaoxiao, entangled in her thoughts, found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. Eventually, she resolved to rise, stealthily carrying Songju as she slipped out of the wooden cabin. Approaching the trunk of a towering tree, she leaned against it, gazing downward. The immense tree loomed high above the ground, its dense foliage obscuring her view. With a touch of uncertainty, she contemplated her descent, pondering if she could manage to climb down slowly. Glancing left and right to assess her position, she was suddenly startled by a voice that emerged from the shadows. Looking up, she was taken aback, staring blankly at the man before her. "Ah, how is it that you move without making a sound?" Guo Xiaoxiao shouted at Songju, who replied, "I walk without making a sound. Do you think I glide through the air?" Guo Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless, caught off guard. Songju leaned down, positioning himself behind Guo Xiaoxiao, his hands resting gently on her shoulders as he drew closer, his head hovering near the nape of her neck. She blinked, feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, causing her heart to race involuntarily. Songju softly inquired, "What are you up to?" "And nothing. I was just admiring the moon," she stammered. Guo Xiaoxiao stammered, unable to meet his gaze. "Oh, I was merely admiring the moon. I thought you might be attempting to flee." His hand shifted, encircling her waist, and the atmosphere became charged with a subtle tension. "Ahem. I am simply gazing at the moon. I shall return to bed shortly." Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly turned around, only to be unexpectedly embraced and pinned against the tree trunk by Songju. She found herself unable to struggle, her eyes widening as she gazed at him. His eyes were as dark as ink, deep and alluring. "I am going to sleep now." Guo Xiaoxiao found herself unable to escape. Her strength appeared trivial in the eyes of Songju. As a kiss descended, it bore an overwhelming and aggressive essence. He encircled Guo Xiaoxiao's waist, confining her within his embrace, and lowered his head to ravage her fair, elongated neck and the sweet corners of her lips. She trembled in fear, once again. The restless man continued his onslaught, kissing, sucking, and licking with an intricate and lingering fervor. Guo Xiaoxiao gasped for breath, her entire body feeling weak. Who claimed they were ferocious beasts? The prowess of her kin was indeed extraordinary, their innate talents unparalleled, leaving her utterly defenseless. "No, let go, let go." Volume 1. Chapter 41. The day of the duel at the mysterious steel, competing for the right to mate with females. Songju seemed oblivious to Guo Xiaoxiao's pleas, continuing his actions, his hands restlessly roaming over her body. In such moments, Guo Xiaoxiao felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, entirely at their mercy. She lacked the strength to resist, unable to push away the towering figure before her. With a resolute heart, Guo Xiaoxiao delivered a sharp slap to Songju's face, the sound resonating with startling intensity. "Do not touch me." Songju halted his actions, gazing at Guo Xiaoxiao. He did not perceive much pain. Her strength was akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, leaving him almost unscathed. He paused, realizing that Guo Xiaoxiao was genuinely furious. If provoked further, she might unleash her wrath upon him, which would certainly lead to complications. Songju attempted to articulate a response, opening his mouth only to close it again, ultimately retreating a fraction with a reluctant sigh. "Do not be angry," he murmured softly. "It's detrimental to your health. Let us rest." Guo Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on Songju, exclaiming in exasperation, "I refuse to share a bed with you." She was acutely aware that Songju would resort to every conceivable means to take advantage of her. He was far too cunning and required vigilant caution. Yet, Songju merely acquiesced, responding, "Very well, you shall sleep on the bed while I take the floor." With that, he indeed entered the room and, ever compliant, reclined upon the ground. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at his playful, carefree demeanor as he lay on the ground, exuding an air of mischief that made her feel utterly helpless and her emotions in disarray, leaving her wide awake. He had discovered her, and the wooden cabin was too elevated for her to descend. With no alternative, Guo Xiaoxiao could only stare helplessly. Reluctantly, she returned to the animal skin mat, warning him not to approach. Songju complied, turning away from her and closing his eyes to rest. This time, he refrained from any mischievous antics and adhered to a more disciplined demeanor. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without his usual disturbances, Guo Xiaoxiao gradually relaxed her vigilance and eventually drifted off to sleep, the night breeze gently caressing her. Time passed unnoticed until Songju called her name, rousing her from slumber. The dining area was once again within the courtyard. Upon inquiring, she learned that they gathered there almost daily for meals, meetings, and the announcement of significant events, a practice instituted by Songju to enhance the tribe's cohesion and encourage greater integration among its members. A closer observation revealed that the various types of eagles differed, particularly in the length and strength of their talons, with a strict rule that only those capable of flight were permitted to join. For instance, Songju's group predominantly consisted of black-feathered vultures, blue-winged eagles, golden-winged rock, white storks, and two-headed eagles. Aside from meals, Songju was seldom by Guo Xiaoxiao's side, granting her rare moments of leisure these past few days. He permitted her to roam within the tribe, but where could a non-flying female escape to? With no path down the mountainside. Her only option was a perilous free fall that could lead to her demise. Soon, Guo Xiaoxiao realized that not only did Songju vanish after meals, but many males accompanied him as well. By nightfall, she heard the males returning, dragging what seemed to be heavy stones and tree trunks behind them. Guo Xiaoxiao inquired of Songju about the purpose of transporting these items daily. Songju merely replied that it was for future considerations. Meanwhile, Mixin was also diligently preparing. Their strategies aligned with those of Songju. The duel was inevitable, regardless of which side emerged victorious. He instructed the males to excavate numerous concealed caverns, ensuring that once hostilities commenced, the females and young could take refuge within. These caverns were situated not far from Mixin's own dwelling, discreetly hidden, and the crashing debris from the eagles would not reach the sanctuary. With everything else in place, he was resolute in his determination to triumph over Songju. The 3-day deadline swiftly approached, marking the time for the duel between Songju and Mixin. The morale of the Susui tribe was robust. Each male rose early, and the females emerged to bid farewell to the males who would venture to the Mingbei. The males, accompanied by females, were all members of the Star Ring Beastmen, courageous warriors who took the lead in times of peril. Songju had long ceased allowing Guo Xiaoxiao to dine in the garden, opting instead to bring fruits and meats directly to her, as everyone prepared for the impending event. After we eat, we shall go to Mingbei. Mingbei? The site of my duel with Mixin, where it will be determined who is worthy of you, Songju stated, raising an eyebrow with confidence. Today, you shall discover who truly deserves to be your male, and come nightfall, you shall fulfill your promise to mate with me. Let us see if you can defeat Mixin first, she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with indignation and anxiety, felt a profound sense of unease, as if it were a matter of life and death. He harbored no desire for Songju to emerge victorious, nor did he wish for Mixin to face defeat. In essence, he hoped to avert any casualties arising from her actions. Songju scoffed, asserting, I have no reason to lose. You shall witness how I will vanquish Mixin. Undoubtedly, he held no fear of Mixin. Though formidable, this time he knew Mixin would hold nothing back. After days of preparation, he was resolute in ensuring his triumph. Guo Xiaoxiao, her fingers clenched, could no longer withstand the anxiety brewing within her. Tentatively, she inquired of Songju, will there be death in your duel? Songju, standing at the doorway and stretching his limbs, replied nonchalantly, of course there will be death. In a duel among orcs, as long as one breath remains, surrender is not an option. If you do not fight for your life, it signifies that you are a remarkably weak orc, and you shall never hope to attain the right to mate. No female would ever look upon you favorably. Startled, Guo Xiaoxiao felt her heartbeat falter for a moment. While she was not afraid of death, she was unwilling to see Songju or Mixin perish. Is there any way we can call off the duel beforehand? She attempted to persuade Songju. Just don't hold back. Impossible, he replied with unwavering certainty. Once an agreement is established, it is an unbreakable promise, involving the chieftains of 2 tribes. The news has long since spread among the other minor tribes. In that moment, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a sudden chill envelop her. Each time she experienced tension, her body would react accordingly. She murmured to herself, I do not want to go. Songju, unable to hear her clearly, asked, what did you say? Guo Xiaoxiao regained her composure and replied, it's nothing. Just call me when you leave. Songju nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Estimating the time by observing the sun's position, it was approximately between 10:30 and 11 o'clock. Without a clock, Guo Xiaoxiao could only gauge the time by the sun and moon. Songju led Guo Xiaoxiao to the arena, where a multitude of beastmen had gathered, each one shouting, reveling and brimming with excitement as they awaited the impending battle. Even in the face of potential death, they showed no fear in the face of combat. Guo Xiaoxiao stood beside Songju, quietly observing the fervent masculinity of the world around her. Their blood surged and spirits soared, forming a stark contrast to her own emotions. At this moment, Guo Xiaoxiao engaged in profound introspection, questioning whether she had been excessively timid. She even pondered that if Song Ju and Mixin were to engage in battle, the ultimate outcome, who would perish, would be entirely a consequence of her subtle instigation. Guo Xiaoxiao felt increasingly anxious. This conflicting mindset tormented her. Having traversed from her mundane existence to this realm, she found herself perpetually troubling others, having accomplished nothing of merit. All disputes and discontent seemed to revolve around her. Volume 1, Chapter 42, The Day of the Grave Marker Duel, striving for the right to pair with a female. She yearned to alter this predicament. Guo Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, urging herself that neither of them must perish. At the very least, it should not be due to her. As long as it was not her fault, she remained indifferent to the tumultuous clash that might ensue between them. The orcs of the Sui Shui tribe and the Yushan tribe seemed to possess a kind of telepathic connection, embarking on their journey simultaneously. Before their departure, Guo Xiaoxiao took the initiative to have Song Ju wrap her in animal hides. According to Song Ju, this time, the spectators included not only members of both tribes but also individuals from other tribes. She feared that should any tribe catch a glimpse of her unparalleled beauty, they might fall in love at first sight and attempt to whisk her away. She simply lacked the strength to contend with such attention. Guo Xiaoxiao sat upon the back of Song Ju, the majestic eagle beast, gazing out over the vast expanse of mountains and land. A sense of trepidation gripped her as the height made her fear a potential fall. She clutched the thick fur on Song Ju's back, unwilling to let go. Behind them trailed a formation of mighty eagles, soaring swiftly and emitting piercing cries. As they approached their destination, the distant roar of a tiger resonated, a sound all too familiar. It was Mixin. They had reached the borders of the Ming Bei, still some distance away, yet the monument was already in sight. We have arrived, just ahead. Let us reduce our speed, Song Ju commanded, then gracefully descended. His form undulated in the air, causing Guo Xiaoxiao to feel a wave of nausea. Surrounding the Ming Bei was a dense jungle, with trees so plentiful that their canopies obscured the view. Song Ju chose to survey the Ming Bei from above. Perched atop a mountain in the southern region of the orcs gathering tribes. True to its name, it was a colossal white rock, smooth to the touch, adorned with numerous engravings signifying the victories of duelists among the orcs, rising like a pillar into the sky. It resembled a sword thrust into the earth when viewed from above, surrounded by a tangle of weeds where many wild beasts made their home. Over the years, few orcs had ventured to this place. The area was enclosed by a fence, encircled by a large barrier overrun with vines, revealing an expanse of desolate ground within. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at the Ming Bei, a sense of unease enveloping her. Something about this place felt peculiar, though she could not articulate exactly what it was. Let us descend, Song Ju said, retracting his wings and transforming back into human form, gently grasping Guo Xiaoxiao's hand as they cautiously stepped into the realm of the Ming Bei. Wrapped in animal hides, Guo Xiaoxiao's appearance was obscured, revealing only the silhouette of a petite female. The orcs of the Sui Shui tribe, utilizing their aerial advantage, were the first to arrive at the Ming Bei. After a brief wait of approximately 20 minutes, Mixin, accompanied by his tigers, reached the realm of the Ming Bei. The roar of the tigers echoed through the sky, instilling awe and fear. Guo Xiaoxiao nearly stumbled in fright. Mixin led 300 tigers, halting before the Ming Bei with a formidable display of might. The atmosphere crackled with tension as both sides of orcs confronted each other, their roars resonating in the air. Song Ju and Mixin stood as paragons among the orcs. Even from a distance, the palpable pressure they exuded could be felt, their gazes locking in a silent battle of wills. Mixin, are you prepared to meet your demise? Song Ju's tone was casual, as if dismissing him as a worthy adversary. The other orcs from different tribes followed suit, revealing creatures Guo Xiaoxiao had never encountered before: rabbits, sheep, horses, and bears. Astonishingly, orcs that grazed. Their human forms were easily discernible. With the exception of the majestic horses and bears, the rabbits and sheep bore gentle and serene expressions. How striking they are! My goodness! One of the innate gifts of orcs is their beauty. Among the rabbits and sheep, none could be deemed unattractive. They were all charming gentlemen of the gentle disposition. Albeit slightly slender, yet their elegance shone through. The once desolate expanse of the Ming Bei was now animated by a throng of orcs, a scene not witnessed in ages. Those not participating in the duel were stirred with excitement. Amidst the crowd, whispers arose. Who is that captivating female, compelling both the Sui Shui tribe and Yushan tribe leaders to duel for her? I don't know. She's a newcomer, exceptionally beautiful, unlike any we've seen before. The orcs of Yushan and Sui Shui claim she is the most stunning female they have ever encountered. Today, they are fighting for her. She must be here. Where is she? Let me catch a glimpse. A bear orc eagerly searched for Guo Xiaoxiao among the throng. There she is, completely wrapped up. I can't see her at all. Is she really that beautiful, though? Guo Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted to Mixin, silently wishing for his safety. Just then, Mixin happened to meet her eyes, offering a smile that revealed his immaculate, white teeth. His features were strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes that sparkled like obsidian, radiating an aura of confidence. The curve of his lips added an extra touch of charm. Standing nearby, Mikhail felt an involuntary sense of reassurance upon seeing Guo Xiaoxiao, thinking to himself how undeniably attractive this man was. Guo Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly averted her gaze. Song Ju noticed her distraction, exchanging glances with Mixin, and turned to her with a frown. Hey, female, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Why do you keep looking at him instead of me? With a roll of her eyes, Guo Xiaoxiao chose to ignore him and continued to focus on Mixin. At that moment, Mixin had stepped out from the throng of orcs. He gestured to Guo Xiaoxiao, assuring her not to worry, before provocatively declaring to Song Ju, Song Ju, today marks your demise. Song Ju let out a cold snort. Mixin, do you really think I would grant you such an opportunity? I will rely on my strength. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us fight. The orcs instinctively retreated, clearing ample space for Mixin and Song Ju to engage. Mixin, with his imposing physique and agile movements, exuded explosive power. His attacks were sharp and ferocious, each strike potentially lethal. Die. Mixin's furious roar resonated through the air, yet Song Ju deftly evaded, displaying remarkable agility. Guo Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she inquired of the orc beside her, Is there no referee? Aren't we supposed to count to 3 before we begin? However, the orc remained entirely engrossed in the battle, oblivious to her words. In the midst of the struggle, Song Ju found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His defensive stance faltering as Mixin relentlessly pressed forward, gradually forcing him back. Mixin's strength was formidable, his attacks ferocious and unyielding. In contrast, Song Ju exhibited an ethereal grace in his footwork, effortlessly evading blows with an air of calm confidence. The two combatants maintained their human forms, devoid of any beastly transformation. Yet the outcome remained uncertain, particularly given their location near the Ming Bay, where Song Ju undoubtedly possessed hidden trump cards. With a sudden movement, Mixin launched a swift kick towards Song Ju's midsection, catching him off guard. Struck, Song Ju retaliated with a punch to Mixin's shoulder. At that moment, both combatants transitioned into their beast forms. Mixin's muscles swelled as he transformed into a tiger, while Song Ju's physique expanded into that of an eagle, one soared above, the other grounded. Their gazes clashed, igniting a fierce spark. As the wind tousled Guo Xiaoxiao's long hair, she widened her eyes in keen observation, fearful of missing any detail. Thankfully, up to this point, neither had sustained injury. Song Ju leapt towards Mixin's face, prompting Mixin to lean back and evade. Utilizing the momentum, Song Ju accelerated once more, striking at Mixin's back with a claw. With a resounding crack, the eagle's talon shattered the thick fur on Mixin's back, eliciting a pained howl as he staggered backward and fell to the ground. Guo Xiaoxiao clenched her toes, biting her lip as she watched Mixin's painful struggles, her emotions difficult to contain. Why are you so ruthless? She exclaimed, though her words were disregarded by the others, as the battle reached a critical juncture, with Mixin and Song Ju taking center stage. In the midst of the beast horde, Mikkel steeled himself, lamenting the dire situation. Mixin rose calmly, swiftly regaining his composure, as the power of the 4-star ring surged forth, emanating an even greater pressure. Observing that Mixin had finally become serious, Song Ju unfurled his massive wings, summoning a hurricane that disheveled everyone's hair. A deafening roar shattered the clouds, heralding the arrival of a colossal tiger beast, adorned with fiery patterns. Above the lion beast, Song Ju's wings obscured the sunlight, resembling a regal sovereign surveying his subjects. In response, Mixin, unwilling to be outdone, let out a resounding lion's roar that soared into the heavens. The dark clouds above gradually coalesced, flickering with glimpses of electricity. Noticing this, Song Ju narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice, witnessed the distinction between the legacy orc and the ordinary orc. Mixin scoffed dismissively, humph. What of the legacy orc? In the realm of orcs, the star ring level is the sole measure of worth. Even a legacy orc does not instill fear in me. Mixin dashed forward, his form becoming ethereal, vanishing in an instant as he awaited Song Ju's thunderous strike. Song Ju's expression tightened. His instincts warned him that Mixin's speed was unnaturally swift, eluding his grasp entirely. A resounding thunderclap echoed across the sky as dark clouds billowed ominously, unleashing a torrent of fierce lightning from above. One bolt struck the ground beneath Mixon, forcing him to evade, yet he was still grazed by the electric surge. Blood streaming from his wounded arm. Guo Xiaoxiao was profoundly shaken. She had initially thought it was merely a common animal skirmish, yet it escalated into such a grand spectacle. Unable to suppress a gulp, she speculated whether Songju was indeed the reincarnation of Lei Zhenzi, possessing the ability to control thunder. Songju dared not delay. Seizing the opportune moment while Mixon was momentarily vulnerable, he swiftly soared upwards, his claws aimed at Mixon's neck. Upon seeing this, Mixon emitted a furious roar, raising his forepaws to parry Songju's assault. The two beasts clashed violently, their claws intermingling, blood spilling profusely. Mixon's physique was considerably larger than Songju's, granting him a distinct advantage in strength. After several exchanges, Songju gradually found himself at a disadvantage. In close combat on the ground, he was no match for Mixon. Having been ensnared by Mixon's forepaws, he was unable to ascend into the air or escape from the grip, forcing him to muster all his strength in resistance. Mixon, sensing his dominance, gleamed with a triumphant light in his eyes. With a series of thunderous sounds accompanied by piercing shrieks, Songju's wings were brutally torn, leaving a strip of flesh hanging. Though shaken by the pain, he managed to maintain his balance and ultimately broke free from Mixon's grasp, ascending into the sky once more. He began to gather his energy, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike to utterly vanquish Mixon. Realizing he could not afford to relax his vigilance, Mixon understood he must quickly eliminate Songju. A thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, aimed directly at Mixon, no fewer than numerous bolts, affording Mixon no respite. Songju had been waiting for this moment. Boom. Mixon could not evade this time and was struck. However, the might of the lightning was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of rising, leaving him to endure the torment of the electric onslaught. How does it feel, Mixon? Songju taunted from midair. Mixon, hearing the mockery, spat defiantly. He was far from defeated and was determined to continue the battle. In a frenzy, Mixon roared, the mark on his forehead radiating a blinding red light as his form rapidly expanded, his massive body looming ominously. With a mighty roar, Mixon opened his mouth and expelled a fireball toward the airborne Songju. Songju flapped his wings, evading the attack, and soared higher, surveying Mixon from above. Circling in the air. As the tiger pack accompanying Mixon roared, Songju realized with astonishment that Mixon had ascended in rank. Mixon had indeed broken through to become a 5-star ring beast man during the recent battle. Songju hovered in disbelief, although he had anticipated Mixon's imminent breakthrough. Witnessing it firsthand still left him awestruck. The other beastmen were equally exhilarated at Mixon's elevation, particularly the Yushan tribe, whose lion pride roared in unison, marking their tribe as the most formidable in the land. Moments later, the clash between the two continued, with the 5-star ring beast man now possessing special abilities that matched Songju's. Both combatants bore numerous wounds, a testament to the ferocity of their struggle. If this continued, it would surely reach a life-or-death confrontation. The scene that Guo Xiaoxiao dreaded most was on the horizon. She felt compelled to intervene, yet hesitated, uncertain of the consequences. Songju and Mixon were now prepared for the final showdown. Regardless of the victor, both would emerge significantly weakened, placing their respective tribes in jeopardy. Yet beneath the Mingbei, there was no retreat. The two beasts were poised to collide. Guo Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself. She shouted, "Stop! Wait!" Her voice, strained and desperate, finally captured the attention of the orcs observing the fierce battle. Upon hearing her plea, Songju retracted his claws, and Mixon ceased his assault. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The pressure shifted onto Guo Xiaoxiao, instantly making her the focal point of all eyes. Who is she? The very female who instigated their duel, shrouded in an aura of invisibility. Guo Xiaoxiao persevered under pressure, advancing step by step. The eagle beasts, witnessing this, moved forward to obstruct her path, warning her, "Do not proceed. It is perilous." Disregarding their goodwill, Guo Xiaoxiao strode past them and approached the battleground where Mixon and Songju were engaged in combat. Upon seeing Guo Xiaoxiao, both Mixon and Songju ceased their confrontation, stepping back to avoid inadvertently harming her. "Everyone, stand down." Guo Xiaoxiao addressed the two individuals, while Mixon and Songju gazed at her with curiosity. As the crowd speculated about the actions Guo Xiaoxiao was about to undertake, with her eyes shut and heart steeled, Guo Xiaoxiao proclaimed, "From this day forth, both of them shall be my males." Volume 1, Chapter 44. Having made my decision, let us arrange them in order as partners. As these words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds as everyone processed the revelation. Their recent duel had centered around the female, determined through combat who would earn the right to mate. Guo Xiaoxiao observed that no one had come forth to speak, and she continued. There is no need for a fight. The onlooking orcs, eager for entertainment, were discontented with the prospect of the duel concluding without a victor. As a small race, they had long been oppressed by the Yushan and Sisui tribes. If they could witness the demise of a Star Ring orc through this confrontation, it would be of immense benefit to them. Those not present merely to spectate harbored their own ulterior motives. However, they were powerless to influence the outcome. If the female truly chose Mixin and Song Jue as her mates, the duel would be rendered moot. In the beast world, there exists an agreement. Only when one fighter is defeated or rendered entirely uncompetitive can the other claim the female. The duel required both males to contend for her affections, a precedent that had never been set before. Amidst the gathering, the veterinarian Aluo appeared unexpectedly, questioning, "Are you serious, female?" Mixin had not anticipated Guo Xiaoxiao's decision. He acknowledged her choice of him as her mate, undoubtedly feeling elated. He had struggled to convince himself that should Guo Xiaoxiao encounter a male she favored in the future, he would possess the magnanimity to accept it. Yet, the male in question was none other than Song Jue, who had persistently clashed with him. "Xiao, I can defeat him. That wretched bird is treacherous. Don't be deceived by him." Upon hearing this, Song Jue's expression darkened, revealing his discomfort. He was more perceptive than Mixin credited him for, recognizing the female's goodwill. Clearly, Guo Xiaoxiao's actions were intended to halt the conflict. Truly a benevolent female, worthy of his admiration. In the beast world, females take pride in seeing two males vie for her affection, or perhaps they simply enjoy witnessing their battles. Aluo retorted without hesitation, "Who are you calling a dead tiger? Say it again." Aluo had always despised being insulted, especially by such peculiar-looking, ill-tempered individuals. "You want Song Jue to be your mate?" Mixin was taken aback. Everyone knew Song Jue's duplicitous nature, full of deceit and trickery. Most importantly, he had always believed Guo Xiaoxiao would spend her life with his brother, never accepting another male, a notion he had previously tested. At that moment, Guo Xiaoxiao had asserted that as long as there was one male Mixin, he was on the verge of despair. However, within just a few short days of being captured by Song Ju, his resolve had unexpectedly shifted. It was her decision, one he could not influence. Yet it left him with a profound sense of betrayal. Michael's expression was inscrutable, and Mixin sensed something amiss, turning his head away. Mikkel was eager to hear what Xiaoxiao had to say. "I intend to have Song Ju as my mate, along with Mixin." She aimed to facilitate a smooth resolution. If they all consented, it would be for the best. "Are you certain?" Mixin's voice quivered slightly. "Yes, I am certain." The sacrifices she had made were immense. It was the only course of action Guo Xiaoxiao could conceive. They could address the subsequent matters later, but at least one of their lives had been preserved. Guo Xiaoxiao's expression did not betray any deceit. Despite Mixin's myriad of reservations, he could not impede Guo Xiaoxiao's right to choose her mate. To assume the role of a male, he must confront the challenges of courtship. "Since you are so resolute, I shall acquiesce." Mixin nodded. "Very well then." Peace was a long-cherished aspiration of Alo, and it had finally come to fruition, albeit in an unexpectedly peculiar manner. The other beastmen shook their heads. Such an anticlimactic conclusion to a duel was rather disappointing. Both parties had anticipated the possibility of death among them, and yet, here they stood, bemused. Song Ju transformed into human form and descended to the ground, never once contesting Guo Xiaoxiao's proposition. In his eyes, he supported every action she undertook. His gaze upon Guo Xiaoxiao was profound and fervent. With his hand resting over his heart, the restless beating of that heart whispered to him the desire to possess her, to win her favor. Xiaoxiao, Mixin, now in human form, his scars a testament to his battles, approached Guo Xiaoxiao and grasped her hand firmly, unwavering in his resolve. "Indeed." Guo Xiaoxiao replied softly, unable to face his gaze with such candor. "Thank you," came Mixin's voice, deep and resonant, exceedingly pleasant to the ear. "At the very least, you have allowed me to become your male counterpart." Guo Xiaoxiao smiled, a smile more unsightly than tears, clearly overwhelmed by politeness. Each of them failed to resolve the situation, leaving her ensnared once again. What a predicament. Song Ju observed their intertwined hands and, unwilling to concede, took Guo Xiaoxiao's other hand in his grasp. "What about me, Xiao? May I be the first to mate?" Guo Xiaoxiao's hand trembled violently, causing her to slip downward, and Mixin hurriedly steadied her. "Be careful, stand firm." Guo Xiaoxiao managed an awkward smile at Mixin. "It's nothing, just a sudden cramp in my leg. I feel like crying." Song Ju, upon noticing quickly grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's arm with concern. Xiao, what's wrong? The three were close enough that Guo Xiaoxiao's slight swaying revealed her anxiety. She mustered her courage and replied, I'm fine. My leg just went numb from standing too long. Is it something I can share with you that my legs went weak from being frightened? Let me massage it for you, Song Ju said, as his hand reached towards her knee. Guo Xiaoxiao immediately glared at him, saying, Stop it. There are so many people here. Be mindful. I will assist you with a massage to invigorate your blood circulation and alleviate your bruises. Now, please leave me alone. Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with anger, pushed him away. The tension that had previously enveloped them dissipated entirely. You have already acknowledged me as your male counterpart. Yet you still display such pettiness. Songju was knocked to the ground but rose to his feet, muttering in a tone of grievance. In truth, he was also gravely injured, his arm stained with blood, and he felt somewhat feeble. You are the one who is truly petty. Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes as Mikkelsen and Song Jue exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mikkel chose to leave the tiger pack. Where was Mikkel headed? Sam, following Mikkel's retreating figure, inquired, but Mikkel did not turn back. The battle concluded, and he had no desire to witness the affectionate interactions among the trio. The other orcs from the tribe grumbled as they departed. Some bolder ones attempted to approach, eager to glimpse Guo Xiaoxiao's beauty, but were thwarted by the tigers and eagle beasts, rendering their efforts futile. You should tend to your wounds, Alo advised, observing that, although Mikkel seemed uninjured internally, he had lost considerable blood, a situation that could prove perilous. I understand. Xiao is leaving with me. We are returning to the tribe, Song Jue declared, attempting to take the initiative by grabbing Guo Xiaoxiao and lifting her into the air. Mikkelsen, quick-witted, seized her other hand. All of Guo Xiaoxiao's belongings were in Mikkelsen's cave, and she had no desire to accompany Song Jue back to the Swaywater tribe. I will go with Mikkelsen today and not return to the Swaywater tribe. You should go back to treat your wounds and find me later, she asserted. Song Jue was displeased, and Guo Xiaoxiao was even less pleased. I have already sacrificed so much. Can I have a moment of respite? In chapter 45 of the first volume, Guo Xiaoxiao utilized healing magic on Mikkelsen, prioritizing him as her mate. A shadow of desolation crossed Song Jue's face as he released her hand and departed alone, feeling humiliated to present himself in such a state before a female. Yet it also signified that Guo Xiaoxiao had chosen to bond with Mikkelsen first. Female, are you going to the Yushan tribe and not joining us? Alo inquired, glancing between Guo Xiaoxiao and Mikkelsen, sensing that Mikkelsen held a higher place in her heart. You all should return. I have many belongings in the Yushan tribe, and it is more convenient to stay with Mikkelsen, she explained. I see, Alo responded, quietly disappointed, lamenting that Song Jue had been outmatched from the start. Then we shall take our leave. Until next time, female, Alo said as he and the remaining eagle beast soared into the sky. Let us return, Mikkelsen said gently, caressing Guo Xiaoxiao's cheek, but she turned away, unaccustomed to such intimate gazes, especially the way Mikkelsen's soft tone captivated her. As they journeyed back to the Swaywater tribe on Mikkelsen's back, the familiar surroundings and scents enveloped her. Upon their arrival, Monai approached, relieved to see Mikkelsen alive despite his injuries, and most importantly, Guo Xiaoxiao had returned. What did this signify if not a resounding victory? Subsequently, news arrived that Mixin had been elevated to a 5-star orc, causing a smile to stretch across his face, though the flesh around it crinkled in delight. However, before he could revel in this joy for long, Sam apprised Monai of the entire situation, although Monai felt a lingering sense of gloom. He resigned himself to the harsh realities of their circumstances. The future remained uncertain, particularly since Song Jue had developed an interest in the land north of the Yushan tribe. Initially, Mixin had opposed this notion, but times had changed. The two found themselves subsisting under the authority of a female, raising the possibility of a merger between the Sui Shui tribe and the Yushan tribe, a prospect fraught with ambiguity. Mixin expressed a desire to visit my cave, to which I intended to show him. Monai wished to tend to Mixin's wounds with some ointment, yet Guo Xiaoxiao insisted on escorting Mixin back to the cave first. Given the circumstances, there was no longer a need for concealment regarding Mixin. She was eager to demonstrate her abilities to him. Consequently, Mixin had no choice but to accompany Guo Xiaoxiao back to the cave. Guo Xiaoxiao instructed Mixin to sit upon the fur cushion while she crouched before him, her palm resting gently against his abdomen. I shall tend to your wounds. What will you do? Mixin, perplexed, could only gaze in silence. Just watch. Guo Xiaoxiao gently patted Mixin's hand and then placed her palm on his abdomen, precisely at a distance of 1.5 inches from his skin. She began to channel the healing spell, silently reciting the incantation in her heart. A stream of verdant energy flowed throughout her body, nourishing Mixin's internal organs. Beneath her palm, a green magical array emerged, while the scabbed and bleeding wounds on Mixin's body rapidly mended. This was the essence of the healing spell. Though Mixin had heard of the capabilities of healing skills, he had never truly witnessed them until now. This female was beyond his imagination, despite spending so much time together. He had failed to recognize her uniqueness. Was she a sorceress? Upon completing the healing, Guo Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. Are you feeling better? The revelation that Xiaoxiao was indeed a sorceress astonished Mixin. He embraced her, planting several kisses on her face, displaying little surprise at her extraordinary abilities. The fact that she could unveil her sorceress skills before him indicated that he held significant importance in her eyes. It was the first time he had seen Guo Xiaoxiao dressed in such an unusual yet enchanting manner, and he had often mused about the secrets she possessed. Almost all of Mixin's wounds had healed, with no further bleeding. Although faint scars remained visible, the primary healing spell could not rival that of a severe injury healing spell. Guo Xiaoxiao began to explain, Mixin, I did not intend to conceal anything. Upon arriving at your tribe, I found myself unfamiliar with many matters, and fearing it might seem strange to you. I refrained from sharing. Mixin, however, cared not for her identity. As long as she was Guo Xiaoxiao, that sufficed. He embraced her, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her. It matters not. You need not explain. As long as you are by my side, I consider myself fortunate. The man, overwhelmed with joy, found that Guo Xiaoxiao was no longer being sentimental, and he extended his arms to embrace her. Mixin lifted his head, gazing deeply into the eyes of Guo Xiaoxiao. Are you ready to bond with me? His eyes sparkled with hope, for he had long yearned for this moment. He had already fallen in love with this petite female, having merely held back until now. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling bashful, lowered her head. She was certainly aware of what it meant to form a bond, yet between them, the particular aspect was unsuitable. However, given the current atmosphere, she found it difficult to refuse Mixin. After much contemplation, she came to the realization that maintaining her purity in the beastly world was a formidable challenge, unless one possessed the independent survival skills to fend for oneself. At the very least, being capable of vanquishing a giant rabbit several times the size of an ordinary one to ensure her survival. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of willingness. There were males who would pursue her without regard for her consent, seizing her without hesitation. Fortunately, Mixin, whom she encountered, had commendable character. Had she met someone of poor disposition, it would have been disastrous. The notion of surviving without reliance on males was utterly fantastical. Resolutely, Guo Xiaoxiao declared, All right, let us form a bond. Mixin was momentarily taken aback, processing her words before a wave of elation washed over him as he embraced the petite female tightly. Ha ha. This is wonderful. We have become partners. He could not contain his laughter, overwhelmed by an unprecedented joy. Monet, hearing the commotion, approached the doorway, observing the excited pair entwined in each other's arms. After waiting for a while, he mused whether he should intervene, but decided against it, thinking that if they were in pain, they would seek him out naturally. Monet chose to depart, pondering that it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. Tears, crystalline and pure, streamed down Guo Xiaoxiao's cheeks. Upon hearing her gentle sobs, Mixin paused, tenderly wiping away her tears with his fingers, and anxiously inquired, Why is Xiaoxiao crying? Guo Xiaoxiao found it exceedingly difficult to speak the truth to Mixin. It was too hard to articulate. She could only stifle her tears and force a smile. These were tears of joy, a manifestation of her happiness at the prospect of forming a union. After my demise, please inscribe upon my tombstone, a fierce woman, smiling in the depths of the underworld. Upon witnessing Guo Xiaoxiao's smile, Mixin breathed a sigh of relief and returned her smile, offering her words of comfort. There. Do not cry. We shall surely find happiness together in the future. As he spoke, he gently cradled her face and pressed a soft kiss upon her forehead. Guo Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness of the kiss, the intimate gesture shared between lovers. Yet, the thought of marrying Mixin filled her with an involuntary dread, a genuine fear of being overwhelmed by the intensity of their bond. She sighed, resigned to her fate, ready to embrace whatever came next. But wait, what about Songju? What would become of him? Would he be placed at the end of the line, or would they all unite? Oh dear, this was truly overwhelming. Tears once again streamed down Guo Xiaoxiao's cheeks. Xiaoxiao, are you crying again? It's nothing. I'm just so happy that I can't help but weep. The tears flow uncontrollably. In the depths of her heart, Guo Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet fear gripped her with a vice-like hold. Beast and human? Such scenarios would scarcely find a place in even the most audacious romantic films. Previously, she had found enjoyment in tales of beastly worlds. But now that she found herself ensnared in this predicament, she realized the profound difficulty of acceptance. In the first volume, Chapter 46, Song-ju attempted to intervene but failed, leaving Guo Xiaoxiao to wait for 3 days. That evening, consumed by trepidation, Guo Xiaoxiao decided to delay matters, claiming that Mikesun had yet to fully recover from his injuries. To prove his health, Mikesun sought affirmation from Monet, and upon receiving permission, he informed Guo Xiaoxiao that he was now capable of mating. Guo Xiaoxiao stammered, unable to utter a single affirmative word. Song-ju, unable to receive Guo Xiaoxiao's healing, remained in the Sishui tribe and had yet to arrive. But there was no doubt he would come for her. His absence bore 2 meanings, the first being his need to heal, and the second allowing Guo Xiaoxiao and Mikesun ample time to bond as partners. Song-ju held a rather open-minded view regarding mates and saw no issue in this arrangement. For him, having resolved to seek a lifelong companion, it was essential to embrace the situation wholeheartedly. Considering Guo Xiaoxiao's appearance, he contemplated that numerous males would vie for her attention in the future. The prospect of Mikesun being chosen over others was far more manageable. Should other males attempt to pursue her, they would find themselves confronted by a formidable barrier, one a 4-star ring or a 5-star ring beast man. Those with discerning eyes would think twice before courting Guo Xiaoxiao. The strategy henceforth would be to remain vigilant, nipping any potential advances in the bud. After 2 more days, Guo Xiaoxiao, intent on stalling, exhausted every conceivable excuse. Leg pain, backache, headaches, fatigue. She felt unwell in every conceivable way. It was evident to any observant individual that she was deliberately avoiding the prospect of pairing. Mikesun, perceptive to her demeanor, played the fool, remaining unperturbed. He was already aware that Guo Xiaoxiao harbored feelings for him and did not wish to pressure her. By the 5th day, even Guo Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt for dragging things out, especially as Mikesun continued to smile and shower her with attentive care. Meanwhile, Song-ju, having recuperated after 5 days, calculated that Mikesun and Guo Xiaoxiao must have completed their pairing, and it was now his turn. Without delay, he hastened to the Yu Mountain tribe and arrived before Mikesun's cave. At that moment, Mikesun was squatting on the ground, digging in the soil. Guo Xiaoxiao had mentioned wanting to plant something, and Mikesun, inspired by the sheep tribe's agricultural practices, decided to give it a try. Song-ju cast a glance at Mikesun, noticing the dirt covering his hands, and quipped, "Haven't you caught any game in these past few days? Digging for food now?" From a distance, Mikesun detected Song-ju's scent, and, feeling displeased, inquired, "What brings you here?" Rising to his feet, he brushed the dirt from his hands and approached Song-ju, blocking his way to the cave. "Why shouldn't I come?" Song-ju retorted, annoyed, as if the female belonged solely to Mikesun. "Are you here to see Xiaoxiao?" Mikesun raised an eyebrow. "Nonsense, of course, I am here to find her." I can hardly contain my excitement. "Where is Xiaoxiao? Have you two become partners?" "Now it's my turn." Mikesun elongated her tone, casting a glance at Song-ju. "You truly are impatient. Step aside quickly, I must form a bond with you tonight." Song-ju assumed a stance, ready to break through, while Mikesun leisurely prepared to transform, eager to engage him in a battle. Upon hearing the sound, Guo Xiaoxiao rushed to the entrance of the cave and witnessed the 2 individuals in a standoff. "What is happening?" she inquired. Upon hearing her voice, Song-ju turned around. His gaze fixated on Guo Xiaoxiao as though he yearned to devour her whole. "Xiaoxiao, if you do not emerge soon, I shall be unable to restrain myself from severely injuring him," Song-ju declared, extending his fist. Guo Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, reproaching him for stirring trouble. She then turned to Mikesun and advised, "Ignore him." With urgency, he urged, "Let us swiftly get to the matter at hand." He scrutinized Guo Xiaoxiao from head to toe, seeking to uncover any physical marks upon her. Guo Xiaoxiao donned her own attire, revealing her 2 pristine arms. The weather today was sweltering, and she wore short sleeves. The temperature in the beast realm was utterly unpredictable. It oscillated between chilly and warm. Although winter was approaching, there were still a few days that felt quite hot. "Is there no beast mark?" Song-ju lamented, patting the top of his head. "You have yet to form a bond, and for the past 5 or 6 days. Have you been enjoying each other's company?" Song-ju's voice was boisterous. Mikesun was reluctant to engage, and Guo Xiaoxiao shyly lowered her head. Primarily because her predicament had nothing to do with Mikesun, Song-ju continued his tirade towards Mikesun. "Mikesun, surely the last duel did not incapacitate you? If you're unable, I shall take over tonight while you remain in the background." Mikesun scowled, Song Ju had always been rather irreverent, particularly with that face, which Mixon could never quite tolerate. Yet, considering that Guo Xiaoxiao had chosen him as her male partner, he felt compelled to refrain from engaging in brawls with Song Ju daily. "You are the one incapable here," Mixon retorted, "for her body bears no mark of yours." After a moment of contemplation and a prolonged pause, Mixon finally articulated, "Xiaoxiao is unwell and cannot form a bond for the time being." Song Ju regarded Guo Xiaoxiao with skepticism. He found it hard to believe. The little female clearly had reservations about forming a bond. Unlike Mixon, Song Ju believed that every journey begins with a first step, and prolonging the matter was unwise. The sooner they addressed it, the better. One could never be too cautious, especially with the fear that Guo Xiaoxiao might suddenly change her mind. He turned to Mixon and remarked, "Do you see any signs of her discomfort? I am magnanimous enough to let you take the lead, yet after all this time, you have made no progress. It seems, Mixon, that you simply cannot." Song Ju looked down on Mixon with disdain, provoking Mixon to angrily swipe at him. Silence. Song Ju effortlessly evaded the attack. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, and indeed, it was her predicament. Fear gripped her, a fear of pain. She contemplated the notion of letting Mike Sun deliver a punch to render her unconscious, thereby completing the bonding ceremony in her slumber, leaving the outcome of her fate to be revealed the following day. "Tonight, I shall bond with Xiaoxiao. You may step aside," proclaimed Song Ju, as he boldly positioned himself beside Guo Xiaoxiao, casually draping an arm over her shoulder. "Absolutely not," Mike Sun firmly objected. Song Ju dismissed the concern with a wave. "Who says you can't?" Mike Sun retorted, "Remove your claws." Song Ju replied, "I am Xiaoxiao's male. What harm is there in a mere touch? Who are you to dictate?" My son warned, "I advise you not to use Xiaoxiao as a shield. This is the Yushan tribe, and I shall not allow any reckless behavior." Song Ju scoffed, "TSK? Resorting to threats because you cannot best me? Do you think I am afraid?" Mike Sun challenged, "Then let us settle this with a fight." Song Ju raised his fists. "Come on, who fears you?" As their words escalated, the tension between them ignited, and they were poised to engage in combat right then and there. Guo Xiaoxiao wore a perplexed expression, wondering what these two were bickering about. Weren't they supposed to be discussing matters of partnership? How had their conversation escalated to such an extent? Song Ju, in his flamboyant manner, kept winking at her while speaking. "Enough with the noise, it's utterly irritating." Guo Xiaoxiao felt increasingly distressed, unable to endure the situation any longer. The two individuals simultaneously ceased their actions and turned their gaze towards her. Guo Xiaoxiao pressed her forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Yet, she continually reassured herself, "This is my issue. It is my responsibility. Their quarrel stems from my inability to mediate. At some point, one must take the plunge. If I do not venture into hell, who will?" After taking a few deep breaths, Guo Xiaoxiao endeavored to compose herself. "I have something to convey to you. Might you grant me a moment of space?" The two turned their attention to her, and upon noticing her serious demeanor, they became considerably subdued. "Xiaoxiao, have you come to a realization?" Song Ju gazed at her with eager anticipation, while Mikeson silently fixed his eyes upon her. Though the glimmer of hope in his eyes was unmistakable, Guo Xiaoxiao waved her hand, having come to a realization. That evening, she decided to partner with Mixon. Mixon looked up at Guo Xiaoxiao in surprise, but quickly suppressed his emotions. In front of Song Ju, he wished to maintain his composure. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Song Ju's face, yet he swiftly concealed it. Since Xiaoxiao had already agreed, he resolved to wait a few more days. Volume 1. Chapter 47. Mixon enjoys his meal, finally no longer in a one-sided love. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded at Song Ju, harboring complex feelings towards him that did not reach the level of his relationship with Mikeson, which had developed effortlessly. His connection with Song Ju felt more like a reluctant acceptance, akin to riding a tiger with no way to dismount. Perhaps it was during that fateful duel when Song Ju, despite having his wings torn by Mikeson, refused to concede. In that moment, he was undeniably striking. "I will wait 3 more days, Xiaoxiao. Remember to conserve your strength and take it easy. Be sure to call for a break. You must take care of your petite frame. All right, aside from being dashing, you can be quite cheeky. How about I wait at the entrance? If you can manage, I will join you inside, and we shall become partners." Speechless, Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Get lost." Song Ju, taken aback, chuckled awkwardly and replied, all right, I shall leave. I will return in 3 days." With a wave of his hand towards Guo Xiaoxiao, Song Ju transformed into a majestic eagle beast, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the horizon. As Guo Xiaoxiao watched Song Ju depart, her gaze shifted to Mike Sun, who had been fixated on her. His eyes burned with intensity, as if he could no longer contain himself, calling out to Xiao Xiao in a suggestive manner. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a sense of unease. Should she first consume something to replenish her strength? Mikeson licked his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, his eyes burning with intensity. Guo Xiaoxiao took a step back. Mixon's gaze was utterly intimidating. What did he intend to do? Did he wish to pounce upon her? It mattered not. She had made her resolution. Ready to embrace her fate with honor. There's no need for any fuss. Go wash your hands and take a shower. Let us become partners, she declared. All right, Xiao Xiao. I will go at once. Mixon exclaimed, dashing away in excitement. Guo Xiaoxiao let out a sigh. Guo Xiaoxiao system, the Iron University system has been activated. System, host, greetings. Guo Xiaoxiao, I am ready to find a partner. System, that is wonderful. You may now embark on the journey of seeking a companion. Congratulations, host. Guo Xiaoxiao. However, I am filled with trepidation. I cannot fathom the experience. Mixon, the thought of it is quite painful. System, in truth, it is not as daunting as you perceive, dear host. Mixon will exercise discretion, and your excessive worry is the root of your fear. Guo Xiaoxiao, those who suffer in love are not you. Standing there and speaking without experiencing the pain, it is of no concern to you. System, if it truly hurts unbearably, you should call it off. Mixon cares for you and cannot bear to see you in pain. Guo Xiaoxiao, I fear the inability to control my emotions, losing all restraint. System, do not worry. You can rest assured. Accept the task, and you shall be rewarded with a revival spell. Even in the event of true demise, you can be resurrected. It would be a pity to squander the revival spell on such matters, yet Guo Xiaoxiao ultimately decided to accept the task, as it was, after all, a means of preserving her life. Guo Xiaoxiao accepted the task of forming a union with a male partner, a reward that included a resurrection spell. Within mere 10 minutes, Mikeson returned, drenched from head to toe. Upon entering the cave, he casually seized a piece of animal hide to dry himself off. Guo Xiaoxiao sat gracefully upon a fur cushion, striving to maintain her composure. She had contemplated summoning the courage of a lion's heart, yet the after effects proved too overwhelming. So she reconsidered. Mixon, having completed his preparations, gathered branches to seal the entrance, a customary signal during mating season to indicate to the tribe not to intrude. With everything in place, Mixon cradled Guo Xiaoxiao as if she were a precious treasure, whispering her name softly. Filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Be quiet." Seizing the moment before her resolve could waver, she urged, "Enough with the trivialities, let us proceed." With a swift motion, Mixon turned, pressing her gently beneath him, bestowing tender kisses upon her cheeks, the bridge of her nose, and her neck. Despite her attempts to resist, she found herself unable to escape his embrace. Suddenly, Mixon lifted his gaze, their eyes locking in a gaze brimming with affection. Assuming he was about to hesitate, inquired, "What is it?" To which he replied, "Xiao Xiao. You are truly beautiful." Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback as Mixon's hand caressed her, soft and yielding. Was this truly happening? Should she push him away? Yet, she found herself unable to do so as his kiss gradually descended, landing upon her collarbone. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through her body. And as she closed her eyes, she found herself irresistibly entranced. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes to behold the profile of Mikeson. His earlobes were flushed, betraying the satisfaction and excitement he felt in that instant. Sensing the warmth emanating from beside her, he gently pecked Guo Xiaoxiao's lips and whispered softly in her ear, "Xiao Xiao. It's truly delightful." Guo Xiaoxiao, alas, could it be that this fellow is completely consumed by lust? Mixon unfastened Guo Xiaoxiao's garment, revealing her porcelain skin, upon which he left his mark. The alluring hue of her skin was particularly captivating. Mixon continued his advances, and a surge of electricity coursed through Guo Xiaoxiao's entire being. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her breath came in heavy gasps, and her body became limp and powerless, devoid of strength. Observing her utter bewilderment, Mixon proceeded to remove all barriers. Mikkel, having wandered through the forest for an extended period, now possessed but a singular objective, to fortify his own strength. He was perpetually shadowed by Mixon's presence. Even the individuals within the tribe regarded him with a different lens, while the surrounding smaller tribes merely referred to him as Mixon of the Yushan tribe's younger brother, never calling him by his own name. He despised such a sentiment and yearned to grow stronger. Venturing deeper into the forest, he discovered a rocky hill, its summit adorned with peculiar flowers, each exuding a gentle blue mist that floated through the air, carrying a hint of refreshing fragrance. Mikkel inhaled the aroma, finding no cause for alarm, and thus plucked a fruit, savoring its sweet and sour flavor. The fruit dissolved instantly, cascading a stream of revitalizing essence throughout his body. No wonder the females favored these fruits. Their taste was indeed delightful. He had no intention of returning in the immediate future. The female had hastily agreed to become a mate for Sanjue, perhaps due to his own inadequacies in strength. He too desired to grow stronger and earn recognition. Mikkel sought out additional fruits, consuming 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, causing him to expel blood and collapse to the ground, his head spinning. At that moment, an orc appeared, towering over the fallen Mikkel, coldly declaring, "You dare to pilfer my fruit?" Mikkel weakly lifted his gaze and saw this unfamiliar male, whose furious roar posed a threat. "Who permitted you to steal my fruit? Do you have any idea how rare these fruits are, you scoundrel?" Enraged, the male raised his foot and kicked Mikkel in the chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Coughing violently, Mikkel spat blood, clutching his chest as he slowly rose to his feet. "I will not let you go, you shall see," he proclaimed before turning to flee in the opposite direction. The male observed his pitiful retreat with a disdainful snort, choosing not to pursue Mikkel to the death. Today, he had ascended to the rank of a reverse star ring orc and was in high spirits due to his breakthrough. Regrettably, his Earth Emperor fruit, nurtured for several years, had only yielded 300 fruits. After consuming dozens, over 200 remained on the tree, meant to bolster the tribe's strength. Little did he anticipate that this fellow would steal from him, thus undeservedly benefiting from his hard work. His decision not to slay Mikkel was one of mercy. Mikkel ran desperately, needing to vacate the perilous area as swiftly as possible. While fleeing, he continued to cough blood, his injuries worsening until he ultimately collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to consciousness, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. "Xiao Xiao, I have arrived." Guo Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, filled with trepidation, her body taut with anticipation. "Come on." In Volume 1, Chapter 48, having secured a mate, Mikeson found a sense of belonging, a home. The two embraced, everything meticulously prepared. Guo Xiao Xiao tightly shut her eyes, savoring the searing warmth of the touch. As a beast, Mikeson exerted immense restraint, were he to indulge his instincts further. He would not possess the same composure. The moment he made contact with Guo Xiao Xiao, his mind erupted with an overwhelming desire to possess her, to delve deeper. Yet, he sensed her anxiety, and thus he refrained from overly vigorous movements, fearful of alarming her, especially after her previous threat with a bone knife. A memory etched vividly in his mind. Her body, so supple, evoked an inexplicable sense of fulfillment within him. For decades, he had never experienced such feelings. The females of his tribe failed to ignite his interest, but Guo Xiao Xiao alone could awaken the hearts of countless males, ensnaring their souls. "Do not be reckless, be gentle," Guo Xiao Xiao softly uttered, clenching her fist, her emotions visibly tumultuous. Although she understood that she ought not to refuse, fear enveloped her, and her body instinctively recoiled. Primarily, she was apprehensive about the potential pain that might ensue. Mixon also sensed the anomaly, gazing at her with furrowed brows. He felt a pang of compassion for her closed eyes and the way she braced herself. Yet, he was resolute in his determination to possess this woman. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, summoning all his strength to relinquish himself. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Guo Xiao Xiao, filled with sheer terror. Mixon froze momentarily, realizing that her cry was not the usual shriek, but rather a lamentation of profound agony. "Xiao Xiao, are you all right?" Mixon found himself in a predicament, grappling with his desires. Guo Xiao Xiao opened her eyes, tears staining her cheeks. I am in such agony. This is no exaggeration. The dimensions are indeed unlike those of an ordinary person. It is evident that this is beyond what a typical woman like myself can endure. I regret my bravado. Had I known, I would have fled. Perhaps there might have been a glimmer of hope. It is unbearable. I am aware of pain, but never to this extent. It feels as though I am being torn apart. Tears streamed down Guo Xiao Xiao's cheeks, her sorrow transforming her into a pitiful sight, reminiscent of a weeping cat. Her throat choked with pain. She lamented, "It hurts. It truly hurts." Mikeson felt a pang in his heart, unable to detach himself from her suffering. What should I do? "Xiao Xiao, I am truly sorry. I cannot contain myself. You may strike or scold me as you wish. Just endure a little longer. It will pass soon." As he tenderly wiped away her tears, he coaxed her, surrendering entirely to his impulses, relentlessly tormenting her until she reached the brink of despair. During this tumultuous ordeal, it seemed Mikeson had introduced some icy substance into his system, a fleeting relief from the agony, after which his consciousness began to fade. In silence, he experienced both suffering and joy intertwined. This frenzied episode left Guo Xiaoxiao in a deep slumber for an entire day and night before she finally awoke. Her awareness remained, yet her body was unresponsive. She lay there, gazing at the sky for what felt like an eternity. Her throat was hoarse, unable to utter a single word. Her eyes swollen from crying, and her body felt utterly broken, as if it had fallen apart. The healing spell eluded her, possibly due to a lack of energy or some other reason, leaving her abilities dormant. In contrast, Mikeson was invigorated, steadfastly watching over Guo Xiaoxiao. He occasionally offered her water to ease her discomfort. After a day had passed, Guo Xiaoxiao finally found her voice, straining to speak through a raspy throat. Mikeson, with a beaming smile of satisfaction, squatted beside the first shop, eagerly awaiting her command. Guo Xiaoxiao was nearly driven to the brink of despair, observing her gradual recovery. Mixon felt a surge of joy. Now that her health had improved, could a second encounter be on the horizon? Naturally, Mixon kept this thought to himself. Guo Xiaoxiao stared at him in silence for a while, utterly speechless. How could this man not be wearing any animal skin? He stood there unabashedly, with an expression of feigned innocence. What was he thinking? Did he intend to? Anger welled within her as she exclaimed, "Mixon, get out. I never want to see you again." This man was nothing short of a beast. Did he have any idea how she had spent the entire night? Crying, shouting, and calling out. He had turned a deaf ear, consumed only by his own pleasure. "Xiaoxiao, I was wrong. Please don't be angry," Mixon pleaded, softening his tone and readily admitting his fault. "What did you do wrong?" she retorted. "I shouldn't have gone without the animal skin," he replied. "Oh, how considerate of you," she scoffed. Merely uttering an apology would not quell Guo Xiaoxiao's fury. She began to interrogate him, her throat dry and hoarse. "I told you to stop, yet you continued. Were you trying to drive me to my demise?" "I'm sorry, I will be more mindful next time. Besides, I didn't do much else. I just held you and kept kissing you. It felt too good, and I couldn't restrain myself. Next time, I swear I will be extra careful," he asserted, though his confidence waned as he continued. Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in disdain, questioning the usefulness of such assurances. "I nearly met my end, and you dare to speak of it next time? Dream on. Are you hungry? I've prepared the meat. You should eat some." "Humph," Guo Xiaoxiao, still unperturbed, turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. "How infuriating. Xiaoxiao, do have a bite. I've even picked some fruits for you." As she beheld the food that Mixon was carrying, Guo Xiaoxiao's stomach growled audibly. Having spent an entire day reclining on the bed without consuming anything substantial, she wavered in her resolve to remain defiant. The gnawing hunger was simply too overwhelming. It was prudent to satiate her appetite before confronting this scoundrel. One cannot persist in self-denial, for the stomach is not to be trifled with. Guo Xiaoxiao sat up, but due to her fatigue, she soon lay back down. Mixon, quick and attentive, swiftly pulled her into his embrace, promptly offering her the meat while cautioning her to be careful as it was hot. Guo Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Mixon, reluctantly bowing her head to gnaw on the meat. The food slid down her throat, causing considerable discomfort. And only after biting into a couple of pieces of fruit did she find some relief. After Guo Xiaoxiao finished eating, her body temperature rose, and she felt warm and satisfied. Observing the color returning to her face, Mixon wore a radiant smile, completely unembarrassed. Soon after, a pair of restless hands wandered, kneading her rounded and pert posterior. Initially taken aback, Guo Xiaoxiao soon realized it was Mixon's hands that were causing the sensation. Feeling ticklish, she scolded him playfully. "How shameless." Guo Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. This rogue. He typically appeared so honest and straightforward, yet he was someone not to be underestimated. Mikeson, aware of the need for restraint, promptly withdrew his hand. One could hardly blame him, for the allure of the female was simply irresistible, and he succumbed to temptation. "Xiaoxiao, are you comfortable? Does it still hurt?" he inquired with an unmistakable hint of mischief. Guo Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. "What do you think? My entire body is covered in bruises. Can't you see that?" she retorted through gritted teeth, glaring at Mikeson. "Then you should rest more," Mikeson suggested, already kneeling beside the animal hide mat. Unbeknownst to Guo Xiaoxiao, a circle of totems belonging to the tiger beast encircled her fair arm, symbolizing their bond as partners. A sacred union in the beastly world. Mikeson now felt as though he were living in paradise, having gained a female companion, a sense of belonging, and a complete home. Mikkel had sustained grave injuries and collapsed on the ground. In the jungle, injured beastmen were easy prey for wild animals, and the forest was fraught with danger. Chapter 49. Encounter with the Black Tooth Tribe. Songju comes to claim his own. It's my turn. Mikkel was remarkably fortunate after such a long separation. He lay on the ground unscathed, as if the wild beasts of this area had been meticulously eradicated. As Mikhail opened his eyes, he quickly rose from the ground, feeling his chest and abdomen, astonished to find that his injuries had vanished. Overjoyed yet perplexed, he wondered where he was. He recalled being ambushed by a beast man and had run desperately to this location. Suddenly, he heard a sound ahead and became vigilant, listening intently. His keen sense of smell provided him with information. A mammoth had been driven in this direction. Could it be that he had encountered a male out hunting in the wild? Mikhail held his breath, waiting to observe the unfolding scene. He watched as the mammoth kicked a tree, the stout trunk snapping in half with a tremendous noise. With a mighty roar, several enormous tigers surged from the shadows, charging at the mammoth, bringing it down to the ground. They lunged for the vulnerable spot on the mammoth's neck, and in mere moments, the mammoth seemed unable to withstand the assault, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the tigers, painting a horrific tableau on the ground. Mikhail stood dumbfounded. Not because they were tigers, but because they were not ordinary tigers. Each one possessed the strength of a 2-star ring. He had not returned to the tribe, wandering and exploring the forest, and had unwittingly entered the territory of the lion beasts. Mikhail wished to avoid trouble, seizing an opportunity to slip away before they noticed him. He felt an unusual sensation coursing through him, brimming with energy and moving swiftly, despite having gone 2 days without food. He was in surprisingly good condition, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. No matter, he thought, I should return to the tribe, bid farewell to my brother, and then venture out for my own trials. One day, I will earn the respect of the female. Are you still here? The voice emerged from behind Mikhail, who was utterly astounded to discover an orc had silently approached him without his notice. He turned around to face the orc, who possessed striking golden hair and azure eyes, exuding a captivating charm. Every movement radiated an air of nobility and grace. You have stolen my belongings. I showed you mercy, yet you remain in my territory, courting death. Mikhail had not forgotten their previous grievances. This was the same orc who had injured him, a face so loathsome that it was indelibly etched in his memory. He had to concede that this orc was formidable, surpassing any he had previously encountered. The pressure emanating from the orc was unprecedented, more intense than that of Mikesin and Sangjue combined, causing his insides to churn uncomfortably. As a proud beast of the Lion clan, Mikhail would not retreat. What? Do you wish to fight? The two orcs faced off against each other. A thunderous roar erupted as the orc bellowed, adopting an aggressive stance, which startled Mikhail into taking several steps back, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even from a distance, he could feel the overwhelming pressure. This was no ordinary Tiger Clan member. Haha, are you afraid? Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant, the orc mocked, having no intention of killing Mikhail. He found a measure of respect for the orc who stood resolutely before him, refusing to beg for mercy. Mikhail snorted coldly. He was indeed frightened. But that did not equate to fleeing. Observing Michael's demeanor, the orc chuckled. You are quite amusing. Pray tell, what is your name? Mikhail regarded him in silence. The orc continued. I am Arthur, the chieftain of the Black-Tooth tribe. What does that have to do with me? Mikhail retorted, his stubbornness unwavering. You are a 2-star ring orc. Our tribe welcomes capable orcs to join us. Are you interested? Arthur inquired meaningfully, prompting Mikhail to furrow his brow. Not interested, Mikhail declared, turning to leave, but a few tiger beasts rushed in to block his path, growling menacingly. I offered you a chance to escape, which you squandered. In our tribe, the lowest rank is a 2-star ring. If you were merely a 1-star ring orc, I would have killed you without hesitation. You cannot escape. Choose wisely, join us or face death. Mikhail surveyed the fearsome tiger beasts and the powerful orc before him. He would rather perish in battle than succumb to threats. He pondered, was the Tiger Clan truly that formidable? Never had he heard of such a thing. On the other side, Songju had long been anxious, sitting in Alo's wooden cabin, gloomily gazing in the direction of the Yushan tribe. Songju, I remarked, if you have no inclination to seek out a mate, what purpose does your lingering here serve? You ought to hasten and devise a plan to bring a female back to the Zishui tribe. The agreed-upon 3-day deadline approaches tomorrow. Should you fail to bond with her, I shall take matters into my own hands and simply escort her away, as I arrived first. Songju retorted. Spare me the lectures. I do not require your reminders. In a few days, I shall bond with her and undoubtedly bring her back to the Zishui tribe. Alo, crushing herbs in his hands, interjected, you still cling to bravado. The female's heart belongs to that great lion. If you do not keep watch, you may find your place usurped. Your admonishments are unwarranted. I can persuade her to return to the tribe willingly. Let us hope, Alo responded, returning to his preparations with the herbs. Songju, observing from the side, felt a surge of discontent. Why should he be compared to that unattractive lion? He was the male that the female truly adored. I shall depart the tribe to seek her, he declared. Alo looked up, taken aback. Who are you seeking? Guo Xiaoxiao. Songju replied, his voice tinged with excitement at the mention of her name. Alo scoffed. Suit yourself. Your reaction is rather sluggish. With that, Songju transformed into an eagle and soared towards the Yushan tribe. Guo Xiaoxiao employed a healing technique, significantly alleviating her physical pain. To her delight, she completed her task and acquired the resurrection skill. Yezi selected exactly 50 distinct leaves from various plants, obtaining a potion of empowerment. This rare piece of good fortune brought double joy. My son hastily conveyed a few words before departing. Sam had visited earlier, expressing concern that he had not seen Mikkel for several days and was uncertain of his whereabouts. My son, accompanied by several orcs, ventured into the forest in search of him. Now, the only remaining tasks are to cultivate corn and enhance the healing technique. Next to the cave lies a well-tilled plot of land, fully prepared, merely awaiting the right moment. Once she acquires corn seeds and cultivates them, she will have a complete kitchen set. The bonding ceremony has also been completed. Although she now bears an additional tattoo on her arm, it is of little consequence and still looks beautiful. Life continues to grow increasingly comfortable. Guo Xiaoxiao held the charged potion in her hand, delight radiating from her with uncontainable joy. A fierce wind surged forth, a tempest crashing against her, tousling her hair wildly. The potion in her grasp nearly slipped from her fingers, yet she managed to maintain her hold. Otherwise, it would have met an untimely fate with a resounding thud. Female. I have arrived, she declared. Songju transformed into human form, standing steadily before Guo Xiaoxiao. Upon landing, he immediately noticed the circle of beast marks adorning her arm, a testament to the bond left by Meixin. It appeared they had already forged their union. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself in a state of bewilderment. It was truly unfortunate that she still had to form a bond with Songju. How could she have forgotten? She was utterly exasperated. In Volume 1, Chapter 50. Affection was interrupted, the beast tide advanced prematurely, and Meixin bore a heavy responsibility. Before Guo Xiaoxiao could utter a word, Songju spoke up. We have not yet formed a bond, while you and Meixin have already become partners. It is time for you to return to the tribe with me. Songju's tone carried a hint of grievance, as though he felt neglected. Guo Xiaoxiao was too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Well, I do not wish to bond with you at this moment, she stammered. Why? Songju asked earnestly, as if this were a matter of great significance. Did the female truly wish to reconsider? I am still in pain from that. Guo Xiaoxiao spoke with a tone of utmost pity, expressing her reluctance to endure the torment inflicted by Meixin once more. The expression on Songju's face darkened further, especially upon noticing the beast mark on Guo Xiaoxiao's arm, which stirred a sense of discomfort within him, as if Meixin had received some form of validation while he himself had not. The moment you chose to bond with me, you began to suffer. It is evident that you harbor regrets. You once declared that you desired both of us, and you cannot show favoritism. Guo Xiaoxiao explained. I do not believe it. I am truly exhausted and suffering from back and waist pain. Guo Xiaoxiao clutched her waist, feigning anguish, while Songju, undeterred, resolved to carry her back to the tribe first. He bent down, lifting Guo Xiaoxiao into his arms and making his way outside, contemplating soaring into the sky. Where are we going? She asked. To the tribe to bond, he replied. We can bond here too. Why must we return to your tribe? Upon hearing this, Songju paused, glancing into the cave. The space was ample, and the layers of fur made for a soft resting place. As long as he could become Guo Xiaoxiao's partner, the location was of no consequence to him. Very well, if you wish to bond here, then here it shall be. No sooner had he spoken than Songju gently laid Guo Xiaoxiao on the fur mat and began his advance, not waiting for her consent as he leaned in and kissed her. The softness of her lips and the sweetness of the moment enveloped him, and Songju found himself lost in the kiss, yearning to claim Guo Xiaoxiao, the female who resided at the core of his heart. His excitement was palpable, driving him to desire the next step. Just as Songju was poised to engage in an act that might incite embarrassment, a thunderous noise erupted from the horizon, instantly sharpening his senses as he turned to look toward the mouth of the cave. Guo Xiaoxiao, frightened, pushed aside Songju and gazed apprehensively outside. What is happening? Songju sensed something was amiss and shook his head. Ordinary beasts could not create such a commotion. He glanced at Guo Xiaoxiao, grasped her hand, and said, A ferocious beast is attacking the tribe. What? A ferocious beast attacking the tribe? Do not worry. I will investigate. Stay within the cave and do not venture out. With that, Songju dashed out of the cave entrance, transforming into a giant eagle, and soared into the sky. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at the vast expanse of the sky, a flicker of worry crossing her mind for the yet-to-return Mixin. What if something had befallen him? Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed, shaking the entire tribe, leaving Guo Xiaoxiao utterly terrified. The sound resembled a mighty storm. Guo Xiaoxiao approached the mouth of the cave and called out to the sky, questioning why the ferocious beasts had fled and not sought refuge beside her. At that moment, Songju soared high above, witnessing a herd of wild buffalo charging recklessly, colliding with trees as they made their way toward the Yushan tribe. This was peculiar, for wild beasts typically do not initiate attacks on tribes. The creatures of the beast realm possess a certain awareness, recognizing the formidable strength of the beastmen, and would never dare to lead a pack against them. Their escape route seemed as though they were being driven by some unseen force. Mixin. Songju spotted Mixin sprawled atop a lion beast at the forefront of the buffalo herd, the lion galloping forward with Mixin injured upon its back, followed by several other lions. Songju dove from the sky, seizing a wild buffalo and hurling it against a nearby rocky wall. He followed closely behind the herd, catching hold of a buffalo's tail and swinging it to render the beast unconscious. A roar erupted from the lion, filled with fury. What had happened to Mixin? Songju flew low, drawing nearer to the lion. Surely, the 5-star ring beast men were not incapacitated. Mixin, exhausted, lifted his gaze to see Songju approaching. He was utterly drained and incapable of contending with the buffalo herd. A beast tide had erupted. A beast tide? How could this be? Songju felt a surge of anger. How had Mixin allowed such a situation to unfold without prior preparation? It was utterly disgraceful. However, what had triggered this beast tide? Winter had yet to conclude, and spring was still a ways off. We must first ensure Guo Xiaoxiao's safety, Songju decisively declared. You all proceed ahead, change direction, and do not lead the buffalo herd toward the Yushan tribe. Understood? Please inform Monai of our situation. Songju nodded and turned away. Mixin, utterly drained, could only be carried forward by Sam. Guo Xiaoxiao waited anxiously in the cave, troubled by the prolonged absence of Songju. What calamity had befallen them? Her restless heart was agitated. Songju eventually arrived at the Yushan tribe's courtyard, bearing disheartening news. A sudden outbreak of beast tides had occurred, and their chieftain, Mixin, had been injured and rendered unconscious. Quickly, take the females to higher ground. Amidst the chaos, the orcs had already sensed the impending danger. Without even inquiring about the beast tides, they began to relocate supplies, females, and younglings. The courtyard was instantly thrown into disarray, with creatures flapping and scurrying about. Monet took charge, directing the orcs to evacuate in an orderly manner. Songju soared higher, spotting a herd of wild buffalo, fleeing in one direction. But trailing behind them were the mammoths. He swiftly departed from the courtyard, returning to the cave where Guo Xiaoxiao waited. Disregarding everything else, her safety was his utmost priority. Upon seeing Songju return, Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly inquired about the situation. What has happened? Songju sighed and replied. Mixin has sustained grave injuries and is currently in a state of unconsciousness. I will escort you to safety first. Upon hearing that Mixin had sustained grave injuries, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a tightening in her heart. However, she dismissed her concerns and stood up, following Songju as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the door, she hesitated. My suitcase. But then, resolutely, forget it. Farewell to my belongings. Songju nodded, taking Guo Xiaoxiao's hand as they departed swiftly, almost as if flying. In a short while, they arrived at the safe zone, where the rear of the Yushan tribe had been excavated with numerous caverns to evade the annual beast tide. Songju initially intended to escort Guo Xiaoxiao back to the Sui Shui tribe, but he feared encountering the winged beasts, frequent visitors during the beast tide, making aerial combat with Guo Xiaoxiao perilous. Sam exerted every ounce of strength to bring Mixin to the rear mountains. Upon reaching the cave, Sam laid Mixin down, who lay on the ground, his body stained with blood. Monet was astonished. How could the current might of the Mick people be reduced to such a state? What manner of beastmen could possibly be their adversaries? Mixin. Guo Xiaoxiao freed herself from Songju's grasp and hurried over, kneeling beside him as she used her own garment to wipe away the blood that stained his body. Observing the crimson flow increasing, a sense of dread enveloped her. Trembling, she reached out to touch Mixin's nose, noting his faint breaths. Songju felt a twinge of irritation, sensing an obstruction in his efforts. Although Guo Xiaoxiao had conceded to be his partner, she remained overshadowed by Mixin's presence. In Volume 1, Chapter 51, Songju, generous yet mischievous, remarked, Alas, I left in such haste that I forgot to bring any hemostatic herbs. Monet gazed at Mixin, his countenance darkening. With numerous onlookers around, Guo Xiaoxiao could not afford to hesitate any longer. She resolved to employ her healing magic to assist Mixin. Guo Xiaoxiao placed her hand upon Mixin's chest, and he promptly opened his eyes, gripping her hand tightly. Weakly, he shook his head, signaling her to refrain from revealing herself in the presence of others. Guo Xiaoxiao could hardly manage so much. Her only desire was to save him. Just look at the extent of his injuries. Monet stood by, feeling utterly conflicted. Without herbs, the blood would not cease to flow. Currently, Songju was the only one capable of flying out to seek help. If Mixin were to perish, it would be a fortunate turn of events for him. Yet, he could not bear to witness Guo Xiaoxiao's profound sorrow. Ultimately, he resigned himself to fate. Lowering his head in acquiescence, he declared, "I shall return to the Sishui tribe to fetch medicine. Please wait." Guo Xiaoxiao looked up in surprise at Songju, who, with a twist of fate, responded, "It was not without reason that I saved you. You are to mate with me, as we agreed. There shall be no turning back." Guo Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed. Amidst the crowd, he unabashedly proclaimed his desire to mate. The males who had returned with Sam cast envious glances one after another. Songju transformed into his beastly form and swiftly departed. Upon witnessing this, Mo9 also exited the cave, realizing that guarding Mixin was futile. It was far more prudent to mediate between the females and the young. Several orcs approached, assuring the female, "Rest assured, Mixin will recover. The 5-star ring is not so easily vanquished. Mixin is exceptionally formidable." Guo Xiaoxiao gently remarked, "Do not concern yourselves. Why not take a moment to rest within the cave?" How tender her words were, displaying a considerate nature that stirred boundless admiration among the orcs for the female. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Songju did not arrive. Instead, another individual, Mikkel, entered the cave. Mikkel bore injuries, evident from the blood streaming down his shoulder. He appeared somewhat dazed, relying solely on his indomitable will to persevere thus far. Alone, he had drawn the attention of the bison herd. And now a relentless wave of mammoths was surging towards him. It took immense effort for him to shake them off and return to the rear mountains of the Yushan tribe for refuge. Guo Xiaoxiao, seeing Mick injured, felt a deep concern. She stepped forward to support Mick's arm. "Does it hurt?" she inquired. Mick shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "What about Mixin? Where is Mixin?" Guo Xiaoxiao pointed to the incapacitated Mixin, who had sustained severe injuries. Mikkel crouched beside Mixin to assess his wounds. Numerous gashes marred Mixin's body, with flesh rolling back, indicative of grave harm. The sight was indeed alarming. However, Mixin still retained a flicker of consciousness. Mikkel felt a slight sense of relief, knowing that as long as the man was alive, they had reached a semblance of safety. "Where have you been these past few days?" Guo Xiaoxiao inquired of Mikkel, who noticed that the beast mark adorning Guo Xiaoxiao's slender arm belonged to his elder brother, Mixin. Instantly, his expression turned cold. "I ventured into the jungle to hunt and encountered orcs that attacked me. Mixin, in a bid to shield my escape, was grievously wounded by their assault." Mixin sustained his injuries in a noble effort to protect him, a fact that filled Mikkel with profound guilt. He lamented his own weakness, so feeble, so inadequate. Mikkel seethed with self-doubt. Despite being mere years apart from the formidable beasts, Mixin was a 5-star ring orc, while he lingered in the realm of the 2-star rings, unable to transcend his limitations. If only he possessed Mixin's strength, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle, and perhaps even Guo Xiaoxiao would regard him with newfound respect. Guo Xiaoxiao observed the despondency enveloping Mixin and offered words of consolation, saying, "Mikkel, do not be overly harsh on yourself. You are the sole brother of Mixin, and it is his duty as an elder sibling to protect you. Such unfortunate occurrences are never desired by anyone. Do you hold me accountable for the injury inflicted upon your male? In the realm of beasts, females can be capricious and willful. They may suffer wounds in their endeavor to safeguard other males, and this can lead to their ire. A female does not exist in isolation, for upon entering a partnership, a male becomes an extension of her being. How could it be otherwise? I understand that your injury was also born out of concern for Mixin. Otherwise, none of us would have found a safe passage back here." Guo Xiaoxiao smiled as she confessed that it was her first time taking the initiative to hold Mikhail's hand. The soft, warm sensation traveled from her palm deep into her heart. "Thank you, Xiaoxiao." Mikhail expressed his heartfelt gratitude, for he typically referred to Guo Xiaoxiao in a more impersonal manner, making his use of her name a rare occurrence. Songju hastened with urgency, racing back to the cave. Upon entering, he was met with the affectionate interaction between Mikhail and Guo Xiaoxiao, which left him feeling a pang of bitterness. All his efforts seemed in vain. Exhausted from his toil, he questioned the purpose of it all, filled with frustration. "Hey!" Songju called out, displeasure evident in his voice. Guo Xiaoxiao noticed him and the herbs in his hands, her eyes shimmering with delight. That's wonderful. Guo Xiaoxiao rushed over, eager to seize the herbs from Songju's grasp. In response, Songju raised the herbs high with one hand while effortlessly lifting Guo Xiaoxiao by the waist with the other. Guo Xiaoxiao wriggled her body in annoyance, exclaiming, I still need to take care of Mixin. Put me down. However, Songju held her tightly, refusing to let go, and teasingly remarked, gathering herbs is not without cost. You must offer me some benefit in return. What more do you desire? Guo Xiaoxiao glared at Songju, her face flushed with frustration. How could he make such demands when others were injured and still jesting with her? It was infuriating. First, tell me whether you desire to mate with me. I wish to hear you utter those words. Songju gazed intently into Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes, not missing a single nuance of her expression. Guo Xiaoxiao shyly turned her head away, feeling embarrassed in the presence of Mikkel and Mikeson. What time is it, and you still ask such questions? First, save Mikeson. We shall discuss our matters later. Xiao Ju feigned contemplation. Are you certain? Very well, then I shall take my leave. You must find a way on your own. He replied. With that, Xiao Ju set Guo Xiaoxiao down and, carrying the herbs, walked out with an air of indifference. Observing his intention to leave, promptly grasped his arm. What an extraordinary man he was. Shyly, she hurriedly exclaimed, I wish to mate with you. Surely that is acceptable? If only she had expressed this sooner. The cunning scheme of Songju had succeeded, and a mischievous smile crept across her lips. You may now provide me with the herbs. Guo Xiaoxiao reached out for the herbal medicine, but Songju gracefully evaded her grasp, tapping his handsome face and playfully inviting her for a kiss. Guo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, what on earth is going on? Is this person out of their mind? Lives are at stake. Do you not understand? Can you not be serious? Mixin is waiting for treatment. Suppressing her fury, Guo Xiaoxiao asked, Are you affectionate? Songju, with a menacing tone, inquired again. She thought to herself, forget it, he is akin to a rabid dog, clinging on without release. Not wishing to engage with a mad dog, Guo Xiaoxiao rose on tiptoe and lightly brushed her lips against the corner of Songju's mouth, hastily adding, All right, quickly give me the herbs. No, he replied. Damn it. You and your entire lineage, you scoundrel. A torrent of invectives was on the verge of erupting from her lips, ready to enter the battlefield in the next heartbeat. If I give it to you, will you even know how to use it? Or shall I do it myself? Seeing Guo Xiaoxiao's face turning an alarming shade of green with anger, Songju decided not to provoke her further. Unhurriedly, he approached Mikeson, squatting down to commence treatment. You can do that? Volume 1. Chapter 52. The mightiest reverse star ring beast invades the Yushan tribe. Wu Xiaoxiao gazed at him in astonishment. How could someone so carefree and frivolous recognize herbal medicine? It challenged her worldview. Do you think I would? Songju retorted, continuing with his task. Although he was not a veterinarian, such fundamental knowledge was within his grasp. His past rapport with Aloe had allowed him to acquire a smattering of skills over time, enabling him to render assistance in times of peril, something many beast men would never manage to learn. Songju's technique was remarkably adept, and soon, Mikeson's leg was skillfully bandaged with animal hide. Thank you, Mikeson expressed. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at him with gratitude, yet Songju felt a sense of displeasure. Guo Xiaoxiao maintained a polite distance, an air of aloofness surrounding her. The more she behaved in such a manner, the more he yearned to conquer her. How did you sustain your injuries? Songju deftly shifted the topic. Mikkel cast a disdainful glance at Songju, though he had saved Mikeson. He briefly recounted their harrowing encounter with a pack of tigers. You were beset by a pride of tigers? Songju remarked, his tone indifferent and laced with a chilling mockery. It seems fortune has not favored you. The beast tide has arrived earlier than expected, and as winter approaches, your troubles are only just beginning. Guo Xiaoxiao inquired with a hint of confusion. Tigers? Why did they attack you? Mikkel clenched his fist, his gaze shadowed. He concealed certain trivial matters. Songju glanced at Mikeson and shook his head, pondering what kind of tiger could inflict such grievous wounds upon the 5-star ring. Mikeson lay incapacitated on the ground. Who were their assailants? All-star ring beastmen. An orc nearby stepped forward, bearing the look of a survivor. They are exceedingly formidable. I witnessed their star ring. It was the reverse star ring beastman accompanied by several 2-star and 3-star rings. Indeed. It was my first encounter with a reverse star ring beastman. They are terrifying. Songju raised an eyebrow, sensing the impending danger. Reverse star ring? I have never heard of such a powerful tribe in the southern continent. He and Mikeson are acknowledged as the strongest. Where did this reverse star ring emerge from? The reverse star ring represents a unique breed within the beast realm, possessing capabilities beyond the five-star ring's reach. They are colossal, immensely powerful, and possess thick hides, rendering them nearly invulnerable to weaknesses. Typically, the five-star ring stands as the pinnacle for orc kind, while the reverse star ring is truly the epitome of strength. It has been decades since a reverse star ring beastman has appeared in the beast world. Did you manage to shake them off? Are you certain they did not follow? Yes, they lost our trail. That is a relief, Songju exhaled, feeling a sense of ease. He feared no other beast tribes, only the reverse star ring. Should they fixate on him, the consequences would be dire. Are the reverse star ring beastmen truly that powerful? You and Meixen cannot contend with them? Guo Xiaoxiao observed the somber expression on Songju's face and cautiously inquired about the situation. They did not belong to the five-star category, having surpassed the limits. They were 100 times more formidable than ordinary star-ringed orcs. It is said that a single reverse star-ringed orc possesses the power to annihilate an entire tribe. One can only hope they have not discovered this place. Songju's tone was grave, indicating that greater caution would be necessary in the future. He understood that he must safeguard Guo Xiaoxiao at all costs. Such formidable beings indeed. Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Indeed, upon hearing Songju's words, Mikkel felt an even greater indignation. The harrowing scene they had endured could not be encapsulated in mere words. It was a matter of life and death. A desperate struggle from which they had narrowly escaped. The cacophony continued unabated, as the beast tied outside persisted in its onslaught, wreaking havoc without regard for any deterrence. As if it had vowed to cease only in utter futility. A series of hoarse, guttural roars drew closer, prompting the group to rise with heightened vigilance. This seems never-ending, Mikkel remarked with a furrowed brow. Songju snorted dismissively. Those wretched creatures have already retreated to the rear mountains, yet they still seek to pursue us here. This location is elevated. They cannot ascend. They will depart shortly. As he spoke, another roar echoed ominously. Guo Xiaoxiao listened to the chilling question. As if a ferocious tiger had arrived, some of the beastmen, feeling somewhat at a loss, expressed their awareness of the brutality of these creatures. Once discovered, they would not easily forgive, especially in the rear mountains where there was no avenue for escape. The roar of the tiger echoed through the heavens, causing the beast horde to become agitated, scattering in all directions as a path was cleared for the leading beastman. Songju, with his extraordinary vision, perceived everything clearly. His eyes turning red with intensity, he emitted a warning sound typical of the beastmen, indicating that they were intruding upon another's territory and urging them to depart. The sound reverberated throughout the forest, causing the leaves to tremble, yet it had no effect on the approaching tiger horde. The tigers boldly entered the territory of the Yushan tribe, transforming into humanoid forms and striding toward the rear mountains accompanied by dozens of beastmen. Clad in silver-white hides adorned with beast fangs, they bore robust physiques reminiscent of savage warriors, their gazes sharp and icy. Seemingly poised to pounce and rend Songju and the others apart, their eyes glinting with a greedy ferocity. What is happening? Guo Xiaoxiao thought to rush out to investigate but was swiftly restrained by Songju. Do not go out. It is dangerous, he said calmly. Guo Xiaoxiao's beauty was striking. And should this group of tigers discover her, there was little chance of her escaping unscathed. The tiger warriors did not linger in the rear mountains, but leapt directly toward the summit, their claws striking the rocks with thunderous sounds. Boom, 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 the entire mountain trembled, dust swirling into the air. With a mighty roar, the tiger warriors howled to the heavens, their voices infused with a palpable bloodlust. Their claws reaching once more for the mountain peak. The dust swirled around them as they easily breached the cave, employing this aggressive tactic to force the beastmen out. You few who have had direct contact with him, do not emerge. Hide well. I will go out to investigate, he said, subsequently pushing Guo Xiaoxiao into a corner of the cave. Stay concealed, do not come out, and do not let them discover you. Songju turned to Mikkel and several other beastmen. You must protect her. Should anything seem amiss, take her far away at once. Guo Xiaoxiao sensed an impending crisis. The words spoken by Songju undoubtedly indicated that great peril was approaching. Mikkel gazed towards the cave's entrance, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of hatred. He found it impossible to swallow his anger. Songju took a deep breath and slowly emerged from the cave. The roar of a tiger reverberated through the air, fierce and imposing, as a tempest howled around them. Upon sighting Songju, the tigers charged down the mountainside with astonishing speed. Songju transformed into a majestic eagle, leading them down to the valley below. The once menacing pack of beasts had vanished, leaving only a scene of devastation in their wake. He landed gracefully on the ground and calmly addressed the assembled orcs, inquiring, "Who is your leader?" Without hesitation, a tiger beast approached Songju, radiating an entirely different aura, exuding an icy dominance. Songju felt the weight of that pressure, causing discomfort throughout his being. I am Arthur, the chieftain of the Black-Tooth tribe. And you? 4-star ring orc, are you one of their kin? Songju, he proclaimed, followed by Songju, chieftain of the Sishui tribe. Chapter 53, Healing the Orcs. Michael's unhealed wounds and his reluctant battle Arthur dismissed Songju with a scoff, regarding him as nothing more than a frail opponent. The other tiger beasts transformed into human form, displaying their arrogance and rudeness, showing no fear while trespassing in another's territory. The southern continent boasts two of the most formidable tribes, the Feather Mountain tribe and the Sishui tribe. As the chieftain of the Sishui tribe, what brings you to the Feather Mountain tribe's territory? It was clear that the opposing party had a thorough understanding of the southern continent. Songju, witnessing Arthur's brazen demeanor, maintained his composure, aware that Mikkel was gravely injured and that his chances against the reverse star orcs were slim. Since you are aware of this, I kindly ask you to vacate our tribal territory. The Sishui tribe has long been allied with the Feather Mountain tribe. I am here for trade and happened upon your presence. He feigned nonchalance, yet his heart was taut, prepared for battle at any moment. That's of no concern. I intend to visit the Sishui tribe afterward, so your presence here is quite fortuitous, Arthur replied calmly, as if merely recounting an inconsequential matter. However, a chill surged within Songju as he listened. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Arthur exhibited a smile that was both unsettling and eerie. He swiftly reached out towards Songju's neck, but Songju evaded the attack with remarkable agility. Arthur's arm pierced through the rock behind Songju, effortlessly penetrating the seemingly indomitable stone. The ease with which such a formidable substance was breached served as a testament to the terrifying prowess of the reverse star ring orcs. Veins bulged on Arthur's forearm as he exerted force, causing the stone to fracture and tumble to the ground with a resounding clatter, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance. Numerous orcs had gathered in the cave, observing the standoff between Songju and his adversary. Among them was Monet, who instantly recognized the leader as a rare reverse star ring orc. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he urgently dispatched the tribe's strongest warriors to provide support for Songju, knowing that should a conflict arise, their own abilities would be woefully inadequate. However, they had to protect the females and younglings, ensuring their safety, even if it meant merely buying time. In the cave, Gua Xiaoxiao yearned to venture outside but hesitated, lacking the protective hide that would shield her. She feared that stepping out would surely attract the attention of the malevolent forces. Mixon, having applied medicinal herbs, lay semi-conscious on the ground. When he eventually roused and spotted Gua Xiaoxiao within the cave, he felt a momentary sense of relief before slipping back into unconsciousness. If danger were to arise, Mixon's condition would render any escape exceedingly troublesome. Gua Xiaoxiao applied the remaining herbs from Songjue onto Mikkel, generously coating the wounds. The effects were slow to manifest. While minor injuries could be alleviated, the potency of the herbs waned with more significant wounds. Nearby, several orcs stood vigil at the cave entrance, their own injuries evident, though not severe. Blood seeped from Michael's wounds beneath the herbal application, leaving Gua Xiaoxiao with no alternative but to resort to healing magic, regardless of the possibility of being observed by others. The revelation of her secret before the onlookers posed a dilemma, both for Mikkel and herself. What choice did she have? Lying half-conscious on the ground, Mikkel, as the chieftain and the strongest in the tribe, faced an imminent threat that left him unable to resist. Gua Xiaoxiao extended her hand, beginning with Mikkel, silently invoking the healing spell. A radiant green glow emanated from Mikkel, and the wounds he had sustained healed at an astonishing rate. His previously pallid complexion, due to excessive blood loss, gradually regained its color, and the bloodstains vanished, though some swelling remained. In summary, his physical condition improved significantly. Mikkel was taken aback by Gua Xiaoxiao's use of her abilities on him, while he was aware of her extraordinary powers. He had never anticipated she would reveal them in front of other orcs. The orcs stationed at the cave entrance observed this scene with expressions of astonishment. You ought not to have done that. Revealing your abilities to others could be detrimental to you, one warned. You are injured. Should I simply stand by and do nothing? I cannot do that. Mikkel felt warmth in his heart, gazing at Gua Xiaoxiao with softened eyes. It seemed he still held some significance in her heart. Since her abilities had already been exposed, she decided to be unrestrained. Gua Xiaoxiao beckoned the orcs guarding nearby. You all come here. A few orcs complied with her request. Obediently squatting down, Gua Xiaoxiao healed them one by one. In the face of imminent danger, each warrior was invaluable. The orcs were fully restored, their spirits renewed. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. They expressed their gratitude, holding Guo Xiaoxiao in high regard. They had not expected that the female was a great shaman. Mikkel was exceedingly fortunate that such a precious female had chosen him. However, her abilities being discovered posed a risk. Several orcs whispered among themselves. Who said her abilities are rare? If we could possess her powers, we would no longer fear anyone in the future. The orcs' eyes sparkled with envy towards Guo Xiaoxiao's formidable abilities. In their world, injuries were difficult to recover from. A severe wound could leave one bedridden for 10 days to half a month, and in worse cases, it meant death, as herbal remedies proved ineffective. The so-called Great Shaman was a legendary figure capable of wielding the forces of nature, possessing self-healing powers akin to ancient Taoist priests or celestial beings. Mikkel, overhearing their discussions, felt a wave of concern wash over him. Would this not easily expose her? What if someone coveted Xiaoxiao's abilities and sought to harm her? He looked at Xiaoxiao, resolutely determined to protect this beautiful female. After using her abilities repeatedly, Guo Xiaoxiao felt dizzy. It turned out that casting healing spells drained her physical stamina. Guo Xiaoxiao approached the gravely injured Mixin, extending her hand to administer her healing spell once more. Although the effect was less than satisfactory, it alleviated much of his suffering. In a state of semi-consciousness, Mixin felt the cool touch permeating his being, suppressing the searing pain that had engulfed him. Gradually, his awareness began to return. He opened his eyes to behold a pair of exquisite orbs, eyes he would never forget for the entirety of his life. You are awake. Guo Xiaoxiao exhibited a hint of anxiety. Have you healed me? Mixin struggled to sit up, leaning against the wall behind him. His condition had improved slightly. Yet the outlook remained grim. Indeed, I employed a healing spell, but your injuries are too severe for a complete recovery. Please refrain from moving. You risk tearing your wounds further. Noticing other orcs nearby, along with Michael, Mixin realized that Guo Xiaoxiao's secret could no longer be concealed. However, he quickly found solace in the thought that, regardless of how long her abilities could remain hidden, she was, at present, a benefactor to their tribe. He felt compelled, as their chieftain, to command them to maintain silence. What about Songju? I recall he seemed to have visited. Mixin pressed his hand against his chest, forcing himself upright. Though the pain intensified. Mixin, in your condition, how can you descend? Michael interjected. I must go. They will kill Songju. Currently, they are near the valley. And if we do not intervene, the entire tribe may face annihilation. Volume 1, Chapter 54. I demand half of your females and half of your provisions. Guo Xiaoxiao grew anxious as she supported Mixin, urging him, you can barely stand. How can you be of any assistance? Are you seeking to throw your life away? Sit still and refrain from overthinking. Songju is a formidable opponent, and you cannot hope to outmatch him. Mick understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to delay. He was acutely aware of the severity of Mixin's injuries and that he was merely holding on. You must lie down at once. The priority is to recover fully. Guo Xiaoxiao immediately grasped Mixin's arm, urging him to lie down. You can barely walk. How could you possibly manage to go down? Mixin, compelled to recline, struggled to rise again. As the chieftain, he felt it imperative to step forward in crucial moments, not only for the sake of the tribe but also for Guo Xiaoxiao's safety. Do not move. If you do, I shall become quite angry. Guo Xiaoxiao suddenly adopted a serious expression and said sternly, as soon as you feel slightly better, you wish to throw caution to the wind. Had I known, I would have left you lying on the ground, avoiding all this trouble. Xiaoxiao, I understand what you wish to convey. You intend to protect me, correct? Mixin nodded. Guo Xiaoxiao continued, your injuries are far too severe for you to move. Venturing out would be akin to courting death. You must not go. As long as I can ensure your safety, I wouldn't mind sacrificing my own life. Mixin gently caressed her head. Guo Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, feeling a mixture of emotions. She was touched by his words, yet she was not the kind of person who would sacrifice others for her own sake. Meanwhile, Songju could no longer endure the pain. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and at his feet lay several supporting lion beasts, all of them at the 2 to 3 star level. Struggling to prop himself against the rock, he would have fled in the past. But he was acutely aware that if he could not hold his ground, what would become of Guo Xiaoxiao? He even dared not let her show herself. For if they were to escape together and were spotted, there would be no hope of leaving. Call forth the leader of the Yushan tribe. If you all comply, I shall not pursue annihilation, Arthur stated, unharmed and with his arms crossed. Monet entered the cave where Guo Xiaoxiao and her companions were, bringing this news along with the report of Songju's injuries. Upon hearing these words, Guo Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically. Wouldn't they flee? What use was it to endure if they could not win? Truly, I go. Mixon, forcing himself to stand, endured the agonizing pain of his wounds. Despite your healing spell, his condition remained uncertain. Do not go. Guo Xiaoxiao urgently grasped Mixon's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. You will die if you go. Fear not. I possess the means to manage, Mixon replied, managing a reassuring smile, though Guo Xiaoxiao could see through his facade. Then I shall go too. No, absolutely not. They chorused. Mixon, Mo9, and Mikkel in unison, joined by several orcs who sought to impede her. Do you jest? Females are the most precious treasures in the beast realm. They argued. Given Guo Xiaoxiao's exquisite beauty, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, prompting them to wish to bury her deep underground to keep her safe from prying eyes. Eventually, Mixon and Mikkel, accompanied by the orcs, departed the cave, leaving one orc to supervise Guo Xiaoxiao, fearful that she might act rashly and flee. All the orcs capable of combat from the Haoshan tribe mobilized, while a handful of paired orcs remained to guard the rear cave. Songju, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth to endure, while Mixon occasionally relied on Mikkel for support, transforming the mightiest duo into the frail and ailing. The formidable orc horde occupied the open ground, encircling the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Songju kept a vigilant watch over their movements. Everyone is out now. Speak your mind, he mocked coldly, acknowledging the formidable strength of the opposing Star Ring orcs, who nearly brought him to his demise. Arthur reveled in the sight before him. Having the entire tribe of orcs rise against him was a testament to his prowess. He wasted no time in articulating his demands. If you wish for the Blacktooth tribe to refrain from attacking Haoshan and Sisui, it is quite simple. Surrender half of your food and half of your females. Arthur's gaze was sharp and unyielding, indifferent to his precarious situation. The surrounding males transformed into lion beasts, issuing low growls of menace in response to Arthur's audacious demand, while Songju clenched his fists in fury. Arthur seemed oblivious to their ire, coolly stating, "Step forward. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict." Mixon and Mikkel exchanged resolute glances, while the other males discerned determination and ruthlessness in each other's eyes. None were willing to relinquish their females. Impossible, Mixon replied firmly. Our tribe will not barter our females for peace. Even in death, we shall not comply. In that case, do not expect us to be merciful. With a wave of Arthur's hand, the orcs that had followed him surged forward. Though they were outnumbered, their fighting spirit was fierce, and the sheer volume of their numbers overwhelmed the defenders. Mixon and Songju, having lost their beastly strength, found themselves retreating incessantly, without any means to resist. Reduced to mere targets, Arthur scoffed at their futile actions, insolent fools. The ensuing melee was a one-sided slaughter, with the Haoshan tribe suffering increasing casualties amidst the cacophony of screams and the stench of blood. Yet, not a single soul yielded, in a short span. The tribe had lost over a dozen orcs. Arthur's spirits soared. He relished the thrill of the massacre. He continued to direct his orcs forward, while Mixon and Songju teetered on the brink of collapse, utterly unable to withstand the assault. At this juncture, Songju was unafraid, though he lamented not having formed a bond with Guo Xiaoxiao, a lifelong regret. Cease this. Mo9 stepped forward, unable to bear the devastation surrounding him. Chief Arthur, I am Mo9, an elder of the Haoshan tribe, and I wish to speak with you. Speak then, Arthur commanded, halting the attacking beastmen. If you desire our food, we can acquiesce, but we cannot part with half of our females. Even if it comes to slaughter, we shall not yield them. I propose that we offer you 2/3 of our food as a gesture of peace. Will you consent? The tiger beasts erupted in laughter, deeming Mo9 presumptuous. The feeble orc had no standing to negotiate terms. Arthur regarded the elder with intrigue. Though aged, he appeared robust, suggesting he might be a formidable opponent. He refrained from granting immediate assent and countered. Do you truly represent the Haoshan tribe? To Monet's bittersweet smile. Would you be inclined to share 2/3 of your sustenance with me? I referred not only to the Yushan tribe, but also to the Sisui tribe. Arthur cast a glance at Songju, who did not contest the matter. He had come to terms with reality, rather than suffer countless casualties and futile resistance. Exchanging 2/3 of their provisions for safety seemed a rare opportunity. However, with winter approaching and food scarce, the females and the orc tribesmen would likely face dire straits. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur expressed, I wish to meet the females of your tribe. Monet paused for a moment before replying. Since you have agreed to accept our proposal, is it really necessary to see the females? Arthur reassured him, do not take it to heart. My intention is merely to have a glance. I have no desire to forcibly take them away, so do not doubt my integrity. Monet remained uncertain about Arthur's true intentions as he glanced back at the precariously positioned Mikeson and the injured orcs lying on the ground. In Volume 1, Chapter 55, the female's rebel, the tribe's most beautiful female, Kasha, is willing to join the Blacktooth tribe. Mikeson remarked, "The females are easily frightened. You caused quite a disturbance in the Yushan tribe today. They will not wish to meet you." Arthur remained steadfast, insisting, "Have them brought out. I only wish to see them, nothing more. If you refuse, I shall have to take matters into my own hands." He did not press the issue further but calmly conveyed his decision to Mikeson. The tiger beast beside him was watchful, poised for a command. Monet, perceptive to the tension, stepped forward and slightly bowed. "In that case, we shall summon the females for your inspection." He signaled to a few orcs nearby, who nodded in obedience and swiftly departed. Before long, they returned with 9 females, all gathered together except for Guo Xiaoxiao, who was concealed in another cave. "These are the females of our tribe," Monet stated respectfully. As the females emerged, the tiger beasts behind Arthur's back lit up with interest. The allure of the females surpassed that of mere provisions. A couple of them, already bonded with females, remained indifferent, while the rest, single, grew restless. The females, however, displayed a different demeanor. They were frightened by the unfamiliar males and kept their heads bowed. Some, excessively timid, quietly sobbed, tears streaming down their faces. A row of stout, dark-skinned females elicited profound sympathy from the males, who felt inadequate for not being able to protect them. The bonded males of the females remained vigilant, not daring to relax for a moment, ready to rush forward to shield them. Arthur scrutinized their expressions closely, ultimately focusing on a few females whose faces bore a pallor of distress as they anxiously fixed their gaze upon him. Kasha had lost her usual pride and remained motionless. "Are these all of them?" Arthur inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. Though he felt no particular interest in these females, he maintained his composure and stated, "I wish to speak with them." Arthur approached one of the females, extending his right hand to take her left, but she recoiled. His smile faltered at the corners. Yet he preserved his poise. "I am Arthur, the chieftain of the Blacktooth tribe. Your tribe must provide us with 2/3 of your food. Winter is fast approaching, and without provisions, you will also suffer hunger alongside them." Mikeson and the others soon understood Arthur's intentions. The female raised her head, asking, "What food? The prey is diminishing, and if food runs short, hunger will ensue." Observing the fallen orcs around, Arthur stated, "Your chieftain trades food for peace." At this proclamation, the females exchanged incredulous glances towards Mikeson and Monet. The scarcity of food would lead many orcs to starve during winter. Yet they were willing to barter sustenance with the Blacktooth tribe. Understanding their doubts, Arthur continued, "Females aligned with powerful tribes receive the best protection. Have you considered returning with us to the Blacktooth tribe? There is ample food and warm nests for winter. Of course, you may bring your bonded males along." Most of the females were partnered with 2-star orcs, as they preferred strong males. Those capable of bonding were the elite of the tribe. Arthur cast a cold glance around, and none dared to engage him, despite the allure of his terms. The females hesitated, weighing the pros and cons, while Arthur remained patient, silently awaiting their response. Mikeson observed his restless companions, who were unable to maintain composure in the face of provocation, and noticed the wavering females. The strength of a tribe is determined by the number of females and star-ringed beasts. With a scarcity of females, capable orcs would gravitate towards tribes with larger female populations, thereby weakening their own tribe. Mikeson asserted, "We will provide you with food. The remaining supplies will sustain the females, even in hardship. We will not let a single female go hungry. Even if we starve, we will not let the females suffer." "Stop with the divisive rhetoric," echoed the male orcs in agreement. Arthur revealed a markedly softer smile and produced a red crystal core, presenting it to the somewhat striking Kasha. "If you wish to join us, this is yours." The red crystal, a premium gem, was valued highly, worth twice what they traded in Beast City. With food in short supply and resources dwindling, coupled with the challenges of breeding cubs, Arthur urged the beautiful females to consider joining the strong Blacktooth tribe. All the females gazed enviously at Kasha, who was fortunate enough to receive such a precious gift, an extraordinary stroke of luck. After a moment of hesitation, Kasha, having grown up in this familiar environment, focused on the red crystal, unable to make a decision. "If you are unwilling, so be it," Arthur remarked, tucking the red crystal back into his leather belt. Unable to resist her inner greed, Kasha rudely snatched the gem from his hand without a second thought, declaring, "I will join you." Thus, so easily, the female who once prided herself as the most beautiful of the Feather Mountain tribe whose father was Monet's closest friend and who had dedicated immense effort to the tribe, was swayed to abandon the lineage that had nurtured her for generations with a mere red crystal. Monet looked at her with disappointment and anger. Kasha, considering your father's regard for your well-being, you should reflect on your choices. The females, sheltered from the struggles of the world, remained oblivious. They spent their days within the tribe, unaware of conflicts. When danger arose, there was protection. When hunger struck, there was food. When displeased, there were comforts provided, fostering a sense of entitlement and self-centeredness. Kasha did not believe she was in the wrong, nonchalantly playing with the gem. You have all failed. You've given away food. Why should I, as a female, remain here to endure hardship with you? Kasha, the strongest male, Dart, approached her, urging her to return the crystal. Kasha, displeased, shrugged off his hand and shouted, "What business is it of yours? Stop wasting breath." Seeing this, Dart could only wear a resigned expression. Arthur smiled with satisfaction. Turning to Monet and the others, "It is the female's decision. You should respect it. I promise not to forcibly take them. But they have chosen to join me without reason to refuse." With Kasha leading the way, 4 more females expressed their desire to leave, while the remaining 4 hesitated, torn between their longing for food and their loyalty to their tribe. "I will go. I will go." Arthur's smile deepened. He had unexpectedly acquired additional provisions in half of the females, exceeding his initial goals. Mixon, infuriated, felt a sharp pain in his chest. 2/3 of the food, along with nearly half the females, represented an unprecedented loss for the Feather Mountain tribe. The orcs could hardly bear it. Mixon angrily pointed at Arthur. "You deceived us about the food." Arthur replied, "Do you believe you have any grounds for negotiation?" Mixon retorted, "I will never agree." But before he could finish, Kasha's coarse voice interrupted. "You agreed to provide food. Do you dare to go back on your word?" Her swift change of allegiance from the Feather Mountain tribe to the Blacktooth tribe was disconcerting. Arthur, displeased by her abrasive tone, distanced himself slightly, for he had little patience for raucous females. The plan was nearing completion. There was no need to become incensed over mere words, as his ambitions extended beyond this. Suppressing his simmering anger, Mixon lowered his voice. "Kasha, don't be foolish. This is not the time for temper tantrums. The tribe has always treated you well. This is treachery." He glared at her, hoping she would reconsider and return to the Feather Mountain tribe. However, Kasha defiantly declared, "You cowards. If you could win in conflict, why would I leave? Only powerful tribes possess females. This is the law of the beast world." Her dismissive gaze and tone infuriated Monet, who had watched Kasha grow up and cherished her. It was incomprehensible how she had changed. Clearly, she had been indulged too much. "Kasha, you disappoint me gravely." In the first volume, chapter 56, all food and females were taken away, employing healing techniques to draw parallels. Arthur wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. His goals had been achieved, and there was no reason to waste time. Enough of the chatter. Prepare the food. We shall move back immediately. A tiger beast, sensing the opportune moment, retrieved a spherical object from the animal hide, igniting the attached fuse with a fire stick, then hurled it into the air. A deafening explosion followed, enveloping the sky in smoke. A misfortunate flying creature crashed down, shattering trees and screeching in agony as it twisted in pain. "We are returning to the tribe. What is this?" The onlookers had never witnessed such an explosive orb before, and before they could ponder further, a storm was imminent. Upon receiving the command, everyone sprang into action, recklessly invading the caves to search for food, disregarding the orcs of the Feather Mountain tribe. In less than 10 minutes, a throng of various orcs surged into the tribe, all 2-star and 3-star orcs, from leopard and wolf clans alike, as if they had made a prior arrangement to raid the food. Their movements were swift, and soon the Feather Mountain tribe's food supplies were entirely depleted. Piled high in the open space, awaiting Arthur's distribution, Kasha stood, transfixed by the crystal core, seemingly calculating her next move. Arthur, irritated by the foul odor emanating from the females, often due to their laziness in bathing, held little admiration for unattractive females. The prospect of reproducing with a distasteful female seemed hardly worthwhile. With all the food extracted, Mixon struck the nearby tree trunk in frustration. "You scoundrels!" Arthur recognized Mixon, who had evaded him several times yet dared to appear before him again. He signaled a tiger beast to deal with him. Mixon had long yearned for a confrontation, and this provided the perfect excuse. "Stand down," Monet intervened, unwilling to incur unnecessary losses. "Chieftain Arthur, we have honored our agreement. There is no need to attack my tribe's orcs further." This individual was astute. He sought sustenance and had no need for unnecessary conflict. Arthur nodded, and the tiger beast withdrew. After tallying the food, Arthur proceeded with the distribution, taking 2/3 right before Mixon's eyes. The orcs watched helplessly as half of their hard-earned spoils vanished, their hearts bleeding, yet none dared to protest, for they could not afford to lose. Failure would invite dire consequences. Mixon's despondent demeanor left Arthur feeling indifferent. A weak tribe was hardly surprising. Mixon glared at Arthur. Yet Arthur did not even lift his eyelids. Leading a group of orcs laden with ample food, along with the females and their starving companions, Arthur departed. The males, reluctant to leave their tribe, had no choice but to follow the females. As they exited, Arthur also took the elder Songju with him. Aware of the location of the Sishui tribe, they deemed it necessary to bring the chieftain along for protection, preventing unnecessary casualties. Arthur and the orcs journeyed southward, laden with a plethora of food and several females. The tribes along the way increased in number, all enviously watching Arthur and his clan transport their provisions. Arthur remained oblivious to their gazes, for weak tribes did not concern him. From another perspective, the most formidable Feather Mountain tribe and Sishui tribe had reached their end. On the other side, Guoxiaoxiao was startled by a thunderous explosion and cautiously peered out from the cave. Her eyes widening at the sight of a cloud of smoke billowing into the air above. Was that a signal flare? Did such things exist in the beast world? The orc assigned to protect Guoxiaoxiao, witnessing this for the first time, found it quite intriguing. Guoxiaoxiao inquired, "Haven't you seen this before?" The orc replied, "No." Moments later, from their elevated vantage point, they observed a multitude of birds and beasts rushing in, indiscriminately rummaging through the tribe's resources, akin to a brazen invasion. Guoxiaoxiao sighed quietly, realizing the dire situation. After the last person departed, she signaled her orc guardian to escort her down the back mountain. Mixon, unable to withstand the strain, succumbed to unconsciousness, having exhausted himself from the previous exertion, compounded by his overwhelming anger, leaving him physically and emotionally depleted. The injured were not limited to Mixon alone. A number of males had also sustained injuries during the recent struggle. Mixon was laid to rest in Monet's cave. A space that once housed a plethora of items and tools now rendered desolate and chaotic, entirely emptied of its former contents. Guoxiaoxiao rushed into the cave, where Mikkel and Monet sat nearby, examining Mickelson's injuries, which had significantly improved from before. He had merely fainted due to excessive blood loss, and he would recover with a couple of days of rest. The 5-star ring orc possesses remarkable healing abilities, so Xiao need not worry. Monet continued to murmur, lamenting the loss of all the herbs, while a group of injured orcs awaited outside. Guoxiaoxiao had just donned the orc attire, and the orcs were engulfed in despair. Some busied themselves with tending to the injured, while others contemplated the remaining provisions. In summary, the atmosphere was utterly dismal for all. Guoxiaoxiao devised a plan and said to Mikkel, "Mikkel, would you fetch some water? Do you wish to drink? Bring a bit over. I shall assist him in healing his wounds." Guoxiaoxiao felt quite dizzy. The healing spell was indeed taxing on her stamina. Mikkel acknowledged this and hurried off to fetch water. At that moment, the system provided a notification. "System, host, the healing spell has been used too frequently. It is advisable to maintain a cooldown period of at least 15 minutes. Do not be too hasty in its application." Guoxiaoxiao expressed her confusion. "Am I actively cooling down? Isn't it supposed to be passive?" "System, well, I am doing this for your own good." Guoxiaoxiao, "Forget it. You have always been a source of trouble, and I have grown accustomed to it. Moreover, the healing spell cannot be interrupted at this moment." Guoxiaoxiao wished to test the waters and see if she could uncover any bugs. She crouched beside Mixon, examining his injuries. Alas, the sight was grim, despite treatment. The wounds remained ghastly. Fresh blood had begun to flow again. Monet gazed at her in bewilderment but could only offer words of comfort, assuring her that he would not succumb to his injuries. Meanwhile, Mikkel approached with a halved gourd bowl filled with water. As Monet began the task of cleaning the bloodstains from Mixon's body, Guoxiaoxiao took the basin, scooped half a ladle of cool water into her hands, and the icy sensation invigorated her. While Mikkel remained oblivious to Guoxiaoxiao's intentions, she invoked her healing spell. With her hand directed towards the water in the gourd, a vibrant green radiance flickered, and the surface of the water revealed a glowing magical array, its extraordinary colors dancing beneath Guoxiaoxiao's touch. Monet, who appeared elderly and weary, transitioned from a state of calm indifference to one of astonished disbelief as he beheld her conjuring an array-like manifestation. Stunned, he pondered, was she a female sorceress of great power? The magical array shimmered for a brief moment before extinguishing, leaving the water once again as an ordinary source. Monet marveled, "You possess magic. How remarkable." Guoxiaoxiao replied, "Yes. I have a modest grasp of it." Guo Xiaoxiao spoke unnaturally, choosing not to provide further explanation. She could not disclose that the system she possessed could complete tasks for her. Time was of the essence, and concealment was imperative. Monet did not delve deeper into the matter. With such a female presence in the tribe, how could they not rise to prominence? He gazed intently at the clear water within the gourd. And then, Xiaoxiao? Guo Xiaoxiao lifted the gourd and said, I have employed a healing spell in the water. Let us give it a try and see if it yields any effect. First, let us help him to his feet, Guo Xiaoxiao said, urging Monet and Mikkel to assist in lifting Mike's son, gently prying his mouth open to administer a small amount of water. As anticipated, mere moments later, the gaping wounds on Mike's son's body began to mend, and his disoriented mind slowly regained clarity. The effect was remarkable as Mike's son awoke, still dazed. He beheld the group surrounding him. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the vivid crimson wounds adorning his body and recalled the brutal ambush by the Black Tooth tribe, who had pillaged their provisions and captured the females. Damn it! Such a grudge would never dissipate without retribution. He exerted himself and winced in pain once more. Is Mike's son all right? Indeed, Mike's son replied, rising to his feet, feeling considerably improved, albeit still in discomfort. He was more concerned about Guo Xiaoxiao's well-being than his own injuries. Xiaoxiao, how are you? Are you frightened? Noticing Mike's son's recovery, Guo Xiaoxiao straightened her posture and reassured him, I am fine. Do not move. Rest for a while. I will fetch water for the wounded orcs outside. As she stood to grab the gourd, Mikkel swiftly intervened. I will go. You stay with Mike's son. Monet nodded in agreement. Xiaoxiao, do not expose yourself. If the orcs from the Black Tooth tribe return and see you in such beauty, they would undoubtedly take you away. Mike's son concurred with Monet's caution, relieved he had not ventured out with the females. Otherwise, his striking appearance would have certainly drawn unwanted attention. Very well then. Guo Xiaoxiao remained by Mixon's side, recalling an urgent matter. As she had traveled, she had not encountered Songju. Where's Songju? She inquired. Mixon's expression grew somber. And after a moment's hesitation, he responded, he was captured by the Reverse Star Ring orcs and taken to the Sishui tribe. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a jolt of anxiety. Something must have gone awry. No wonder she had not seen Songju. Was he in danger? What was the purpose of the Reverse Star Ring's incursion into the Sishui tribe? Were they there to seize food and abduct females? Indeed. Songju had agreed to the same terms as the Yushan tribe in exchange for peace. Such deception was intolerable. Guo Xiaoxiao was incensed. Recognizing that the Orcish horde had nefarious intentions, their brazen invasion of another tribe to plunder resources was akin to banditry, even in a world dominated by beasts. Such oppression was unbearable. Was Songju unharmed? Mikeson remarked that he was being carried away by the tiger beasts, an intimidation tactic against the Sishui tribe's orcs. How utterly despicable. Were they not thugs? Their actions were reminiscent of organized crime. Guo Xiaoxiao's heart raced with concern. Could Songju endure without her healing? Her anxiety was futile. Both Songju and Mikeson, the tribe's strongest fighters, were incapacitated. Should she rush in, all she could offer would be compassion and warmth. Monet, unable to devise a viable strategy, quietly stepped out to aid the fallen orcs. In just one day, news of the brutal slaughter of the two strongest tribes, Sishui and Yushan, spread across the southern continent. A new tribe had risen, the Black Tooth tribe, the most formidable in the south, boasting the highest number of females. This tribe was not bound by a fixed race or kin, but comprised various Orcish factions. They proclaimed that the Black Tooth tribe was abundant in food and females, welcoming two-star ring orcs and females to join, revealing their ambitions for dominance. After several days, when the tumult had subsided, Guo Xiaoxiao, wrapped in animal skins, accompanied Mikeson back to the Sishui tribe. Mikeson had been consuming the healing waters crafted by Guo Xiaoxiao daily and was nearing complete recovery. His rapid healing astonished even Monet, far surpassing the efficacy of the finest herbs. Day by day, as she utilized her healing spells, exhausting her own vitality, Guo Xiaoxiao also consumed some of her elixirs, initially believing they would invigorate her and alleviate her fatigue. Unfortunately, the limitations of her abilities persisted, leaving her weary. She could only employ her healing thrice a day to avoid overexertion. After several days of diligent practice, her healing art finally advanced to the level of severe injury recovery. Acquiring the skill without further energy expenditure, Guo Xiaoxiao, not daring to waste a moment, promptly enhanced the healing water, securing the gourd upon her person. She urged Mikeson to hasten to the Sui Water tribe. Such a significant event had unfolded, and yet Songju had not sought her out for days. He had yet to find a partner. Under normal circumstances, he would have flown to her side immediately. If it were not for his severe injuries rendering him immobile, Guo Xiaoxiao could hardly fathom a reason for Cangzhu's absence. Meixin understood Guo Xiaoxiao's lack of excessive concern and directly led her to the arid expanse in front of the Sui water tribe. The desolate wasteland was devoid of any paths leading to the elevated plains. Cangzhu, in his misguided wisdom, had sealed off the narrow trail, fearing Meixin would come searching for him. Now, Meixin, unable to fly, found himself utterly unable to ascend the smooth terrain, which offered no handholds. Only modern climbing equipment with nails would suffice. Meixin let out a furious roar towards the sky, alerting the eagle beasts above. Descending were not mere ordinary beastmen, but two of the 3-star rank. Since the Black Tooth tribe had ravaged them, all their guards had been promoted to the 3-star and 2-star ranks, while the common beastmen were relegated to fetching water and hunting. Within a week, food supplies would plummet drastically. Now, they were hunting frantically to compensate for the food shortage. The 2 eagle beasts that descended recognized Meixin. Meixin, it is currently inconvenient for outsiders to enter the Sui water tribe. You must leave at once. Guo Xiaoxiao shed the animal skin draped around her and addressed them. I am the female that Cangzhu brought back last time. Do you still remember me? Guo Xiaoxiao struggles to remember them. However, if they had dined together in the garden, the male should be able to recall her visage. Upon encountering Guo Xiaoxiao, the 2 eagle beasts indeed transformed back into human form. You are that enchanting female, one remarked. Have you come to seek a mate for Cangzhu? Not at this moment, she replied, for he is incapable of forming a bond. He cannot even move. Was her visit solely for this purpose? What a notion. Guo Xiaoxiao patted the gourd at her side and replied with exasperation, I am here to see him, and I have brought healing potions. Should he be gravely injured, this elixir will ensure his recovery. One eagle beast fixated on Guo Xiaoxiao's gourd. Is this the healing potion? Yes, it is specially formulated and highly effective. A single sip can mend most wounds. The Sui Shui tribe, much like the Yushan tribe, had been completely stripped of their medicinal herbs, leaving not a single root behind. They are astute, having hoarded their food in the garden while discreetly concealing the herbs from Arthur's distribution. In recent days, the injured orcs from the Sui Shui tribe have managed to persevere solely on their own, much like Cangzhu, who suffered significant injuries and has been in a coma for several days. Is that truly so? Where did this potion originate? After the previous blow, they have grown quite wary. The tribe cannot endure another attack. This time, the leader of the Yushan tribe, Meixin, has also arrived. Meixin, robust and unscathed, approached with a female, claiming to offer healing potions. Could they be seeking to take advantage of their plight? The female had previously acknowledged that both males were hers. Yet the Sui Shui and Yushan tribes have long harbored mutual disdain. The 2 eagle beasts felt powerless and dared not lead them upward. Please wait here. I shall consult with a Luo, they said, transforming into majestic eagles and soaring to greater heights. Meixin too shifted from lion beast to human form. Let me deliver the potions directly to them. They may use them as they see fit. There is no need for me to traverse the forest to arrive here. Encountering the Haichi tribe would certainly spell trouble. Guo Xiaoxiao enveloped herself in animal hides once more. If you were to send it, they would hardly greet you with kindness. The Black Tooth tribe has already pillaged the area, and it is likely they will not return. It matters not, Mixin. Upon hearing Guo Xiaoxiao's words, Mixin felt an inexplicable sorrow welling within him. He grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's hand and uttered, I am sorry for not taking better care of you, causing you to endure such suffering. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head, aware that Meixin was not particularly articulate, yet he exhibited great attentiveness, always expressing concern for her. After a brief pause, a Luo actively descended, for their most pressing issue was the scarcity of medicine, while other provisions could still be sustained for the time being. The absence of herbs was prolonging the recovery of the injured. Upon hearing the report from the orcs, a Luo approached, and from his elevated vantage point, he spotted Meixin and Guo Xiaoxiao. Transforming into a majestic eagle, he swooped down and landed gracefully before them. Ah, little female, you have arrived, along with Chief Meixin. He exclaimed, Guo Xiaoxiao, hello, I am here to see Cangzhu. A Luo, with a pained expression, he is gravely injured. Just now, Meixin mentioned that the healing potion you brought is truly a blessing. We are immensely grateful to you. Guo Xiaoxiao lifted the gourd and waved it in front of Aloe. Do not hesitate, just take a sip, and you will feel better instantly. Please, lead us up. Aloe, having no time to discern the appearance of the potion described by Guo Xiaoxiao, summoned 2 orc warriors to transform into majestic eagle beasts, carrying Guo Xiaoxiao and Meixin upwards. Hurry, hurry. Guo Xiaoxiao rode upon the back of the eagle beast, while Mixin grasped its talon, suspended above. The duo ascended into the skies. their varied stances reflecting their resolve. The Sishui tribe, once radiant, now found each orc burdened by disillusionment after enduring numerous hardships. Their injuries lingered, leaving them despondent and unable to regain their former vigor. The Yushan tribe's circumstances were scarcely more favorable, aside from those who were recovering and hunting with fervor. Every orc was stifled by an unexpressed frustration. In the first volume, Chapter 58, titled Song Ju Dreams of a Partner, Arthur contemplated Guo Xiaoxiao's undergarments. Meanwhile, Song Ju lay upon a fur mat, his eyes closed. Over the past few days, the only assistance Aluo could provide was to repeatedly wet furs with water to cool him down and cleanse his wounds, though with little effect. Song Ju relied solely on his orc healing ability, the 4-star ring, for self-repair, a lengthy process for one who struggled even to eat. As Guo Xiaoxiao stepped into the room, she was immediately struck by the metallic scent of blood. Approaching for a closer inspection, she discovered that Song Ju's abdomen was oozing a dark, viscous blood that refused to be cleansed. The wound would not scab over, nor could it heal. And his face was ashen, devoid of any trace of color, indicating that the injury had persisted for several days. Guo Xiaoxiao was utterly terrified and hastily inquired, "Was it even more horrifying than the incident with Mixin? What has happened?" In our tribe, females are a rarity. One female, unwilling to depart with the Black-Tooth tribe, was forcibly restrained by Song Ju, who was then ambushed by their clansmen wielding bone knives. He sustained a fatal wound to his abdomen, and I am powerless to provide him with the necessary treatment. I can only delay his fate. Guo Xiaoxiao observed the grievous state of Song Ju's abdomen, blood flowing profusely from a deep wound that exposed bone. The pain must be excruciating. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have succumbed long ago. Fortunately, being a beast man endowed him with remarkable endurance, for he still clung to life. Without delay, Mixin took Guo Xiaoxiao's flask of healing elixir, opened it, and raised Song Ju's head to pour its contents into his mouth. This liquid was an upgraded version of the severe injury healing potion, boasting enhanced efficacy. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Song Ju, who had been on the brink of death, opened his eyes as the wound on his abdomen healed at a visibly rapid pace, his complexion returning to a vibrant and lustrous hue, nearly restored to health. Truly remarkable. The healing properties of this potion exceeded those of the basic variant by a significant margin. Upon seeing Guo Xiaoxiao, Song Ju was momentarily taken aback. How could his little female be here? "Song Ju, you're awake." Aluo sighed in relief at Song Ju's revival, having been consumed with worry during this time, fearing that Song Ju might not endure. He then turned his gaze curiously towards the flask, pondering the nature of this miraculous liquid that facilitated such rapid recovery. What herbs could have been used to create it? Was it a unique secret formula of the Yushan tribe? "Xiaoxiao," Song Ju managed to utter with great difficulty, his throat raspy and voice deep, reminiscent of a cracked bell, evoking a sense of heaviness in the hearts of those who listened. Guo Xiaoxiao felt quite uncomfortable upon hearing Song Ju's feeble voice. She was not adept at offering consolation and could only attempt to utter some comforting words. "Song Ju, please refrain from speaking. Your health is of utmost importance." Suddenly, Song Ju's eyes widened in realization, as if a thought had struck him. He swiftly sat up and enveloped Guo Xiaoxiao in his arms. Before Aluo and Mixin could react, Song Ju had already pressed Guo Xiaoxiao onto the mat, his lips fervently meeting hers. The kiss was intense, as if he sought to pour forth all the yearning that resided within him. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a wave of dizziness from the kiss and instinctively pushed against Song Ju's chest, yet he disregarded her resistance and deepened the kiss. Awakening to such a situation made Guo Xiaoxiao unreservedly slap him. Song Ju evaded the blow with a mischievous grin, seizing her hand and playfully licking his tongue. "How disgusting!" Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of curses. "I should have let you perish." To which Song Ju replied, "That is indeed quite genuine." Guo Xiaoxiao, "What?" Song Ju, "Thank the beast god, I have died, allowing me to indulge in a beautiful dream." "Xiaoxiao, hurry and find a partner. I couldn't achieve that while alive. But perhaps in death, I can experience it once." As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss Guo Xiaoxiao's neck, provoking her ire. With her free hand, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "You scoundrel, who wants to be your partner? If you dare touch me again, I shall render you incapable." Song Ju seized her, teasing, "Even in a dream, you remain mischievous. Make sure to call out loudly. I wish to hear you." Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Damn it. Who is in the dream? Clearly, I am awake and about to lose my temper." At that moment, Mike's son, unable to bear the situation any longer, grasped Song Ju by the nape of his neck and hoisted him up, speaking in a hushed tone, "Do not bully Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to rise from the animal hide and discreetly positioned herself behind Aluo. Aluo wore a look of exasperation. Mind your image. You are the chieftain of the Sui Shui tribe. Do not bring disgrace upon yourself. Song Ju suddenly realized, observing the familiar duo Mixin, Aluo. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the faint scar on his abdomen. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to his injuries. He was alive and well. In the moments leading up to his unconsciousness, he had been convinced of his impending demise, yet here he was, returned to consciousness. Songju noticed Guo Xiaoxiao hiding behind Aluo. She huffed, turning her head away from him, her face marred by his saliva, a rather unpleasant sight indeed. Mixin inquired with an air of irritation, "What has happened to you?" Songju touched his abdomen, discovering that all wounds had vanished, leaving only the faintest trace of the most severe injury, soon to disappear entirely. There was no pain, and he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. "I am perfectly fine now," he declared. Guo Xiaoxiao replied, "Of course, I have worked diligently to achieve this upgrade. If you happen to collide with it, consider yourself fortunate." Song Ju felt a pang in his heart and contemplated embracing Guo Xiaoxiao. "Get away, do not come near," he protested. Song Ju awkwardly began to apologize. "Xiaoxiao, please forgive me. I thought I was dreaming and never imagined I would still be alive." Aluo intervened, recounting everything that had transpired to Songju. Upon hearing about such a miraculous potion, he became exceedingly intrigued, peering into the gourd and sniffing it before declaring, "It is merely ordinary water. Are you certain you have not made a mistake?" Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling discontent, seized the gourd and held it close to her chest. "If you choose to disbelieve, so be it. My goodwill is wasted, akin to a fool's errand to aid you." Upon hearing this, Songju promptly offered an apology. "I'm truly sorry, Xiaoxiao. I did not intend for that to happen." "I believe you, I truly do." Aluo interjected, "Dear female, do not stoop to his level. Hand over the gourd to me. I shall tend to the wounds of our kin, if you would be so kind." Guo Xiaoxiao handed the gourd to Aloe, earnestly explaining its use. "Let each injured orc take a sip, no more than that. The effect remains the same regardless of quantity, so let's conserve it. If we run short later, I shall bring more." "Thank you. I am truly grateful," Aloe exclaimed, nearly brought to tears. For several consecutive days, he had not slept, fervently praying that his kin would survive and weather the storm together. At last, a miracle had manifested. Songju stealthily approached Guo Xiaoxiao, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "My female is truly remarkable. She even knows to come and save me. I did not make the wrong choice." Guo Xiaoxiao brushed off the hand that Songju had placed upon her shoulder, exclaiming, "Who would care to rescue you? It's utterly embarrassing." Songju, however, clung to Guo Xiaoxiao, asserting, "I shall not relent. I like you, and you like me, so let us be companions." Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, as he never ceased to forget this matter. Intentionally, she declared, "I do not harbor any affection for you. You might as well seek companionship with other females." Songju wore a pitiable expression, reminiscent of a wronged little wife. "Please, Xiaoxiao, you cannot abandon me." Aluo, unable to bear the scene, cast a disdainful glance at Songju. "Well, I shall take my leave. I need to distribute the potions to them. You may do as you please." A crisis was temporarily averted. Meanwhile, in the prosperous Black-Tooth tribe, a bonfire was being held. Arthur stood alone at the edge of a cliff, letting the wind tousle his hair. In his hand, he clutched a piece of lace lingerie, the very one Guo Xiaoxiao cherished, adorned with black lace trimmings. After contemplating it for quite some time, Arthur remained puzzled. Was it made of animal hide? The two circular shapes felt soft and inviting, and as he brought it closer to his nose, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. He tugged at the shoulder straps, noting their elasticity, and mused, "What on earth is this?" Volume 1, Chapter 59, She Fears Pain. Remember to be gentle, slow, and use this. During the last raid on the Yushan tribe, the secluded cave of Meixin was discovered by orcs, who stumbled upon Guo Xiaoxiao's suitcase. They took a moment to examine it curiously, for it was an unfamiliar sight, and ultimately decided to relocate it alongside the herbs. Arthur returned to the stone house to inventory the spoils of war, assessing the usable herbs. When he stumbled upon Guo Xiaoxiao's suitcase, a peculiar box piqued his curiosity. Within minutes, thanks to his remarkable intellect, he unzipped it without violence. As the box opened, an array of bizarre items was revealed: a laptop, a mobile phone, charging cables, socks, and clothing. What are these? Arthur was intrigued by the novelty of the items, and though he did not comprehend their purpose, he felt compelled to investigate. He reached inside the suitcase, handling each item with care, until he finally grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's delicate undergarment. He examined it closely, pondering, is this made of small animal hide? Why are there 2 holes? Raising it with 2 fingers. He deemed it too small for practical use and casually stowed it in his leather pouch. The next item was foreboding. It was soft and possessed a pleasant texture. A droplet of water dripped from above, landing precisely on the sponge-like material, which absorbed it instantly. Arthur took note. Indeed, though the material is unclear, it exhibits absorbent qualities, ideal for wiping sweat and blood during battle. He left the remaining garments untouched and closed the suitcase. Then, the festivities of the Black Tooth tribe commenced. Growing weary of the commotion, he clutched the ominous item in his hand and retreated to the cliff's edge to continue his contemplation. Xiao. Songju was no longer a concern. Return with me. The Sui Shui tribe was filled with eagle beasts, lacking familiar scents, and Meixin was quite restless, eager to depart. Upon witnessing Songju brimming with vitality, bounding and leaping with exuberance, Guo Xiaoxiao remarked, I shall heed your words. Let us return home. However, upon hearing that Guo Xiaoxiao intended to depart, Songju was less than pleased. Why should they leave so soon, especially when the matter at hand remained unresolved? He leapt to the door, blocking the exit. Hey, wait a moment. If you are to leave, why must you take Xiaoxiao with you? Turning to Guo Xiaoxiao, he feigned discomfort. I suddenly feel quite unwell. My entire body aches, my back hurts, and my stomach is in distress. Perhaps my injuries have yet to heal. Xiaoxiao, would you be so kind as to stay and care for me for a few days? After all, I am your partner. I can accommodate you just as well as he can. As he spoke, Songju leaned against the wooden wall, appearing to struggle, as if his wounds had reopened and he was not quite himself. Songju's intentions were clear. He sought to retain Guo Xiaoxiao in the tribe, not merely as a companion, but with the intent of forming a bond. Yet, Guo Xiaoxiao saw through his charade, recognizing the true motive behind his act of pretense. Enough of this. I shall honor my promise, she resolved. Gently, she touched Meixin's wrist, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she suggested, Meixin, perhaps you should return first. Meixin, aware that what was destined to happen would eventually unfold, felt a pang of reluctance in his heart as he replied to Guo Xiaoxiao. Do not feel compelled to force yourself. Guo Xiaoxiao remarked, there's no need to force it. I am simply afraid for you. Mixin sighed and gently caressed Guo Xiaoxiao's silky long hair, fully aware that she would never have a companion like him. He turned his gaze towards Songju, his expression laden with complexity as he cautioned, be gentle in your movements, restrain your intensity, and do not inflict any harm upon her. She is quite sensitive to pain. When you enter, proceed with utmost slowness. Guo Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she smacked Mixin on the back. Don't spout nonsense. Is this the kind of matter one can casually discuss? Mixin scratched his head and chuckled. I was merely concerned for you. Since we are destined to become partners, I must inform Songju of what he ought to be mindful of, lest you find yourself in a predicament like last time. Stop. Just stop. Don't say another word. Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, utterly embarrassed. The words sounded almost flirtatious, yet upon reflection, they seemed to hold a grain of truth. Overwhelmed by shyness, she had made her decision. At worst, she would endure the pain once again. Perhaps the second time would not be as excruciating, she thought optimistically. Songju could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of becoming partners with Guo Xiaoxiao. How splendid it would be. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived, filling his heart with joy. He had always hoped to have offspring with Guo Xiaoxiao, and now that dream was within reach. Thus, he felt an urgency to seize the moment. Moving aside to open the door, he declared without ceremony, Mixin, you should head back. Xiaoxiao will be well taken care of in my tribe, so stop worrying unnecessarily. Ignoring Songju, Mixin bid farewell to Guo Xiaoxiao. I'm leaving now, Xiaoxiao. I'll come to fetch you tomorrow. Songju interjected, clearly displeased. Tomorrow? Don't even think about it. Come back in 50 or 60 days. Mixin, slightly irked, retorted. Songju asserted, I am her mate. Even if she resides with me in the future, you have no right to take her away. Mixin stepped forward, locking eyes with Songju in a fierce stare. What if I were to take her away right now? Songju, unwilling to back down, prepared for a confrontation. Go ahead and try. Not again. Guo Xiaoxiao quickly intervened, separating the two men to prevent any altercation. It was best to keep a distance, and she gently patted Mixin's chest to calm him down. All right, let us not argue. We will discuss future matters later. Just listen to me. Mixin stepped back, his gaze softening as he met Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes. Songju huffed in irritation. Guo Xiaoxiao's small gestures of comfort only served to aggravate him further. She always seemed to favor Mixin, leaving Song Ju standing within their future family in jeopardy. Mixon looked back at Song Ju with disdain. Since Xiaoxiao has spoken, we shall address this later. Song Ju scoffed, silently rebelling against the suggestion. It was only logical that both men were her mates. Furthermore, the Sui Shui tribe was far more defensible than Yushan. Mixon exchanged another glance with Guo Xiaoxiao before approaching the door. He paused, turning to Song Ju and said, "Step outside for a moment." His tone was not one of provocation, yet Song Ju, feeling impatient, followed him out. "Are we about to fight again?" Guo Xiaoxiao listened intently to the sounds within the room, ready to intervene should a quarrel arise. However, all remained tranquil, with only the soft murmurs of conversation reaching her ears. She strained to decipher their whispered dialogue, perplexed as to why they would speak in hushed tones behind her back. Shortly thereafter, Song Ju entered, cheerfully brandishing a small pouch made of animal hide. Guo Xiaoxiao immediately inquired, "What did Mixon say to you?" Song Ju replied, "He told me to be gentle tonight and not to cause you any pain." Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Guo Xiaoxiao averted her gaze from Song Ju's eyes and queried, "Then why discuss it without me?" With an air of mystery, Song Ju produced several vibrant green leaves from the pouch, resembling maple leaves but radiating a brilliant emerald hue. These are Shunwei leaves. They can be applied to enhance comfort and provide a cooling sensation. Understanding dawned on Guo Xiaoxiao as she recalled the discomfort of that fateful night. She picked up a leaf, and in an instant, a cool sensation enveloped her, revealing that Mixon had indeed used this substance. Unbeknownst to her, memories of that evening's intimate caresses flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. She hastily set the leaf aside and sought to divert the conversation, saying, "Put that away. Go check on your kin and see if the potion I provided has taken effect." Song Ju, recognizing her shyness, found her utterly endearing. He grasped her hand with his warm, large one, enveloping her slender fingers, igniting a surge of warmth within him, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. "Xiaoxiao, Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback and struggled to free herself, exclaiming, "I am hungry." Song Ju awkwardly cleared his throat, suggesting, "Let us wait until evening." Volume 1, Chapter 60. Song Ju possessed an array of charms, leaving the female protagonist momentarily stunned by his commendable physique. Guo Xiaoxiao's gourd water proved remarkably effective. The injured orc was miraculously healed. A true marvel. Aloe concealed himself in a corner, discreetly pouring out a small amount of the water, repeatedly exploring its mysteries. Regardless of whether he inhaled its scent or observed its hue, it appeared no different from ordinary water. He extended his tongue to taste a minuscule portion. Finding no trace of medicinal flavor, it was evidently plain, clear water. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how, after decades of practicing medicine, he could not fathom what water possessed such extraordinary healing properties. Resolving not to squander it, he returned the liquid to the gourd and subsequently sought the whereabouts of Song Ju and Guo Xiaoxiao in the wooden cottage. The room was desolate, devoid of any presence. How curious! Where could they have gone? He leapt from the great tree and ventured outside in search of them, only to behold Song Ju approaching. Cradling Guo Xiaoxiao in his arms, he embraced her shoulder, striding proudly along the path, while Guo Xiaoxiao bore an expression of utter desolation. Observing their intimate demeanor, Aloe surmised that interrupting them now would only spoil the moment. Thus, he turned away, opting to inquire later. Enough is enough. What must others think upon witnessing such a scene? As the chieftain, should you not be concerned for your kin? You have only just awakened. Yet you cling to me without fear of their judgment. Guo Xiaoxiao shook off Song Ju's arm, murmuring under her breath. Song Ju chuckled and remarked, "I intentionally allowed them to see." Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Must everyone take a tour?" Song Ju, radiant with the splendor of spring, replied, "Not only should others see us, but the entire tribe must know that we are partners." Song Ju's audacity was becoming increasingly brazen, prompting Guo Xiaoxiao to push him away, declaring, "Keep your distance. This is utterly embarrassing." With that, she swiftly took off running, and Song Ju chased after her. "Oh no, I twisted my leg." Song Ju suddenly cried out. "Ah!" Guo Xiaoxiao halted her steps and turned around, gazing at him with a look of perplexity. There stood Song Ju, his legs bent and hands clasped around his knees. His facial features contorted in a grimace, as if he were genuinely injured. Observing his rugged exterior, one could not help but find it rather incongruous that he appeared so fragile. Guo Xiaoxiao leaned closer to him, expressing her concern. "What happened?" "You were fine just a moment ago." Song Ju, unable to rise, replied, "I cannot fathom it myself. Suddenly, an inexplicable ache has seized me. I cannot endure it any longer, Xiaoxiao. Please assist me in sitting down to rest." Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly knelt down to assist him. gently guiding him to sit on the ground. Bear with it a moment. I shall help you with a gentle massage. It may be a sprain. Guo Xiaoxiao spoke while gently massaging his calves. Taking advantage of the moment, Songju grasped her fingers, playfully caressing their tips. When Guo Xiaoxiao attempted to withdraw her hand, he firmly held it in place. Something felt amiss. Songju maintained his pained expression and said, "If you continue to massage, I will undoubtedly feel much better. Please, do not cease." Was this genuine? Guo Xiaoxiao suspected he might be up to his usual tricks, yet upon witnessing his evident suffering, she could not bear to disregard him and decided to believe his words. Continuing the massage, Songju reveled in the sensation of Guo Xiaoxiao's fingers gliding over his knees, feeling an overwhelming pleasure. This tactile experience was undeniably enticing. He secretly entertained thoughts of overpowering Guo Xiaoxiao, becoming increasingly restless as he guided her hand toward a more intimate area. "Hey!" Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, immediately retracting her hand. Songju smirked. "Weren't you supposed to assist me?" Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with indignation, lamented the old tricks of Songju, that despicable rogue. "Release me. I shall not press further," she declared. "Regardless of where I apply pressure, it all results in pain." Yet, Songju, shameless and unrepentant, pointed at his waist. "I shall ignore you. You lecherous fiend devoid of shame." Upon finishing her words, Guo Xiaoxiao rose abruptly, her temper flaring as she turned to leave. She chastised herself for having placed her trust in him. Yet, after just a few steps, she stumbled upon a mortifying scene. The two of them were not alone. The tribe had gathered outside, with many orcs idly chatting and waiting for their turn to hunt. Every moment of their earlier exchange had been witnessed, and the onlookers were so engrossed that they seemed to forget to breathe. With the scarcity of females, and many being single, the orcs watched their performance with keen interest. Some of the younger orcs reacted with enthusiasm. A few males sitting beneath a great tree were the first to break the silence, whistling loudly. "Why don't you two just become a couple right here?" One jested. "Female, how about I join in? I can last longer than Songju." Another added, "That slender waist might not withstand much." Laughter erupted among the orcs, their crude banter filling the air. The gazes directed at Songju were tinged with envy. Such a beautiful and gentle female, when would they have their chance? The orcs of the Sui Shui tribe were indeed crude, while those of the Yushan tribe were known for their honesty. Guo Xiaoxiao's worldview has shattered, leaving her yearning to find a crevice in the earth to hide away. Standing there, biting her lip, unable to utter a single word. With an unwavering demeanor, Songju responded nonchalantly, "You might as well spare your efforts. Anyone who dares to snatch her away, I shall eliminate without hesitation. Our dear Xiaoxiao is exceedingly fragile. My presence alone suffices." Guo Xiaoxiao cast him a disdainful glance, delivering a kick at Songju, inwardly lamenting that it was all his fault, yet he dared to speak so carelessly. Songju feigned ignorance, asking, "Xiaoxiao, why did you kick me? Look, it's swollen again. Why not give it another massage for me?" Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, her patience wearing thin. Unable to endure any longer, she exclaimed, "Can you not be so childish? I want to leave this wretched place." She had reached her limit. Songju understood that if he continued to tease her, he would only end up in trouble. Reluctantly, he conceded, "All right, I won't cause any more trouble. Be careful not to exhaust yourself." "I was just joking," he said, pleading. Unbeknownst to him, the beseeching look in his captivating phoenix eyes melted her heart. "Xiaoxiao, let us return to the wooden cabin," he suggested, taking her hand. This time, however, Guo Xiaoxiao resisted. Still simmering with anger, she coldly replied, "Do not touch me. Go away. I was wrong. I truly regret it. I promise I won't behave like this again," Songju said, looking at her with a charming, conciliatory gaze. However, Guo Xiaoxiao remained indifferent, declaring, "I no longer believe you. Return me to the Yushan tribe and do not seek me out again." He sighed, realizing he may have overstepped. Songju earnestly assured her, "All right, Xiaoxiao, please give me one more chance." He leaned closer to her ear, his voice gentle and soothing, akin to the most enchanting melody plucking at her heartstrings, rendering her emotions tender and pliable. Observing her hesitation, Songju seized the moment, confessing, "I truly cherish you. My actions are merely to capture your attention. I fear that if you turn to Mixin, I shall fade from your sight." Guo Xiaoxiao bowed her head in silence, feeling despondent. It was evident that he was truly exceptional. The orcs surrounding them urged, "Dear female, please forgive him. He loves you deeply. If you were to leave him, he would be driven to madness. Consider it an act of mercy." Another chimed in, "Indeed, he is so lonely. What will he do if you depart?" The crowd's chatter was interspersed with playful banter, demonstrating their camaraderie and indirectly revealing that Songju was quite well liked. Guo Xiaoxiao felt increasingly flustered amidst the multitude. It was overwhelming. She urged everyone to return to the wooden cabin. Song Ju, brimming with excitement, lifted her into his arms and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Come, let us return to our nest." Guo Xiaoxiao bashfully tapped his chest, her shy and demure demeanor truly captivating to Song Ju. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Song Ju hurried to the courtyard to fetch the roasted large black beast, which was the meat of a wild boar, tearing off a piece and offering it to her. "Taste my culinary skills." Guo Xiaoxiao took the meat, sampled a bite, and to her surprise, it was quite delightful. It possessed a flavor distinct from that of the meat roasted by the Mixin tribe, with a more fragrant and slightly salty essence, which he found rather pleasing. Seeing her praise, Song Ju beamed with joy, encouraging her to indulge further. The two of them engaged in a hearty feast, with Song Ju persistently urging Guo Xiaoxiao to eat more. However, her appetite was not comparable to that of an ordinary female. Typically, a female would consume well over 200. With 180 pounds considered a slim figure, naturally leading to a larger appetite. She simply could not manage such quantities. Realizing Guo Xiaoxiao's limitations, Song Ju finished the remaining wild boar meat and was then instructed by her to wash up by the river. Initially reluctant to comply, he relented upon her declaration that refusal would mean no partnership. During Song Ju's absence, Guo Xiaoxiao accessed the system task interface. A new task had refreshed, presenting an intermediate mission to increase food reserves for the orcs, with a reward of skill enhancement and 6 bottles of seasoning. This was promising, and she accepted the task. There were also unfinished tasks involving corn that coincided with this intermediate mission. Song Ju swiftly returned from his wash, entirely drenched, his hair dripping with water, and his muscular physique distinctly outlined. The legendary dog waist and long legs combined to exude an undeniable charm. Guo Xiaoxiao found herself swallowing hard, her cheeks flushed, and her heart racing fervently as if it might leap from her chest. Unlike her earlier impulsive encounter with Mixin, she now possessed the experience to appreciate a man with composure. The words mighty and imposing echoed in her mind, yet this was Song Ju, and she found herself entertaining unexpected thoughts about him. Observing Guo Xiaoxiao's dazed expression, Song Ju felt elated. "Xiaoxiao, are you captivated by my robust physique?" he inquired, drawing closer in a teasing manner. "Ah?" Guo Xiaoxiao, preoccupied, averted her gaze and murmured incoherently, "Not at all." P.S. In the next chapter, it will be the turn of the bad boy, Song Ju, to indulge. Volume 1, Chapter 61. A successful feast and a night of joy. Health flourishes in every aspect. Song Ju longed to embrace her, but Guo Xiaoxiao deftly evaded him. "Wait a moment, it's still too early. Let us speak once they have all succumbed to slumber." Concerned about the orc spies from the Shui tribe lurking in the shadows, Guo Xiaoxiao decided to bide her time until the late hours. The two sat wide awake upon the animal hide, finally awaiting the arrival of midnight. The cacophony from outside had faded, replaced solely by the serenade of nocturnal insects. Song Ju lightly nudged Guo Xiaoxiao with his wrist. "Surely it is late enough now?" "Not yet. I must go and take a look." Guo Xiaoxiao wished to investigate, for she could not bear the humiliation of being eavesdropped. Song Ju, feeling helpless, had no choice but to accompany her outside the wooden cabin to examine the situation. Before long, they indeed discerned 2 shadowy figures stealthily approaching. Those inquisitive orcs Guo Xiaoxiao had mentioned. It was evident that they were anticipating some occurrence that day, and some restless orcs, unable to contain their curiosity, were tempted to scale the corner of the wall to alleviate their solitude. Observing their furtive approach towards the cabin, Song Ju, irritated by their disruption of his bathing, had previously issued a warning that none were to eavesdrop today. With a lack of amusement, he brusquely commanded them to leave, threatening, "Get down, or I shall make you regret it." The orcs, driven by their inherent curiosity, were startled by his sudden outburst, causing them to stumble and fall clumsily to the ground. Clambering back to their feet, they hastily declared, "We are leaving. We made a mistake." The 2 creatures immediately begged for mercy, scrambling away in a flurry. Song Ju, disinterested in their antics, returned to the cabin with Guo Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao no longer wishes to take a mate. She truly detests the notion of being observed during copulation. The male beasts of the tribe, much like Song Ju, lack any decorum and are certain to strike back unexpectedly. Guo Xiaoxiao declared to Song Ju, "I will not mate with you. Let us seek a union in the cave of Mixin next time, for this place is far too inconvenient." "Very well, we shall copulate in Mixin's lair next time," he replied, "but today you must remain with me." Regardless of her refusal, nothing could impede Song Ju's advance toward her. "Calm down, please," Guo Xiaoxiao implored. Songju chuckled. Do you not fancy me? That is not the case. Then pray tell, why do you refuse me? I fear the prying eyes of others. Guo Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze to the floor, while Songju lifted his chin, reassuring her, do not worry, they would not dare to come. How do you know? She inquired. It is merely a guess, he replied. Songju was not one to wait. A feverish heat coursed through him, and his eyes blazed with intensity as he forcefully captured her, sealing her lips with his. Guo Xiaoxiao's mouth was silenced, emitting soft whimpers. Songju's arms tightened around her slender waist, feeling her fragility, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Xiao, your essence is truly exquisite, irresistible, he murmured as his lips glided down her cheek, effortlessly eliciting her response. Her skin was pale and delicate, glowing with a lustrous sheen under the dim light. Songju's breath grew increasingly rapid. Xiao, I cannot contain myself any longer, he growled. Guo Xiaoxiao bit her lip, enduring the sensation. Though the pain was overwhelming, she refrained from struggling. He turned her around, positioning her back to him, allowing him to possess her. Evidently, she could not withstand it. Songju applied a soothing balm, demonstrating his self-taught prowess, which belied his novice status, for this was indeed his domain. Guo Xiaoxiao, utterly exhausted and devoid of strength, succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Upon occasionally opening her eyes, she was greeted once more by the magnified visage of his handsome face, fervently reveling in her presence. Truly, he was an orc of remarkable prowess, a testament to his formidable vitality. The battle raged on until noon the following day, shattering Mixon's record, and it was only by evening that Guo Xiaoxiao stirred from her slumber. Upon noticing her awakening, Songju immediately approached her with a devilish grin, inquiring, Have you rested well? Shall we continue? Guo Xiaoxiao clutched the animal hide draped over her, her defenses heightened, shaking her head as her hoarse voice pleaded, No more. No more. If it happens again, I shall perish. Despite his lingering desires, Songju, still youthful and full of vigor, recognized that one night was hardly sufficient. However, upon witnessing Guo Xiaoxiao's frail state, he could not bring himself to further torment her. He embraced her gently, lying down beside her, whispering soothingly, All right, no more. Rest a little longer, dawn is still far off. Guo Xiaoxiao, without much thought, nestled into Songju's embrace, seeking a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. She was indeed utterly exhausted, not only from fatigue but also from the intense stimulation that had left her feeling as if her body might fall apart. Her skin was adorned with crimson marks, wild traces that spoke of a night filled with fervor. Before long, her steady breathing filled the air. Songju leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, admiring the beast mark on her arm, his mark, and contentedly closed his eyes. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly, and the cheerful chirping of birds roused the slumbering Songju. Though he had not fully indulged in his desires, he refrained from making any excessive moves. Fearing he might disturb her, he slid his hand beneath the covers, caressing her body, relishing her warmth and inhaling her fragrant essence. At that moment, Guo Xiaoxiao happened to awaken. Songju's visage was strikingly handsome, his mixed heritage bestowed upon him a proud nose and vivacious eyes, reminiscent of a character stepped out from the pages of a novel. Regrettably, his loose tongue and frivolous nature marred his charm. As he gazed at her, a grin spread across his face. You're awake, he remarked. Seeing his radiant smile, Guo Xiaoxiao suspected he was being mischievous, and indeed, he said, I promised you yesterday that I wouldn't touch you. After a brief pause, he added, but I never vowed not to look. Songju wore a roguish expression, prompting Guo Xiaoxiao to resolve to ignore him. However, he suddenly threw back the covers, exposing Guo Xiaoxiao's bare body to the cool air. Her fair skin bore the marks of their previous night's escapades, strikingly beautiful yet dangerously alluring. Songju squinted, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Beautiful, truly beautiful. In a moment of panic, Guo Xiaoxiao disregarded her aching body. Lifting her arms was a struggle, yet for the sake of her modesty, she hurriedly donned her beast skin skirt to conceal her allure before making her exit. Guo Xiaoxiao pointed towards the entrance and cautioned, Be wary of Songju's ambush. Very well, I shall step out to fetch some food for you. Remaining by your side has stirred my restlessness. After speaking, Songju willingly departed from the wooden cabin. Guo Xiaoxiao watched as Songju stepped out of the wooden cabin, clutching her chest in relief. She had finally evaded a calamity, at least for the time being. After losing her suitcase, she found herself clad in a leather skirt crafted by Mixon, which was loose, comfortable, and adequately warm, perfectly fitting her form. It even managed to accommodate her undergarments, which made Guo Xiaoxiao ponder just how attentive Mixon had been towards her. Her body still ached, particularly her waist, which felt as though it might break. After several attempts to rise, she found herself unable to do so. When Songju returned with food and saw Guo Xiaoxiao sitting immobile, hunched over, he placed the meat aside and approached her, inquiring, "What's wrong?" "I can't get up. It hurts so much," she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao wore a pained expression on her face. "Where does it hurt? Let me take a look," said Songju as he knelt before her, assisting her to rise and examining her closely. Ultimately, he concluded that she might have overexerted herself, leaving her quite drained. "It's nothing. You'll eventually get accustomed to it," he sighed. Guo Xiaoxiao wore a sorrowful expression, disinterested in his words. Songju gently tousled her silky hair, offering a tender smile. "We are now partners, destined to never part ways." Volume 1, Chapter 62. Songju, still yearning for more, was not content. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. "I am not concerned." Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her disdain, while Songju, eager to appease her, gently patted her back. Aware of Guo Xiaoxiao's annoyance, he remained unperturbed and brought the meat to her lips, urging her to eat. Guo Xiaoxiao reluctantly nibbled on a piece of meat. Its flavor unremarkable, as though hastily prepared, yet it was preferable to an empty stomach. Due to her sore throat, she could only manage a few bites before her appetite waned, discomfort settling in her stomach, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Observing her struggle to eat, Songju finished the remainder and gently embraced her, whispering, "Be good, do not sulk. Xiaoxiao, you are truly remarkable, and I am quite content. Once you have recuperated, we shall continue our epic battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Dream on. You won't be allowed to touch me until spring of next year. The rest of the time, you are to keep to yourself." Guo Xiaoxiao, with a hint of arrogance, exclaimed how ruthless it was. Believing that Meixin's intensity during the night was unparalleled, little did she know, this fellow was the true embodiment of overwhelming force, relentless until the following morning. Where did he find such boundless energy, swiftly ready to engage once more after a single encounter? It was utterly exasperating. Spring? Winter had yet to commence. Did that mean months of waiting to indulge in pleasure? Songju was disheartened. How could he tolerate such a situation? Yet, upon reflection, he decided it best not to provoke Guo Xiaoxiao for the time being. He would charm her into his embrace once she was in a better mood a few days hence. Ah, splendid. With that thought, he delightedly observed Guo Xiaoxiao, finding her increasingly enchanting with each glance. Guo Xiaoxiao received a malevolent gaze from Songju, causing her to shiver. "What are you staring at? Behave yourself and refrain from any improper thoughts," she admonished. "The sweet fragrance that wafts from you brings me a sense of comfort," Songju replied gently. "Rogue." Guo Xiaoxiao cursed as she struggled to rise, only to be swept up by Songju, who admonished, "Enough with the stubbornness. Be good and lie down." "I feel sticky all over. I long for a bath," she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows in distaste. Although she had fallen asleep the previous night, Songju had used damp animal hides to cleanse her, yet she remained unwashed, still bearing an unpleasant odor. "I shall prepare," Songju replied. Their tribe lacked a natural water source, but they possessed designated bathing equipment for females, most of whom were indifferent to cleanliness and seldom utilized the stone basin. Songju filled the basin with water, placing firewood beneath to heat it, and only after ensuring everything was ready did he gently carry Guo Xiaoxiao over. The animal hides formed a protective enclosure, creating a commendable bathing space. Moreover, the vast stone basin contained an array of fragrant leaves and petals, their sweet aroma wafting through the air and uplifting the spirit. This was intentionally included by Songju, believing Guo Xiaoxiao would appreciate it. He gently set her down and began to remove the animal hides. "I can manage on my own. Please wait for me outside." Guo Xiaoxiao urged Songju to leave. Songju did not linger and nodded in agreement, stepping outside to grant her solitude. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling helpless, found herself at a loss with him. Afterwards, she sniffed her wrist and exclaimed, "How awful." Guo Xiaoxiao remarked, shedding her garments and plunging into the steaming embrace of the water. Enveloped by a cloud of warm mist that permeated the entire stone basin, she rested in the water, cleansing herself, her chest, neck, and collarbone adorned with the marks of passion. Even her thighs were not spared. Only when the sticky sensation faded did she allow herself to fully revel in the soothing warmth of the water. Guo Xiaoxiao's sixth sense heightened as she detected movement above her. On guard against potential dangers from the outside, she was surprised to find that there was no enemy attack. Instead, a familiar presence approached. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Songju, whose expression was imbued with an air of spring. Stunned for a moment, her shock quickly transformed into a raging fury. How dare he spy on her? She had suspected that things wouldn't go smoothly for him. Upon witnessing her reaction, Songju's demeanor shifted instantly. I merely wanted to see if you could manage on your own. Who asked for your help? Just leave me alone. Guo Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her anger igniting in response. Upon witnessing this, Songju immediately retreated, departing with a parting remark. Be careful not to catch a chill from lingering too long. Mind your own business. Guo Xiaoxiao glared at him furiously, her hands clasped over her chest. Unwilling to let him take advantage of her, Songju touched the tip of his nose, realizing that he should not have acted impulsively. Indeed, he had provoked her ire. Without a moment's delay, Guo Xiaoxiao emerged from the stone basin after her bath. Her body ached, and as she walked, she felt as though she were floating. She donned her garments and lifted the animal hide that surrounded her, only to find Songju standing vigil at the doorway. You are still here? Did you not leave already? She inquired. You are unwell. How could I possibly leave you alone? Songju explained. Guo Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. And her current state was entirely a consequence of him. How could he still have the audacity to speak? Songju, hurry here. An orc rushed over, visibly distressed. Songju was startled and instructed Guo Xiaoxiao to wait in place before following the orc. What had transpired? Despite her physical frailty, Guo Xiaoxiao pursued them to seek the truth. The scene was already swarmed with orcs, their anger palpable as they murmured amongst themselves. Upon the arrival of Songju and Guo Xiaoxiao, the crowd instinctively parted to grant them passage. At that moment, a gravely wounded orc lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Aloe handed him a vial of healing water, which he drank eagerly. Almost instantly, he regained some strength. Upon seeing Songju and the others, he hastily exclaimed, Seth and Carl, they are dead. No sooner had he spoken than anguished cries echoed from above. Two eagle beasts soared in from a distance, descending to lay Seth and Carl's lifeless bodies upon the ground. Seth was covered in venomous spikes, his body decaying and grotesque. Carl fared even worse, his throat torn asunder. Blood congealed, and his remains were nothing more than a mere skin enveloping his entrails. Guo Xiaoxiao was horrified upon seeing the lifeless body. Covering her mouth to stifle a scream, Songju quickly raised his hand to shield her eyes, fearing that the sight would be too overwhelming for her. Aluos, witnessing the tragic scene, could only sigh in despair. The two promising young individuals had met their untimely demise. Guo Xiaoxiao withdrew from Songju's grasp, unable to believe the horror that lay behind her. The brutal conflict of the beast world was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Songju emanated a formidable aura, suffused with a palpable sense of murderous intent. How could this happen to Seth and Carl? She inquired, her voice trembling. It was the Blacktooth orcs, he replied. They forbade us from hunting in that area, launching venomous bone needles at us. They mercilessly killed Seth and Carl, sparing only my life to return with a warning that neither the Sisui tribe nor the Yushan tribe is permitted to hunt there any longer. Beside Seth's lifeless body knelt a male named Siluan, who wept bitterly, mourning the loss of his brother. Upon hearing the news, Guo Xiaoxiao's animosity towards the Blacktooth tribe intensified. They were a band of utterly unscrupulous marauders, who not only plundered but also encroached upon territory. Songju clenched his fists, unwilling to accept that his brother had sacrificed his life in vain. Now, the Blacktooth tribe had the audacity to bully them. No matter the cost, retribution was imperative. In front of the gathered group, he vowed, Seth, Carl, I shall ensure that the Blacktooth tribe pays with their lives. I will avenge them, Songju solemnly declared, his gaze unwavering, exuding an aura of authority that Guo Xiaoxiao had never witnessed before, a true leader. Siluan, wiping away his tears, rose to his feet and draped a hide over Seth's lifeless body. Let us strike back together. With winter approaching, they deny us the right to hunt. It is a death sentence either way. The Sisui tribe shall not submit. Indeed, let us slay them. For our fallen brethren. In unison, the orcs echoed. Driven to desperation, their kin had been slain, their females abducted, and now they were deprived of sustenance. Once winter descended, food would dwindle, leading to starvation. Faced with such a dire fate, they preferred to fight valiantly rather than succumb to hunger. The pent-up fury within them was finally on the verge of eruption. Very well, together we shall seek vengeance. Vengeance! The resounding cries reverberated throughout the arena. Yet, Guo Xiaoxiao remained composed. The infamous orc of the reverse star ring was formidable. Having incapacitated both Songju and Meixun, revenge must be approached with strategy. A reckless pursuit of strength would only lead to their own demise. And she did not endorse such a reckless course of action. Songju, however, was blinded by rage, consumed by the desire to avenge his fallen kin. He could hardly bear the humiliation. Guo Xiaoxiao cast a glance at him, falling silent as she turned to leave. Yet, she could not bear to stand idly by while the orcs marched toward their doom. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice, commanding attention, everyone. Please remain calm and listen to me. Her words instilled a hush among the crowd, providing her the opportunity to continue. If we seek vengeance, we must employ strategy and careful planning. It is evident that we cannot overpower them with brute force. Should we suffer a total defeat, we would only become the subject of ridicule for our folly. We must rely on our wits. The orcs typically resorted to strength to resolve their conflicts, a method that is both foolish and prone to exposing our intentions. But what can we do? Someone queried, perplexed. Indeed, without provisions, we shall starve. How can we possibly contend with them? Enough. Song Ju interjected, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her thoughts candidly. Did you not once desire a piece of land from the Yushan tribe? The circumstances were different back then, and Mixin refused. I believe the time has come. Why not consider merging our two tribes? The chances of victory would certainly increase. In the first volume, chapter 63, the idea of merging the two tribes was met with hesitation from Song Ju, who was being persuaded by the female protagonist. At such a critical juncture, how could Song Ju shamelessly approach Mixin about the merger? Would he not be ridiculed? Although the tribe was in a perilous situation, he was still the chieftain of the renowned Sui Shui tribe, one of the most esteemed on the southern continent. Submitting to Mixin would be a considerable loss of face. Song Ju remarked, there have always been conflicts between our tribes. To propose a merger now is implausible. Mixin will certainly not agree, nor will he entertain the notion. The orcs were not cowardly beings. They would not sacrifice their dignity for trivial gains. They would rather fight to the death than submit in humiliation. Discussions regarding land had occurred multiple times, nearly resulting in conflict without resolution. Our Sui Shui tribe has already lost our females and is facing food shortages. If they were willing to merge with us, it would indeed be perplexing. Indeed, they have always looked down upon us. Suggesting a merger would render us the subject of mockery, he continued. It would be far better to contend fiercely with the Haichi tribe, setting an example for the other orcs. We cannot continue to endure oppression from the Haichi. Killing two orcs and bringing their bodies back would be the gravest provocation. Song Ju, while willing to endure, could not bear this humiliation. Alo, among them, was a beacon of clarity, seasoned and of sufficient age. Well aware of the intricate dynamics between the tribes, the discord between the two tribes had, in fact, been resolved long before Guo Xiaoxiao agreed to become Mixin and Song Ju's partner. The merger she proposed was the optimal solution, offering both tribes a glimmer of respite. Guo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and then remarked, considering the current plight of our tribe, it is certain that the Yushan tribe will also face threats. They cannot possibly target only the Sishui tribe. I believe that the Yushan tribe will encounter significant troubles during today's hunt. Their intention is to sow discord between the two tribes, a tactic aimed solely at instilling fear and asserting dominance, compelling us to acknowledge their authority. Guo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment to contemplate the sequence of events, her mind racing swiftly. She remarked, I believe his intention is not to provoke you into a confrontation. Rather, he seeks negotiation. Siluan remains entrenched in a vengeful mindset. What is there to discuss? He has slain Sai Sai, and I would gladly strip his skin and drink his blood. Guo Xiaoxiao could empathize with Saren's feelings. The loss of comrades was indeed painful. She calmly remarked, if we truly sever ties with them, do you think they will hesitate to act against us simply because of our numbers? Our objective is to reclaim our food, recover our females, and avenge the humiliation we have endured, not to rush into a death trap. We are not afraid, a few orcs responded. Guo Xiaoxiao turned to another side. This is not about fear. If we can devise a strategy to annihilate our enemies, why should we recklessly charge forward? Let us maintain our composure. We mourn the loss of two kin, and it grieves us deeply. However, since they dared to act in this manner, they cannot be afraid of our retaliation. While vengeance is imperative, it is certainly not the right time for it. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. No one dared to speak. They felt a sense of helplessness, akin to enduring a bomb blast right at their doorstep in the 21st century, yet remaining subdued. What a disgrace, sighed Aluo, patting Saren's shoulder to ease his emotions. Siren, do not rush. First, bury your brother Sai Sai. We will have our revenge. Siren lifted his gaze to Aluo, looking utterly dejected. Aluo, with a tone of sympathy, urged, you must gather your strength to avenge your younger brother. Otherwise, you will betray the expectations they had of you. Sai Sai was a capable orc, but alas, he left this world too soon. For his sake, you cannot throw your life away. Sirun bowed his head, wiping away tears. Thank you, Aluo. Foolish child, Aluo affectionately ruffled his hair, embodying a fatherly warmth. I can no longer remain so weak. I shall seek vengeance. Sirun declared resolutely as he stood up. Aluo looked at them with a sense of comfort and, spreading his arms in a circle, proclaimed, Let us display the valor expected of warriors. One day, we shall overthrow the Black-Tooth tribe and restore our honor. For now, we are merely preparing for the great battle ahead. Indeed, it seemed the others began to comprehend, as Aluo suggested. Let the Black-Tooth tribe revel in their arrogance for a few more days. We shall strike back when they least expect it. Yes, let us eliminate them. A chorus of cheers erupted, serving as a release for their pent-up emotions. Song-ju observed Aluo rallying the spirits and fell into silence. He had always been an independent person, surviving without relying on anyone and needing no one's care. Yet now, Aluo's willingness to share the burden brought an unfamiliar warmth that was both comforting and reassuring. Perhaps everyone needs a steadfast friend and partner, Song-ju mused. Everyone. Let us gather our resources and take stock of our remaining provisions. For the next few days, we shall refrain from hunting, Song-ju, the chieftain of the tribe, commanded. And no one dared to oppose him, obediently following his orders. Observing this, Aluo began to outline the next steps. If we cannot gather food, surely we can search for herbs. He took several strong orcs with him to seek herbs in the opposite direction of where the incident had occurred. Guo Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly evading a fierce battle. Now, it only awaits Song-ju's nod to discuss the merger with Mixin. Xiaoxiao from now on. Whether in the tribe or the jungle, ensure you wrap your animal skins. The Black-Tooth tribe is teeming with orcs, not only comprising tiger and wolf beasts but also eagle beasts that possess the ability to soar through the skies. Guo Xiaoxiao understood the meaning of Song-ju. Rest assured, I will be attentive. After speaking, Song-ju carefully returned Guo Xiaoxiao to the wooden cabin, gently placing her on the map before departing to assist in inventorying the food supplies. Guo Xiaoxiao immediately grasped Song-ju's arm, inquiring, Have you given any thought to the merger I just proposed? Time is of the essence. You must swiftly speak to Mixin and request that he delineates a plot for us, allowing our tribes to reside together in the Yushan tribe. You genuinely wish for the unification of our two tribes? Song-ju responded with a hint of perplexity. Indeed. Consider this. The members of the Black-Tooth tribe are notoriously ruthless. They will stop at nothing to consume the lands of Sui Shui, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. It is imperative that we form an alliance without delay. Guo Xiaoxiao's words may be blunt, yet they hold profound truth. The Black-Tooth tribe's power is steadily rising, and they aspire to eliminate two tribes. This moment presents an opportune chance. Should these two tribes unite, the Black-Tooth tribe would hesitate to act. Song-ju is torn, as this would essentially equate to yielding to Mike-sun, a notion he finds difficult to accept. He expresses, I believe it is unnecessary. Let us discuss this later. Guo Xiaoxiao understood that Song-ju was inherently a proud individual, reluctant to compromise. She had a foreboding sense that the Black-Tooth tribe had already set their plans into motion. Enduring for a moment was one thing, but it could not be a perpetual state. Today they would kill one, tomorrow perhaps a pair. Who could withstand such relentless pressure? How could she persuade Song-ju to lower his guard and ally with Mike-san? Observing the troubled expression on Guo Xiaoxiao's face, Song-ju gently brushed her forehead and inquired, What troubles you, my dear? Oh, it's nothing. I merely ponder the excuse I could use to convince you to collaborate with Mike-san. For a fleeting moment, Song-ju's eyes flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. Speak, I am listening. Guo Xiaoxiao, do you not have feelings for me? Absolutely, I do. Guo Xiaoxiao, you must be with me. Song-ju nodded blankly, affirming that we are companions. Guo Xiaoxiao stepped forward and embraced Song-ju, resting her head against his chest in a half-pout, saying, Then, let us go tell Mike-san that we wish to merge. The smile froze on his face. Yet Song-ju remained steadfast in his principles as he held Guo Xiaoxiao close. This is an entirely different matter. You should live joyfully and carefree, without the burdens of worry. The female must be shielded and should not bear the strife of the male beasts. Why are you so stubborn? Guo Xiaoxiao's expression was one of displeasure. Despite her overt advances towards him, she still failed to make an impression. Volume 1, Chapter 64, Employing the Charm of Beauty. Creating an atmosphere, conquering him. Guo Xiaoxiao sat upon a hide mat, contemplating for an extended period, devising numerous strategies, determined to capture him tonight and gain an advantage. Step by step, as twilight descended, Song-ju returned to the wooden cabin, bearing skewers of meat and fruits. Their provisions would not suffice to last through the winter. However, he would ensure that the female did not go hungry. Upon entering, he beheld Guo Xiaoxiao seated cross-legged, lost in thought, undeniably adorable. Xiaoxiao, are you hungry? Please, eat. He urged, extending the meat towards her. Guo Xiaoxiao accepted it, but as she inhaled the aroma, she found the taste rather bland, having consumed meat continuously. It had begun to lose its appeal. Guo Xiaoxiao feigned taking a few bites before putting down the skewer and walking over to Songju, linking her arm with his. She gently suggested, shall we take a stroll this evening to admire the moon? Songju replied, what if it gets too cold while we walk at night? We can also see the moon from the wooden cabin. Besides, the jungle is quite perilous. He added, let us go out to play tomorrow morning. There are many nocturnal creatures roaming about at night, making it unsafe. Guo Xiaoxiao playfully embraced his waist, pleading, will you stay with me? If you do, I shall have no fear. He responded with a teasing remark, oh, has the treatment improved? With that, he took no reservations, gently stroking Guo Xiaoxiao's head, his hand playfully grazing her backside, feeling the softness. Gazing into her eyes, he jested, are you truly just in it for a bit of fun? Although he feigned ignorance, he was well aware of her intentions regarding their merger. Guo Xiaoxiao stifled the impulse to deliver 2 resounding slaps to this man, wondering where his hands were wandering. Despite her irritation, she maintained a smile. Every day is either spent in the tribe or in the cave. I am exceedingly bored. Oh, is that so? Songju feigned contemplation. Guo Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze upon him, anticipating his response. Then, Songju proposed, if you are bored, shall we engage in mating? In an instant, he swept Guo Xiaoxiao into his arms and headed towards the fur mat. Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback, realizing the arduous tasks that Songju had been engaged in for an entire day. She hastily struggled, asserting, I merely wish to take a stroll. This is not about mating. Songju, with a seductive charm, pinned her down, brushing against her neck with a teasing intimacy. His husky voice dripped with magnetic allure as he declared, let us indulge in this tonight. With that, he sealed her lips with a fervent kiss, weaving a delicate tapestry of passion that left no room for Guo Xiaoxiao to refuse. Determined to turn the tide, she bit down hard on Songju's arm. He released her, revealing a neat row of bite marks on his arm, which, though evident, brought neither pain nor discomfort. He inquired, are you upset? Guo Xiaoxiao blushed and glared at him furiously. What do you think? Songju chuckled softly and pulled her into his embrace. All right. Must we not consummate tonight? Guo Xiaoxiao pouted, expressing her desire to take a stroll. Such a modest request, yet you cannot fulfill it. All you seem to do is indulge in mating. You must not truly care for me. In all honesty, how could he not harbor affection for her? Songju endeavored to demonstrate his boundless love. Xiaoxiao, I swear to the beast god, my adoration for you is eternal, unwavering until death. I shall dedicate myself solely to you. Songju spoke earnestly, kneeling before Guo Xiaoxiao, his gaze filled with profound emotion, captivating her entirely. Guo Xiaoxiao turned her head away, unable to bear looking at him any longer. Alas, Songju was too adept. She must not allow her heart to sway, for she needed to maintain the upper hand. Songju approached her once more, attempting to coax her affection. I cherish you as if we were destined to be together, he remarked, gently tapping the tip of Guo Xiaoxiao's nose, asserting that everything existed for her sake. The notion of authority, the essence of command, surged within her. Resolutely, Guo Xiaoxiao steeled herself, pushing him away and feigning anger. I shall go on my own. Guo Xiaoxiao descended from the mat and dashed towards the door. Songju's speed was unparalleled, swiftly catching up to her and obstructing her path. Do you truly wish to go out and play? Songju inquired with a calm tone and a serious expression. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded, resolutely determined to venture outside. Not merely to persuade him towards a merger, but to cultivate a sense of ritual, weaving conversations that naturally led to the notion of unification. Ignoring the concealed motives lurking in her gaze, Songju gently brushed her disheveled hair aside and said, all right, let us take a stroll. Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her joy, and you acquiesced. Your happiness naturally led me to agree. How wonderful. Guo Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, having taken a small step towards success, and now poised to take a grand leap. Songju lifted her and carried her outside, transforming into a majestic eagle and placing her upon his back. Since they were to venture out, he chose the spot he deemed most beautiful. After soaring for approximately 20 minutes, just as Guo Xiaoxiao felt on the verge of nausea, they finally arrived at their destination. She realized that high-altitude flight was not her forte, leaving her both dizzy and frightened. Songju descended into a valley, gently stirring the air with his wings, savoring the refreshing atmosphere. Guo Xiaoxiao reclined upon the back of Song Ju, relishing the refreshing air and gentle breeze that eased her fatigue. "We have arrived. Isn't it beautiful?" she exclaimed as she descended from Song Ju's back, who then transformed into human form to accompany her. Guo Xiaoxiao peered around, captivated by the splendid surroundings of the valley. Majestic rocks and verdant trees adorned the landscape, while a gentle stream babbled nearby. A few towering trees provided a canopy, filtering the light, leaving only a round moon hanging gracefully among the branches, casting its silvery glow upon the lush, emerald meadow. This serene beauty enhanced the tranquility of the scene, making the picturesque landscape even more enchanting, with its magnificent mountains, clear waters, and splendid terrain. Guo Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, reveling in the most relaxed moment since the dawn of the Beast era. Song Ju cherished this valley, so serene and beautiful, a sanctuary far removed from the tumult of the world. Here, the creatures favored by the orcs were absent, resulting in a rare tranquility, ultimately rendering it a safe haven. Over yonder lies an even more picturesque sight. Allow me to guide you there. Song Ju wrapped his arm around Guo Xiaoxiao's delicate waist, leading her on a leisurely stroll through the valley. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded and followed him to the waterfall at the valley's end. The waterfall cascaded down a cliff, creating a symphony of splashes that formed puddles on the ground, magnificent beneath the moonlight. Truly, it was breathtaking. Song Ju released Guo Xiaoxiao and stepped a few paces away to stand upon a rock face, embracing the waterfall with outstretched arms, allowing the icy water to batter against him. Guo Xiaoxiao, lingering behind him, hesitated to approach the puddle, feeling an inexplicable chill enveloping her. Suddenly, Guo Xiaoxiao beheld an utterly familiar creature, the chicken. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she confirmed her sight. Indeed, it was a chicken. Overwhelmed with excitement, she dashed forward, exclaiming, "Song Ju, there is a chicken over there. Let us catch it. We could make a delightful chicken soup, an extra treat." Song Ju paused, gazing at the exuberant Guo Xiaoxiao with a quizzical expression. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a colorful beast, possessing hardly any meat. "What purpose would there be in capturing it, Xiaoxiao?" he inquired. Guo Xiaoxiao could not concern herself with such matters. It had been a long time since she last enjoyed chicken. She seized the opportunity to prepare a nourishing soup for herself. "Catch it and bring it back," she instructed. "Understood," replied Song Ju, who obediently approached the colorful beast, ready to capture it. However, to their surprise, the creature seemed to sense impending danger and, with a series of frantic clucks, took off in a dash. Upon witnessing the scene, Guo Xiaoxiao hastily followed suit. However, her abilities were rather lacking, and she was swiftly left far behind. The chickens of this beastly realm were remarkably agile, resembling those of the present world, yet still exhibiting some differences. Even Song Ju struggled to seize them on several occasions. The little claws of the chickens whirled like miniature tornadoes, darting away with astonishing speed, adeptly gauging their expressions to predict their escape. Driven by her hunger, Guo Xiaoxiao exerted herself in fervent pursuit, while Song Ju called out to her, "Xiaoxiao, slow down. Song Ju, you must quicken your pace and chase after it." The wild chicken had already covered a considerable distance. Song Ju glanced back and consented, saying, "Climb onto my back. I shall carry you in the chase." "No need. You go ahead alone. I will simply follow your lead." What nonsense. It was the dead of night, fraught with peril, and under no circumstances could they afford to stray too far from Guo Xiaoxiao. Better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen risks. Song Ju remarked, "The jungle is not like the tribe. Anything can transpire in the dark of the continent. We shall capture it tomorrow. What if it is gone by then? There is no danger here. Look, their ISNTA soul in sight. Song Ju, please go and catch it. I implore you." The mere thought of chicken, spicy chicken, chicken soup, scrambled eggs, and stir-fried chicken made her mouth water. Guo Xiaoxiao, with an air of playful charm, implored him, and Song Ju, unable to withstand such a display, reluctantly acquiesced after a moment's hesitation. He turned his gaze towards the swiftly fleeing wild chicken and instructed, "You shall remain here, not a step away until my return. Should any danger arise, cry out loudly." "All right, you must hurry," she urged. Transforming into a majestic eagle beast, Song Ju soared into the sky. In this formidable form, hunting was a trivial task, and soon he vanished from sight, flying far into the distance. Guo Xiaoxiao felt indifferent. She believed that Song would never abandon her. The mere thought of chicken and eggs brought her immense joy, causing her to stand in a daze for a moment. However, she quickly realized that her purpose in bringing him out was to persuade him to merge their efforts, not to indulge in leisurely excursions. The sight of the wild chickens had excited her to the point of forgetting her primary objective. How foolish of her. Given this, she decided to leverage the terrain around her to evoke some emotion, hoping to persuade him towards reconciliation. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Guoxiaoxiao in an extraordinary beauty. She lifted her gaze to the moon, a resplendent orb, pure and unblemished, seemingly within reach. At the same time, beneath the lunar glow, a man traversed the valley. His striking features were impeccably defined, exuding both charisma and dominance. His dark eyes resembled deep pools, enigmatic and profound, yet they conveyed a sense of aloofness. A solitude that kept others at bay. Volume 1, Chapter 65, The Embarrassment of Feeling Trapped in a Two-Bedroom Apartment. Female, I am Arthur. Guoxiaoxiao, hearing the sound of footsteps, presumed that Song Ju had returned. Believing that her beauty would still be insufficient to captivate him, she deliberately turned her back. As the footsteps drew nearer, she tossed her hair with an air of mystery and said, "Do you not find the moonlight particularly enchanting tonight?" The system activated. System, under the moonlight, a beauty with a graceful back and curvaceous form, the atmosphere is charged with allure, guaranteed to fulfill any desire. Guoxiaoxiao, haha. It's nothing special. What have I sacrificed for the Orcs tribe? System, impressive. The other party paused for a moment before responding, it's just the moon. How extraordinary can it be? How can you say such a thing? You know it can be quite hurtful. Guoxiaoxiao feigned a delicate demeanor, exclaiming with exaggerated distress, "Oh, I am to be struck by heavenly lightning." Such a tone, even she found utterly repugnant. How should I respond? Guoxiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Usually, he would subtly take advantage of her, but at this moment, she was not going to let it slide. She said, "You ought to praise me." The man raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Praise you? How should I do that?" For instance, you could say I am beautiful, like a celestial being descended to earth, wise, kind, charming, and adorable. In any case, you must extol my virtues. Guoxiaoxiao spoke with a lack of confidence, sensing that things were not progressing smoothly. A man, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinized her figure from top to bottom and remarked, "You are wonderful, very beautiful." His brief comment bore no sincerity, leaving Guoxiaoxiao puzzled. "Is that all? What more do you have to say?" The man smiled helplessly and replied, "If you wish for me to express my affection for you, there is a price to be paid." The system activated. System, host, nearly the right flavor, unleash a powerful move. Guoxiaoxiao, pay the price? Isn't it just about mating with him? His mind is solely occupied with this matter. System, then why not just say it? What is there to fear? You are a noble female in the beast realm. Guoxiaoxiao, with great reluctance, complied with Song Ju's proposition, stating, "It is not impossible for us to mate. But you must agree to the merger of our tribes first." The merger of tribes? Song Ju feigned ignorance. "Indeed," Guoxiaoxiao replied, "our tribe is sufficiently powerful. We do not require a merger." "Powerful?" he retorted, "yet you still lost 2 orcs to defeat." Determined to turn and communicate openly, Guoxiaoxiao was interrupted by the system, which admonished, "System, do not move, hold your position, do not let your efforts go to waste. You are doing well, continue." Guoxiaoxiao, is that so? System, indeed. Very well then, Guoxiaoxiao continued. I understand it is quite formidable. Advancing alone, without the support of other tribes, even the mightiest tribe can be annihilated. There are no orcs capable of destroying my tribe. Could it be that Song Ju is overwhelmed and confused? The system interjected again. System, you must amplify your response. You should express, in truth, that you are my greatest preference. I am fond of your robust masculinity. You are to agree to my terms and mate with me now. Guoxiaoxiao, might that be a tad too audacious? System, not at all. The amalgamation of 2 tribes is essential for survival against adversities. Did you not resolve to sacrifice yourself? Now, at this critical juncture, maintain your composure. Guoxiaoxiao awkwardly stamped her foot, saying, "Just agree, and we can mate. A few days will suffice, 3 days and nights, if you wish. I can even satisfy your desire for a wild encounter." System, impressive. Heh. Do you females believe that by merely spreading your legs for males, we will comply with all your demands? Oh, such a fiery temper. After indulging, do you wish to return to a more modest existence? Displeased, Guoxiaoxiao turned away, contemplating the phrase, "You give me a hint of color, and I shall open a dyeing workshop," but refrained from voicing the latter part. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Who was he? The being opposite her bore a similar expression. The orc observed Guoxiaoxiao's delicate back, her flawless skin, and her alluring figure, deducing that she must be a beautiful female. Yet, he did not anticipate her beauty to be so extraordinary. She was devoid of any flaws or imperfections, resembling a fairy tale elfin maiden. The only drawback was a conspicuous love bite on her neck, an eyesore. Such deep affection, in such a place, was it an invitation for him? Or did she wish to offer herself to him? A commendable choice, indeed, as she was a female discerning in selecting her mate. Guo Xiaoxiao turned around to behold the visage of an unfamiliar man, instantly petrified. Who on earth is this? Where is Cangju? The man, observing her stunned expression, curled his lips into a slight smile. He slowly approached, drawing near until his breath grazed her ear, softly murmuring, "Are you tempting me?" Guo Xiaoxiao was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Just moments ago, he had leaned close to her ear, his breath warm against her skin, causing goosebumps to erupt all over her body. Instinctively, she tilted her head back to evade his searing gaze, her voice trembling as she attempted to clarify. "You misunderstand. I am not." What exactly was she not? He slightly bent forward, his nose brushing against her delicate cheek. The man extended a finger, gently grasping her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze and meet his. Her clear, bright pupils reflected his visage, while he wickedly licked his dry, thin lips, fixating his attention on her unwaveringly. Guo Xiaoxiao blinked her long eyelashes in astonishment, her eyes wide with fear. The man's appearance was exceedingly enchanting, his peach blossom eyes seemingly capable of bewitching the heart. His handsome yet cold face bore a serious and indifferent expression, radiating an aura of dominance and allure. She found herself utterly captivated, and yet perplexed by his intentions. "Why you? Who are you?" she stammered. "Me? I am Arthur," he replied. In chapter 66 of the first volume, Arthur's teasing tone questioned, "Why do males feel compelled to kiss whenever they see someone beautiful?" When Guo Xiaoxiao uttered his name, his gaze darkened. A sudden wave of danger washed over her, prompting her to hastily change her words. "Why don't you leave first? I'm waiting for someone here, so there's no need to mind me." "I want to be leaving." Arthur's enchanting voice resonated, penetrating deeply into her being, causing Guo Xiaoxiao to shiver. He was truly extraordinary, even his speech was captivating. Surely, wherever he went, he would become the center of attention. Alas, she was already taken. Cangju and Meixin were not lacking either, though their presence slightly dimmed in comparison to the man before her. Yet, in terms of looks, they were all equally striking. One must consider, in this beastly realm, there seemed to be no unattractive individuals, save for the females. All males were strikingly handsome, each with their own unique charm. If she continued to linger, she would become completely immune to such handsome faces. "Why aren't you leaving? Are you here to gaze at the moon?" Arthur asked, looking up at the sky, where stars twinkled like a vast ocean on this night of the full moon. He then turned his gaze back to Guo Xiaoxiao and remarked, "You just said you wanted to mate with me, and now you wish for me to depart?" She had not anticipated that Arthur would remember her words so clearly. Guo Xiaoxiao had mistaken him for Cangju, utterly oblivious to the presence of other beast men behind him. She had responded quite swiftly, though it was her folly for not recognizing the difference in their voices. "Ha, I was merely speaking casually. I was referring to you," she retorted, raising her arm to point at her beast mark, proudly declaring, "I already have 2 partners. You should give up hope. I will not mate with you." Wu Xiaoxiao believed that this place was unsuitable for an extended stay, as Cangju had yet to return from his chicken-catching endeavor. She decided to pursue the direction he had flown, lest this male entertain delusions and engage in undesirable behavior in the desolate wilderness, where neither heaven would respond to her cries, nor the earth offer solace. "Take your time," she remarked. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With that, she turned to depart in another direction. Arthur remained rooted in place, a mischievous smirk playing upon his lips, eager to observe the capabilities of this female in her attempt to escape. He too began to stride towards her, and Guo Xiaoxiao sensed a chill creeping up her spine, as if being hunted by a ferocious beast, prompting her to quicken her pace. To her surprise, with a sudden burst of energy, Arthur closed the distance in mere strides, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind and pulling her into his embrace. His chest pressed against her back, an intense warmth coursed through her entire being, leaving Guo Xiaoxiao quite alarmed. "Do not touch me," she exclaimed, struggling fiercely, yet he only tightened his grip. The more she squirmed, the more he held her close. "What of a male?" she thought defiantly. "Soon enough, I shall eliminate both of them. You are quite impressive. It must be exhilarating to act on such impulses." Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a flustered manner, "Release me. If you dare to touch me, my formidable male will return and will annihilate you. He is exceptionally powerful and can soar through the skies." Arthur's deep, resonant voice seemed to mock her naivete. "Indeed? then allow me to depart. Would you truly be willing to take my life? Is it not the robust and valiant males that you favor? I shall fulfill your desires. You mentioned wanting to mate for 3 days and nights, and I have acquiesced. Guo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tremble slightly. What should I do about the system? System. So robust. I relent. I relent. Guo Xiaoxiao, you did this on purpose. You were aware all along that the outcome would not be as bleak. System. Do not assign blame recklessly. How could I possibly know? You're just speaking nonsense. Arthur turned her body to face him, encircling her slender waist with his arms, lowering his head as if to kiss her. Guo Xiaoxiao desperately resisted, but to no avail. Get away. Guo Xiaoxiao roared, his gaze dimming as a wave of sinister fire surged to his head. He lowered his head to nuzzle her neck, leaving his mark, an enchanting fragrance that intoxicated the heart. Guo Xiaoxiao's fur collar was torn apart, leaving her in a state of despair. She uttered a thought-provoking remark, expressing her weariness of resistance. Why is it that everyone enjoys this? Don't you find it tiresome? I certainly do. Can you perhaps consider my feelings? Every time you see someone slightly more attractive, you rush to them, showering them with saliva, and I can hardly keep up with the bathing. Guo Xiaoxiao cast a fleeting glance at Arthur, who was buried in the crook of her neck, and let out a sigh. Alas! She had neither the strength nor the inclination to utter words urging him to release her. He would not comply regardless. Resigned, she closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Arthur, undeterred by her protests, found himself ensnared in the softness of her delicate skin, consumed by an insatiable desire to possess her entirely, to claim her as his own. He reached out, intending to tear away the animal hide draped over her bosom, unable to conceal the burgeoning allure beneath. Suddenly, with a jolt, Guo Xiaoxiao regained her senses. Oh no, this is unacceptable. A wild encounter is out of the question. She abruptly opened her eyes and summoned every ounce of strength to break free from Arthur's grasp. Sprinting away with wild abandon, Arthur, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized that Guo Xiaoxiao had already darted far ahead. Energized and slightly flushed, he thought, if that is the case, let me introduce you to a thrill you will never forget. With that, he set off in pursuit, while Guo Xiaoxiao ran with reckless abandon, covering the distance as if she were sprinting 100 meters in mere moments. Guo Xiaoxiao shouted towards the sky, yearning for him to hear her. The vast valley echoed her cries, yet the shadow of Songju remained absent, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Where on earth could he have gone? Are you searching for him? Came the indifferent voice of Arthur from behind. Songju, the chieftain of the Sui Shui tribe, was still alive? How unfortunate that he had caught up with her. Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Arthur had already intercepted her path. She swiftly turned to flee, only to be pinned against a great tree, rendered immobile. You are being disobedient. Aren't you going to submit to me? After all, it was you who proposed such an arrangement. Do not touch me, otherwise, my male counterpart will not spare you. He is indeed the leader of a formidable tribe. Arthur's strength was overwhelming, as if he had consumed the essence of a bull. Meanwhile, Songju was in pursuit of a wild chicken, having tracked it to its nest. Faced with a flock of wild chickens, he resolved to capture several to take back. The wild chickens scattered, unwilling to become a meal. Frustrated by his inability to catch them, Songju noticed a stone among the grass nearby. He approached and hurled it, causing a wild chicken to screech and fall to the ground, unconscious. He collected it along with a couple more, finally quieting the ruckus and ready to return. Songju, a high-pitched, ethereal voice called out. He hastily discarded the wild chickens and transformed into a majestic eagle, soaring into the sky. Soon, he spotted a familiar yet hostile face, its gaze fixed upon him. At that moment, Arthur was restraining Guo Xiaoxiao, appearing ready to violate her. Songju's heart raced with alarm as he descended, reverting to human form. Arthur, stop. Upon hearing Songju's voice, Arthur frowned in displeasure and inquired, why are you back now? Could you not wait a moment longer? Clearly, he held no regard for the defeated foe. Guo Xiaoxiao struggled between them, desperate to be freed. Let me go? In chapter 67 of the first volume, it is revealed that Arthur viewed females merely as instruments of reproduction, dismissing them entirely. Arthur released his grip on her, carelessly pushing her towards Songju. Stumbling, Guo Xiaoxiao nearly fell, but Songju swiftly steadied her, concern etched upon his face. Are you all right? Of course not. If you had returned, even a moment later. Do not blame me for what might have transpired. Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with trepidation, remarked that Songju also failed to comprehend, merely gazing at her in silence. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Arthur, the very source of it all. Guo Xiaoxiao sensed the palpable tension in the atmosphere. She cast a glance at the towering Arthur, who radiated an aura of sovereign power. A male, when faced with provocation, exudes an imposing presence that can intimidate adversaries. Yet he would temper this demeanor in the presence of females to alleviate their fears. Noticing Guo Xiaoxiao's furtive glance, Arthur narrowed his eyes, a menacing aura enveloping the valley. Song Ju, perceiving Arthur's expression, sighed inwardly, swiftly concealing Guo Xiaoxiao behind him, poised to confront Arthur. Arthur, whose intentions lay not in seizing Guo Xiaoxiao, fixated his gaze upon Song Ju, ominously inquiring, "Are you her mate?" "Indeed," Song Ju replied, unflinching, resolute in his vow to protect her, prepared for a life-and-death struggle with Arthur. "Very well, you may take her," Arthur proclaimed with the demeanor of a victor, as though he had triumphed without conflict, graciously allowing them to escape a calamity. Song Ju was taken aback, glancing at the Guo Xiaoxiao who hid behind him. Arthur continued, "Your Si Shui tribe possesses 4 females for the He Qi tribe, and I shall permit you to retain one, but merely the more attractive among them. For there is no need to resort to violence over her." In Arthur's eyes, females, regardless of their beauty or charm, served solely as vessels for propagation. Basking in the protection of males for the sake of reproduction, it was the natural order. His purpose for venturing out today was to unwind and to inspect the fruits he had planted deep within the forest. Unexpectedly encountering a female who spoke a string of nonsensical words was bewildering. He then realized the female was indeed quite beautiful, perhaps engaging with her could relieve his boredom. However, forming a bond with a female implied being ensnared by her, as she could dictate his fate. Arthur was not foolish enough to easily bind himself to a female he barely knew. Yet, upon reflection, should Song Ju not intervene, he might find himself unable to resist the allure of the female before him, who possessed an intoxicating charm. He could even detect a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. A scent unlike any other female. It was unfamiliar, yet Arthur found himself delightfully intrigued. Avoiding conflict was certainly preferable. Song Ju, without exchanging further words, grasped Guo Xiaoxiao and soared into the sky, wary of any potential change in Arthur's disposition. Observing Song Ju's ascent, Arthur leisurely traversed the valley. Not long after entering the thicket, he encountered a group awaiting him. The leader, an orc, instantly recognized Arthur and charged at him in fury. Arthur sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch to the adversary's abdomen, knocking him to the ground, blood spilling forth. "Arthur, how dare you harm my brother? You seek death." Arthur scoffed, declaring, "Whether I seek death is of little consequence. What truly matters is that if he intends to attack me, I must eliminate him." The orc, unable to articulate his thoughts, glared at Arthur in seething resentment, yet felt powerless, for Arthur far surpassed him in strength. They belonged to the horse-hunting tribe, currently wandering without a fixed abode. Having been forcibly displaced by Arthur who seized their territory, they had been waiting here, having received word that Arthur frequently traversed this jungle, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet they could not contend with the might of the reverse star ring orcs. The age-old law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, remains immutable. If you wish to reclaim your territory, feel free to challenge me anytime. I shall accept your challenge without hesitation. Arthur's arrogant tone infuriated them, and they surged forward in a frenzy. "Brothers, charge! Slay Arthur!" The orcs transformed into a tempest of fury as they rushed forth. While Arthur lamented the futility of their actions, for he could have chosen to live, yet they sought their own demise. Meanwhile, Song Ju hastily returned to the Sui water tribe with Guo Xiaoxiao, landing swiftly and urgently inquiring if she had sustained any injuries. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head, urging, "Do not concern yourself with me for now. Who is that person? Does he know you?" "He is the chieftain of the Black Tooth tribe, Arthur." "The reverse star ring orc," Song Ju replied, his eyes brimming with animosity. Despite all efforts to prevent the Black Tooth tribe from discovering Guo Xiaoxiao, the truth was inevitably revealed. So it was him. Guo Xiaoxiao murmured, a surge of complex emotions welling up within her. She had nearly killed Mikeson and Song Ju, and the thought sent a shiver of fear through her. "Xiaoxiao, I am here for you," Song Ju gently reassured. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded, feeling quite uncomfortable. However, Arthur had allowed them to leave, which perhaps meant he held little interest in her. This thought brought her a modicum of relief. The earlier actions of that man, along with the humiliating words, had all been overheard by him. Unable to suppress her inner curses, Guo Xiaoxiao felt the warmth of Song Ju as he embraced her, his heat seeping through the thin fabric of her clothing. He held her close, inviting her to rest against his chest. "Tomorrow, I shall take you back to the Yushan tribe." Guo Xiaoxiao raised her head. "Tomorrow?" Song Ju gently kissed her forehead. "This place is no longer safe." Arthur believes you are a female of my tribe. If he seeks someone, he will only look for the Sui Shui tribe. The Mixin territory is secure. But if he comes looking for someone and does not find them, will he not make things difficult for you? Moreover, he should not be a man of empty words. Right? While you all regard me as a treasure, to him, I am no different from those other females. Guo Xiaoxiao spoke, but Song Ju disagreed, treating her as he would any ordinary female. Could he truly pin her against a tree with intentions of violation? When Arthur finally recollected himself and sought Guo Xiaoxiao, it would be too late to retreat. No male could resist the allure of such beauty. In Song Ju's heart, Guo Xiaoxiao's exquisite appearance was unparalleled. If she claimed the second position in beauty, no one would dare assert themselves as the first. With just a glance, she captivated the soul. Song Ju pondered deeply for a considerable time before arriving at a resolution. Fearless of death, he contemplated that if Arthur came to the Sui Shui tribe seeking her, he would rally his kin to confront him, concealing Guo Xiaoxiao in the Yushan tribe to prevent him from finding her. Yet, having just formed a bond with Guo Xiaoxiao, he was reluctant to face death. After an internal struggle, he finally yielded, stating, "Tomorrow, I shall escort you back to Yushan and take the opportunity to discuss the merger of our tribes with Mixin." Song Ju, you have come to a realization. Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her excitement, having just experienced recent events. The merging of the two tribes emerged as the optimal choice for her safety. Witnessing Arthur bully Guo Xiaoxiao instilled a sense of helplessness in her. Relying solely on his strength was inadequate to protect her. Indeed, he realized that he could not safeguard her alone and decided to collaborate with Mixin for her protection. The following morning, before Guo Xiaoxiao had fully awakened, Song Ju rushed to seek out Alo to discuss the idea of their tribes merging. Alo wholeheartedly supported this notion. He was the type of individual who could survive in tumultuous times, displaying neither arrogance nor servility, but rather an admirable adaptability. Unlike those ignorant barbarians who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. Once the two tribes amalgamated, any disputes between their races would cease to exist, allowing them to jointly defend against the Blacktooth tribe. After Song Ju and Alo reached a consensus, they awaited Guo Xiaoxiao's awakening and offered her some fruit before escorting her to the Yushan tribe. In Chapter 68, Song Ju arrived to negotiate. The females, disinclined to bathe, carried an unpleasant odor and sought cleanliness. Upon their arrival at the Yushan tribe, it appeared to have returned to a state of normalcy. The beastmen gathered in small groups, engaged in conversation, creating a harmonious scene. The trees felled by the beast tide and the damaged caves had been restored to their former glory. The beastmen, aware that both Mixin and Song Ju were males associated with Guo Xiaoxiao, regarded Song Ju's presence with little curiosity. After all, during Arthur's previous attack, it was Song Ju who stood in defense, protecting the tribe in place of Mixin. Mixin maintained order within the tribe, outlining their upcoming tasks, while Mikkel assisted in distributing food to ensure that the females would be well fed during the winter months, a season crucial for their reproduction, prioritizing their nourishment above all else. Guo Xiaoxiao rode gracefully upon Song Ju's back, her arms waving an exuberant greeting to Mixin below. Adorned in a long skirt of animal hide that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. Her raven hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fair skin shimmered like crystal. Her delicate features, complemented by rosy lips, rendered her a vision of beauty as though she had stepped out of a painting. Mixin, filled with joy at the sight of Guo Xiaoxiao, hurried over to catch her as she leapt down from Song Ju's back. "You're back," he exclaimed, relief washing over him, for had she not returned, he would have been compelled to seek her out. The mere days without her felt interminable. With a note of caution, Mixin added, "Why return so directly? You ought to have wrapped yourself in a hide." Although his words were directed at Guo Xiaoxiao, they were also a subtle admonition to Songjue and Aluo, whom he deemed overly reckless. "There is no need for that. While soaring through the skies, who could possibly see me?" "Rest assured," she replied with a light-hearted smile. Guo Xiaoxiao waved her hand, accustomed to a life of unrestrained freedom. At this moment, she felt immune to discussions of relationships and mating. Indulging in such matters was simply a different experience. "That is not permissible," Mixin stated with gravity, disallowing any reckless behavior from her. "All right, enough with the nagging," she replied playfully. Observing Guo Xiaoxiao's mischievous antics, Mixin could only shake his head with a mix of affection and exasperation, shifting his gaze toward Song Ju and Alo. "Thank you both for escorting her back. It was our duty," Song Ju replied indifferently, revealing no warmth, while Alo offered a shy smile. Guo Xiaoxiao remarked, "Mixin, Today, Songju and Alo have come to discuss serious matters with you. She then approached Songju, gently tugging at his hand, urging him to speak promptly. Not to feel shy, as others were present. Mixon observed the intimate interaction between the two, a flicker of hurt crossing his eyes, though he quickly masked it. What is it? Alo suggested. We would like to speak with you privately, Chief Mixon. Do you agree? Certainly. Please proceed, replied Mixon, stepping aside to allow Songju and Alo to pass. The group made their way to a clearing in the forest on the back mountain, a safe area within the territory of the Yushan tribe, occasionally patrolled by a few orc sentinels. Guo Xiaoxiao whispered beside Songju. What else with the sudden air of mystery? Is it really necessary? Songju cast a sidelong glance at Guo Xiaoxiao and replied, Xiaoxiao, you need not accompany us. We shall discuss this matter ourselves. It's merely a discussion about a merger, yet the atmosphere is charged as if Mixon would resort to violence should he disagree. Guo Xiaoxiao chose not to pursue further and turned away, deciding to grant the three gentlemen some space. It would be best not to intrude, lest Songju, in an attempt to save face, utter something inappropriate. Guo Xiaoxiao, having refreshed her memory, made her way to the restroom and retraced her steps back to the gathering area. The weather was delightful, and several females were basking in the sun, those very females who had been reluctant to depart last time. Upon noticing Guo Xiaoxiao, they beckoned her over, exclaiming, Female, come here. They invited Guo Xiaoxiao to join their circle for conversation. These females were among the elder members of the tribe, as the younger females, led by Kasha, had already departed. Nevertheless, they remained capable of bearing offspring. To ensure the tribe's cohesion and stability, Monet suggested that they each select a male. Adhering to the principle of having one more rather than one less, the females chose a 2-star ring orc. In the beast world, having females was a significant honor, and the orcs were not picky. Moreover, with the impending winter breeding season, there was hope for the birth of their young. You are Guo Xiaoxiao, correct? I am Ailey. And these are Sivia, Ningning, and Annie, she continued. Since we last met in the gathering area, we seldom see you. Have you and Mixon been busy mating? You ought to remain here during winter to ensure the breeding of offspring. Ailey was the only female who harbored no jealousy towards Guo Xiaoxiao. Rather, she showed genuine concern for her well-being. After all, beautiful things attract admiration. Well, it's not that, Guo Xiaoxiao replied. Mixon doesn't like me wandering around. He says it's unsafe. In response to Guo Xiaoxiao, she previously ventured out clandestinely to study escape routes, rarely finding herself in crowded areas, instead favoring desolate and secluded paths. Such a beautiful female. I imagine Mixon must be pursuing you nightly, Ellie teased, having noticed the hickey adorning Guo Xiaoxiao's neck. Although her words were not particularly explicit, they were clearly understood. During their idle conversations, such topics often arose, and as females, they felt no embarrassment discussing them. Fortunately, Guo Xiaoxiao replied, feeling an internal turmoil akin to a stampede of wild horses. Ah, Ailey remarked, I truly envy you. You get to engage in mating every night. In response to Ailey's lament, Guo Xiaoxiao felt quite embarrassed and asked, Do you and your male not mate? Nearby, Yivia interjected, Ailey's health is quite fragile. She cannot engage in mating daily and has not done so for an entire month, all in anticipation of winter. Fragile? Guo Xiaoxiao could not help but scrutinize Ailey's delicate form, which seemed utterly disconnected from the notion of weakness, as she appeared robust and well-built. Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her concern, saying, You must take good care of your health, eat plenty of meat, and avoid catching a chill. Thank you. Ailey replied gratefully before posing a question that had long puzzled her. Xiaoxiao, were you born with such fair skin? I have never encountered anyone with such immaculate complexion. Guo Xiaoxiao gently caressed her skin, marveling at its remarkable fairness. In the past, Mixon had often gazed at her, likely captivated by her radiant complexion. Ailey leaned in for a closer look, while several other females, intrigued, turned their attention toward her. The more they observed, the more astonished they became. Her purity was truly breathtaking, with not a single pore in sight. So beautiful, the females exclaimed in unison. You are all beautiful as well, Guo Xiaoxiao replied, feeling elated by the compliments. However, they were exceedingly fond of self-admiration. The males frequently praised their beauty, leading them to feel no sense of inadequacy or anxiety regarding their appearances. Upon hearing Guo Xiaoxiao's praise, they beamed with gratitude, enjoying the camaraderie of their interactions. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air, quite unpleasant. Guo Xiaoxiao instinctively wiped her nose and leaned back slightly, noting that the females had little regard for personal hygiene. Despite their evident odor, they seemed unconcerned, their disheveled hair and body scent rather off-putting. Is something wrong? Ivy inquired, her keen perception detecting Guo Xiaoxiao's discomfort. Nothing, she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao awkwardly remarked that she was certain the unpleasant odor she detected was undoubtedly the sweat of the female. She then inquired, would you like to know how to achieve a lighter complexion? To which they responded almost in unison, yes. After Guo Xiaoxiao spoke, she turned to Ailey and her companions. With an air of mystery, inquiring, do you truly wish to know? The females nodded in unison. Naturally, they were curious. Who would not desire to enhance their own beauty? The status of females is intrinsically tied to the definitions of beauty and ugliness. Thus, when Kasha had been so overbearing, she commanded, take a bath. The females exchanged glances, their expressions stiffening at the unexpected suggestion. What's wrong? It's merely a bath. Ailey asked hesitantly. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded resolutely, asserting, if you wish to become fairer, bathing is the most effective method. Ideally, do it daily. First, let us get clean. You must lighten your complexion. A significant part of their darkness is due to the grime on their skin. Reluctantly, the females accepted this reasoning, though deep down, they were resistant to the idea of bathing. It seemed cumbersome, wet, and needing to dry off. Bathing once every 3 months sufficed in their minds. Who could tolerate daily baths? Meanwhile, on the other side, the group had reached a consensus. Aluo's expression revealed his delight, and his steps were light. Song Ju remarked, Mixin, inform your kin, but keep it discreet to avoid attracting the attention of other tribes. Mixin replied, I'll do it swiftly. Arthur is unpredictable. He initially demanded our food and females, yet now forbids us from hunting. I fear he may take the initiative. Song Ju recalled Guo Xiaoxiao's words, suggesting that Arthur had blocked all our paths, seemingly attempting to coerce us into negotiations. Mixin contemplated this for a moment, acknowledging the logic, stating, perhaps this is merely a strategy to ensure our compliance, to intimidate us against resisting him. Songju refrained from disclosing to Mixin that Arthur had encountered Guo Xiaoxiao. However, being in the same camp and spending time together would inevitably lead to revelations. In that case, it would be his fault for not adequately protecting her. Songju instructed, Aluo, you may depart. Aluo, puzzled, received further clarification from Songju. What follows will not be a conversation between the leaders of 2 tribes, but rather that of a male and a female. Aluo, somewhat enlightened yet still uncertain, left. Once they were gone, Songju candidly stated, Arthur is aware of Guo Xiaoxiao. They spent the night together. Mixin was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the two could have been in each other's company. Upon witnessing Mixin's reaction, Songju comprehended his concerns and reassured him. Rest assured, I intervened. He was unable to do anything. However, it is undeniable that Xiaoxiao's beauty cannot remain concealed. Mixin, somewhat anxious and skeptical, inquired, he did nothing? That seems improbable. He will undoubtedly attempt to take Xiaoxiao away. Songju, unable to fathom Arthur's intentions, replied. He voluntarily released Xiaoxiao, expressing no interest in her. I believe his primary objective is not Xiaoxiao, but rather focused on the 2 of us. Mixin's expression softened as he remarked, while the tribe's status is significant, Xiaoxiao holds greater importance. The affection and tension reflected in Mixin's words were certainly not lost on Songju. That is precisely why I proposed the merger for our collaboration. All right, I understand. Mixin responded, suddenly recalling an important matter. Tonight, I intend to sleep with Xiaoxiao. Songju's expression shifted slightly, but he brushed it off, saying, please inform Xiaoxiao. I shall return first. With that, Songju took flight towards his tribe, accompanied by Aluo, leaving Mixin alone in contemplation. He sighed, aware of the formidable battle that lay ahead. The Blacktooth tribe was rife with brutal combat, perpetually engaged in warfare. The tribe's rules, established by Arthur, differed significantly from other tribes. Food was distributed based on strength. To court a female, a male must prove his worth through combat with her. Victory in these duels granted him priority in selecting a mate. Should the chosen female reject him, the victorious male had the right to slay her. Both males and females bore responsibilities. There were no idle beasts to enjoy services without effort. For instance, if a female failed to bear young during winter, the subsequent year's food allocation would diminish. All beasts were prohibited from hoarding food and were required to adhere to the established arrangements. Furthermore, once one joined the tribe, the decision was irrevocable, a rule instituted by Arthur the previous year. Consequently, many 2-star ring beasts perished from freezing and hunger due to insufficient food during winter, which was predominantly concentrated within the 3-star ring. Some females, lacking the means to secure sustenance, witnessed their entire families perish, ultimately left alone. Arthur's actions initially incited fury among the tribe's beasts, leading to widespread tales of his cold-heartedness and cruelty, each version more exaggerated than the last. Yet, Arthur remained unperturbed, singularly focused on relentless enhancement and optimization. Through his prowess, he subdued tribe after tribe, and now, none dared voice a complaint against him. After a day of arduous labor, he rested against a tree trunk, inadvertently recalling the sweetness of that night with Guo Xiaoxiao. A wave of shame washed over him for being so infatuated with a female, unsettling him. Arthur held a conviction that many males, upon acquiring a female, stagnated in their ascension, content in their coupling and lacking the drive to progress to the 3-star ring. While the tribe's policies were undeniably aggressive, they significantly bolstered the tribe's overall strength. If a female was frail and failed to produce offspring in winter, males were compelled to grow stronger to secure greater benefits for their females. Moreover, developing feelings for a female offered him no advantage. He mused, she is merely a pretty female. Why do I constantly find myself thinking of her? Gently, Arthur descended into slumber, unaware of the passage of time. Gradually, his surroundings became clear, revealing a charming female figure approaching him from afar. Her flowing, silky hair danced behind her, and her alabaster skin glimmered with an ethereal glow. Her luscious crimson lips and crystalline eyes sparkled with a light that seemed capable of ensnaring a man's very soul. He gazed at her in a trance. It was Guo Xiaoxiao from that fateful evening. She came to a halt before him, lifting her gaze and regarding him with a warm smile. Suddenly, she rose onto her tiptoes and captured his lips in a kiss, enveloping them in a tender warmth. As she closed her eyes, deeply savoring the moment, Arthur's mind erupted like a thunderous storm, leaving his world blank and devoid of all else. In that instant, he forgot everything around him, consumed solely by the girl in his arms. He embraced her fervently, returning the kiss with unrestrained passion. Arthur found himself at a loss for how to convey the depth of his yearning, unsure of the posture or method that would best express his desire. Instead, he poured all his strength into holding her tightly. His hands gradually slipped beneath Guo Xiaoxiao's garment, caressing her delicate skin, each inch a tantalizing delight that he could hardly resist. Arthur's breath quickened, his body responding uncontrollably to the overwhelming sensations. Guo Xiaoxiao also perceived the changes occurring within him. She opened her eyes to witness Arthur's bewildered gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. Did you not declare your disdain for me? You claimed that females are merely instruments for reproduction, yet you find yourself captivated by this instrument? Ha. Silence. Arthur bellowed, his voice laced with rudeness. He detested being labeled as a worthless being. Is that truly the case? Your words may be sweet, but in reality, you have long been unable to resist me. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, allow me to enlighten you. After Guo Xiaoxiao spoke, she pulled apart Arthur's arms and pushed him down to the ground, straddling his waist and gazing down at him with an abundance of derision in her eyes. Her fingers delicately traced the area over his chest, the sensation palpable, causing Arthur's breath to grow increasingly labored. However, Guo Xiaoxiao employed the same tactic again, using another finger to tilt Arthur's chin upward. What is the matter? Do you not like it? Arthur grasped Guo Xiaoxiao's wrist, moving it away from his cheek with a fierce tone. Do you know who I am? Yet, as the words escaped his lips, they seemed to lack any true menace, instead revealing a hint of vulnerability. Does it really matter who you are? You don't desire me. Guo Xiaoxiao's visage gradually blurred, her entire being becoming transparent and vanishing. Arthur, startled, reached out to grasp her. Kasha, what are you doing? Volume 1. Chapter 70. A Spring Night's Dream turns out to be Kasha. Mixing yearned for warmth but, upon hearing a sound, was instantly awakened. Before him was no enchanting beauty, merely a figment of his imagination. Had I truly fallen asleep? Arthur furrowed his brow, realizing that all within the dream was but an illusion. Suddenly, a wave of despondency washed over him. Arthur, are you feeling unwell? He soon noticed that Kasha, at an unknown moment, had placed her hand upon his chest, grinning at him in a disconcertingly exaggerated manner. Her face, though heavy-set, feigned innocence. A chill coursed through Arthur. How had this female managed to ascend the tree where he lay? Evading her grasp, he rebuked her. Leave me be. With a forceful shove, he sent Kasha tumbling down, her descent so vigorous that she broke several branches on the way down. Ah! Kasha cried out repeatedly, as below, a male figure opened his arms to catch her. My heavens, Kasha, be careful. He dashed forward to intercept her, the male orc alarmed, but relieved to have caught her. A fall from such a height could have resulted in grave injury. Kasha, displeased, wriggled free from the male's embrace, feeling that he had thwarted her plans. She looked up at Arthur, still seated upon the branch, believing that he had not acted with intention. Arthur, gazing disdainfully at his chest, recalled the unsettling sensation of her hand upon him, which had raised goosebumps and left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable and nauseated. Arthur rose and leaped down from the lofty tree. At that moment, Kasha rushed towards him, positioning herself in his path and swaying her body. "Arthur, I'm here for you." Upon seeing Kasha, Arthur's mind flashed back to Guo Xiaoxiao's actions in his dream, overlapping with Kasha's unattractive demeanor, igniting his temper. Irritated, he declared, "Continue to pester me, and you shall face the consequences." Kasha, incensed by Arthur's aloofness, pondered why he had initially gifted her a red crystal upon their first meeting, yet now seemed to dismiss her. Surely, he must harbor feelings for her. Ignoring all else, she lunged towards Arthur's back, embracing his shoulders with both hands. "Arthur, I like you. Do you not know this? You should be my companion," Kasha exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Get away," Arthur bellowed, turning away and raising his fist to strike Kasha. For an ordinary orc, a single punch would typically result in internal injuries. Thus, Arthur's blow was rather restrained, considering the necessity of female breeding during winter. "How painful! Woe is me!" Kasha cried out, having never endured such indignity. Overwhelmed by the pain, she stomped her feet in frustration, astonished that Arthur would resort to such violence against her. At that moment, a male orc rushed over, intervening to shield Kasha, believing Arthur intended to harm her. "Arthur, I implore you, spare Kasha. She has her own struggles." Arthur regarded them with a sardonic grin, his fury transforming into mockery. "What right do you have to intervene?" Furthermore, he had no intention of killing Kasha. It was merely a minor lesson he sought to impart, devoid of any murderous intent. "Do not let me see you again," Arthur declared, leaving the scene and heading directly into the depths of the forest. Having narrowly escaped a crisis, both individuals exhaled in relief, yet Kasha, with tearful eyes, glared resentfully at Arthur's retreating figure. Having never been struck before, especially by a male, she was undeterred. She was resolute in her desire to attain the formidable Arthur. Only his status could match her own nobility. "Kasha, enough. Cease your attempts to entice Arthur. He will never favor you," the male orc advised. "Silence. You know nothing. He will come to like me," Kasha retorted fiercely, casting a menacing glare at the male, who promptly fell silent, fearing her wrath and the subsequent decline in his standing. Upon returning to his stone abode, Arthur resumed his study of the fruits, occasionally employing the sponge he had discovered in the previous box to cleanse his face, relishing the familiar fragrance that enveloped him. It evoked warm memories, reminding him of that female. He truly felt inept. Mixon entrusted the matter of merging the Sui water tribe with Monai, who readily consented, recognizing the strength in their union. Monai took the time to remind him to care for his female, especially with winter approaching, should she unexpectedly come into heat. He recalled that Guo Xiaoxiao was still thought to be underage, oblivious to the two beastly marks adorning her arm. Mixon replied, "This just seems unlikely. Xiaoxiao's heat period has passed." Monai queried, "She has matured?" "Passed. Is there no sign of movement in her belly?" Mixon, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, admitted that he had missed the opportunity during the mating season, as she did not acknowledge him. Monet remained silent for a moment before replying, "It's all right. You've just come of age. Perhaps in the winter, you can try again." Mixon eagerly anticipated the prospect of having offspring with Guo Xiaoxiao, stating, "It will happen." Monet shook his head with a chuckle. "You shouldn't immerse yourself solely in tribal affairs. Make an effort to show concern. Bring her some delightful treats to win her over. If only you had half of that rascal Songjue's audacity, she would have already conceived." Mixon averted his gaze, acknowledging, "I understand. I shall return." Monet nodded. "Go on." After exchanging farewells, Mixon made his way to the clearing, where the females basking in the sun informed him that Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit tired, had already gone back. He hurriedly returned to the cave, where Guo Xiaoxiao lay on the fur mat, resting and recuperating. Mixon swiftly approached her, crouching down to caress her soft hair. "Xiaoxiao." "Mixon," she replied. As Guo Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, she found herself gazing into the adoring eyes of Mixon, and a wave of happiness surged within her. "Did I wake you?" she inquired softly. "No, I merely wished to rest for a moment," he replied tenderly as he nuzzled her forehead with his face. A smile graced Guo Xiaoxiao's lips. Mixon then lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, longing for her presence over the past few days. However, the thought of Songjue mentioning that Arthur was aware of her existence filled him with despair. He felt inadequate for failing to protect her. "I'm sorry," he said. Guilt reflected in his gaze as he looked at Guo Xiaoxiao. "I understand your concerns, but truly, everything is fine." Guo Xiaoxiao consoled him. remarking that it was merely a formidable orc and the outcome was uncertain. Observing her gentle and serene demeanor, Mikeson could not resist bestowing a kiss upon her. The two were closely entwined. Guo Xiaoxiao momentarily shifted away, but soon acclimated to the intimacy. Since they had bonded, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a profound sense of belonging. An essence of unity that was largely attributed to the fact that Song Ju only teased her, while Mike's earnestness had augmented his capacity to bear such comparisons. Mikeson tended to the fire to prepare meat, mindful of preserving their provisions, which led him to consume less than before, while Guo Xiaoxiao continued her habitual minimal intake. Witnessing Mike's efforts to economize for the tribe weighed heavily on her heart, she resolved to devise a plan to enhance their meals, ideally procuring some seasonings, vegetables, and various meats to make their feasts more delectable. Regrettably, Guo Xiaoxiao reminisced about the chicken she had seen with Song Ju, which had been lost amidst Arthur's meddling, depriving them of the opportunity to savor chicken. After Mikeson had his fill, he extinguished the fire and eagerly embraced Guo Xiaoxiao. Though it was still early in the evening and she was reluctant to retire for the night, she playfully pushed against him. Yet Mikeson clung to her like an unyielding adhesive. "Xiaoxiao, don't move," Mikeson whispered as he kissed her earlobe, pressing his advantage. His lips glided along her smooth neck, trailing down to her collarbone. Guo Xiaoxiao recalled the pain they had endured together the previous night, which made her hesitate. "Mikeson, I wish to take a bath. Afterward, we may engage in intimacy," she proposed. Mikeson was exhilarated by her words, for he would finally have the opportunity to touch her exquisite form, her skin, a rare delicacy, resplendent and soft, igniting a thrilling response. "Very well, let us not rush," he replied. "Indeed, to the river," he said, leading Guo Xiaoxiao to the banks where numerous fish swam. The water, icy and biting, heralded the approaching cold season. The large stone basin by the river bore a striking resemblance to that of the Sishui tribe. Mikeson swiftly filled it with water, igniting a fire to heat it with seamless efficiency. Once prepared, he cradled Guo Xiaoxiao with one arm, while using the other to assist her in shedding her beast skin. "Mikeson, I can wash myself. You may stand aside," she insisted. Guo Xiaoxiao has yet to embrace such boldness. Mike looked up at her and asked, "What is the matter?" "I am not accustomed to being watched here. I can manage to wash it myself," she replied. Blushing, Guo Xiaoxiao shyly spoke. Mikeson understood her intention, though reluctant. He obediently nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall wait outside. Please wash quickly, and do take care not to catch a chill." Guo Xiaoxiao nodded. "Then you may step aside." Mikeson stood up, walked to the great tree, and paused once more. "Xiaoxiao, will you always remain by my side?" "Of course," she assured him, a smile illuminating Mikeson's face. "Then I shall rest easy." Chapter 71. Unable to endure strengthened resilience, he truly required a constant sense of security. Guo Xiaoxiao watched Mikeson retreat, lost in thought. It was time to formally embark on this new chapter of their lives. He and Song Ju would often meet, and it was essential to harmonize their relationship. It was time to bathe. Guo Xiaoxiao glanced around anxiously, confirming that no one was in sight before she began to shed her animal hides and undergarments. The bathing area of the Yushan tribe lacked any covering, rendering it rather inconvenient compared to the privacy available at the Shishui tribe's bathing facilities. The frigid air chilled her skin, prompting her to rub her arms. The night in this beastly world was inhospitable even for birds. Before her, a large basin of steaming water beckoned, and Guo Xiaoxiao eagerly immersed herself within. She submerged her body, leaving only her neck exposed, relishing the warmth. With a deep sigh, she closed her eyes, savoring the sensation of the warm water enveloping her body, occasionally splashing playfully. Mikeson had not ventured far and quietly crouched behind the great tree, his heart racing at the sound of her bathing. Memories flooded his mind. That night, the feeling of her delicate form in his embrace lingered vividly, as he tenderly kissed her, her hands entwining around his shoulders. A blend of agony and ecstasy responding to his fervor, ensnaring him in a delightful labyrinth of desire. "Ah, life is beautiful," a sudden female exclamation drew Mikeson's attention. He immediately pushed aside his distractions, peeking out from his hiding spot to glimpse the source of the sound. There lay Guo Xiaoxiao, reclining and panting, her fair neck adorned with glistening droplets, her cheeks flushed with irresistible allure. Her hair, completely soaked, clung to her body like black silk, accentuating her exquisite figure. With her bosom rising proudly, Mikeson swallowed hard, his throat dry, captivated by her beauty. He drank in the sight of her form, her skin as pristine as mutton-fat jade, glowing with a healthy blush, droplets of water cascading down her body and pooling in the tub below. Guo Xiaoxiao shivered, an inexplicable sensation enveloping her. as if an intense gaze had firmly fixed upon her. Following the source of this unsettling feeling, her eyes met the unabashed look in Mixon's eyes, nearly causing her to scream in alarm. "Mixon, you've turned rogue, just like Song-ju. You mustn't look," she exclaimed, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. The thrill of being scrutinized surged once more, and the flame of desire in Mixon's eyes intensified. He sauntered towards her, halting a mere foot away. "Xiao Xiao," he started, but was promptly interrupted by Guo Xiao. "Do not come any closer," she warned, her beautiful eyes wide with vigilance. Here, in the wilderness, she was bathing, and the thought of being seen was mortifying. "Xiao," he replied, his expression shifting to one of concern. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "Mixon, I prefer to bathe alone, without anyone nearby. Can you endure that?" "Why?" Mixon asked eagerly, his desire for her overwhelming any reservations he might have had. He could no longer contain his longing. He had to possess her, for the days ahead would be unbearable. In just a few days apart, he found himself consumed by thoughts of her day and night. "Listen," she said, furrowing her brow with seriousness. Mixon halted in confusion. "Do you dislike me? Why is this so difficult to explain? We are by the river, and sometimes the beastmen come to fetch water. They might witness us here. Please step back and keep watch to ensure the beastmen don't approach." She attempted to soften her tone, hoping he would comprehend. "Xiao, I am not afraid." He resolutely shook his head. I do not mind." Guo Xiao felt exasperated. This fellow, devoid of shame, was pushing her limits. She was terrified. Having believed that Mixon was rather honest, yet he proved otherwise with his brazen desire to engage in a clandestine affair. She simply could not accept it. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him, while Mixon, bewildered, lowered his gaze. He too was puzzled by his inability to restrain himself, feeling a hint of self-reproach. The sight of her skin, as pure as milk, ignited an uncontrollable urge within him, a primal instinct that stirred a fervent desire to possess her. Despite considering himself to be a creature of strong self-control, he found himself ensnared by the depths of his emotions. Guo Xiao took a deep breath, constantly reminding herself that Mixon was an orc, and that his half-human, half-beast nature brought him closer to animalistic instincts, which was entirely normal. She calmed the turmoil within her and extended her finger, gesturing for him to move a little farther away. "Do not provoke my anger. Hurry and stand over there." Mixon, reluctant to defy her command, obediently shifted behind another tree. Xiao, I truly miss you. I long to embrace and kiss you," he said, his voice filled with frustration. However, Guo Xiao was not swayed by his words and decisively replied, "Endure it." Mixon, lips pursed in dissatisfaction, felt unfulfilled as Guo Xiao continued her bath, uninterested in engaging in further conversation. He fidgeted in agitation, kicking the tree trunk, causing withered leaves to tumble down, yet they did little to quell the unrest within him. With a sigh, Guo Xiao swiftly finished her bath, leaping from the basin and donning her animal skin skirt. Mixon hurriedly followed, seemingly unable to contain himself. Upon entering the cave, he eagerly pressed Guo Xiao against him, kissing her fervently. Seizing the opportunity, Mixon's tongue trailed along her cheek, sliding from the corner of her mouth to the flared nostrils. Guo Xiao trembled uncontrollably, her face aflame with embarrassment, and despite her struggles, she found herself powerless against his advances. Sensing her body yielding to him, Mixon's excitement grew. His large hand enveloped her curves, his palm radiating warmth. Feeling that searing heat, Guo Xiao could not suppress a soft moan. A mischievous glint flickered in Mixon's eyes as he suckled on her sensitive earlobe, eliciting a delicate shiver from her. "Give yourself to me," he rasped, his voice thick with desire and magnetic allure. "No," she protested. The night passed with relentless fervor. As dawn broke and golden rays spilled into the cave, the warmth was absent. As Guo Xiao woke, Mixon remained by her side, peacefully slumbering. His features were sharply defined and remarkably handsome, with a strikingly deep and three-dimensional visage. At that moment, he was holding her close, lost in a sweet slumber, seemingly content and relaxed. The previous night, the two had indulged in fervent passion for quite some time. Mixon's stamina was extraordinary, leaving her utterly spent. After a night of deep sleep, Guo Xiao stirred her body slightly, feeling not overly fatigued, save for a hint of soreness. Nothing as overwhelming as her first experience. She rose from the bed with ease, pondering whether she had grown accustomed to it. Along the way, she sensed a smooth, gliding sensation, wondering if it was that. Guo Xiao did not dwell on it, recognizing that good health was indeed a blessing. As the person in Mixon's embrace shifted, he too awakened. and upon seeing Guo Xiaoxiao was awake, he leaned in to kiss her gently. "Good morning, Xiaoxiao," he murmured. As Guo Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, she discerned the subtle contours of his robust physique, the muscular definition apparent and exuding a distinctly masculine aroma. Quite impressive, strong and sturdy. She mused as her hand instinctively reached out to caress his well-defined abdominal muscles, the sensation overwhelmingly delightful. "Is it handsome?" she inquired. Mixon seized her mischievous hand, a playful smile gracing his lips, and replied, "Indeed, it is." Guo Xiaoxiao feigned calmness as she replied. "Xiaoxiao, did you enjoy yourself last night?" Mixon asked ambiguously. To which Guo Xiaoxiao, her cheeks slightly flushed, responded, "It was mediocre." Volume 1, Chapter 72, Mixon, consumed by jealousy, endeavored to maintain harmony in the harem. Mixon anxiously inquired, "How does it compare to Songju?" Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at Mixon's expectant eyes and replied perfunctorily, "You are quite impressive." Mixon chuckled with delight, embracing her tightly and inhaling the fragrance from her neck, exclaiming, "So delightful." Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. After the two of them got up, completed their morning routines, and used the restroom, they sat down to enjoy some fruit. The patch of land outside the cave had been meticulously tended by Mixon. Ever since Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her desire to cultivate it, he had taken great care of it, despite not knowing the purpose of the planting. As they did not consume vegetables, perhaps it was merely a way for the female to pass the time. Guo Xiaoxiao resolved to cultivate something in the near future to fulfill her task. By noon, the orcs of the Sui Shui tribe, led by Zhang Yue, arrived at the Yushan tribe. Mixon had not yet informed all the orcs, fearing potential chaos. However, upon arrival, Monet and Mikel had everything under control, requiring no further concern from him. Zhang Yue had spent the previous night packing gold and silver treasures, and without delay, they were set to act. The land Mixon had found for them was well suited to their survival instincts, a forest at the foot of the rear mountain, where towering trees provided ample material for constructing wooden shelters. This migration could no longer be concealed following the merger of the two tribes. All other orc tribes were now aware that the Sui Shui tribe had relocated to the Yushan tribe. Mixon had discussed with Zhang Yue that aside from resource allocation, each tribe would manage its own affairs without interference. After giving a few instructions to his kin, Zhang Yue hurriedly sought out Guo Xiaoxiao, who stood beside the land, contemplating how to acquire corn seeds. Zhang Yue approached her and playfully asked, "Xiaoxiao, have you missed me?" "No," she replied coolly, unfazed by his antics. "You're lying. You must have thought of me." Zhang Yue laughed heartily, seizing her arm and pulling her close, embracing her possessively. With a broader smile, he pinched her cheek and teased, "Come on, tell me, did you spend the night with Mixon? Who felt better?" Guo Xiaoxiao forcefully stepped on him several times. "Nothing more to say, is there?" she teased. "Ouch, Xiaoxiao, you shouldn't bully others like this. I was merely inquiring. If I haven't performed well, I will adjust my posture accordingly." Song Ju winced in pain, released her, and spoke in a tone of grievance. Guo Xiaoxiao rubbed her cheeks and shot him a glare. "Stop fooling around. I am quite occupied." "Occupied with what?" asked Song Ju. Guo Xiaoxiao pondered. "I am contemplating where to procure corn seeds to sow." Song Ju is unaware of Guo Xiaoxiao's reference to plants, questioning the essence of corn. What exactly is corn? With winter approaching, it seems unlikely that they would thrive. However, they are indeed a remarkably unique species of plant. Guo Xiaoxiao casually explained that she still had the energy potion on her person, contemplating its use to expedite the planting process. "Are you certain?" Song Ju furrowed his brow in thought. Guo Xiaoxiao had a sudden inspiration and declared her certainty, suggesting they inquire with other orcs to see if any possessed corn seeds. Changju took her hand and replied, "Very well, I shall lead you to the jumping orcs to ask them. They have a fondness for cultivating vegetables, and they should have the seeds you seek. However, I must wonder, why would a female engage in vegetable cultivation? Shouldn't you be enjoying your days instead of pondering such matters?" Changju adopted an expression of exasperation, for in the minds of males, females were meant to indulge in the pleasures of life, free from the toils of labor, as farming was indeed a laborious task. Guo Xiaoxiao found it amusing, remarking that if females merely played every day without engaging their minds, they would become utterly useless. She said, "Well, if one is idle, one might as well enjoy oneself. Engaging in manual labor can be quite enjoyable." Song Ju imitated Guo Xiaoxiao's usual angry expression, rolling his eyes and declaring, "Indeed, you are simply bored to the point of exasperation." Guo Xiaoxiao was displeased. She retorted, "You are the one in pain, and your entire family feels the same." Just as Mixon arrived after tending to matters at the venue, he happened upon this scene. The two were engaged in a lively and seemingly harmonious exchange, their banter reflecting a particularly close relationship. He approached them and inquired, "Xiao Xiao, what's the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just having a quarrel with Songju." Guo Xiaoxiao smiled as she pointed at Songju, who provocatively raised his eyebrows with a grin. He then turned to Guo Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, are you hungry? Let us have a barbecue together later." "Sure," she replied, "but we must first find the seeds." Guo Xiaoxiao casually replied, "Do not consume what he has brought." "Xiao Xiao, I will prepare roasted meat for you," Mike Sen coldly remarked, his displeasure evident. Deep down, he had never accepted Songju. Songju scoffed, "Are you jealous? You are already Guo Xiaoxiao's partner, yet you still harbor such jealousy. What is this? Are the things brought here to be shared? Your kin can partake. But Xiao Xiao is not permitted?" Mike Sen paused. Though he acknowledged the truth in those words, he found it exceedingly irritating. Songju, with a triumphant air, continued, "I am also Xiao Xiao's partner. The moment you took residence in the cave, it ceased to be solely yours. It belongs to Xiao Xiao. Even if I wish to dwell there, you have no right to impede me. Songju, I reiterate, you are merely a temporary resident of Yushan. We agreed to vanquish the Black-Tooth tribe. You shall return from whence you came. Do not think to linger here," Mike Sen warned, his expression darkening. Sensing the escalating tension, Guo Xiaoxiao intervened to mediate. Uncertain of how the negotiations had unfolded, she felt it imperative for them to coexist harmoniously. With a gentle tone, she said, "Mike Sen, since we are all of the same tribe, why must we be so calculative? Songju is genuinely a good person and quite easy to get along with. Be magnanimous. Do not stoop to his level. He merely speaks thoughtlessly. He is not fundamentally flawed." Mike Sen felt a pang of frustration at Guo Xiaoxiao's defense of Songju. Yet he swallowed his discontent. After all, this was Guo Xiaoxiao's choice, and Songju was indeed a legitimate partner. In your heart, does he hold more importance than I? Of course not. Guo Xiaoxiao reaches conclusions without contemplation. Mixen is the first orc she encounters in the beast realm, holding significant importance to her. Then why did you just praise him? Mixen inquired, feeling somewhat awkward. He overlooked Guo Xiaoxiao's comment about Songju's sharp tongue, only hearing that he is a good person, without faults, and easy to get along with. Each word a compliment. Guo Xiaoxiao could no longer respond, and with a hearty laugh, Songju observed the sight of Mixen being humbled, resembling a little wife, which brought immense delight to his heart. It was simply too amusing. Guo Xiaoxiao did not respond directly to Mixen. Instead, she skillfully diverted the conversation by saying, "Mixen, I recall that we recently passed by a river. I am considering attempting to plant corn by the riverside. What do you think about us going to find some seeds now?" Songju, lacking discernment, blurted out, "Did we not already select a plot of land outside the cave? This place, disturbed by lions, seems quite suitable. Let us not change locations." Guo Xiaoxiao cast him a speechless glance. Silence did not render him mute. In Volume 1, Chapter 73, two males were about to clash over her, proposing to be particularly harsh on one another. "I understand. You need not speak anymore," Songju remarked, shrugging. "Oh, what kind of corn seeds do you desire, Xiao Xiao?" Mike's son interjected, observing the subtle shift between Guo Xiaoxiao and Songju. Guo Xiaoxiao believed they must possess corn seeds, albeit with a different nomenclature from her modern understanding. She described the corn's appearance to the two. It grows tall, encased in a layer akin to husks. Once peeled, it reveals golden yellow cobs that can be boiled or grilled. With a sweet flavor, a commonly consumed vegetable. That seems rather impractical. Our tribe primarily consumes meat. Wild vegetables are abundant, enjoyed only by your kind. Mixen remarked in confusion, assuming Guo Xiaoxiao spoke of wild vegetables, flowers, or ornamental plants, rather than something for consumption. Songju found it peculiar as well. Yet he would not hinder Guo Xiaoxiao's passion. If she enjoys planning for fun, why question it? Mike Sen, you should attend to your own matters. I shall take her to the beastmen to inquire further. Must a female personally seek out seeds? It is perilous outside, Mike Sen cautioned. You go fetch them. Xiao Xiao will remain within the tribe. The jungle is unsafe. Do not venture out. Upon hearing this, Songju's expression darkened. I will ensure Xiao Xiao's safety. Do not worry. Remaining in the tribe is so stifling. It is better to take her out for a breath of fresh air. Mike's son scoffed. Your feigned concern is unnecessary. Xiao Xiao is under my care. You need not trouble yourself, especially since it was you who allowed Arthur to discover her. Regarding the Arthur incident, Songju's gaze turned fierce. The tension between them palpable, deterring any onlookers. What of it? At least Xiao Xiao has never suffered harm in the Yushan tribe, while you have led her into dangerous situations. Song Ju retorted with mockery. Do not forget, I took Gua Xiaoxiao from the Yushan tribe, and you could not stop me. Mike's son glared fiercely. That was merely luck on your part. Song Ju scoffed. You are a coward, wishing to monopolize Xiaoxiao yet too afraid to admit it. Enough, Song Ju. Mike Sin shouted in exasperation, ready to confront the audacious interloper. Song Ju, unfazed, responded, What is it? Are you embarrassed and furious? Gua Xiaoxiao pulled Song Ju, saying, Enough is enough. If you continue to bully Mike Sin, I shall be quite displeased. Perhaps you should speak a little less. Song Ju retorted, If I do not confront him, shall I allow him to bully me instead? Will I still have the chance to see you? I am not foolish. Song Ju, feeling slighted, became agitated. He spoke the truth. Mike Sin did not want him near Gua Xiaoxiao, and he would not indulge him. If he continued to yield, what future could they possibly have together? How could they remain close? In truth, he found it immensely difficult to endure. Lowering himself to Mike Sin's level by entering Yushan was a profound humiliation. Neither of them had envisioned a peaceful coexistence. A confrontation was inevitable. What was there to fear? Hello, Song Ju. Do you wish to fight? Mike Sin declared fiercely. I am always ready, Song Ju replied, his half-beast transformation revealing sharp claws, igniting the tension between them. The atmosphere crackled with hostility, frightening Gua Xiaoxiao, who hastily intervened. Regardless of the circumstances, it benefits neither of you to engage in battle. Please, cease your quarrel. It is exhausting for me to be caught in the middle. Upon hearing Gua Xiaoxiao's plea, the two men momentarily, if only slightly, restrained themselves. Xiaoxiao, let us go find the seeds. Ignore him. Let him fight me forever. Song Ju declared as he attempted to lift Gua Xiaoxiao into the air, leveraging his advantage. Upon witnessing this, Mike Sin rushed forward, gripping one of Gua Xiaoxiao's arms and refusing to let go. Xiaoxiao, you shall not leave with him. Song Ju, observing that Gua Xiaoxiao was being held back, remarked. You truly have some tenacity, Mike Sin. Let her go. You are hurting me. Gua Xiaoxiao's arm was firmly grasped by Mike Sin, leaving it flushed from his grip. Observing this, Mike Sin loosened his hold slightly, yet remained reluctant, gazing at Gua Xiaoxiao with a look of pitiful longing. Please don't go, all right? Oh dear, must you all bicker so? Aren't you weary? We must unite against the Black Tooth tribe. We cannot afford to quarrel among ourselves first. Gua Xiaoxiao could no longer endure the wails of despair, prompting Song Ju to gently set her down. Observing this, Mike Sin also released his hold. The three of them remained in a stalemate for a while, eventually settling down in silence to gather their thoughts. This tranquil interlude provided a moment of respite. The underlying issues between Mike Sin and Song Ju must be addressed. Gua Xiaoxiao needed to adopt a firmer stance towards Mike Sin, since Song Ju was now her partner, having already committed to their bond. It was inconceivable for her to perpetually avoid encounters with others. After all, other females cohabited harmoniously with multiple males, thriving in their shared existence. It was imperative for her to impart this wisdom. Gua Xiaoxiao was the first to break the silence. She turned to Mike Sin and said, Mike Sin, as a male, you must learn to embrace the flaws of others. Song Ju may possess a rather unpleasant character, with behaviors that can be quite irritating and actions that lack forethought. But you cannot allow this to breed animosity. The discord between Mike Sin and Song Ju was a matter that belonged solely to them, a long-standing grievance. However, both were partners of Xiaoxiao, and their continued estrangement only complicated matters. Xiaoxiao's words momentarily rendered him speechless. Song Ju felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing how poorly he was perceived in Gua Xiaoxiao's eyes, which left him feeling quite dejected. If you take out your frustrations on Song Ju because of me, then you are not the person I know. I do not wish for misunderstandings to fester between you two. We are all partners here. We are a family. What purpose does bickering serve? Please exercise a bit more patience with Song Ju. A smile can mend many rifts. Mike Sin was left without retort. He was unwilling to lose her, for he loved her deeply and found it unbearable to share her with this insufferable creature. Song Ju was utterly at a loss for words. Xiaoxiao, you are far too biased in his favor. Not only do you refuse to support me, but you also criticize me. How have I become the villain here? My conduct is no worse than that of this loathsome lion. And it was he who instigated trouble today. He clasped his chest, feigning a near tearful expression, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Such exaggerated theatrics. Gua Xiaoxiao sighed. Exasperated. Enough. You too, Mike Sun. If Mike Sun is at fault, you must also show some restraint. Sometimes, taking a step back can lead to broader horizons. Song Ju's mood lightened as he cast a triumphant glance at Mike Sun, silently taunting him with the thought of what he could do. Mike Sun, filled with frustration, found himself powerless against Song Ju in front of Gua Xiaoxiao. Wu Xiaoxiao gazed at the two imbeciles, shaking her head in exasperation. In summary, I no longer wish to witness your brawls or hear your incessant quarrels. If I catch either of you in the act. Both individuals listened intently, and Guo Xiaoxiao continued, whoever I catch will be banished to sleep outside, barred from entering the cave. Do you understand clearly? Ultimately, Mixin conceded, promising not to target him, while Songju assured that he would refrain from provoking Wu Xiaoxiao. With Mixin and Songju reaching an accord, Wu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief, as this matter was temporarily resolved. Otherwise, their mutual glares might have escalated into chaos. Having settled this, it was time to address the issue regarding the seeds. But just as she was about to speak, a voice echoed from above. Female, a partner should not be subjected to such control. You are far too lenient. The three turned their gazes upward to find Arthur standing atop a tree trunk. When had he stealthily taken position there? Dressed in a flowing white garment reminiscent of modern fabric, he surveyed the trio from his elevated perch. Mixin and Songju immediately sprang into action, positioning themselves on either side of Guo Xiaoxiao, vigilantly guarding her. Guo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. The appearance of Arthur rendered her awkward, as memories of that night, when he had mocked her, engaged in banter, and nearly brought her to a similar scene, flooded her mind, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Xiaoxiao. Arthur called her name, continuing, indulging a partner can lead to misfortune, rather than fostering intimacy. It only breeds complications. One must be more resolute. In chapter 74 of the first volume, Arthur displayed a hint of narcissism amidst the ceaseless drama of his harem. He effortlessly leaped down from the tree trunk, completely disregarding Songju and Mixin. He overheard their conversation, believing Guo Xiaoxiao to be rather vulnerable, incapable of managing her males. To his surprise, he discovered that both Mixin and Songju were indeed her males. It was understandable. Such beauty and capability could easily enrapture males, yet he was decidedly not among them. The notion of being envious of a female and being controlled by her was intolerable to him, unless he were uncontrollable and could prioritize his own desires. He would rather remain single and live a life of solitude than be subjugated. Come looking for trouble again? Arthur, with Mixin and I teaming up, you shall gain nothing. Songju taunted, flanking Arthur on either side. Arthur smirked, his lips curling in derision. What, are you afraid? Mixin, on guard, retorted, who is afraid of you? If you have the guts, don't think you can leave your mountain today. Upon hearing this, Arthur scoffed. Such bravado. Have you forgotten nearly being defeated by me? Exchanging glances. Mixin and Songju understood that it was futile to attempt to drive Arthur away without serious confrontation. They transformed into their beast forms and lunged at him simultaneously. Their coordination remarkably seamless. In a one-on-one match, Arthur might have had the upper hand, but facing both of them at once would undoubtedly prove challenging. The 4-star and 5-star ring orcs possessed formidable combat prowess. Yet, Arthur remained unperturbed. With a swift, uncanny movement, he evaded their attacks, then countered with a palm strike to Songju's chest. Utilizing the rebound, he propelled himself forward, colliding with Mixin's abdomen. Both beasts sustained no severe injuries, but lost their balance and fell to the ground. Guo Xiaoxiao sensed that the situation was dire upon witnessing the ensuing chaos and swiftly approached the two combatants. Mixin, Songju, are you unharmed? Not at all. They replied with a nod. Reassured, Guo Xiaoxiao turned to Arthur and urged, you must leave at once. You are but one individual, while we have nearly 1,000 orcs. You cannot seize what is rightfully mine. Arthur, somewhat perplexed, responded, why would I seek to take anything from you? In light of his actions, Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, to claim me as your mate. Although Arthur did not deny his inclination towards pursuing females of superior genetic quality, he had not fixated on any one particular female. While Guo Xiaoxiao possessed commendable qualities, it mattered little to him. His thoughts drifted back to the dream he had experienced that fateful night, stirring a tempest of emotions within him as he pondered whether Guo Xiaoxiao was subtly conveying something to him. As the pieces fell into place, a sudden clarity washed over him. With a hint of disdain and contempt, Arthur gazed down at Guo Xiaoxiao, his tone remaining icy. You believe you can aspire to be my mate? Perhaps you should first reflect on your own worth. You are incapable of carrying your own weight. Should you amend your shortcomings, I might consider granting you a chance, but you must relinquish your attempts to entice me. I am not an ordinary male. Your tactics will not sway me. Guo Xiaoxiao wore a perplexed expression, resembling a questioning emoji. While Arthur spoke earnestly, I do not favor females who intentionally draw near to me, nor do I permit any seductive gestures that could sway my heart. What? Seduction? Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback by Arthur's words. What on earth was he saying? She stared blankly at him, attempting to comprehend his statement. Guo Xiaoxiao remained silent, gazing at him intently. Arthur presumed that she was hurt by his revelations, noting the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes. A flicker of compassion stirred within him, leading him to offer a misguided consolation. If you were to kneel before me, pleading for a chance, I might reluctantly grant you the opportunity to remain by my side. In time, I shall contemplate whether you are indeed suitable to be my partner. Guo Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, not from embarrassment of being seen through, but from anger. She retorted, Are you blind? Which of your eyes perceives that I like you? Even a fool like me would never fall for someone like you. You should abandon that notion. Arthur, rather than responding with ire, chuckled, finding amusement in the flustered rebuttal of the blushing little female before him. He suddenly discovered that teasing her was far more entertaining than competing with other beastmen for prey, and it stirred a delightful thrill within him. Noticing the faint smile gracing Arthur's face, Guo Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable fear. He was a formidable lunatic. Mixin and Song Ju were left dumbfounded by Arthur's declarations. Song Ju snapped back to reality and exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? Xiaoxiao could never like you. You're delusional. We are Xiaoxiao's most devoted males. She belongs to us. Mixin chimed in, Indeed, even if it cost me my life, I would never allow any male to touch her. Song Ju, perplexed, could only stare in confusion. Arthur, however, dismissed their protests. If he wished to claim her as his own, these two held no standing. He turned to Guo Xiaoxiao, saying, Last time in the valley, you mentioned your preference for strong males and expressed a desire to battle with me for 3 days and nights. Have you forgotten? Guo Xiaoxiao's face truly turned crimson. But she insisted, I mistook you for someone else. I thought you were Song Ju. I said you were strong and wanted to mate. That was directed at him. Who told you to stand behind me and interject? With such a stark difference in voice, how could she possibly make a mistake? Arthur was unconvinced, believing it was all deliberate, and he conveniently crafted a rationale for himself. Song Ju, upon hearing this, perked up and leaned closer, gently taking Guo Xiaoxiao's hand and placing it on his chest, casting her a mischievous glance. Xiaoxiao, so this is how you truly feel? If Mixin cannot satisfy you, you should have spoken sooner. It's not just 3 days and nights. I could keep you occupied for 7 days and nights, until you are utterly content. Guo Xiaoxiao covered her mouth with one hand, realizing she had misspoken, disbelief washing over her. What had she just uttered? In stark contrast, Mike's son found himself in an entirely different predicament, a tempest of anger intertwined with pain, sorrow, and profound frustration, despite being undeniably stronger than the 5-star rank. Why had she never uttered such words to him? It dawned on him that, in Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes, he had long ceased to hold the foremost position. Mike's son gazed at Guo Xiaoxiao with a look of resentment, sighing deeply, yet remained unable to voice his thoughts. Guo Xiaoxiao sensed the resentment emanating from Mixin and promptly released herself from Song Ju's grasp. Turning to Mixin, she said, Mixin, you are remarkable, incredibly strong. Do not overthink it. You will always be the finest male, the most exceptional male. Afterward, she glared at Arthur and remarked, Look at the trouble you've caused. Why don't you hurry back? Song Ju, feeling displeased, interjected, So Mixin is the best? What about me? This stubborn lion is quite the handful. Xiaoxiao, let us simply disregard him. Guo Xiaoxiao hastily exclaimed, Could you refrain from speaking so much? Can't you see that I'm busy? Mixin glared resentfully at Song Ju, saying, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Xiaoxiao and I would be quite happy together. Damn it, they're back again. Song Ju countered, Xiaoxiao, tell me, who is better in your eyes, him or me? Deep down, I know I am the one you truly prefer, am I not? Guo Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the two individuals, her expression one of utter desolation, as if she had resigned herself to an inescapable fate. In the 75th chapter of the first volume, another episode of social embarrassment unfolded. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, her menstrual cycle had unexpectedly commenced. The disgraceful behavior exhibited by the two had prompted Arthur to abandon the scene, eager to extricate himself from this den of iniquity. However, just as he turned to depart, he abruptly halted, spinning around with a gaze as frigid as ice, brimming with an unmistakable sense of peril. Wait a moment, he asserted, for he had not come to engage in trivial familial disputes with them. Yushan and Sis we had audaciously merged their tribes without his consent, a direct affront to his authority. Initially, he had stealthily approached the Yushan tribe to instill a sense of intimidation, but upon catching a whiff of Guo Xiaoxiao's scent, he had inadvertently wandered into a scene that nearly made him forget his original intent. Song Ju, Mixin, your two tribes pose a threat to the Black Teeth. While I still possess the capacity for reasonable discourse, I command you to disband. The attention of the two was drawn back to Arthur. Disband? How could they allow themselves to be dictated by another? Mikeson, unafraid of Arthur, retorted, "Who do you think you are? The division of our tribes is a matter solely between us. The Black Teeth have no right to interfere." Arthur's icy gaze bore down upon Mikeson. "Winter has but 10 days remaining. You dare provoke me while lacking food? You must be courting death." Song Ju, unable to endure Arthur's overbearing demeanor, snapped back. "You only seized what belonged to us through treachery. This territory was never yours. Mind your own business. If you desire a tribal conflict, know that I am not one to be trifled with. At worst, it will be a fight to the death. And I have yet to settle the score for the 2 beastmen you killed from my tribe. Then I shall not hold back," Arthur responded, and with that, he leaped forward, swiftly charging at Song Ju and Mikeson. He had no qualms about teaching these impertinent fools a lesson, asserting his dominion. "Shishao, get away," Song Ju shouted to Guo Xiaoxiao upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Guo Xiaoxiao discerned Arthur's moves and quickly retreated to the sidelines. This was a battle beyond her capacity to engage. The resounding blasts echoed in her ears, and a powerful wave of combat energy surged forth, toppling her to the ground in a most undignified manner. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet and fled a considerable distance, escaping the fray. Fortunately, Arthur's target was not her, and he had no intention of attacking Guo Xiaoxiao. Arthur's onslaught continued unabated, his punches fierce and his techniques ruthless. Yet he remained evenly matched against Mikeson and Song Ju. At present, the three had not transformed into beastmen, engaging in pure hand-to-hand combat. As time progressed, Arthur gradually gained the upper hand. Unwilling to concede defeat, Song Ju and Mikeson utilized their skills to keep pace with him. Although they lacked the formidable strength of Arthur, they possessed their own unique abilities, as they were star-ring beasts formidable in their own right. Even though Arthur wielded the power of the inverse star ring, he was not on the verge of defeat. However, he was still unable to subdue the 2 high-tier star-ring beastmen immediately. Moreover, the cooperative tactics employed by Mikeson and Song Ju made it somewhat challenging for Arthur. With a resounding crash, Arthur unleashed a tremendous force, transforming into a tiger beast. The immense pressure he exuded caused surrounding trees to splinter and stones to shatter. Mikeson and Song Ju morphed into beastmen, and the battle intensified in earnest. Arthur revealed his true form, becoming a colossal white tiger, robust and majestic with snow-white fur. Mikeson had seen Arthur's true form before, but he recalled it being smaller. This time, Arthur was significantly larger, exhibiting a strength surpassing their previous encounter. Had he undergone another breakthrough? There was no time for contemplation as the 2 beasts positioned themselves to flank Arthur. Arthur swatted away Song Ju's claws with a powerful paw and lunged for Song Ju's neck. Song Ju evaded deftly, and Mikeson seized the opportunity to strike at Arthur. Noticing the attack, Arthur swept his tail to dislodge Mikeson, then leapt onto Mixon's head, his sharp claws narrowly missing piercing the skin. Mikeson lay back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Thankful for his quick reflexes, Arthur refrained from unleashing his full strength. It would be excessively cruel to kill 2 males in front of a female. The struggle among the 3 was fierce and unyielding. Guo Xiaoxiao watched anxiously, continuously offering warnings. To the left, to the left. Watch your right. Something's coming from behind. A familiar warmth coursed through her legs, reminiscent of a certain relative. Could it be? At such a critical moment, Guo Xiaoxiao lowered her head and, as expected, saw the bright red blood. She inwardly exclaimed, "Oh no, my period has come." The orc warriors, who had been engaged in combat, suddenly caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance. This scent was irresistibly alluring to them. Arthur and Mikeson, along with Song Ju, simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source of the aroma. Guo Xiaoxiao had already buried her face in her chest in embarrassment, as if she were the sinner, arriving at such an inopportune moment. Arthur let out a low, beastly growl from his throat. She is in heat. The presence of a female in estrus is particularly enticing to orcs, and Song Ju was no exception. He was already captivated, suggesting that the winter's offspring might have a promising future. The men all focused intently on her, their eyes gleaming with desire for this rare opportunity. Were it not for Arthur's presence, Song Ju likely would have been unable to restrain himself from approaching her, yearning to savor that exquisite scent. Mikeson was perplexed. Is she in heat again? She was already in heat earlier this year. Why is it happening again? What to do without sanitary pads? Was Xiao, in a state of bewilderment, inquired of the 3 orcs about the sanitary pads that were packed away in her now missing suitcase. Should she simply let nature take its course? Song Ju, Mikeson, and Arthur, having transformed back into human form, ceased their skirmish. Song Ju regarded Guo Xiaoxiao with excitement, while Mixin remained vigilant, eyeing Arthur. Arthur, too, scrutinized Guo Xiaoxiao, her alluring fragrance stirring within him unfamiliar sensations, yet he maintained an air of composure, saying, "Shouldn't we hurry and find her some feathers from a flying beast?" Mixin tore a strip of his animal hide and handed it to Guo Xiaoxiao, saying, "Xiaoxiao, use this for now. I will go search for the feathers. Just wait for me." Guo Xiaoxiao gazed at the animal skin handed to her by Mixin, contemplating whether it could be used for a particular purpose, though she doubted its appropriateness. Songju swiftly lifted Guo Xiaoxiao into his arms and carried her back to the cave, urging her to lie down and avoid the chill. For a female in heat required careful nurturing. Should she succumb to the cold, it would spell trouble. Arthur observed Songju's retreating figure as he carried Guo Xiaoxiao into the cave, reflecting on the female's lack of basic awareness. With her heat approaching, she had not allowed her mate to prepare the necessary feathers for protection. Such foolishness. In a flurry, Mixin rushed to procure flying beast feathers to fashion sanitary pads for Guo Xiaoxiao. In an instant, Arthur found himself alone. The fierce battle they had just fought feeling almost like a jest. It dawned on him that the matter remained unresolved, yet the two had departed, leaving him standing solitary and forlorn. Arthur turned about, pondering his next course of action. He could not simply chase after them now. What if the female were left unattended, compromising her health and potentially leading to lasting repercussions? Conversely, to walk away would be too embarrassing. This internal conflict lingered for quite some time as Mixin's cave loomed ahead, the sound of the female's voice reaching his ears. "Songju, do not lift my skirt. I shall be angry." "Oh, all right. I merely wish to see if anything remains." Chapter 76. A resounding slap at Songju. "My physique differs. I experience heat 12 times a year." "Ah, how vexing. Xiaoxiao, you remain as bashful as ever. I have already seen you, yet you still fear." Upon hearing that soft, delicate voice again, Arthur's muscles tensed, feeling a profound sense of insult. He devised a plan to ensnare them all, aiming to seize control of the Feather Mountain tribe. Today would mark the beginning of his conquest. Transforming into his beast form, Arthur departed from Feather Mountain. Mixin returned with the feathers, only to find Arthur had vanished without a trace. Had he left so easily? Without further contemplation, he hurried back to the cave. Let go, let go." Guo Xiaoxiao clutched the leather skirt tightly, while Songju grasped her hand. "Xiaoxiao, listen to me. Let me clean you up. Otherwise, the odor will be overwhelming and may attract other beastmen." The notion of seeking Songju's assistance to wipe away her menstrual blood was simply too shocking for Guo Xiaoxiao, who resolutely refused. "No, I can do it myself," Songju urged. "How long will you take? Be good. Allow me to help you." He continued to persuade her, oblivious to the unusual state of Guo Xiaoxiao. During their first encounter, he had been captivated by her beauty and had failed to notice her estrus. He remained unaware that this was her second cycle. Mixin entered, holding a feather from a flying beast. This bird was roughly the size of a chicken, and its feathers were absorbent. The females used them as padding during their estrus period. Guo Xiaoxiao observed that Songju was persistently tugging at her skirt, seemingly intent on aiding her in cleansing her menstrual blood. She issued her final warning, "Stop." Yet, Songju appeared oblivious, intoxicated by the scent that drove him to madness. A fragrance that could only emanate from a female in estrus. "Then I shall not hold back," Guo Xiaoxiao declared, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap across Songju's face. With a sharp crack, Songju received the blow, his face turning to the left from the force of her strike. As he processed the moment, he stood there, dazed, clutching his stinging right cheek. Guo Xiaoxiao, filled with anger, exclaimed, "I said to stop. Did you not hear me?" Mixin approached and placed the feather beside Guo Xiaoxiao, then seized Songju by the nape of his neck, dragging him out of the cave. He turned back and said, "Xiaoxiao, I will keep watch outside. That can serve as your sanitary pad." Songju realized he had gone too far and, not daring to struggle, allowed Mixin to lead him away. Once outside the cave, he began to shout back, "Xiaoxiao, I was wrong. I truly apologize. I won't dare again." Inside the cave, Guo Xiaoxiao ignored him. Songju always made such claims, and she had grown weary of his empty words. He was a forgetful fool who needed a thorough reprimand. The cave was currently deserted, and Guo Xiaoxiao exhaled deeply, finally feeling safe. She then changed into a pair of undergarments crafted from animal hide, inserted the feather of a flying beast, and used the stored clean water to wash away the grime from her legs. After tidying herself up, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Arthur? Where is Arthur? Did he flee after being unable to win? Arthur, having walked partway, suddenly sneezed, shook his head, and continued forward. To prevent the scent of arousal from being detected by the other beastmen, Mixin roasted meat outside the cave, creating a large plume of smoke to mask the odor. Song Ju sat outside, hesitant to enter, perplexed by Mixin's smoky actions that polluted the air. He asked, "Mixin, do you even know how to roast meat?" "Shoo." Mixin gestured for him to lower his voice so as not to disturb those inside. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he quietly confided, "Xiao Xiao is in her second heat." "What? A female only goes into heat once a year. How can there be a second time?" Song Ju protested. "It is impossible. She cannot have two heats." It defied logic. Although they were both males, they understood the habits of females among beastmen well. There was no female that experienced two heats within a year. Given Guo Xiaoxiao's previous demonstrations of psychic abilities, magic, and healing powers, Song Ju found her identity increasingly enigmatic. His silence did not imply a lack of curiosity. Indeed, Mixin did not mind Guo Xiaoxiao's extraordinary capabilities, but such a female was perilous in the beast world. Monet would surely not spread the news. But what if other beastmen discovered it? After contemplating, Mixin decided to tell Song Ju, lowering his voice further. "Xiao Xiao harbors a secret. She possesses sorcery. The healing potion she made last time was created through her magic. In any case, we must protect her well, especially from Arthur." Song Ju was somewhat skeptical. A female capable of sorcery could not be just an ordinary witch. He had viewed that healing potion as a unique secret of Yushan, failing to connect it to Guo Xiaoxiao. With doubt, he asked, "Did she tell you this?" Mixin stirred the burning branches, producing tendrils of smoke. "What I witnessed with my own eyes, Monet also beheld. There is no need for deceit on my part. I share this with you solely in the hope that you might take more care to protect her." A few words were insufficient to earn Song Ju's trust. Guo Xiaoxiao spoke directly to him, and he found himself believing her to a degree. Song Ju remained silent, his gaze betraying profound skepticism. Mixin understood that gaining Song Ju's trust would not be an easy endeavor. He drew a line across the back of his hand with a bone knife, crimson blood cascading down his wrist. "Xiao Xiao, have you finished?" "Yes." Guo Xiaoxiao meticulously arranged her appearance before stepping out of the cave. At the entrance, two individuals were engaged in roasting meat. Her gaze was drawn to the wound on Mixin's hand, prompting her to express her concern. "Mixin, are you injured?" she inquired, realizing she had overlooked it earlier, a fact that filled her with regret. Tenderly, she blew on the crimson mark. Mixin nodded, a flicker of guilt for deceiving Guo Xiaoxiao stirring within him. He wiped away the blood and replied, "I sustained a minor injury during my skirmish with Arthur. It's nothing serious. Could you use your healing magic to assist me?" "Of course." Without hesitation, Guo Xiaoxiao silently recited the healing incantation, transforming the basic healing spell into one for severe injuries. The radiance emanating from this advanced spell was distinctly different. A small golden magic array appeared beneath her hands, enveloping Mixin's wound in a layer of golden light. The injury began to mend, and within mere seconds, the bleeding ceased entirely, leaving no trace of a scar. The swiftness of the healing process provided Mixin with immense relief, assuring him that even if Xiao Xiao were to sustain injuries in the future, she would not endure pain. Song Ju stood in astonishment, and upon Mixin's recovery, he leaned closer to examine the wound, which indeed had reverted to its original state, devoid of even the slightest mark. It was truly remarkable. Females being grand sorceresses was a rarity in the continent's history spanning thousands of years. Never had he heard of a female possessing such prowess, especially one as seemingly delicate as Xiao Xiao. Mixin, touching the site of his injury, exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao. The shamans of the tribes across the continent are no match for your extraordinary skills." His admiration was genuine, devoid of exaggeration. Guo Xiaoxiao smiled lightly, considering this ability as insignificant, a mere gift from the system. What truly mattered was enhancing one's capabilities. Song Ju floated behind Guo Xiaoxiao, lowering his head in a flattering manner, and remarked, "I find it quite impressive as well. Xiao Xiao, you are a great sorceress. Being your male counterpart is truly an honor." Guo Xiaoxiao remained perturbed by the incident involving her skirt, thus she offered no pleasant demeanor towards Song Ju. Ignoring him, she turned and retreated into the cave. Mixin handed Song Ju the wooden stick, instructing him to continue tending to the smoke. "Make it larger and do not cease. I entrust this to you." Following this, Mixin accompanied Guo Xiaoxiao into the cave. "Xiao Xiao," he called. "Hmm?" she replied. After a moment's contemplation, Mixin inquired, "Do you typically experience emotions twice a year?" Volume 1. Chapter 77. Awaiting the arrival of offspring, the extravagant system generously bestows a bottle of cola. Guo Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. She had forgotten that female creatures only experience a single estrus cycle each year. However, she had her monthly cycles to contend with. In truth, it mattered little, as being discovered was merely a matter of time. She candidly confessed, "My constitution is different. I enter estrus 12 times a year." Song-ju, manipulating the crackling firewood, deliberately positioned himself near the entrance of the cave, keenly attuned to the sounds within. Upon hearing Guo Xiaoxiao's admission, he nearly fell from his seat in disbelief. Muttering to himself, 12 times a year? Just think of how many offspring that could yield. Mikeson, upon hearing this, was equally troubled. 2 estrus cycles were already challenging enough. How would they conceal this from the other beastmen? With genuine concern, Mikeson inquired, "But does this affect your health?" Guo Xiaoxiao awkwardly spoke up, and the tension eased slightly for Mixon, who then expressed his concern. "Xiao, during your estrus, you must remain here and not venture elsewhere. If word gets out, a relentless stream of orcs will seek you out. But fear not, I will ensure your safety." Song-ju shouted towards the entrance, "And I will be here as well." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guo Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, responding affirmatively with a sense of resolve. Mixon felt satisfied, as he secretly harbored hopes of nurturing a brood of offspring, a natural instinct for every hero to leave behind the most exceptional progeny. To mask her scent, Mixon and Song-ju devised a plan, binding a particularly pungent herb to Guo Xiaoxiao's person, although she was reluctant due to the overwhelming odor. Mixon and Song-ju reassured her that it was for her own good. After some contemplation, she decided to endure the discomfort. "It will be over once your estrus period has passed," Mixon comforted her, while Song-ju added, "Indeed, once this phase is behind us, there is nothing to fear. We must also prepare for the arrival of our offspring." Guo Xiaoxiao murmured, expressing her utter disinterest in bearing children. In truth, she possessed no maternal instincts whatsoever. Feeling somewhat irritable, perhaps due to the onset of her menstrual period and the subsequent hormonal imbalance, she momentarily cast aside her worries and turned her attention to her task. "Mixon, could you inquire with the Jumping Beastmen about obtaining some corn seeds for me?" "I shall go and ask," he replied. The Jumping Beastmen resided not far from here, on a nearby hill, comprising a diminutive yet robust tribe of rabbit-like humanoids. Their diet primarily consisted of cultivated crops, as they eschewed raw meat, rendering them unthreatened and unmolested. This year, they had engaged in relentless farming, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Diligent and capable, they remained the only tribe in the vicinity untroubled by attacks, having been deemed too weak to attract the attention of Arthur. Upon hearing that Mixon was about to leave, Song-ju, with an unabashed demeanor, offered to stay and keep Guo Xiaoxiao company. Guo Xiaoxiao, with a stern expression, chided Song-ju, "Leave at once, go outside." Her rejection, however, did not deter Song-ju. He persisted, saying, "Why are you still angry? I have already acknowledged my mistake." "Mistake? What do you truly comprehend?" Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, "You must rectify your reckless behavior." Resolutely, she raised her hand as if to strike, declaring, "Do you wish to be punished?" Song-ju hurriedly fled from the cave entrance, standing at a distance, sullen and dejected. Guo Xiaoxiao released her grip and instructed Mikeson to proceed. "Go on," she said. Mikeson, having received her command, exited the cave and made his way towards the lair of the jumping beast. As he brushed past Song-ju, he cast a glance back, his eyes filled with pity and derision. "So you wish to compete with me? Have you faced defeat?" Song-ju shot Mikeson a fierce glare, cursing inwardly, "You scoundrel. Reveling in my misfortune, I shall settle the score with you later." Once Mikeson departed, Song-ju squatted on the ground, tracing circles in the dirt, his thoughts wandering far from the flickering flames of the fire. Guo Xiaoxiao then activated the system. Guo Xiaoxiao, Iron University System. Host, Guo Xiaoxiao intends to settle accounts after the autumn. She recalls vividly the last time she was deceived by Taida. Taida. "Did you find it amusing to manipulate me last time?" "System, I have never manipulated you." Guo Xiaoxiao, "Haha, how dare you say that? The person who stood behind me at the valley last time was not Song-ju, but Arthur. You deliberately led me to say such things, and I was once again caught in your trap." System, "Oh really? I had no idea it was another male." Guo Xiaoxiao, "Pretend. Go ahead and pretend. You clearly know it's excessive. I am truly exasperated. Your incompetence is not a one-time affair. It has been consistent. How can a system like you even exist?" System, "Host, you are being too harsh. I am merely trying to assist you in completing your tasks." Guo Xiaoxiao, "What have you done for me? Aside from leading me into pitfalls, you are of no use." System, "That's not entirely true. Consider this. Your task completion speed is rather sluggish. If I don't lend you a hand, you won't be able to finish it. The Arthur tribe possesses the most abundant resources if you form an alliance with them. The task will be effortlessly accomplished, and the rewards will be yours. Guo Xiaoxiao, hello? Just a moment ago, you claimed you were unaware that it was another male. How is it that you now possess this knowledge? System, I merely went along with the flow. Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her bewilderment, questioning the system's insistence on pairing her with other males, wondering if it was merely a tactic to boost performance metrics, even if it is for the sake of results. Must I be treated as expendable? The system replied, not at all. I merely recognize your exceptional talents, perfectly suited for tackling formidable challenges. Assisting you in completing your upgrade tasks is essential, as females in the beast realm cannot progress without formidable males by their side. Consider your own circumstances. A mere sprint leaves you breathless. Were you a special forces operative, adept at surviving in a post-apocalyptic wilderness, I would hardly intervene. Yet, I still offer you special provisions, and you remain unsatisfied. With a roll of her eyes, Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, I don't care. I will not engage with Arthur. Please, cease your meddling. The system responded. Dear host, you have worked hard during this period. Here, I present you with an additional gift. Guo Xiaoxiao, what is this? I can't believe it. The sun has risen in the west, and he is still delivering gifts. System, subsequently, a large bottle appeared. In Guo Xiaoxiao's hands appeared a bottle of Coca-Cola. Perfectly ripe and more exquisite than ever. She thought she would never have the pleasure of drinking it again, never to behold it once more, yet here it was, astonishingly within her grasp. Oh, what a delightful surprise! Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in delight, glancing around her surroundings. Realizing her voice had been too loud and somewhat abrupt, she lowered her tone and excitedly addressed the system. Tita, quickly, bring me 2 more bottles, 2 more. System, there are none left, host. Guo Xiaoxiao, Tita, we are brothers. How can you treat me so cruelly? Quickly conjure up another 2 bottles of cola. System, host, there truly are none left. I assure you. Guo Xiaoxiao, system, all right, host, take your time drinking, and remember to complete your tasks. Mixon arrived at the tribe of the Jumper Orcs, coincidentally meeting their chieftain. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mixon proceeded directly to the point, inquiring, Xiaorui, do you have any corn seeds? Chieftain Xiaorui, a charming rabbit-like being with pointed ears and rosy lips, gazed at Mixon with his round, bright black eyes. Oh, you are here for seeds, are you? He replied. Yes. Mixon affirmed. Do you have corn? Could you sell me some? The chieftain shook his head, saying, No, I have not heard of anything called corn. Volume 1. Chapter 78. The Rabbit Orc Provides Seeds. Arthur's devious grain transport scheme. Mixon felt a twinge of disappointment. He had assumed that the Jumper Orc tribe would be familiar with corn seeds. He described Guo Xiaoxiao's depiction to Xiaorui, hoping to glean some clues. Upon hearing the description, Xiaorui realized it referred to the giant millet seeds, which they had in abundance. Ah, we do have that. Let me take you to the storehouse. Typically, Jumper Orcs would not allow outsiders into their storehouses, but Mixon was an exception, having once rescued Xiaorui in the wild. Xiaorui held a fondness for him, leading him directly to the storehouse. The storehouse was a vast cavern, filled with an array of vegetables and fruits, meticulously arranged in layers. Some were even soaked in water for preservation, organized with remarkable precision, a testament to the herbivorous orc's patience and intelligence, accomplishing tasks that carnivorous orcs could not. Within the storehouse, potatoes dominated the inventory due to their storability, while the remaining offerings included corn, eggplants, and tomatoes among various vegetables and fruits. Mixon examined each item, noting the plumpness and uniformity of the potatoes, suggesting that the Jumper Orcs had engaged in considerable cultivation, aligning with their racial characteristics. Xiaorui retrieved a basket from a corner, lined with animal hide and filled with an assortment of seed pouches, these being the collective treasures of the Jumper Orcs accumulated over the years. He presented a pouch marked with peculiar engravings to Mixon, saying, This is the giant millet seed. Take it. Mixon accepted the pouch, harboring doubts about whether it was indeed corn. Guo Xiaoxiao had mentioned corn, while Xiaorui referred to it as giant millet. Desperate times call for desperate measures, he said. Thank you, Xiaorui replied, patting his head with a naive smile. You're welcome. Over there are ripe corn cobs, quite sweet. Would you like to take some back? If there are ready ones, then of course. Guo Xiaoxiao, eager to cultivate corn, would surely appreciate them. Mixon cheerfully agreed. Xiaorui took out a large hide bag and summoned a rabbit beast to assist him in gathering the cobs. Upon seeing the corn, it appeared remarkably similar to Guo Xiaoxiao's description, golden and luscious. Mixon politely said, No need for too many, Just a few will suffice. It's for Guo Xiaoxiao. Both he and Song Ju prefer meat. However, Xiao Rui insisted on offering more, even taking a few tomatoes alongside. Mixin, resigned, acquiesced. Having never encountered such vibrant red fruits before and unsure of Guo Xiaoxiao's taste, out of courtesy, Mixin thanked Xiao Rui nonetheless. After packing the seeds, corn, and tomatoes, Mixin set off with the bag in hand. Xiao Rui accompanied him out of the tribe, and the rabbit beasts, accustomed to Mixin as the chief savior, showed no signs of wariness. Before departing, Xiao Rui called out, "Mixin, wait a moment." Mixin paused, puzzled, and asked, "Is there something else? Our tribe is running low on fox beast pelts, and winter is approaching. I fear we may not have enough time to trade. If you have any surplus." Xiao Rui said, shyly scratching his head, unable to meet Mixin's gaze. Mixin understood Xiao Rui's intent. The timid rabbit beast was a gentle spirit, embodying a refreshing simplicity. Having taken his items, it was only fair to reciprocate. "No problem. I will have Mikkel bring some over," he assured. Surprised by Mixin's swift agreement, Xiao Rui repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. Mixin, you're truly wonderful. Please feel free to visit our tribe anytime. And if you need seeds, don't hesitate to take some. We have plenty." Mixin replied, securing the bag on his back to prevent it from falling during his run. "Well, I shall head back now. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Xiao Rui skipped away, and as he observed Xiao Rui's lively figure, Mixin smiled and turned to leave. Upon returning to Yushan, Mixin presented the corn and tomatoes that Xiao Rui had given him to Guo Xiaoxiao. The golden corn and the unexpected bounty of tomatoes brought her immense joy, nearly to the point of tears. "Rabbit beasts, you are a beacon of light in this world, illuminating my path forward. Finally, I won't have to survive solely on wild vegetables. I can now occasionally indulge in fruits thanks to Mixin's efforts." "Xiaoxiao, is this the corn seed you were looking for?" Absolutely correct." Guo Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her excitement, yearned to taste the corn she had cultivated. The task required the planting of corn. Yet the final yield was not the primary concern. It mattered little, for the joy of having corn to consume was equally satisfying. Mixin scrutinized the seeds and inquired of Xiaoxiao how she intended to proceed. Guo Xiaoxiao approached the patch of land outside the cave, clutching a handful of seeds. Having never cultivated soil or witnessed a pig in its natural state, she relied on the methods she had observed on television. She scattered the seeds across the earth, gently covering them with soil, and then inserted twigs into the gaps of the mud to secure the seeds. Finally, she sprinkled a bit of water over the area. Concluding her task, Mixin stood nearby, watching Guo Xiaoxiao with amusement as she fumbled through the process, finding her antics both clumsy and entertaining. Song Ju, also present, offered his assistance. "Xiaoxiao, would you like some help?" he inquired. "No, please don't complicate things," she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao declined Song Ju's assistance, prompting an expression of displeasure from him, who continued to harbor resentment. Guo Xiaoxiao wore a pungent herbal concoction around her waist to mask the scent of blood. Having grown accustomed to it over time, it was certainly preferable to the perils she faced. After toiling for a while, Mike Sun and his companion, concerned for her well-being, urged her to take a moment to rest. Mike Sun gently suggested, "Xiaoxiao, why not take a seat and relax for a bit?" Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head, eager to taste the corn she had cultivated herself. She believed in self-reliance and the fulfillment that comes from hard work in the fields. "Wait and see," she declared confidently. "I will surely succeed in my farming endeavors." Guo Xiaoxiao, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to sow seeds with unwavering determination. Mixin and Song Ju did not hinder her. Instead, they accompanied her, observing her industrious efforts. Before long, a flourishing patch of green emerged. After watering the soil, Guo Xiaoxiao retrieved a 250 milliliter bottle of energy potion, pouring half of its contents onto the ground. Instantly, the seeds were invigorated, sprouting into vibrant corn shoots that eagerly broke through the surface. They sprouted. Mixin and Song Ju exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Guo Xiaoxiao's remarkable achievement. "My beast god, what is this?" The potion bottle in Guo Xiaoxiao's hand was a deep green, exuding a subtle fragrance. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling a twinge of guilt, explained, "The elixir I concocted not only accelerates plant growth, but also enhances soil quality. It's simply remarkable." "How astonishing," praised Song Ju, while Guo Xiaoxiao stood proudly, her chest puffed out. "Of course, for I am a genius." Song Ju chuckled as he leaned closer. "Oh genius, may I enter the cave? You always block the entrance." "No way," Guo Xiaoxiao retorted. "When will you let go of your anger?" Song Ju's mournful gaze sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to evade his stare. Let us discuss this in a few days. Undeterred, Song Ju employed the same tactic, clinging to Guo Xiaoxiao's waist. I wish to enter. What can you do to stop me? Guo Xiaoxiao spoke calmly. Mixin, take him away. Mixin immediately stepped forward, tugging at Song Ju, who refused to let go, pressing his lips against Guo Xiaoxiao's cheek and earlobe, causing her to shiver. Witnessing this scene, Mixin's anger escalated, and he delivered a punch at Song Ju's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Song Ju, clutching his stomach in pain, crouched on the ground. Mixin coldly remarked, I wouldn't hesitate to break your legs. Song Ju looked at Guo Xiaoxiao with a sense of grievance, but she steeled her heart, determined to correct Song Ju's mischievous behavior. If you dare to misbehave again, it won't be so simple. You are grounded for 2 days, and you are forbidden to set foot in the cave. How cruel. It's like torturing a beast, protested Song Ju, but Guo Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, and he obediently fell silent, resigned to his fate. Mixin silently despised Song Ju's actions, viewing him as a master of sweet words, cunning schemes, and greedy mischief. He felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing Song Ju being reprimanded by Guo Xiaoxiao, the grievances he had previously endured dissipating into thin air. Meanwhile, Arthur gazed at the Yushan tribe from a distance, intent on sowing discord among them. Chapter 79. Seizing territory, Arthur planned a bloodbath at the Yushan tribe. With the aid of energizing potions, Guo Xiaoxiao's corn quickly reached harvest, maturing in less than a week, whereas it typically took 3 to 4 months. The speed was astonishing, leaving Mixin, Song Ju, and even herself utterly amazed. Wonderful, truly magnificent. Guo Xiaoxiao cheered, her face radiating with an extraordinary brightness and excitement, her eyes sparkling with a crystalline gleam. She savored 2 bites of the boiled corn, its plump kernel sweet and delectable, making it impossible to stop indulging. It was truly a culinary delight. Observing Guo Xiaoxiao's demeanor, Mixin could not help but gently stroke her sleek, black hair, secretly pondering how rare it was to encounter a female so easily delighted. Mixin, would you care for a taste? Guo Xiaoxiao filled a gourd with cola, and Mixin shook his head. He had tasted this concoction before, and it had left a fiery sensation on his tongue, rendering it unpalatable. Song Ju had been summoned back by Alo to assist. Apart from returning to Guo Xiaoxiao's dwelling at night, he was seldom seen. Currently, procuring food required venturing far afield, and the shortage of manpower was palpable. The weather was growing increasingly frigid, temperatures plummeting, and many creatures were retreating into hibernation, making sustenance a significant concern. Strangely, Arthur had seemingly vanished since their last encounter, and he had not been seen again. The tribe had not uttered a word about him, as if they had collectively forgotten his disruptive presence within their midst. After ensuring Guo Xiaoxiao had her meal, Mixin departed, still wary of safety and requesting Mikkel to stand guard. Mikkel had advanced to a 3-star rank, his physique robust and strength enhanced, capable of fending off most adversaries single-handedly. By the time Guo Xiaoxiao had cleared all the corn, twilight had descended, and the day was drawing to a close. Everyone was quite occupied, as hunting required a full day, and if luck was not on their side, they would return in the dead of night. Mixin and Song Ju remained resolute, adhering to their agreement not to seek out Arthur for negotiations. It had been many days since Arthur had pondered that all the male orcs of Yushan were tirelessly amassing an abundance of game, and with winter fast approaching, they must be feeling the pressure. The time had come. Arthur summoned all the orcs to the vast grasslands of the tribe. All male orcs, excluding the females, gathered in anticipation of his orders. They were strong, courageous, and ferocious, wholly devoted to Arthur. Fellow tribesmen, winter is fast approaching. Do you not desire to pass the season in warmth and comfort? Arthur inquired from the center of the open field, his voice calm yet authoritative, imbued with an enchanting allure that seemed to stir the deepest desires within the hearts of the orcs. Of course, we dream of it, they exclaimed. As long as you, Chief Arthur, provide us with ample food, we are willing to do anything. The chorus of orcs echoed their loyalty. They yearned for sustenance, but, constrained by Arthur's restrictions, dared not hoard or seek food recklessly. Now, with the prospect of liberation, their spirits soared. Rest assured, I, Arthur, shall do everything within my power to assist you. Not only will there be an abundance of food, but I shall also aid in enhancing your physical prowess, making you even stronger. You must remain loyal to me. I will not tolerate betrayal, otherwise, I shall personally ensure your destruction. Arthur's gaze swept over the crowd, his words deliberate and resounding in their gravity. Never betray Chief Arthur. Absolute loyalty. The multitude of males roared, fully aware of Arthur's formidable strength, convinced that following a powerful leader was the only path to success. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, Arthur continued to stoke their fervor. The Yushan tribe possesses ample food. Let us seize it. We shall vanquish that band of orcs. Claim the entirety of Yushan and lay claim to all its resources. Let us defeat them, slay them, and take their provisions. The myriad beasts responded eagerly to Arthur's call. With a smile, Arthur raised his right fist and proclaimed, "Let us depart." At his command, a multitude of beastmen transformed into their animal forms and surged forth from the tribe, filling the skies and earth alike, a dark tide of movement. Arthur harnessed his unique abilities, capable of controlling animals and forging a sensory connection with them, exerting his power inwardly. Before long, a throng of mammoths galloped ahead, their powerful feet striking the hardened ground and leaving behind deep impressions. Giant pythons slithered through the forest, their tongues flickering, while wild boars rampaged through the underbrush, toppling ancient trees. A magnificent battalion was formed. Some tiger beasts reverted to human form, vaulting onto the backs of the mammoths, crouching low as they advanced. The commotion was so thunderous that even the deaf could perceive it, let alone the keen-sensed beastmen. This colossal procession trampled onward, shattering or uprooting any obstructing branches in their path, fierce and relentless in their pursuit, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. "Why are they back again? Be cautious," cried a few females, urging others to seek refuge in the rear mountains. "We cannot go there. The eagle beasts have already engaged with the Si Shui tribe. What of Mixon? He has gone hunting." The beastmen within the feathered mountain were thrown into disarray, for Monai had never witnessed such a scenario. There was no refuge to be found. It was not only the beastmen in peril, the wild creatures of the jungle were also drawn to their location. It became clear that the reverse star-ring beastmen possessed the ability to command ferocious beasts, explaining the previous outburst of the beast tide. Arthur, atop the back of a mammoth, orchestrated the herd with precision. These mammoths, trained under his guidance, comprehended his commands fully, advancing step by step without a hint of concern. He soon caught up with the beastmen. "Quickly, intercept them. They come once more to assault our tribe. Do not allow them to approach our settlement." Dozens of beastmen transformed into their animal forms, engaging in fierce combat. Mikkel and Guoxiaoxiao remained in the most secluded part of the tribe, temporarily safe. Yet, Mikkel was already aware of the attack on their settlement, and upon hearing the commotion, Guoxiaoxiao rushed out. "What is happening?" Mikkel, filled with urgency, replied, "We are being attacked by other tribes." Guoxiaoxiao exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, "It must be the Black Tooth tribe, without a doubt." Meanwhile, Arthur leaped down from the mammoth, brushing off the dust that clung to him. He paid no heed to the orcs' desperate resistance. They were utterly incapable of hindering his progress. He shouted, "The territory of the Yushan tribe now belongs entirely to the Black Tooth. Only the 2-star-ringed orcs and the females may remain. The rest must depart. Otherwise, they shall face death." They had anticipated that the orcs, unwilling to accept defeat, would inevitably seek trouble. Indeed, they were a band of greedy scoundrels. Monet below heard everything clearly. Unable to endure any longer, he abandoned the notion of negotiation and resolved to side with his kin, ready to fight to the bitter end. As soon as Arthur's words escaped his lips, they incited the fury of the Yushan orcs, who charged at him in a frenzy. Yet, they were met with Arthur's unique skill, the Windblade, which inflicted grievous wounds, causing blood to gush forth and cries of anguish to echo. Still, some continued to rush forward, willing to sacrifice themselves for the dignity of the orcs, undeterred by the prospect of death. In an instant, the scene devolved into chaos. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses lay strewn across the battlefield. What had once been a peaceful tribe was now reduced to utter ruin. Volume 1. Chapter 80. Guoxiaoxiao triggers a hidden quest to save the Yushan orcs as the fierce battle raged on. Guoxiaoxiao, positioned far from the center, felt her heart race in terror. This was 100-fold more frightening than the last encounter. It felt as though it were a deliberate slaughter. Mikkel emerged from the cave, wrapping Guoxiaoxiao in a hide. "Mixin is unlikely to return in time. I shall take you to a safe place and then return. Come on." Mikkel sprinted in the opposite direction of the battlefield, Guoxiaoxiao tightly clutching his rugged neck, her eyes glistening with tears. Yes, she feared she might become a burden to Mikkel. "Do not worry, I am here," Mikkel urged, striding forward with great haste. "The system activated. System, host, you have fled. What will happen to those orcs?" "Guoxiaoxiao, may I offer my assistance?" "System, Mixin, Song is not present, but you are here. You should engage in negotiations. The beast realm does not slay females, and your words may still resonate with Arthur. If you do not intervene, Yushan and Sui Shui will face total annihilation today. When that occurs, Mikkel and Song will seek vengeance, and they too shall meet their demise." "Guoxiaoxiao, is it really that serious?" "System, driven to madness. What do you think? Guo Xiaoxiao gently tapped the lion's head beneath her. Mikkel, let us hasten our return. A chime echoed, announcing, congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden side quest, the Savior. Quest reward, psychic communication. Upon hearing the task, prompt echoing in her mind, Guo Xiaoxiao's resolve to return and rescue them grew ever more steadfast. What is it? Michael's throat emitted a deep, beastly timbre. Guo Xiaoxiao said, let us return together to rescue them. Mikkel replied, that is not feasible. It is far too perilous. I shall escort you to a place of safety. And then I will return. Guo Xiaoxiao tugged at his mane, exclaiming, stop wasting time. Saving a person is akin to extinguishing a fire. If you do not take me back, I shall run back on my own once you leave. Mikkel glared back, asserting, that is impossible. Guo Xiaoxiao contemplated for a moment and remarked, Mikkel, have you forgotten? I possess healing abilities. Though I may lack combat prowess, I am still capable of saving lives. Just imagine, if an orc were to sustain an injury, I could restore them to health in an instant, allowing them to rejoin the battle. Mikkel remained hesitant, responding, no. It is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to take such risks. Guo Xiaoxiao expressed her concern, stating that the healing water was running low, leaving them wondering what to do next. Would the injured orc without herbs be unable to survive? Mikkel remained silent, genuinely reluctant to allow Guo Xiaoxiao to accompany him into perilous situations. Guo Xiaoxiao felt herself drifting further away from the tribe. Mikkel, I implore you, take me back. She pleaded. Mikkel gritted his teeth, resolutely ignoring her as he continued to sprint ahead. Steeling herself, Guo Xiaoxiao thought, I have trusted you enough. I shall descend on my own. Whether you choose to accompany me or not is your decision. With that, she made a sudden motion to leap down. Mikkel, taken aback, exclaimed, what are you doing? Be careful. Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed that if you do not take me back, I shall have no choice but to leap down, risking injury and relying on you for sustenance. Mikkel, filled with rage, retorted, why do you persist in disregarding my words? Guo Xiaoxiao, calm yet resolute, stated once more, go back. Upon hearing this, Mikkel hesitated for a moment before ultimately conceding. Soon, the duo of man and beast stealthily approached the vicinity of the tribe, where the overwhelming advantage pushed Yushan and Sishui to the brink of collapse. Observing the disheveled orcs, Arthur bore a triumphant smile. Is this truly the so-called strongest tribe? Their weakness exceeded all expectations. The orcs of Yushan and Sishui glared at him with fury, yet Arthur remained undaunted, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entire area. Witnessing the orcs' desperate struggles, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. Kill the disobedient orcs, spare the females. At this proclamation, the orcs erupted with unrestrained excitement. Females, companions, homes, sustenance, all that they desired was now within their grasp, as this land had become theirs. I want to kill him. Michael's pent-up murderous intent was vehemently restrained by Guo Xiaoxiao. Going out would mean certain death. It would be tantamount to delivering our heads on a platter. Remain calm. Guo Xiaoxiao then remarked, I shall confront him boldly. Guo Xiaoxiao dashed forward, while Mikkel reached out in an attempt to grasp her. But his hands met only empty air as she distanced herself further from him. This was intolerable. He hurriedly pursued her. Female, come back. He called out loudly. Yet Guo Xiaoxiao paid him no heed, resolutely pressing onward. A sense of panic engulfed Mikkel as he contemplated the dire consequences of her capture. Just then, Guo Xiaoxiao halted, her figure concealed beneath a fur cloak, rendering her features indistinguishable. However, the orc could sense her femininity. Female, danger. Why did you run here? Exclaimed the orcs of the Black-Tooth tribe. Step aside. Are you courting death? Find someone to carry her out. Ignoring them, Guo Xiaoxiao continued to sprint towards the center. Contemplating the merits of femininity, it seemed that amidst the chaos of battle, gender bore no significance. Upon reaching the focal point, Guo Xiaoxiao raised her alabaster arm, inhaled deeply, and shouted towards the clashing orcs, everyone, cease your hostilities. I have something to convey. Her voice rang out, melodious and bright, compelling the orcs, who had been fiercely contending, to halt their actions and gaze up at her. Guo Xiaoxiao could not discern the expressions of the crowd, but she was acutely aware of their fierce gazes and primal demeanor. Some had transformed into human forms to engage in combat, while others retained their beastly shapes to fight. You come here. Guo Xiaoxiao casually gestured with her finger towards a nearby orc, beckoning him. The orc responded with a curious, Guo Xiaoxiao glanced around in search of Arthur. The orc whispered, behind you. Guo Xiaoxiao abruptly turned around, only to find Arthur standing behind her, his face dark and unsightly, shrouded in an ominous gloom as he fixed his gaze upon her. Guo Xiaoxiao observed the filth that marred Arthur's form. His once pristine white snakeskin attire was sullied with blood. Are you all right? She inquired. Arthur remained silent, fixated on her, causing Guo Xiaoxiao to feel a pang of guilt. I meant to say, Arthur's fury simmered, perplexed by Guo Xiaoxiao's presence on the battlefield. He had presumed she had escaped under the protection of Mixin and his companions. But what of those two? Could it be that Song Ju and Mixin had abandoned her to flee on their own? The chaotic battlefield fell into a momentary stillness as the two confronted one another. Mikhail sprinted towards Arthur, his vigilance heightened, wary of Arthur's every move. This is a female. You must not harm her, he warned. The audacity of this female to intrude upon the battlefield infuriated Arthur, still seething with rage. You will come with me, he commanded, gripping Guo Xiaoxiao's hand and pulling her towards the exit. Where are we going? Guo Xiaoxiao struggled, yet the disparity in strength rendered her incapable of shaking off Arthur's grip. As she was on the verge of being dragged away, she shouted, I will go with you, but you must cease your assault on the Yushan tribe. Arthur halted momentarily, prompting Guo Xiaoxiao to repeat, spare them, and I shall accompany you. What are you to me? Do you think I would relinquish victory for your sake? Arthur had never contemplated sparing the Yushan tribe. Once he struck, he intended to seize it entirely. He then turned and ventured deeper into the Yushan tribe, where the caves of the orc inhabitants lay. The orcs behind Arthur followed closely. Mikhail, filled with concern, pursued but found himself ensnared by another group of orcs, unable to escape. As Arthur entered the Yushan tribe, he ruthlessly cleaved through any orc that obstructed his path with his wind blades, the scent of blood pervading the air and staining Arthur's garments. Volume 1, Chapter 81, Exchanging Healing Potions for Peace, henceforth referred to as 99 Revitalizing Water. Guo Xiaoxiao was being dragged along by him, her heart racing furiously. Arthur, in this guise, resembled a demon. The aura of death that surrounded him instilled fear in all. In his wake lay a multitude of lifeless bodies. The orcs met their demise with eyes wide open in their final moments. Suddenly, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a numbing sense of terror wash over her as she dared not glance downward, too horrified by the scene before her. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled, and Arthur, with a frown of disdain, caught her. Guo Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to call out to Arthur. He cast her a fleeting glance, dismissing her entirely. He could not comprehend why she insisted on dragging him out of the combat zone. After all, she was merely an attractive female, nothing particularly remarkable. And it was of no concern to him. Tell your people to halt. I possess something far more precious than food or herbs to offer in exchange. Something I am certain will pique your interest. Arthur raised an eyebrow, regarding her with contempt. Oh, and what might this precious item be? The ground is devoid of blood now. Shall I breed a litter for you? Or do you truly believe your beauty surpasses the value of sustenance? Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoxiao nearly fainted. Such words escaped his lips. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, she insisted, have them cease for a moment, and I shall show you. If you deem it unworthy, feel free to continue with your slaughter, for it will not take long. A glimmer of dark amusement flickered in Arthur's eyes as he contemplated what tricks this frail female might attempt. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pang in her waist as Arthur's grip proved to be overly forceful. She grimaced in pain yet refrained from uttering a sound. It was only when Arthur noticed her discomfort that he realized his error and loosened his hold. Turning to the assembly of orcs, he commanded them to cease their actions. Arthur's voice was not loud, yet it carried a significant authority, compelling the orcs to halt in confusion, wondering why their leader had suddenly called for silence. A tiger beast approached, calling out his name. Arthur gestured for silence, his gaze ardently fixed upon Guo Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao felt the gaze directed towards her. She cleared her throat a few times and said, Ahem, there are too many people here. Follow me, and I shall show you. Arthur squinted, scrutinizing her, doubting the veracity of her words. After all, taking a gamble posed no significant risk. Guo Xiaoxiao led Arthur ahead, her keen eyes scanning for Monet and Aloe among the crowd. Encountering a familiar orc, she inquired if they had seen either Monet or Aloe. Monet, wielding a hefty club stained with blood, appeared weary, his once ornate garments now tattered. Though aged and devoid of the vigor to transform into his beastly form, he chose to stand guard for the sake of his homeland. Fortunately, he bore no wounds. Monet, are you well? She asked. Yes, I can still fight, Monet replied, though his response was tinged with reluctance, revealing that his strength was waning. Guo Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance and inadvertently caught sight of two lifeless orcs sprawled on the ground, both around the tender age of 20, their chests gruesomely pierced. The sight was particularly harrowing. She nearly choked, swallowing hard, too terrified to gaze at the ground again. Arthur keenly observed her trembling lashes. a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Fear enveloped her. She was so frightened that her legs felt unsteady. Guo Xiaoxiao protested. Who said that? I'm merely experiencing a cramp in my leg. A cold laugh erupted from Arthur's nostrils, thick with derision. Guo Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in indignation, but alas, she found herself powerless against him. Arthur stated with finality, I have little time and no suitable items for exchange. You all shall not survive. The moment Mo Nai grasped the heavy mace, he relinquished all illusions. The Black Tooth tribe was undoubtedly intent on their annihilation. Why bother with civility? Just as Mo Nai was about to erupt, Guo Xiaoxiao called out to him, Mo Nai, do not stoop to his level. Tell me, how much healing potion do I have left from last time? Mo Nai paused at her inquiry, casting a glance at Arthur before whispering to Guo Xiaoxiao during the battle. I distributed it to the clan members. Currently, I possess but a small gourd of potion. In recent days, Mo Nai had endured an overwhelming burden. Despite his utmost efforts to safeguard his kin, it proved futile. Today, he and Alo had prepared themselves for the inevitable. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, just as Arthur, who was waiting nearby, grew increasingly impatient and urged, hurry up and take it out. Guo Xiaoxiao stated firmly, all right, just a moment, and then turned to Monet, saying, Monet, hand that over to me. Monet, filled with reluctance, thought it unjust to yield something valuable when faced with such bullying. You shouldn't concern yourself with this, little female. We are all prepared to fight to the death. You know all too well how dire our situation has become. Our food has been seized. The females are being taken from us, and hunting has become a perilous endeavor. I refuse to compromise any further. Monet's words evoked a sense of admiration in Arthur. There was a certain bravery in his stance, yet it was regrettable that it would lead to his demise. Arthur extended his tongue to lick the corner of his lip, his gaze menacing. You cannot escape. Monet pointed an accusatory finger at Arthur, his face flushed with anger. Guo Xiaoxiao quickly grasped Monet's hand, urging, calm down, Monet. Treat him as a fool and ignore him. Just give it to me. It's merely a trivial amount. Something as precious as life outweighs any possession. With gritted teeth. Monet loathed Arthur's treachery, and with a sense of humiliation, he could only retrieve the last vial of potion and place it into Guo Xiaoxiao's hand. Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly handed the water to Arthur, who picked up the gourd and remarked, is this it? Guo Xiaoxiao elucidated the efficacy of the potion, asserting that a mere sip from this vial would facilitate immediate recovery from multiple injuries. Arthur, weighing the contents of the small gourd, opened it and took a whiff. It seemed utterly unremarkable. If he were to believe this, it would be nothing short of folly. Well versed in the art of pharmacology, he recognized the potency of the herbal concoctions he himself crafted. Could this be merely ordinary water masquerading as a medicinal elixir? Would you attempt to deceive me with such feeble tactics, Yanavi female? Do you presume that a few words would suffice to convince me? With disdain, Arthur hurled the water-filled gourd back at Guo Xiaoxiao, who deftly caught it, declaring, I shall demonstrate its efficacy to you. Guo Xiaoxiao casually selected a severely injured orc on the brink of collapse and made him drink from the gourd. She turned to Arthur and said, Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I am not deceiving you. Guo Xiaoxiao maintained an expression of composure. Could it be that her words bore truth? Arthur, with arms crossed, scrutinized the orc who had just consumed the potion. The entire assembly's attention converged upon this orc. Initially pale from excessive blood loss, he could barely stand. Yet the moment he ingested the liquid, vitality surged back into him, and his countenance gradually brightened. Arthur observed the orc's wounds closely. The once gruesome lacerations began to fade, scabs shedding to reveal a complexion restored to health. In the blink of an eye, he appeared unscathed. Arthur's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could this be? What on earth was happening? The other Blacktooth orcs, drawn by curiosity, gathered around. Observing this, Guo Xiaoxiao felt a measure of relief. She was aware that she had triumphed. She had successfully persuaded Arthur of her credibility, and indeed, her claims were not mere fabrications but rather authentic prowess. This is no ordinary potion, she declared. It is a meticulously concocted elixir known as the 9-9 Revitalization Water, possessing formidable healing properties. Regardless of the severity of the injury, it ensures immediate restoration upon consumption. Is that truly so? Arthur inquired skeptically, still grappling with disbelief, as it surpassed the boundaries of his understanding. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded resolutely, affirming, indeed, it not only heals external wounds but also remedies internal injuries. In Volume 1, Chapter 82, Arthur was compelled to declare that he hailed from Chongqing. Internal injuries? For instance, ruptured organs or fractures. In such cases, consuming this will ensure immediate recovery. Arthur fixed his gaze on Guo Xiaoxiao, his eyes sharp as blades. Could she truly concoct medicine? A female? Who had instructed her? Or who would impart the knowledge of potion making to a woman? Guo Xiaoxiao lifted the empty little gourd, standing in the center as she gracefully turned around, showcasing it like a model. With a single sip, ailments were swiftly cured, longevity was promised, and with prolonged use, the prospect of immortality became conceivable. System, you are overly exaggerating. Enough. If you say too much, he will cease to believe you. Guo Xiaoxiao awkwardly attempted to ease the tension. In summary, she was the sole possessor of the potion's formula in this beastly realm. Arthur narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. Her pupils were clear and pure, seemingly incapable of deceit. This female should not be underestimated. He inquired, as a female, where did you acquire this knowledge? Arthur's words struck a nerve, causing Guo Xiaoxiao to fall silent for a moment. She then lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Arthur. Do not concern yourself with my sources. Just tell me, is this worth more than food? Is it sufficient to warrant a truce? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Arthur decisively replied, Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. We will withdraw, and you will provide me with the formula. You must keep your word. Of course. System, where will you go to obtain the formula for him? Guo Xiaoxiao, I possess my own ingenious strategy, and I shall inevitably receive a positive response from Arthur. Guo Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, her anxiety causing a few strands of hair to fall across her forehead, obscuring her vision and rendering her seemingly delicate and helpless. Arthur grasped her chin firmly and said, However, you must return with me. Guo Xiaoxiao trembled with fear as Arthur tightened his grip on her jaw, the pain piercing through even the layers of animal hide. Struggling, she stammered, I think I'll pass. She feared that if she followed him, Arthur might do something dreadful to her, if he were displeased with the concoction she had fabricated. What if he decided to kill her? Guo Xiaoxiao still wished to live. Do you believe you can still leave? Arthur questioned, encircling her waist and drawing her closer, sending a chill coursing through her body. This was disastrous. Retreat. Mikhail bellowed in a fit of rage. Release her. She belongs to our tribe. Arthur disregarded him, asserting, I know not whether she is of your tribe, but she is now a member of ours. Mikhail, consumed by fury, attempted to charge forward but was restrained by the surrounding black-toothed males. Arthur fixed his gaze upon Mikhail, warning, You'd best think wisely. Should you dare to make a move, I will not hesitate to end your life here. He cradled the soft Guo Xiaoxiao closer, casting a glance at Mikhail. Guo Xiaoxiao did not wish for Mikhail to be harmed on her account. Step back. Do not concern yourself with me, she urged. The female speaks truthfully. Be wise and leave her be. Your tribe's safety is paramount. Michael's beard bristled with fury, regardless of whether Guo Xiaoxiao was a shaman or merely an ordinary female. She must not be taken away. Let us fight. Mikhail led the charge, shouting, Fight. Kill. Then my sacrifice would be in vain, Guo Xiaoxiao whispered, wrapping her arms around Arthur's neck and leaning closer to his ear. If they perish, I shall not live either. You will never obtain the formula. Arthur lowered his gaze. Considering her merely a breeding tool, her demise bore no consequence to him. He disliked being threatened by females, yet the formula held greater significance. Very well, Arthur commanded, withdraw. Let us depart. The mammoth and the summoned creatures swiftly retreated, and the orcs began to fall back towards the Blacktooth stronghold. Mikhail glared resentfully at their retreat, his anger causing him to stomp his feet. The animals, possessing thought, deliberately obstructed him, preventing the orcs of the Yushan tribe from pursuing. Mikhail gazed after that fleeting figure Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao lay trembling against Arthur's chest, her heart still racing from the recent fright. Thankfully, he had heeded her suggestion. Otherwise, she might have met her fate there. Arthur, seated upon the back of the mammoth, held Guo Xiaoxiao tightly, enveloping her in his embrace. She chose not to dwell on her fears and remained obediently nestled in his arms. Upon their return to the tribe, Arthur carried Guo Xiaoxiao into his dwelling, gently placing her upon the bed. The other beastmen began to settle in, their curiosity piqued by the miraculous properties of the female potion. Conversation soon shifted from the potion to the nature of females themselves. Being single and devoid of amusement in their daily lives, they found novelty in the presence of a new female. Although they had not formed bonds, they could still share their emotions. According to Blacktooth's decree, new females arriving in the tribe must accept the males of Blacktooth, allowing the strongest among them to compete for dominance. The victor would earn the right to mate, and the female could not refuse. Wrapped so tightly, her face is hidden, yet her hands are fair and delicate. She must be a beautiful female, remarked one beast man. To which another responded, absolutely stunning. Just look at those arms and legs, so slender that I could grasp them with one hand. Need it be said? She can concoct potions. She is no ordinary female. She was brought back to the stone house by Arthur. Could it be that he has truly taken a liking to her? The beastmen speculated amongst themselves. Within the dwelling, Arthur pressed Guo Xiaoxiao onto the bed, leaning closer as he demanded, "Who are you, truly?" Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Arthur did not act against her, but rather interrogated her. She had anticipated that he might take advantage of the situation, especially since her abduction by Songju was primarily aimed at forming a partnership. Uncertain, Guo Xiaoxiao stammered, pondering for a moment before responding, "I am Guo Xiaoxiao. We have met on 2 occasions. Have you forgotten?" Arthur retorted, "I asked you who taught you to brew potions. You cannot possibly be a female from Yushan. They could not produce someone like you. Where are you truly from?" Realizing he had discerned her secret, Guo Xiaoxiao hesitated to confess. She stammered, knowing she could not divulge that she hailed from another world. Even if she did, Arthur might not believe her, especially if she claimed to be from the Fox clan. It seemed he would probe deeper. Suddenly inspired, Guo Xiaoxiao declared, "I come from the Chongqing tribe." Arthur, well-versed in the geography of the various continents, was perplexed. He had never heard of Chongqing. He furrowed his brow, gazing intently at her. Guo Xiaoxiao, perceiving his lack of understanding, hastily continued to embellish. Chongqing is a city of exquisite beauty nestled amidst mountains, located at the heart of towering peaks. The climate here is perpetually warm and inviting throughout the seasons. I am a female from the Chongqing tribe, having stealthily slipped away to explore, yet now find myself lost and unable to return. Alas, fate has led me to encounter Meixin and Songjue, whose commendable character and amiable temperament have prompted me to choose them as companions. Arthur then inquired, "How did you arrive at Yushan?" He momentarily set aside his concerns regarding her origins and the enigma of her presence in Yushan, an unfamiliar tribe. A lone female traversing mountains and forests without the protection of a male seemed implausible. I became separated from my kin during our journey and inadvertently wandered into the Yushan tribe, she stammered, feeling the weight of his scrutinizing gaze. Arthur's expression sharpened as if he were conducting an interrogation. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling the pressure, faltered in her speech. Suddenly, Arthur leaned closer, his lips brushing against her hair as he softly murmured, "You initially claimed you had sneaked away, yet now you assert you were separated from your tribe. Which narrative holds the truth?" Volume 1, Chapter 83. What is meant to happen will inevitably return. Arthur's words and actions seemed at odds. The animal skin wrapped around Guo Xiaoxiao was untied by Arthur. The proximity between them made it somewhat difficult for her to breathe. Yet he had no intention of letting her go. Guo Xiaoxiao tightly closed her eyes, her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush, rendered even more alluring under the illumination of the moonlight. In Arthur's deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, a fervent sparkle flickered as his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Guo Xiaoxiao evaded Arthur's advances, feeling herself on the verge of slumber. "I had slipped away with my kin, only to become separated near the Yushan tribe." You must piece together these 2 statements to understand. How entirely understandable, yet Arthur, possessing the capacity for independent thought, would not be so easily deceived. The female's attempt at concealment was trivial. After all, she had little to fear from escaping the Haichi tribe. "Could you maintain some distance?" she requested. "I am not accustomed to others encroaching upon my personal space." The atmosphere was undeniably intimate, yet Arthur exuded a potent scent of blood that was overwhelming and suffocating. She detested the odor, as it conjured images of the recent slaughter and the gruesome remains. "I have claimed you, and you are mine," he assured her. "You need not worry. I have no intention of forming a bond with you. Do not be alarmed." Arthur's relentless pressure was aggressive, as if he might pounce at any moment to consume Guo Xiaoxiao, leaving her in a state of disarray. Deep within, she harbored a profound fear of Arthur, perceiving him as erratic and ruthlessly indifferent to the lives of others, a malevolent beast. Her beauty alone would not captivate him. Should he cease to regard her, her demise would be a distinct possibility. Arthur did not temper his aura of dominance during combat, nor did he entirely restrain it. He remained perpetually prepared for battle. Having offended too many beasts along the way, knowing full well that challengers would arise periodically, he had never relaxed his vigilance. Many females hesitated to approach him for this very reason, save for those with a bolder disposition, who sought the strength of such a formidable male. They would muster their courage and boldly express their affections, yet more often than not, their efforts fell short. Arthur held no interest in them. The act of pairing would result in a beast mark, a lifelong bond that confined a male. And to be merely imprinted by a female for the sake of procreation was hardly worth it. He would prefer to remain unbound throughout his life. "Can you guarantee that you will not touch me?" Guo Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her bright eyes gazing into Arthur's, seeking answers within. There was no assurance. Arthur had no reason to make promises to a female. He declared, "You are the female of my tribe. I will touch you if I desire, and refrain if I do not." Such reasoning was utterly unreasonable. To assert that he would not bond with her while simultaneously claiming he could touch her at will was a display of far worse rudeness than that of a mere rogue. At least others were forthright in their intentions. He was duplicitous in both his overt and covert actions. The Blacktooth tribe had no rules permitting the chief to indiscriminately touch another's female, and it was Guo Xiaoxiao's glimmer of hope that vexed him. As if he had been met with a forceful rejection, the two stood in close proximity, feeling each other's warmth. And the position they occupied bore a striking resemblance to that of a dream he had once encountered. Arthur mused inwardly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. As Guo Xiaoxiao beheld the smile upon Arthur's face, a shiver ran down her spine, and her hair stood on end. He approached her with an unsettling intent. "You previously stated that you would not become my partner. You must honor your words." Guo Xiaoxiao resisted, exclaiming in despair, "Oh my, save her. I knew such a calamity would befall us." Arthur, with a furrowed brow and slightly parted lips, commanded, "Do not defy me." He was the most powerful, and she, as a female, was bound to submit. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a sense of disdain within her. How laughable it was to believe he was a paragon of virtue, yet still covetous of her physique. It was audacious of him to declare, "I shall not take you as my partner," when she was merely a beautiful female in his eyes. The thought made her feel nauseated. Guo Xiaoxiao struggled more fiercely. Yet the more she resisted, the more Arthur yearned to conquer her. He pressed his fingers against the nape of her neck, compelling her to lift her delicate face to receive his fervent kiss. Guo Xiaoxiao pressed one hand against Arthur's chest while using the other to vigorously attempt to pry open the arm he had firmly wrapped around her waist. Could even perceive the unique scent emanating from him. It was not the metallic tang of blood. After Arthur had indulged in his kiss, he slowly withdrew, his voice husky. "What fragrance do you prefer? Sweet? Bitter? Why do you ask me?" She thought, utterly perplexed by Arthur's intentions. Deep down, she was resolute in her desire to maintain distance from him. Given the massacre of the Yushan tribe, any connection between them was utterly impossible. "Your sin intrigues me, igniting a primal desire within me. I yearn to uncover more," Arthur continued, his tone laced with mockery. He was genuinely curious about the essence of her femininity and sought to unearth all her secrets. "First, you must rise from atop me. I shall divulge whatever you wish to know," she asserted. Arthur, with an air of decisiveness, complied and stood up. Guo Xiaoxiao quickly sat upright, adjusting her beast skin dress to shield her exposed skin. However, Arthur seized a bone knife from the side and effortlessly tore through her garment, leaving her delicate skin exposed to the cool air. "Hey you," she began, but was interrupted as she witnessed Arthur stripping off his own animal hide before her, revealing his athletic physique in its entirety. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Each of his movements radiated a menacing undertone, suggesting an overwhelming force. "Do not fear, it will not hurt," he declared, extending his hand to caress her bare skin. Guo Xiaoxiao clutched the animal hide tightly to her chest, her gaze fixed on Arthur with a ferocious intensity akin to that of a predator. The sheer vulnerability of their naked confrontation filled her with a profound sense of shame. At the entrance of Arthur's stone abode, a hide hung as a barrier, yet the bright daylight allowed the bustling sounds of conversation from outside to seep through, amplifying Guo Xiaoxiao's psychological burden. Arthur, completely exposed, had resumed his actions once more. Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly intervened. "Wait a moment." Guo Xiaoxiao clutched the animal hide tightly, desperately trying to avert any exposure. She could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. Her only wish was that this beast would not advance further. Arthur, indifferent to her plight, tore away the tattered hide, bringing his prominent nose close to her. Guo Xiaoxiao, possessing a modicum of experience, managed to maintain a semblance of composure, silently praying that calamity would not befall her. With her arms crossed defiantly across her chest, she offered a feeble resistance against Arthur's advances, clinging tightly to her modesty to thwart his intentions. His gestures were gentle, as he persistently bestowed kisses upon her, leaving traces of his affection on her neck and ears, marking her as his own. Guo Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, and during the moment, reluctant to open them, she pondered whether to summon the skill heart of the lion to bolster her courage in resisting the formidable demon. As this thought crossed her mind, she gradually relaxed her tense body, allowing Arthur to caress her freely. The stark contrast in her demeanor made Arthur acutely aware of her acquiescence. Suddenly, he ceased all movements, scoffing at her pretense of rejection, clearly enjoying the moment while attempting to capture his attention. Wu Xiaoxiao felt the warmth of his hands departing from her skin. She thought Arthur had lost interest and was finally done. Just as she was about to catch her breath, he flipped her over, laying her upon the bed. In Chapter 84 of Volume 1, the pretense lingered, yet he did not penetrate. With his remarkable thought process, Arthur's palm settled on her back, gently kneading. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired, a sense of dread creeping in. Could this fellow be planning to proceed with fervor? Arthur paid her no heed. "So smooth and tender," he remarked. "Smooth?" His fingers ventured to the inner part of her thigh, startling Wu Xiaoxiao. Surely, he could not mean to. "No," she exclaimed. "Sure, relax," he urged, as the charade unfolded, lingering between her legs, yet not truly entering. Wu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in endurance. Feeling that this situation was more beastly than human, as if she were merely awaiting her fate. "I did not enter into a partnership with you. Does that not leave you feeling desolate?" "No, not at all, absolutely not." She fervently shook her head, realizing that this response might be considered a relatively favorable outcome. Females tend to shy away from honesty. Arthur's hand caressed the delicate area at the top of her thigh, rendering Wu Xiaoxiao completely rigid. "If you do not wish for me to enter, then make yourself comfortable." Arthur had never touched a female before. To him, they were merely a mass of flesh. However, Guo Xiaoxiao's allure was undeniable, making her an excellent object of desire, though he did not harbor genuine affection for her. In an unprecedented moment, Wu Xiaoxiao candidly expressed her feelings, only to realize the weight of her words after they had escaped her lips. Regret washed over her for once spoken. They could not be retracted. "Ah, I knew all along that she harbored feelings for me." She merely refused to acknowledge them. Arthur's lips curled into a satisfied smile, relishing her obedient demeanor. Should they continue to behave, he would shower her with affection. With deliberate exaggeration, Arthur provoked a flurry of gasps from Guo Xiaoxiao. Yet each playful maneuver remained tantalizingly incomplete, never reaching its ultimate conclusion. The hours dragged on, an entire day stretching painfully. And she found herself seething with disdain for this scoundrel who dared to humiliate her. Noticing Guo Xiaoxiao's exhaustion, Arthur finally ceased his antics, content to cradle her as they drifted into slumber. The night passed swiftly, and with the dawn, sunlight gently caressed her cheek, enveloping her in a warm, delightful embrace. As Guo Xiaoxiao woke, she discovered that Arthur had already vanished. She turned her gaze towards the window, where the sun shone brilliantly. Had she truly slept for that long? As she shifted slightly, a sharp pain coursed through her legs. Every movement elicited discomfort, vividly reminding her of the wildness of the previous night. This was what he referred to as a non-committal relationship. She had mistakenly believed it to be the result of some lofty principle. How utterly shameless. Guo Xiaoxiao's fur attire was no longer wearable, and even the vertically designed undergarments crafted by Mike Xin had been confiscated. Arthur left her with nothing. After being captured and brought back yesterday, she had not even been afforded a meal, leaving her both famished and irritable. As Guo Xiaoxiao surveyed the interior of the stone dwelling, she noted its simplistic structure. A water basin occupied one corner, devoid of any stored food. However, a garment hung from the wall, resembling silk, distinctly different from what other beastmen typically wore. This indicated the garment's exquisite nature, suggesting it belonged to someone of considerable status. Wu Xiaoxiao draped the animal hide that covered her body over her shoulders, then approached to retrieve the white silk garment. As she caressed the fabric, its exquisite smoothness suggested its considerable value. Bringing it close to her nose, she detected no peculiar scent. Could she wear it? Was it perhaps a tad too large? "You're awake," Arthur announced as he entered with a skewer of meat, catching sight of Guo Xiaoxiao and inhaling the aroma of his clothing. TSK. Could it be that she longed for him, the savoring his scent? Guo Xiaoxiao awkwardly placed the garment back in its original position and retreated to the edge of the bed. Arthur's bed resembled a massive stone slab, beneath which lay a thick layer of animal hides comparable to a modern-day mattress. In high spirits, Arthur moved with a light step and offered a skewer of meat to Guo Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao still draped herself in the animal hide typically used for bedding. Taking the skewer of meat without any pretense and indulging in it, Arthur observed for a moment, noting her snow-white arms swaying deliberately before him. He remarked, "Why do you not wear the animal hide? No matter how you try to entice me, I shall not take the final step. I will not bond with a female, nor will I be shackled by you. Abandon this notion, will you? Entice him? Which of his eyes perceives me as such?" She retorted, recalling how her animal hide had been slashed by his knife the previous day, rendering it unwearable. Guo Xiaoxiao paused her chewing and declared, "Who desires to bond with you? You've got it all twisted." Arthur chuckled, appearing quite relaxed. "Oh, you don't desire it? Then what was the meaning of your earlier touch upon my clothing? And the way you inhaled my scent? It would be wise to refrain from such unwarranted intimacies. Your intentions are all too apparent. Please. I was merely checking for any lingering scent of blood, Guo Xiaoxiao retorted, exasperated. Do you have no shame? Arthur remained unflustered, sitting beside her, and solemnly stated, Let me reiterate, I will not develop feelings for you. Do not presume to ensnare me with your petty tricks. You lack the standing to do so. Guo Xiaoxiao was amused to the point of laughter. Did he truly believe she held affection for him? If not for the inability to extricate herself from his grasp, she would hardly bother to acknowledge him. Regardless of the circumstances, she would never be able to part ways with him, nor would it be his place to dictate that. Well, you are indeed a genius. I concede defeat. Whatever you say shall be deemed the truth. Arthur, upon hearing this, revealed a satisfied smile. He had hit the nail on the head. He would not harbor feelings for her. She was only worthy of serving as his subordinate. There are plenty of females who admire me. Whether you are among them or not makes no difference to me. I remain indifferent. I shall find time to engage in mating with you. As that is my only boundary, do not expect anything more. With a face full of disbelief, Guo Xiaoxiao questioned. Are you serious? Arthur replied calmly, I stand by my word. You are permitted to reside in this room, but from now on, maintain your composure. What on earth is going on in that head of his? Guo Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, she would certainly remember this eccentricity. She had never liked him. That had been the case from the very beginning. It was simply madness. Unwilling to continue debating this matter, Guo Xiaoxiao irritably asked, Could you possibly lend me a piece of animal skin? My own was ruined by some creature yesterday, and I cannot go about in the nude. Casting a glance at Guo Xiaoxiao, who pouted with wide, round eyes, and noticing the tattered animal skin by the bedside, Arthur found it amusing that such a childish female had taken a liking to him. She was truly unsuitable for him. Very well, I shall assist you in finding one. Arthur stepped outside, only to return after a while, bearing a reddish-brown piece of animal skin. The skin bore no unpleasant odor, was not greasy at all, and felt quite soft to the touch, leaving one to wonder if Arthur had washed it. Guo Xiaoxiao tentatively inquired, Is this what you just did? Arthur tossed the animal hide to her. Thank you. Guo Xiaoxiao politely remarked that, although it was not her fault, the long winter fur could indeed cover the ankles. The only disadvantage was that the inner lining had gaps, allowing the chilly wind to seep through. Just then, Arthur, Mixon, and Songju arrived, and the sounds of the orcs could be heard from outside the door. Guo Xiaoxiao was filled with joy, yet it swiftly transformed into a subtle anxiety. After all, this was the territory of the Black Tooth tribe, where they evidently held no advantage. Would Mixon and Songju be safe entering here? They were forbidden to go anywhere. Noticing the delight on Guo Xiaoxiao's face, Arthur felt a pang of discontent in his heart. Furrowing his brow, he approached the cave entrance and pulled aside the animal hide to step outside. Volume 1, Chapter 85, surrounded yet again by the males of the Blackpool tribe. He utilized his invisibility skill to search for someone. Guo Xiaoxiao patiently waited for a moment, then wrapped herself in the animal skin. She felt the pressing urge to relieve herself, to rinse her mouth and wash her face, and the sticky sensation on her body compelled her to take a bath. Just as she lifted the animal skin curtain, ready to step outside, she was met with the piercing gazes of a group of beast men. Their eyes fixed on her with an air of predatory intent. A wave of unease washed over her. Who were they? What were they doing outside? The number of beast men gathered was significant. They were all waiting for a female to emerge, as Arthur had commanded them to refrain from entering. However, the previous night, the solitary males had all heard the intoxicating sounds echoing from within, stirring their desires and leaving them restless. They stood guard at the cave entrance, patiently awaiting their chance. And unexpectedly, they had indeed encountered a female emerging. Guo Xiaoxiao possessed a slender physique that diverged from the typical feminine form. Her exposed skin radiated a luminous, snow-white glow. They were fortunate indeed, as they had all received favorable treatment. Though her features were obscured, it was evident that she was a striking female. Where are you headed? A robust male approached her, adding, Since it's your first visit to the Black Tooth tribe, shall I guide you around to help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Guo Xiaoxiao glanced at him. Though not as handsome as Arthur, he possessed striking features and was undeniably attractive. Since arriving in the beast realm, Guo Xiaoxiao had yet to encounter an unattractive male. She took a few steps back, feeling somewhat hesitant, yet nature's call was pressing, and she could not afford to delay. Where is your restroom? Allow me to guide you, she said. A chorus of voices erupted around her, as the males clamored for the opportunity to serve the female, if they could not triumph in battle. Winning her favor could still grant them the privilege of living by her side, a notion that was both enchanting and tantalizing. A group of robust men offering to lead you to the ladies' room? How peculiar, Guo Xiaoxiao remarked. Just tell me the location. I can manage on my own without troubling you. Look how polite she is, they mused. Her temperament must be quite amiable. She does not command us. This casual exchange underscored their ingrained stereotypes. In the beast realm, females were often perceived as indulgent, regarding male beasts with little respect. Guo Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself. Quickly, lead the way, she urged. Following her were over a dozen orc warriors, guiding her toward a designated place for relief. As they progressed, the group continued to swell, drawing more and more individuals to their ranks. Some even produced food to entice Guo Xiaoxiao, employing tactics reminiscent of those used by the males of Yushan, showcasing their advantages. I am Ollie, and what might your name be? You see, you are rather unkempt. Allow me to take you to a water source, Ollie warmly invited. Female, do you still possess any of that miraculous Jiao Huan Yuan water? Might you spare a bit for me? It is truly wondrous. Do you have any left? Various attempts at flirtation ensued. Unable to endure any longer, Guo Xiaoxiao hastily declined, exclaiming, I need to relieve myself. Please do not crowd around me. With that, she took off in a sprint. Ollie swiftly pursued her, positioning himself in front of her path. Dear one, we shall accompany you to the restroom, ensuring that your needs are attended to without delay, shall we? He suggested, pointing the way. After much struggle, Guo Xiaoxiao finally arrived at the so-called lavatory. Concealed by animal hides, she was confronted with a series of enormous pits, and she could not help but exclaim in frustration. The stench rivaled that of Yutian and Yushan. Swiftly, she addressed her business, employing a method she had learned from Asan to cleanse herself thoroughly. Upon her emergence, she was astonished to find them still gathered around. Their faces blooming like peach blossoms, gazes filled with unspoken longing. A chill ran down her spine. Hey, disperse. Go attend to your own affairs, she commanded. Yet the orcs showed no inclination to leave, drawing closer to Guo Xiaoxiao. Dear one, I am Carl. Dear one, I am Jester. I am Brown. Stop. Guo Xiaoxiao called for a halt, observing their pairs of beady green eyes, which struck her as rather lewd. She inquired, Where is Arthur? Ollie replied, He has gone to confront them with dozens of orcs, specifically Mixin and Sanjue. Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Oh no, I hope nothing disastrous occurs. Mixin and Sanjue together are formidable, but sheer numbers can be overwhelming. She grew anxious and asked, Do you know their current location? Ollie responded, They are in the grove on the outskirts of the tribe. Guo Xiaoxiao inquired, Could you take me there? Upon her utterance, the orcs displayed expressions of discomfort. Arthur instructed them not to approach, and they dared not defy his command, for the consequences were severe and unbearable for anyone. The females are engaged in battle. What purpose would your presence serve? If you are bored, I can keep you company, remarked another male who was well informed. It turned out that Mikkel and Sanjue were the companions of this female. Realizing this, they deemed it even more inappropriate to escort her. For Blacktooth's previous actions had fostered deep-seated grievances. To take her there would be tantamount to courting conflict with Arthur. Both chieftains are her companions? I am quite curious to see what the female looks like, another voice chimed in. The crowd buzzed with chatter, each contributing their thoughts, which rendered the atmosphere chaotic. Guo Xiaoxiao covered her ears in exasperation. Enough, enough, I shall return, I have been followed. This cacophony of orcish chatter was overwhelming, and she preferred the tranquility of the stone dwelling. Upon her return, the orcs refrained from entering, yet they lingered nearby, serving as vigilant sentinels without the need for instruction. Guo Xiaoxiao, system, Tiada system, host Guo Xiaoxiao, as I ventured into the beast realm, Mixin pursued me. You granted me an invisibility buff, please bestow upon me another, allowing me to become an unseen specter, so as not to be detected. System, very well, but remember, while invisible, you must refrain from making any sound. Avoid contact with others, and evade any violent impacts, for otherwise the skill shall be automatically dispelled. To ensure your safety, I shall also provide you with a scent concealment. Guo Xiaoxiao, yes, I understand. Please proceed well. It is reassuring to see you becoming more reliable. System, a good beginning. Guo Xiaoxiao's body gradually became translucent, the animal hide that enveloped her dissipating into the air. Once she became invisible, Guo Xiaoxiao stealthily slipped out of the house, evading the group of beast men. Guo Xiaoxiao stealthily approached the periphery of the tribe, traversing a considerable distance through the dense forest. In the distance, she beheld a tumultuous scene where a group of male figures were entangled in a fierce struggle. The atmosphere was electrifying as the beasts launched an assault. Arthur delivered a powerful punch, sending one orc sprawling to the ground, and followed it with a soaring kick that overturned another orc. Ultimately, He landed a decisive blow to the chest of an Eagle Clan orc, propelling the unfortunate creature far away until it collided with a tree. Blood spewing forth as it fell unconscious. Guo Xiaoxiao concealed herself behind the underbrush, her eyes wide with astonishment. Where were Meixin and Sanjue? She sheltered herself behind a tree, searching for any sign of the two, but to no avail. The battle with Arthur was primarily fought against the orcs from the Yushan tribe, and neither Sanjue nor Meixin had made an appearance. Could they be in another location? Guo Xiaoxiao concealed herself within the thicket, biding her time as she observed the fierce struggle unfolding before her. Suddenly, a black serpent darted from the underbrush, sinking its fangs into Arthur's arm. With swift determination, Arthur drew a beast's fang and dispatched the venomous creature, casting it aside as he resumed his battle against the remaining orcs. Thus far, he had not transformed but continued to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a horde of already beastified foes. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaoxiao noticed the absence of the orcs Arthur had summoned. Perhaps they had ensnared the two of them. She shifted her position with utmost caution, fearful of being struck and losing her invisibility skill. In Volume 1, Chapter 86. Despite her efforts to locate them, she found herself lost in the dense jungle. Upon discovering Mixin, she offered him solace, her heart heavy with concern. Guo Xiaoxiao began her search anew, but Arthur's struggle raged on, and still, there was no sign of either of them, only the chaos strewn across the ground. Guo Xiaoxiao was filled with anxiety. She distinctly heard the orc messenger declare that Mixin and his companions had arrived. Could it be a false report? Surely not. Given their temperaments, they would not abandon her. Guo Xiaoxiao firmly believed they were searching for her. In her frantic attempts to find them, the sounds of battle receded into the distance. Unbeknownst to her, she had become lost, wandering aimlessly through the jungle. Though she remembered the path back, following the route from her memory only led her deeper into the wilderness. She was utterly disoriented, unable to locate anyone or discern which direction to take. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling utterly helpless, lost track of time as she wandered aimlessly. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she reclined upon the ground to rest momentarily. The eerie howls of distant creatures pierced the silence, jolting her upright in terror. What if she were to encounter a tiger, lion, or leopard? That would indeed be dire. Her misfortunes seemed unending. Not only had she failed to find the others, but she herself had also become lost. She couldn't help but wonder about Mixin and the others. What if Arthur, in a fit of rage, were to harm them tonight? Suddenly, the system activated. System, are you lost? Guo Xiaoxiao, indeed. Please guide me. System, just stay here and do not wander off. If Arthur discovers your absence from the tribe, he will come looking for you. Guo Xiaoxiao, is it true? Is he really so kind-hearted? Could it be that he merely speaks one way while thinking another? After all, what is a female but an ordinary being? There are plenty of them around. System, no, he is insincere. Just wait and see. Your good days lie ahead. Guo Xiaoxiao, I yearn for such days. Even for a single day. Hey, Taida, I have accomplished my hidden task. What about my reward? System, it is still in preparation. The skill effect is substantial and will be ready for you in 7 days. Guo Xiaoxiao, so mysterious. Could it possibly be a trap? System, certainly not. Guo Xiaoxiao, I have observed your commendable performance recently, and I shall place my trust in you one last time. System, very well. Take a seat and wait for him to approach you. Do not be anxious. Guo Xiaoxiao is still apprehensive. I am fine. My main concern lies with Meixin and the other two. If they were to sustain injuries while I am not present, who would attend to them? System, do not worry. The beast mark on your arm remains. As long as the mark persists, they are not deceased. Is that so? Guo Xiaoxiao glanced at the beast mark on her arm, realizing that it could indeed be utilized to gauge life and death, a rather convenient mechanism. With that thought, she felt a sense of reassurance. Guo Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged, eyes closed in serene contemplation, determined to maintain her mental acuity in anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Arthur had resolved all matters and returned to the stone dwelling, only to find it empty. The orcs outside, upon noticing Arthur's return, dared not approach the stone house, feigning busyness as they engaged in their various tasks. Where is the female? He demanded of each orc. The orcs exchanged glances, all responding with ignorance. We do not know. We do not know where the female is. Was she not in the house all along? She hasn't emerged since her last visit. Arthur's fury ignited. You worthless lot. You cannot even keep track of a single female. Chief, no one has seen her leave, they protested. Begone. All of you get out. With a swift motion of his beast bone knife, cries of despair echoed as the orcs fled in terror. Humph. Arthur dealt with one group and then moved on to the next, only ceasing when all the orcs had scattered. He turned to pursue the scent. Confirming his suspicion, Guo Xiaoxiao was indeed missing from the tribe. Had she fled? Arthur furrowed his brow. Where could she possibly go? Would she encounter peril? A tumult of emotions swirled within him as he hastened toward the outskirts of the tribe, transforming into a white tiger to heighten his olfactory senses. He meticulously searched for the elusive scent. The night had fallen, and the forest was shrouded in darkness, with the moon hanging high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that imbued the woods with an air of mystery. Arthur roamed through the forest, scouring the vicinity yet finding not a trace of her. She had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving no evidence behind, and the scent had dissipated. Despondent, he sank to the ground, discomfort gnawing at his heart. Her departure was a minor concern. All the orcs who had come today had met their end at his hands. Yet, to wander alone in the jungle left the outcome of this night uncertain. Roars of ferocious beasts echoed through the forest, accompanied by the sounds of various creatures fleeing in terror. Arthur lifted his gaze to the starry sky and exhaled. You must survive. Guo Xiaoxiao's invisibility had vanished, and the scent that masked her presence was also lost beneath the system's notifications. In the pitch-black night, she felt an icy chill enveloping her. She clasped her arms tightly around herself, curling her body in an attempt to find warmth. Fear gripped her heart. She dared not make a sound, praying fervently that no fierce beast would discover her. The forest was alive with noise, teeming with nocturnal creatures, and she could distinctly hear the crunching of some animal treading upon the brittle twigs and decaying leaves. System, Iron Great, she whispered. This realm of beasts is far more terrifying than I had anticipated. The environment here is utterly daunting. Guo Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with dread and a profound sense of oppression. What if the system remained unresponsive? Should she resort to her skills? However, using the Lion King's heart would render her unconscious, leaving her vulnerable to being devoured by wild beasts. Such a fate was simply unacceptable. Guo Xiaoxiao's mind was in a state of chaos. She had once believed herself to be audacious, yet fear gripped her in the enveloping darkness, cold, foreboding, and fraught with danger. Surely, there were no ghosts lurking about? Arthur caught a whiff of the delicate, feminine fragrance, unmistakably that of Guo Xiaoxiao, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him as he raced through the thicket in pursuit of the scent. Xiaoxiao. Someone called her name, and Guo Xiaoxiao opened her eyes with uncontainable joy, responding to the voice. I'm here. I found you. Just wait. He dashed toward her. Arthur seized Guo Xiaoxiao by the shoulders, and upon gazing into her face, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and her lips quivering. It truly was Arthur. Before Arthur could voice his anger or question her reckless venture into the darkness, Guo Xiaoxiao had already thrown herself into his embrace, sobbing. Arthur stood there in astonishment. He had never witnessed such fervor from her before. She must have been frightened. Strangely, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. The harsh tone of his impending reproach faltered on his lips, and instead, he mimicked the gentle demeanor of other males soothing their females. He tenderly patted her back, murmuring softly, Do not fear, do not cry. Guo Xiaoxiao wept softly, her tears flowing not out of intention, but from an overwhelming fear that she could no longer contain. After a brief moment of sobbing, her thoughts gradually settled, and she began to breathe evenly, gently distancing herself from him. Arthur gazed down at her, while Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling a wave of shyness, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes puffy from crying. Are you all right? Arthur inquired hesitantly. I'm fine, she replied softly. Arthur nodded, choosing not to speak further, the atmosphere tinged with an unspoken tension that momentarily distracted him. They lingered in silence for an extended period. Guo Xiaoxiao summoned her courage, lifted her head, and gritted her teeth as she said, Thank you. Volume 1, Chapter 87. How did my lingerie end up with you? The black lace trim? Arthur was taken aback. The gratitude she expressed seemed somewhat perplexing, and he felt a strange awkwardness, as if he were the one in an uncomfortable position. Why was she in such a hurry? He pondered for a moment, then turned his face away and replied, I didn't come specifically to rescue you. If you hadn't given me the formula, I wouldn't have cared if you perished and missed out on the 9-9 revitalization water. Please, don't overthink things. 9-9 revitalization water, haha. Guo Xiaoxiao chuckled. The absurd name he had concocted lingered in his mind with remarkable clarity. The way it escaped his lips was simply hilarious. Observing the mocking glint in Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes, Arthur's ears flushed crimson, and he retorted with a hint of indignation. What are you laughing at? I am not laughing at anything. Guo Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, unable to contain herself. Arthur was being aloof, refusing to acknowledge her. Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling ravenous, had not eaten dinner the previous night and had only had a small breakfast that morning. Her stomach growled with hunger as she asked, "I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" Arthur glanced at the disheveled Guo Xiaoxiao and thought to himself that there was no need to show kindness to a female. No obligation to cater to her needs. Her hunger was of no concern to him. She had chosen to run away, and if she starved, it was her own fault. Besides, in the wilderness, what was he supposed to do? Hunt for her? Did she truly believe she was entitled to such treatment? He responded to Guo Xiaoxiao, "Is there? I haven't eaten in nearly a day." Guo Xiaoxiao found herself consumed by thoughts of him, her gaze fixated entirely upon his presence. It was not mere flesh that she craved, but rather a deeper connection that could satiate her very soul. Frustration welled within her as she perceived his flirtations. An audacious female who seemed oblivious to the vastness of the world around her. Did she truly believe that a casual exchange of words could render him utterly compliant? To employ the same tactics she used on the ordinary males, such as Mixon, was to underestimate him gravely. Yet, if her affections for him were genuine, perhaps it was not unreasonable to desire him as a partner akin to any other. After all, one cannot survive without nourishment. What would become of her should hunger take its toll? Guo Xiaoxiao awaited a response from Arthur, but he suddenly fixed his gaze upon her, causing her to nearly lose her balance. Startled by his intense scrutiny, she instinctively touched her face, wondering if it was smudged or adorned with blemishes. Internally, Arthur wrestled with his thoughts. While she dared to escape, he recognized the need to refrain from indulging her too much. Perhaps a brief period of hunger would serve as a lesson, but then again, 2 missed meals seemed excessive, especially since she was already somewhat famished. Ultimately, the expressions flitting across Arthur's face were a remarkable spectacle. One moment he bore a furrowed brow, the next he was deep in contemplation, and soon his demeanor softened, only to twist into a complex blend of emotions. In essence, within a mere 5 minutes, he experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of existence, showcasing a remarkably intricate countenance. Guo Xiaoxiao was perplexed. Had she inadvertently angered him once more? Was he contemplating eliminating her in the depths of the wilderness, ensuring her disappearance? He, a merciless assassin of Orcish descent, would strike without a second thought. Just as Guo Xiaoxiao braced herself against Arthur's impending threat, he unexpectedly leaned in, his warm breath cascading over her face. Cough. Guo Xiaoxiao, in a state of panic, sought to evade the situation. The two locked eyes for an extended moment until Arthur, overwhelmed by frustration, finally shouted, "Yes, just wait." Guo Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the sudden noise, covering her ears in shock. She observed Arthur swiftly turning and leaping into the nearby thicket. Why such a loud commotion? It could frighten anyone. Arthur had been foraging for food not far from Guo Xiaoxiao, and as she could hear his movements, her fear dissipated, replaced by a sense of security. Before long, Arthur emerged, shouldering several sizable rabbits along with a handful of wild vegetables, which he tossed at her feet. Guo Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in astonishment. How could he have gathered so much so quickly? Arthur promptly gathered some firewood and prepared a cooking fire. He skillfully skinned the rabbits, cleaned them, and removed their innards before placing them over the flames to roast. He stuffed the wild vegetables into the rabbit's rear ends to facilitate cooking, threading the rabbits onto skewers. Without uttering a single word or paying heed to Guo Xiaoxiao, he focused intently on roasting the rabbits, showcasing his culinary prowess. Given his experience, these rabbits would undoubtedly require a longer roasting time to achieve perfect tenderness, surpassing the previous ones he had prepared. Guo Xiaoxiao crouched beside Arthur, observing his industrious demeanor. Despite his bloodthirsty nature, his penchant for violence, and his irascible temperament, he exhibited a rare kindness at this moment. Although her acquaintance with him was brief, she understood well that he was not the type to tend to a woman's needs. Thus, she was taken aback when he took the initiative to prepare food for her. Once he had finished roasting, he deftly carved a piece of rabbit leg with a bone knife and offered it to her. "Here, eat this." Thank you." Guo Xiaoxiao picked up a rabbit leg, blew on it gently, and took a bite. It was tender and delectable, still slightly hot, absolutely delicious. Arthur quietly watched her savor every morsel before offering her another one, stating there was plenty more to enjoy. Guo Xiaoxiao took the rabbit leg and began to gnaw on it voraciously, stuffing her mouth incessantly as if she were starved. "Take your time. No one is competing with you," Arthur gently reminded her, as he too commenced his meal. With a hearty appetite, a few rabbits merely served as a mere appetizer for him. Ordinarily, he required no less than 2 or 3 wild boars to feel satiated. Guo Xiaoxiao had devoured 2 rabbit legs and a handful of wild vegetables, feeling a sense of fullness wash over her. She set down the gnawed bones, reveling in the comfort that comes with a satisfied appetite. Arthur, noticing her pause in eating, glanced up at her and remarked, "Are you full?" "Yes, quite full," she replied. Guo Xiaoxiao licked her lips and nodded in agreement, feeling no desire to continue eating. She was satisfied. Arthur finished the remaining food and tidied up the animal skin covering Guo Xiaoxiao's face before carrying her back to the tribe. Along the way, he remained taciturn, refraining from inquiring why she had fled. He understood that Guo Xiaoxiao had heard the message from the male who spoke of Meixin and Sanjua's arrival, prompting her to seek him out. Yet, he preferred not to hear this revelation from her lips, choosing to turn a blind eye to the truth. Upon reaching the tribe, as they made their way back to the stone dwelling, the males they encountered cast envious glances at the female cradled in Arthur's arms. Arthur maintained a cold demeanor, avoiding their gaze, while Guo Xiaoxiao nestled against him, observing him closely. She began to sense that he was not as devoid of emotion as he appeared. However, recalling that he had nearly harmed Meixin and Sanjua, she could harbor no goodwill towards him. Her thoughts were consumed with devising a means of escape. She wondered about Meixin and Sanjua's well-being and questioned whether she should ask him, but would he even respond? This time, Arthur did not decline her scrutiny, allowing her to observe him. After a jolt, Guo Xiaoxiao drifted into a light slumber. Arthur furrowed his brow and gently laid her upon the bed, covering her with a blanket. As he gazed at her serene sleeping face, he found himself unexpectedly concerned, fearing she might faint from hunger. It struck him as odd. She had already eaten meat, so why did he still fret over her well-being? Another day passed, and with the dawn of the sun, Arthur chose not to venture out early, but rather sat at the edge of the bed, awaiting Guo Xiaoxiao's awakening. Upon seeing him sitting upright, she stretched and began to move her body, feeling the urge to freshen up. Pointing towards the large water hole within the cave, she asked, "May I wash my face there?" Receiving his consent, she approached the water hole to cleanse herself. This water hole served as a backup source for drinking, and although there was one in Meixin's cave, Guo Xiaoxiao had inquired about using it for convenience. After completing her ablutions, droplets of water still clung to her face, not yet dried. She wrapped her hair in a piece of animal skin for ease as she stepped outside. Arthur watched her attire with narrowed eyes, his gaze dark and contemplative. Guo Xiaoxiao sensed Arthur's disapproving gaze and was perplexed by the sudden change in his expression. Arthur approached her and retrieved the sponge he typically used for cleansing his face from his leather pouch. "Here, use this," he offered. Guo Xiaoxiao, somewhat bewildered, accepted the peculiar gift and discovered that Arthur had presented her with 2 stacked sponges, soft and accompanied by 2 straps, reminiscent of a certain undergarment she once cherished. Upon closer inspection, she realized it bore an uncanny resemblance to her favorite black lace lingerie. How could he possibly have this? As she unfurled the sponges, a crumpled piece of lingerie came into view, confirming her suspicions. "How did you come by my lingerie?" she inquired, confronting Arthur. "Lingerie? What is that?" "This is merely something I carry to wipe my mouth and wash my face," he replied nonchalantly. "That piece is for you to wear on your chest. And I assure you, I shall only glance at it," he added. "Wipe your mouth and wash your face with my lingerie," Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to fathom such a grotesque image. "Absolutely not. This shall not be used for such purposes." Arthur, having seen Guo Xiaoxiao before, recognized the 2 sponges and inquired, "Is this yours?" Guo Xiaoxiao replied, "Nonsense, of course it's mine." Arthur inquired, "What is it actually for?" "Its absorbency is remarkable. Isn't it meant for wiping the face?" "Well, perhaps they do not intend to misrepresent it. That's quite normal," she sighed. However, the thought of Arthur using her undergarment to wipe his mouth evoked an unspoken discomfort within her. Should she offer him an explanation? Yet, the words eluded her as she hinted indirectly, "It is not for wiping the face. It is meant to be worn. My undergarments are with you, right? Is my suitcase also here?" This item was something Arthur had unearthed from a box, and it dawned on her that it belonged to her. Still absorbed in pondering its purpose, Arthur remarked, "What about undergarments? Could you clarify how one is supposed to wear this? It surely cannot provide adequate coverage." She considered demonstrating by pulling the straps together, creating a more visual representation for Arthur. "Look, you place your hands in here and then slip it on. Isn't that how it works?" she explained. "Who would wear sponge fabric?" Arthur countered. "You claim it's yours, then show me how you wear it." His expression did not seem playful. He genuinely sought to understand. Guo Xiaoxiao could never bring herself to model it for him. What a fanciful thought. Moreover, it was all crumpled. Having been used and abused countless times, how could she possibly wear it? It was destined for disposal. She declared, "No, it cannot be worn in front of a male. It is an intimate item, meant to be worn beneath animal skin." Arthur took the undergarment from her hand, squeezing and kneading it. Worn beneath animal skin? It's far too small for that. These two pieces are remarkably absorbent and soft. They would feel quite pleasant against the skin, though they serve no purpose now. Where do you typically wear them? Guo Xiaoxiao swiftly reclaimed her undergarment, concealing it behind her back. Do not concern yourself with where I wear it. Simply understand that it is donned upon my person, not intended for any other purpose. Intrigued by this enigmatic object, Arthur's curiosity intensified. He expressed, "Come now. Hasten to adorn it before me, so I may discern its true function." Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling shy and hesitant, displayed a rosy hue on her cheeks as she shook her head in refusal of Arthur's request. "No, I cannot show you." Arthur's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and he perceptibly sensed something deeper. With a playful smile, he remarked, "If you do not tell me, then I shall personally assist you in getting dressed." Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. No, absolutely not." Arthur inquired, "Why is that impossible?" Guo Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, and biting her lip, she hesitated for a long moment before stammering, "It is what I wear on my chest. It cannot be shown to others casually." Arthur lowered his gaze, observing the rounded form of her chest even through the animal hide. Guo Xiaoxiao swiftly wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes brimming with caution as she inquired, "What are your intentions?" Fret not. I merely wish to observe," Arthur replied, his words laden with ambiguity. "Do not look." Guo Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed by shyness, swiftly turned away to evade Arthur's gaze. "Hurry and put it on," he said, playfully flicking his tongue across the corner of his mouth, imbuing the moment with an intoxicating blend of allure and wildness. Her body trembled as if struck by an electric jolt. Guo Xiaoxiao lamented inwardly, regretting her entanglement in this predicament. Just then, Arthur leaned in closer, his voice soft and coaxing. "Show it to me once you've put it on. I merely wish to see. I promise I won't do anything." Guo Xiaoxiao's mind felt as if it had exploded. Her entire body was enveloped in a sensation of weakness and numbness, leaving her devoid of the courage to retort. "You are utterly incapable. I would be a fool to trust you. You merely profess intent, yet I find myself powerless against your claims." Nevertheless, Arthur remained resolute, exuding an air of determination that suggested if she continued to remain immobile, he would intervene and assist her. After a moment of hesitation, Guo Xiaoxiao, driven by necessity, relented. "Then turn around. I shall dress, and you may return once I am ready." "Very well," Arthur replied obediently, turning his back to her, his spirits lifted, for he could hardly contain his anticipation. Guo Xiaoxiao turned her back to her, partially shedding the animal skin, revealing her fair, delicate shoulders and the enticing contours of her bosom. Arthur, unable to contain his curiosity, stole a glance back. Before him lay a flawless, alabaster figure, exuding an intoxicating beauty that left him breathless. He scarcely managed to suppress his desire, hastily swallowing hard, striving to restrain the flames of longing within. Too apprehensive to gaze recklessly, Guo Xiaoxiao felt the piercing gaze from behind and turned around. Arthur remained motionless, prompting her to exhale in relief. She adorned herself with her lingerie, fastening the clasps as the black lace cups accentuated her figure, rendering her bosom particularly full and alluring. Once dressed, Guo Xiaoxiao turned back, her heart fluttering as she timidly declared, "It's ready." Arthur's gaze met her, taking in the sight of her clad in the so-called lingerie, without any outer garments. The visual impact was undeniable. On her, the allure was amplified 100-fold. The deep cleavage hinted at untold delights concealed beneath the guise of her attire, beckoning him as if it were a siren's call, both subtle and exquisite. Arthur could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, you are stunning." His compliment painted a blush upon Guo Xiaoxiao's cheeks, causing her to shy away from his gaze, fearful of revealing her inner embarrassment. Instead, she feigned interest in the scenery to divert her attention. "All right, enough. Since you have seen it, let us leave it at that." However, how could Arthur so easily relinquish his pursuit? Having beheld such beauty, the notion of retreat was simply unfathomable. As Guo Xiaoxiao was about to don her animal skin, she suddenly felt a gust of wind rush toward her. Oh my! Arthur seized the opportunity to embrace her, preventing her from fleeing. "I knew it. You deceitful scoundrel. You must uphold your word about not doing anything." Arthur replied nonchalantly, it was simply impossible to resist such exquisite beauty. Guo Xiaoxiao called you a scoundrel and a rogue. Arthur placed his large hand over the lingerie, kneading it twice. "So soft," he murmured. "This seems much smaller than your actual size." Guo Xiaoxiao struggled as Arthur whispered, "Feel for yourself if this is right." His palm glided down the supple curve of her skin until it reached her chest, sending a shiver so intense that her entire body tensed. She could distinctly feel something pressing against her, an electrifying tingle that made her tremble uncontrollably. "Stop touching me like this. Let me go," she pleaded, her voice quivering. Yet Arthur showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he pinned her firmly onto the bed, his powerful frame pressing down on her delicate form. His breath came heavy as he murmured, "How could I ever let you go?" His fingers traced the exposed swell of her chest, drawing another sharp tremor from her. In that moment, he understood, with startling clarity, why men would willingly walk through fire for a woman. Her breaths grew ragged as his touch ascended along the soft contours of her body, grazing the smooth nape of her neck. "No," she gasped, seizing his wrist as his large hand lingered at her collarbone, halting his advance. "No." "We agreed." Arthur tilted her chin upward, his gaze locking onto hers as he spoke deliberately. "I said our words hold weight between us, but that doesn't mean other things don't count. For instance." Observe the transformation of Arthur's gaze from fervent to somber. In an instant, it felt as though a blazing inferno enveloped her, prompting her to instinctively cover her chest. Without a hint of restraint, Arthur ruthlessly tore away her only vestige of modesty, reducing her undergarments to mere fragments that scattered across the bed. Though Guo Xiaoxiao's lingerie is not made of pure cotton, it remains exceptionally soft and comfortable. Now it has unexpectedly become a discarded item. You. Arthur lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, silencing her from continuing. Guo Xiaoxiao passively endured, while Arthur, unfazed, raised her arms high above her head, completely asserting his control over her. Ugh. Guo Xiaoxiao yearned to scream, yet her voice eluded her entirely. Arthur pried open her delicate lips, unwilling to relinquish her sweetness. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before passions ignited. In a moment of desperation, Guo Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity as Arthur pressed his lips against her neck, biting down on his earlobe. With a sharp gasp, Arthur finally released her, casting an angry glare at Guo Xiaoxiao. "Do you wish for death?" Guo Xiaoxiao, feeling wronged, lamented, "Who allowed you to bully me?" Arthur scoffed, retorting, "It is you who seduced me. Is there truly such a person in this world?" Guo Xiaoxiao sobbed softly, tears cascading down her cheeks, her pitiful appearance evoking both compassion and frustration in Arthur. Witnessing her fragile demeanor, he could not bring himself to be harsh, ultimately opting for concession. "Let us have something to eat," he suggested. Guo Xiaoxiao remained silent, pondering whether tears truly held any power. She merely intended to put on an act. Yet could it be that he genuinely spared her? Had the sun risen from the west? Nevertheless, since Arthur had indeed let her off the hook, it conveniently alleviated her burden. As Arthur rose from beside her, Guo Xiaoxiao hastily donned the animal hide. Arthur, having tidied his disheveled garments, remarked, "I shall roast some meat and gather some fruits. Wait for me." Guo Xiaoxiao rose to follow him, feeling the urge to relieve herself. Upon noticing this, Arthur inquired about the reason and agreed to accompany her, albeit with the stipulation that she must cover her face, as he was concerned that other males might behold her beauty. After they finished their business, Arthur led Guo Xiaoxiao to a pristine patch of grass where they settled down. He produced a selection of wild vegetables, fruits, and meat, crafting a makeshift grill by finding several flat stones to serve as a hearth. With his bone knife, Arthur skillfully prepared the game, expertly flipping the hair, skewering it with a wooden stick, and placing it over the flames to roast. In the Blacktooth tribe, the orcs dined with a casual demeanor, each indulging independently, much like in Yushan. Arthur was not fond of barbecuing inside the stone house, as it would saturate the air with lingering odors. Thus, he took Guo Xiaoxiao outside to familiarize her with the surroundings and help her acclimate to life in the Blacktooth tribe. That morning, Guo Xiaoxiao had a modest appetite. She ate a few pieces of fruit and felt satiated. However, to avoid the predicament of having no food for the next meal, she endeavored to consume a considerable amount of meat. Curiously, Arthur had yet to inquire about the recipe for the healing water, despite having initially captured her for that very purpose. Why had he not mentioned it even once? Was he hesitating, or perhaps harboring other schemes? "What are you thinking?" Arthur suddenly noticed Guo Xiaoxiao's unusual demeanor and paused his actions to ask her. "I'm pondering, yes?" Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Is it possible to go for a stroll after I've eaten?" Guo Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words and decided to divert the conversation. Her thoughts drifted to the matter of her lingerie, which was now in his possession, implying that her suitcase was also in his grasp. She inquired, "Arthur, do you possess a suitcase filled with all manner of peculiar items, many of which you have never encountered?" Upon hearing her words, Arthur paused momentarily, for he had indeed seen the very things Guo Xiaoxiao spoke of. He thus retorted, "How did you come to know?" "Guo Xiaoxiao certainly understands that my undergarments are in your possession. It is hardly surprising that the suitcase is also in your hands." A suitcase? Arthur once again encounters a term he is unfamiliar with. Indeed. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded affirmatively. A large box, indeed. The lingerie she had just worn was originally nestled within that very box, and you must be aware of this, right? So that grand box belongs to her. It is indeed correct. The suitcase he mentioned was scavenged from the Yushan tribe. Initially, he had not comprehended the purpose of its contents. So he appropriated Guo Xiaoxiao's lingerie for his own use, neglecting the rest. Arthur inquired, "Is that yours?" "Indeed, it truly is." Guo Xiaoxiao's excitement was palpable. "Yes, it is mine. I thought I would never see you again, my beloved suitcase, filled with my cherished possessions, laptop, mobile phone, power bank, and passport, all within." "Oh." Arthur glanced at her and said, "It's in the warehouse next to my stone house. I shall take you there shortly." "All right," she replied. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, they realized it was nearly noon. The meal they had just shared could be considered brunch. True to his word, Arthur, once everything was in order, escorted Guo Xiaoxiao to the so-called warehouse, which was another stone structure filled with an assortment of peculiar tools and an abundance of odd items. Guo Xiaoxiao gazed in astonishment at Arthur, realizing he must be a collector. He may not know the names of these objects, yet he had amassed them all. Guo Xiaoxiao finally encountered her suitcase, the very same large trunk, unchanged and intact. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed forward to embrace the case, nearly brought to tears. "Thank you. Thank you." She expressed her gratitude repeatedly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Arthur remarked, "Is it really that significant?" Guo Xiaoxiao opened her suitcase and found every item intact. Her underwear, socks, and clothing were all present. This was undoubtedly the best thing that had happened recently, and she was on the verge of tears of joy. What lay within? Guo Xiaoxiao's nonsensical chatter is something she brought from her tribe. Our Chongqing tribe is isolated from the outside world, setting us apart from others. She pointed to her laptop and said, "This, is used for cutting things. It's quite flat." She believed that the videos could perfectly isolate them. Then she gestured towards her underwear. This time she was clever enough not to say it was worn on her backside. Guo Xiaoxiao remarked, "This is leftover fabric from animal hides, as it was too small and has remained unused." She spoke her lies without batting an eye. Confident that he did not know better, freely expressing whatever she wished, Arthur listened intently to Guo Xiaoxiao's explanations, appearing genuinely interested. In contrast, Guo Xiaoxiao rambled on haphazardly, providing arbitrary explanations for each item. She successfully led Arthur's thoughts astray, her animated explanations bursting with energy, distinctly different from any female he had encountered before. This lively demeanor was quite endearing. The two spent a considerable amount of time in the stone chamber, with Guo Xiaoxiao managing to reclaim her suitcase. Arthur permitted her to use its contents at her discretion, which felt peculiar. After all, they were her belongings, yet she felt compelled to seek his approval. Nevertheless, she dared not voice her discontent, instead plastering a grateful smile on her face. Life was indeed arduous. Volume 1, Chapter 90, A Spiritual Connection. Mixin and Song Ju ventured alone to rescue others. In the following days, Guo Xiaoxiao learned much about the situation. During their previous absence, Mixin and Song Ju had returned safely. In the Black Tooth tribe, females and males do not reside in the same place. She was an exception. In this tribe, strength dictated the distribution of food. They had initially decided to determine the victor collectively so that Guo Xiaoxiao could make a selection. However, she remained in Arthur's stone dwelling, and it became clear to everyone that no one dared challenge Arthur. During these days, Arthur remained vigilant, fortifying his defenses, and the number of orc sentinels on watch had increased. Guo Xiaoxiao could hardly believe that the two of them would abandon her, and neither could Arthur trust that they would let the matter rest. Such a remarkable female, how could they possibly relinquish her? Apart from his unwavering determination to resist Guo Xiaoxiao's allure, who else could withstand her temptation? In truth, Arthur failed to realize that his actions mirrored the steps of courtship. Merely refraining from consummation, an act of cunning self-deception, convincing himself that he remained lucid. Meanwhile, Mixin and Song Ju had long since prepared a dual strategy. The group they had previously dispatched was merely a reconnaissance mission to ascertain the opponent's patrol habits and the number of guards. Yet, driven by their intense anger towards Arthur and the Black Tooth tribe, they lost their composure and sacrificed their own. While the few orcs who managed to escape could hardly provide a coherent account, the original plan was to have them linger for 3 days to gather intelligence. But they returned in just 1. Consequently, Mixin and Song Ju resolved to take matters into their own hands. After deliberation, they concluded that Arthur would likely bolster his defenses, making it difficult for them to succeed. Thus, in the ensuing days, they decided to familiarize themselves with the terrain, planning to abduct Guo Xiaoxiao during any occasion of Arthur's absence from the tribe. As Arthur remained ever vigilant within the tribe, they would devise another strategy to create a diversion. Thus, Meixin and Song Ju ventured into the nearby concealed woods adjacent to the Blacktooth tribe, cautious not to attract Arthur's notice. Unexpectedly, all of their movements fell within Arthur's surveillance. He simply regarded them with indifference, doubting their ability to abduct Guo Xiaoxiao. With one at 4 stars and the other at 5 stars, barely a match for him. How could they hope to carry someone away from a tribe filled with orcs that were all at least 2 stars? Such aspirations were mere fantasies. After hiding for several days, Meixin and Song Ju grew impatient. The defenses of the Blacktooth tribe shifted daily, seemingly deliberately anticipating their actions. Had they revealed a flaw? It was implausible. Had anyone discovered their intentions, Arthur would have emerged to capture them, rather than allowing them to wander nearby. The system had activated. System, host. The psychic communication skill is ready, and rewards are to be granted. Please accept. At long last, it had arrived. Guo Xiaoxiao felt a mysterious flow of energy manifest within her body, slowly coursing through her meridians, and after a brief moment, the sensation dissipated. Guo Xiaoxiao, what is the use of this? System, why not give it a try yourself? You must experience it firsthand to acquire valuable information. Guo Xiaoxiao silently recited, spiritual communication, and suddenly, 2 names materialized before her, Song Ju and Meixin. Could it be that this is akin to the mind link depicted in television dramas? Guo Xiaoxiao promptly decided to test it out. She chose Meixin and called out in her heart, Meixin, Meixin. Meixin, perched upon a tree, heard Guo Xiaoxiao's voice. He scanned his surroundings but discerned no signs of life. Perhaps he was overly preoccupied with thoughts of Guo Xiaoxiao, leading to a hallucination. Nevertheless, Meixin continued to gaze intently at the territory of the Blacktooth tribe. Meixin, Meixin. The voice echoed again, a sound he would never forget, etched clearly in his memory. Was it truly Guo Xiaoxiao? Yet, he found himself utterly alone. Doubtful of the reality of this apparition, Meixin softly replied, I hear you. Is that you, Xiaoxiao? Guo Xiaoxiao also received a response from Meixin, and she was filled with delight. This skill is remarkable. She inquired, where are you and Song Ju? Meixin replied, Song Ju is nearby. I am waiting with him around Blacktooth to seize the opportunity to rescue you. How are you holding up? Is Arthur bullying you? Song Ju, observing Meixin talking to himself, presumed he had lost his sanity and lightly tapped Mixin's arm. Hey, who are you talking to? Mixin, aware of Song Ju's skepticism, clarified that he was communicating with Guo Xiaoxiao. Unconvinced, Song Ju suggested, why not exchange a few words with him? So he knows you can communicate in this manner? Guo Xiaoxiao leapt from the interface and began conversing with Song Ju. Song Ju, can you hear me? It is Xiaoxiao. Song Ju, looking around, asked, where are you? Where is Xiaoxiao? Meixin interjected, Xiaoxiao possesses remarkable abilities. Perhaps this is one of her talents, communicating with us in her mind. What? Song Ju exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the notion that someone could indeed communicate in such a manner. Guo Xiaoxiao still finds it somewhat cumbersome. How wonderful it would be if 3 individuals could engage in conversation simultaneously. However, after attempting this 2 or 3 times, it seems unfeasible. He can only converse with one person at a time. Nevertheless, he is quite content, for even as a phone, it is still somewhat insufficient. The opportunity to communicate with Meixin and Song Ju is indeed a rare treasure. Guo Xiaoxiao inquired about the strategy for her rescue, noting that they were encircled by layers of adversaries. How many of you have come to my aid? She asked. Song Ju replied, our kin are still reeling from the aftermath of the previous battle. Their morale is low, and they are easily provoked. Bringing them would be futile. So it is just the 2 of us. 2 people. That is exceedingly perilous, Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat. I can manage on my own. Do you have any idea how many foes we face? Their numbers surpass those of Yushan and Sis we combined, and their strength is formidable. Song Ju reassured her. Do not fret, Xiaoxiao. Remain where you are. As soon as we locate you, we shall orchestrate your escape. Guo Xiaoxiao was filled with anxiety, expressing that it would have been better if they had not come to find her alone. Arthur was ruthless when it came to killing. If he found them, he would show no mercy. Song Ju reassured her, stating that they only needed to wait and not worry about anything else. However, how could one remain unconcerned in such a situation? Guo Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with dread as she contacted Mixin, urging him to take Song Ju back, for their numbers were far too few to contend with the enemy. Just as Mixin was about to respond, Song Ju halted him with a gesture. signaling that there was no need for further words. Guo Xiao remained deeply concerned for their safety. Trust me, their defenses have become increasingly stringent. You all must take good care of yourselves until we come to rescue you. After uttering these words, she severed the connection. Guo Xiao repeatedly called out for Mixin in her heart, but alas, there was no response. How infuriating it was that the other side could unilaterally terminate the call. What should she do now? Arthur had gone out today and had yet to return. Had he discovered that they had been captured? With this thought, Guo Xiao began pacing restlessly around the room, unable to calm her nerves. After cutting off communication, the two stealthily infiltrated the thicket, searching for a weakness in the Black-Tooth tribe's defenses based on their previous observations. However, instead of finding a gap, they stumbled upon a narrow cave. Taking refuge within, Song Ju produced a fire stick, preparing to ignite it. Mixin cautioned, if you light that fire, the Black-Tooth tribe will surely notice. Song Ju, upon reflection, agreed. What do you suggest we do then? Shall we burrow into the tree roots until nightfall? Chapter 91. Knowing it is a trap yet still leaping into it. Guo Xiao was reluctant to depart. In the dead of night, Arthur brought meat for Guo Xiao to eat. Lately, he had been tinkering with something in the warehouse, leading Guo Xiao to increasingly believe that Arthur was no ordinary beast man. He was astute, possessing a wealth of knowledge, and collected various herbs and tools. His way of living was refined and meticulous, starkly contrasting with the roughness of others. I will not be returning tonight. I will have beastmen stationed at the entrance to guard you. Sleep well. If you need to relieve yourself, you may call upon the beastmen outside to accompany you. Arthur instructed after handing her the remaining fruits. After imparting his advice, he departed. To Guo Xiao, Arthur's absence was somewhat a relief. Each time they shared a bed, he would be overly familiar, leaving no part of her untouched, and he particularly enjoyed witnessing her shyness and nervousness. This night was unlike any other. Previously, faint footsteps could be heard outside the stone house, but tonight was eerily quiet. However, the primary concern was persuading Song Ju and Mixin not to come to her rescue. It was evident to any discerning eye that it was a perilous trap. Recklessly charging into danger was foolhardy. Guo Xiao felt a sense of comfort knowing they had the intention to rescue her, yet she did not wish for anyone to be harmed because